Hello everyone and welcome to the LVT Halo Pro League in partnership with Shopify Rebellion. $128,000 on the line, and today is Champ Sunday of the Last Chance Qualifier, the last chance to make it into that tournament. My name is Mikowski. Joining alongside me on the mic is Tim Active. Hey. We are so excited to have you back, brother. How you been?
I've been very good. I've been floating in space for a little while now, but I found my way here, and I'm glad to be here on Championship Sunday. I'm excited to see. I've heard that this is going to be a very competitive day of Halo.
Yeah, yesterday was absolute peak. Today, going to be some peak cinema as we start your day with Mercenaries and Noobs in that winter semis matchup number 1. Both of those brackets along that parallel line up and down are to qualify for the LVT Halo Shopify Pro League. So you don't have to wait very long as a community, as a fan, as a viewer to see some high stakes Halo. We're going to be witnessing again Mercenaries versus Noobs up first. Mercenaries, that's that Soul Snipe Drug Sab suppressed roster going up against Noobs, some of LATAM's finest. And I look at the bracket thread, they had to beat some of EU's finest just to get here. So it's been a pure international affair for the Mercenaries, at least, to advance and qualify for the Pro League. And then on the bottom, that is, I think both of these are exciting winter semis matches, but that Vitality SSg matchup is going to be absolutely sick. SSG last week, Tim, qualified to get to the Pro League and then disbanded and have to do it all over again. I'd like to get your thoughts on that, but my thought is that SSG players of that caliber, they're in it to, they're all or nothing. They're in it to win it or get last place, right? So I think for them, they realized, yeah, we could be a top 2, 3, or 4 team, but if we make this team change, maybe we can challenge at the top and go for the lion's share of that $128,000. Why else do you think they would completely disband a roster after achieving the pinnacle of success last weekend?
I don't want to assume, but maybe it was some sort of vibe type thing, right? If you're not feeling it with the squad, if you're not feeling like you are ready to go to war, then you just have to make some changes. And if you have the belief in yourself that your talent is enough to get you a qualification again, then make the change and do it again. And that's exactly what we're going to see here, potentially out of SSG. But here we go on to this next match.
4 spots up for grabs, and we are officially live and underway. Champ Sunday. I got the hair standing up on the back of my neck. I'm so excited for today's broadcast. Noobs versus Mercenaries. Off the start, it's Soul Snipe. Up top, not grabbing the sniper. Instead, he grabs the plasma pistol combo. A BC hold as well. Mercenaries, the first to score.
I really like that route there by Soul Snipe, right? Doesn't grab that sniper, which you'd expect him to do, but he takes a route, gets the cleanup kill. He's able to stay alive as well and does a lot of damage on this hill, and that's going to be able to stop it and allow Druck to get in now and cause some more pressure.
Druck, famously using that QT, I think he's one of the best with the QT. does deplete itself, so it's not going to be able to make too much of a crazy play with it. Rotating back and forth on the map. Looks left, but decides to go right and engage on the sandbags, and he's already got Rourke down. Now working his way into A. No, he's going to bide his time a little bit, wait for some comms, and now he's going from A to C. This is the Tasmanian Devil type of position you expect from a guy like Druck, but he does fall at the nest bridge. Nice slay there for the Noobs, but it's an even nicer opening break for the Mercenaries. 30 seconds on the board, but not before the Noobs get a few points on the board, and it's pretty topsy-turvy at the moment. A finally goes in favor of the red team. Can they hold on to the trip cap? No. C will go to Mercenaries.
Yeah, Mercenaries start off with a pretty solid lead here, but that play by Druck, right? A little off on the timing. One player right behind him as he goes for the flank on the nest side. Unfortunately, he goes down because of that, but they're able to recover nicely. It's going to be suppressed with a massive double. That's going to be 2 down.
Mercenaries crack the door open. Noobs able to get 12 seconds out of it. Now they're fighting once again for A. They do secure it, so fighting the adversity, turning it into points, and cutting this lead in half.
There it is, Sab. This is a big 1v1 here on the back of B, and you're going to see he's going to play his life, but there's unfortunately a lot of noobs around that's going to make sure that he goes down very quickly, and of course, it will be them contesting B once again. This is the turning point here. B is a big cap. It's either a lead for Noobs or Mercenaries maintaining theirs.
Yeah, you called out loud the team name Noobs, and the irony in that, this is really a Mercenaries versus Mercenaries type of game, because these are all just 8 killers on the map. No noobs to be sought after, as Druck opens up the garage door, takes down one. Nice nade shot off the top, but damn, that was absolutely insane there from Strikey to stay alive. Works into the A side of the map with Noble. He stays high. Teammate goes low. The high-low works out to perfection as they clear the camo side of the map, and now Noble is on the move.
It's those clean 1 pixel frame perfect kills that you need to get while you're no shields in order to really turn the tide of a fight. And that's exactly what Noble does here. And again, a great job of staying alive on the top of tower. Suppress gonna catch him off guard, but with all that pressure, a camo is gotten by Leor.
Noobs eyeing the camo side, cleared it, took the camo, took the snipe as well. Luor has everything he could want right here to shift the tides in his team's favor as he lands the body shot on a weak soul snipe. Now working his way into B, could switch this possession here. Lands another body shot, looks at the nest bridge, sliding through goes Druck, and he slides right back to the respawn screen, goes towards the initial damage he got for the double, but suppressed with better shots, denies the triple.
That was insane. That's one way to really put out a fire right there, because let me tell you, if Suppress didn't get that kill, that could have turned into a tear. You kill someone in that moment, you really take them out of that flow state. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, bringing back the flow state word. I don't know if it's been used as I've been gone, but let me tell you, that flow state's important. You break that, and then you can have a chance to potentially fight back, but still it's Noobs inside of B.
Fortunate for the moment enough was the Noobs. Were able to regain control of that sniper, but Soul Snipe, appropriately named, has it back in his hands. The QT proc to the backside of green. Now you can play aggressive with the snipe. Now you can hold forward onto the nest bridge, advanced all the way into C. If you don't like what you see or your shield situation, you can come back to green. He loves that opening break though, and that's exactly what we see right here. Didn't quite like the situation, missed that shot, got down to 1 shot, and gets back to safety.
I really like the space he's taking here, right? This QT allows him that. It's going to run out very shortly, and you see he's still taking space, going to try and get this kill, and then comes back. Unfortunately, maybe he wasn't aware of the pressure on Nest, but regardless, taking all of that map control because the QT allows you to teleport is huge.
A double up advantage throughout this one for Mercenaries turns into 3 as they're 3x up on the opposition. Noble and the rest of Noobs not really able to do very much, just to look like you said, they're about to hit flow state and go on a tear with the snipe. Suppress shut it down, and they really haven't done anything with that snipe since.
Honestly, it's kind of interesting how, you know, this late into Halo Infinite, you start to see the ebbs and flows a lot more drastically, and that's what we're seeing here. You know, Noobs has had many moments. They've also had both camos, I believe. They've had a lot of camo control, but they haven't been able to turn that into anything. So hopefully here, with this camo, they can start to regain this lead. Down 100 points is a pretty large deficit.
Yeah, great point. Noobs have done well enough to control things like the snipe and the camo, but they just haven't found much value out of it. Instead, it's been that topsy-turvy, chaotic foot on the gas pedal for Mercenaries, and that speed and aggressiveness is coming to fruition right now before your very eyes. Druck gets one inside of A, Sab gets one on B, and this could turn into a trip cap if Suppressed wins his one at the C platform.
You know what you just said? It wins his one. The Pivs have been a big storyline here. Mercenaries have won so many 1v1 engagements. They've won so many important kills. That's really just set them apart from Noobs. Noobs have to, you know, like I said, like you said, utilize that camo, utilize the power weapons, and start to win these 1v1s. Unfortunately, it's not happening. And now because of that, Mercenaries, they're going for the throat.
Yeah, Mercenaries and Stronghold, such a momentum-based team and game mode, and both are playing in their favor right now as they've now gone up 170 to 46, maintaining that triple up and then some advantage now as they soar into the 200s. Suppressed still with 3 shots left with that snipe. Approaching on the backside. Oh, it's strikey, but he gets strike down. All 4 go down for Noobs. This is absolutely going to reach the 200-point mark for Mercenaries, and they might just do so with a trip cap.
Just Suppress. He hasn't missed a beat, right? 16 and 9 in that flow again, absolutely taking over the map. This is what I remember him doing so well back in the day, taking the power weapons, raining havoc. That's exactly what he's doing, and he's on top of the spawns already. The wait on the last shot to get the perfect 5, and there once again, it's Mercenary scoring.
Contested, descoped, but Suppressed doesn't care. Still lands 5 perfect shots, still aggressively pushing forward like he can't die, and maybe he cannot. Still taking on all challengers despite having no shields, just 1 HP. Now plays very safely, works his way back to the pillars to reshield, reposition. We are witnessing an all-out massacre right now at the hands of Suppressed. Does he land 5 more perfect shots? No, he finally gets heat checked a little bit, but not before Mercenaries extend their lead to 220 to just 52 for the Noobs. This could be all but over.
And honestly, like, it's just so great to see a player like Suppressed taking over the game. And again, you see the camo in the hands of Noobs. They've had almost every single camo this game. It has not turned into any value, and value is the name of the game when it comes to camo. It's always been like that through every single Halo. And unfortunately, look, they're not able to turn it into anything. 240 and counting. Mercenaries looking to win game 1.
Yeah, control is just the first step. Value is the ultimate benefactor, the ultimate goal, and Noobs have not gotten really any of it, and it's a little concerning to see them control so much of the sandbox and then not really do much of anything with that advantage state. Instead, it's really been all Mercenaries outside of a contested opening game where it was 30 to 60. That's really all the Noobs have done since then. They've doubled up on that 30 to get to 60, but not before the Mercenaries are just 9 seconds away from securing game 1.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen some crazy things happen in Strongholds. I just think at this point, you've got so many players that are just playing so well. Druck, obviously 11 and 16, but 11 assists, 21 and 10 out of Suppressed. You'd love to see it, and there it is. Mercenaries winning game 1.
Unbelievable. It really felt like the slaying prowess was on full display for Mercenaries. Druck and Soul Snipe, really just about an even game, but my God, Sab and Suppressed, and that's really what you... That's actually, in my eyes, Mercenaries playing like their perfect team composition a game. Like, you don't really look for Druck and Soul Snipe to be those main slayers. They're the guys that are in the mix. They're pushing forward. They're working their way back. They're hitting flanks. All the while, they're opening up lanes for Suppressed and Sab to slay out like we saw in that game 1. So I think team composition is such an important element to success in Halo. Everybody playing their 25%, but more specifically playing their role, and that's exactly what we saw from the Mercs.
I'm going to be honest with you. Really well said, right? I think a lot of players get in their head way too much. I've seen this in many, many years of Halo where you try to do more than you're supposed to do, or you try to do something that you're not supposed to do. Suppress his playground is just running around the map, doing damage and staying alive. And when he has power weapons, capitalizing them. That's Suppressed. And when he gets in that flow where he's doing max damage like that, I mean, this team will be unstoppable. It's been like that since I've watched Halo Infinite. Suppressed on any team he's on just does so well to, I don't know, be the glue and be that damage dealer.
Yeah, well, let's not forget Suppressed, #1 Slayer KD ratio throughout many of the end years of HCS competition in Halo Infinite. We're really seeing Suppressed get back to what we expect from him as that main Slayer, not only of his team, but of the entire league. Does go down there, so a nice start for the Noobs to take a 2-1 lead off the start. Strikey looking to defend the B rail. He'll trade out. You'll take that in the early goings, up by 1.
All right, so it's really important here for Noobs to kind of start off strong. And again, control that camo like you did in the last game, but make sure there's a bit of timing around your camo, right? And your power weapons. This is a good start. Leor, though, he's going to lose that once again. He's going to, they're going to lose the camo once again. Do you see what I mean? Like, you have the power in your hands. It just, I think it's the pressure out of Mercenaries, honestly, Mac.
Yeah, you know, it's 6-5, so Noobs do have a lead, but you got to really consider the eye test and that theme, the narrative of game number 1 where Noobs were able to grab all of those camos and do nothing with it. You do not want to see that continue on if you're the Noobs, as this lead could change because of it, and it does just that with an all 4 down for Noobs. Here we go. Suppress now encroaching on the C spawns. They're going to try to suffocate the spawn trap.
Yeah, it's on that 50-yard line. Suppress knows exactly where those spawns happened. A little bit of over-aggressive by Druck right there. You know him to do that, right? Maybe didn't expect the 2 on Dumpster. Suppress might even lose a power weapon for this as well. Oh, just a great job by Noobs to come off a spawn and get out of that spawn trap that you talked about. And they come out on top here, up by 1.
Yeah, great job. You got to open up the lane towards Cafe or the B rail, and they've done just that. Striking now advancing into the PD. So a fantastic push out from the C-Tram trap spawn, as Noobs have made their way all the way to the back wall of PD. Leor gets another one, and now the Noobs are back on top by 2.
Now let's see what Soul Snipe's able to do here. I love that right there, right? Still is able to stay alive, goes for a beatdown, doesn't take the beatdown back. Because of that, he still lives, able to get a couple of kills or a kill and a little bit of damage, and we're tied at 15 now. Soul Snipe, once again, that 50-yard mark, spawns forced inside a C. This seems like Mercenaries' plan.
Yeah, this is another trap that they have set up at C. Noobs did well enough to work their way out of it, but now Mercenaries have another chance to trap them and play for this next camo up in 10 seconds. 2 split on each side of C for the Noobs. Sab has identified at least 2 of those players on the right, maybe working their way back to the left, calling that to Suppress to be aware of it and ready for it, as he is. Momentary standstill. No slays have occurred yet in the feed, but there we go. The Noobs have pushed through, trading out in the cuts. As Sab works his way down long range with the sidekick. Doesn't quite have the range to take down Noble, it looks like, but he is going to work his way through. And my God, look at that. Absolutely no delay in his decision making. That is impressive from Sab, to just stick with your gut and go with it.
Yeah, that's just a big awareness of like how many are dead, how many are alive, who's spawning, where are they spawning, and Sab understood like that was the last player on that C side. He can come through that back and make sure to get that kill. But again, Noobs did Mercenaries did a really solid job of like trapping them in C, right? But taking it slower this time around. And because of that, the score still remains 20-19. Noobs still lead by 1. But again, that eye test you talked about, I don't know. I have to see a little bit more from them. And that's what I was looking for. The triple. 3 down. Mr. Soul Snipe, the last alive.
Got to make a play, and the Noobs get just that. Now they're the ones with a potential spawn trap inside of C. It's Mercenaries' turn to work their way out of the subway, grab a ticket and break through the gates, but Noble has the stalker rifle on the cooler. It's taken down to just 1 HP. A body shot would be his undoing here, and Soul Snipe, one better with the headshot, takes down the stalker, but not before the lead actually grows in that micro moment. 26-21, Noobs with a bounce back performance here in game 2.
Yeah, take a look at the top left of your screen, right? Noble's 1 and 6, obviously picking up that stalker, trying to get a couple kills back, right? He's got to kind of get into the flow a little bit more, but they're still leading by so much, even though he's 2 and 7. So that tells me that if he starts to pick it up, I mean, Mercenaries could be in trouble.
That's something I always look at, Tim. You bring up a great point. When you're up by 3 in a Slayer and you've got a player with just 2 slays into the 30s, what happens when he comes online? That could be a massive benefactor for the Noobs. And we expect Noble to get back online. For now, though, he's back at the respawn screen. Sab pushing through into the cuts, going for the trade, does not get it. It's on Suppress now to clean it up, but he's got to clean up his clip and reload. Unfortunate timing there. Suppress isn't going to get the finish, and he's not going to get the finish on the tires as well. This is a lot of damage that's not being finished up on. He does ultimately earn the assist in the slay, so a good job there, Suppressed. It was all out of sorts, but now it's Mercenaries back on top, 33-31. You thought things could have gotten out of control there, but Suppressed turns lemons into lemonade.
Yeah, I really gotta highlight what Suppress did right there, right? In a really rough situation, had to reload, but the route he took, knowing that spawn was gonna happen on the cafe side, takes that route, gets the kill, gets an assist as well. I mean, that's lemonade, you know? It's great. Great by Suppressed. We'll see if they can continue to do that. They take the lead right now, and they've got a camo, which we haven't seen, but that camo's gone.
Camo just really not been a factor at all throughout this series so far, despite it being of such prominence in games 1 and 2. 37 all. If the Noobs want to get back in this series, they have to find a way to secure the win here, but Suppressed has second thoughts. Second route up into the tires. He ultimately earns a trade out, so with his death, he still keeps the score tied.
That'll be a big momentum swing if they're able to get this win, like you said. It'd be just big for the confidence. We'll see if they're able to do so, but unfortunately, Rorsch ends up going down a little bit unaware, and of course, Noble, take a look at him. He's still having a little bit of a rough game. 7 assists to his name, but we'll see if he can pick it up, and I believe he'll end up getting that kill. 41-40. If Noble can step up here, it'll be huge. Look at the damage he's doing now. 43-40. They're leading by 3.
Now, that was a great play there by Noble and Lore, both going down to 1 HP, staying alive, and turning it into a +3 net advantage. We're into the 40s. The end game is right there before us. Noble and the rest of Noobs are not going to wait for the Mercenaries to push out of their C tram spawn. They're going to just take the fight to him. Drunk opens up with the slay, and his teammates follow through with 3 of their own. We're tied, 43 all.
It's one tiny mistake like that, right? We saw Mercenaries do it. You can't push that tram spawn too fast. A lot of teams are kind of set up. They're set up to trap you to push in, but unfortunately, doesn't work for them. Still tied though, 43-43. Another kill by Suppressed. Pulls out the Stalker. Look at the confidence in him. He knows he has a trap on the other side. The assists come in as well. Oh my word, 46-44. Mercenaries take the lead.
The endgame execution just too strong for the Mercenaries as they take a 3-point lead. Need just 3 more to secure a 2-0 series lead. Sab working his way down the middle of the map. Camo 15 seconds away from being a factor. Might just wait for that to come up. Yeah, Soul Snipe is eyeing it. So this is one of those situations. It's almost like an exact opposite. Noobs took the fight to the Mercenaries inside of C. Mercenaries play their timing just a little bit better, and that's what results in that decision-making. 2 for Suppress, just 1 more needed for the win, and all the while Sab picks up that camo, and Mercenaries take the dub. The endgame execution, A+ for Mercenaries, C-, maybe even a D for the Noobs. That just did not have the same level of performance as we saw throughout that game. Just really a stark difference in the end game between those 2 teams.
Yeah, and I've got, I like to focus on my singular players. I know it's a team game, okay, but Suppressed, my goodness gracious, this guy, like, especially at the very end of that game, just a beautiful game by him once again. I love the assist on a Soul Snipe, though, a 6.7 for him. Regardless, just great overall pressure, and their timing is phenomenal, right? The way they take these fights. Suppressed in a bad situation has the trust. I mean, these 3 and even Sab have been together for so long. You just know what your boy is doing. You know he's going to be on your left. You know he's got your back, and that's exactly what happened many times here for Mercenaries.
A little bit of a, not so much a picture-in-picture, but a game-in-game. We've got observers across the internet galaxy as FaZe take on Best of Friends. This is game number 1. FaZe up 4-2 here on Aqua CTF. Legend pushing through on the table. Shaky shots, but Haynes ultimately nets a trade out. Bound takes down 1. Nice elbow there. He has a stark steal advantage. Turns it into 2 and have the numbers advantage to push through. 2 minutes left on the clock, so this is going to be interesting how FaZe want to play this. They don't have to necessarily go balls to the wall for the 5th score. They could really play a mix of defense and offense and still find the winning game 1.
Honestly, I've been gone for a while, Mac, okay? It's really good to see the boys back, okay? You can't escape for long, all right? It's good to see the talent back in Halo once again. And Bound and Renegade, Legend, I mean, I love to see the guys playing together. But here we go, back to the main broadcast here. Mercenaries up 2-0 in the series so far. And with 1 more victory, they will find themselves in the next round. Mercenaries
go 4 down off the start. So this is exactly what you wanted to see for the Noobs. We've been talking all game about controlling the sandbox and then ultimately finding value out of it. If Noobs want to get back in this fight, they would be hard-pressed here to find some value out of the sniper. Press goes down to one shot. He'll get taken out by the nades. Noble does ultimately drop that snipe, so the theme continues, Tim. More sandbox control for the Noobs, but we see the sniper back in the hands of guys like Druck.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's just unfortunate. You know what it is? It's just like a slight missed shot here or there, and you just can't get your rhythm going. And Noble, he seemed to find his 3-1. Druck, though, uses the last couple of bullets in the snipe. Oh, my goodness, I thought he was going to do it. But Sab pulls out the first flag, and now some pressure being mounted for Noobs.
That's tough because, you know, going back to the eye test, it felt like the momentum and the slays were swinging in favor of Noobs, but it's actually the Mercenaries who have the first flag out. You know, it doesn't really look like they're in too good of a position to do much with it, as yes, it does reset, but still, just to see the Mercenaries pull first is interesting to note. But now the Noobs have the team wipe. They should assuredly score right here. It would take a catastrophic fumble and misplay if Strikey weren't able to put this one in.
Yeah, I was a little worried there. I didn't know if they got like the cave spawns quick. I don't know what the first spawner was when the first spawner was coming up, but it looks like that is going in. 1-0 Noobs lead. That is a good way to start, Mac. If I'm Noobs, I am loving this start, and I carry this on. Now you keep going here. You continue to carry it on. 7-2 out of Noble. He's turning it around. That's going to get your team riled up. Okay, Noble's not, you know, playing like crap anymore. We can step it up too.
Yeah,
it all comes together. Yeah,
Noble, you have a great point bringing him up. He completely flipped where he was in last game number 2 on the streets. He was 2-7 at one point. So 7-2 to start things off here as the Noobs have a 1-0 lead. It's been an impressive beginning and middle game performance for the Noobs. It's really been the end game execution that has not been there. So it's this general progression throughout not only a series, but even from game to within game to get better as the game goes on. That's what I'm going to be looking here for from the Noobs.
It's very important. That's a really good point. I think that's where they've suffered the most. We'll see if they can close it out here or continue this first flag cap. Leor, a great job staying alive once again. He's going to end up falling. That'll be 2 down for Noobs, and you see Sab taking that center of the map, right? Getting away from his side of the base, wants to take control. Snipes coming up once again. Who will have it? It looks like there is a Noobs player who does have those rockets potentially, but the sniper is coming.
Not a rocket took down Sab there, but it was a grenade toss instead. Nice frag placement there from the Noobs, but not nice enough to maintain numbers advantage. This would be for the white. Druck gets it, now looking to stagger through on the spawns, but he will fall. All the while, though, the distraction enough to allow Soul Snipe to gain possession of the snipe. Eyeing, the no-scope! Oh my God, top of the cranium through the dome.
Oh, we gotta talk about how difficult that shot is. Looking straight down at someone with the sniper on a controller. Yeah, try it. It's not easy, especially in a competitive game like this. But Soul Snipe does not miss. My man is pulling this flag in on his own without even touching it. Soul Snipe on the top with the snipe.
Oh my God, Soul Snipe put on an absolute clinic there. And what do you know, Tim? It goes back to that conversation around finding value out of things like the snipe. Here we see it for the Mercenaries, and it allows them to tie this game up at 1. Gotta see better sniper play. Not so much sniper control for the Noobs, but they've got to start making some plays like what we just saw from Soul Snipe. Otherwise, they're going to get swept.
Yeah, and the problem is Mercenaries has always been a momentum-based team. So they're going to take that, and they're going to go 3 down. Never mind. 1-1, the flag is dead for now, but Rorsch, we'll see what he's able to do. Takes the 50% portion of the map and pressuring the spawns of Mercenaries.
Soul Snipe putting in work with the snipe, now doing it with the default. Bandit in his hands, encroaching on the space of Noob spawn. That's a massive slay. It opens up another opportunity for them to score and regain the lead.
Great job by Druck as well, providing pressure on a very exposed area on the top of rockets, but still so much damage is able to be done there. And this looks like it is going in. 2 down for the side of Noobs. It's just what they do after this cap, and you can see that pressure is still mounting. I really love this by Mercenaries, making sure to not so much stay in the back of their base, but making sure to take that space forward. Strikey, though, ends up getting the first kill onto Soul Snipe, so it's up to Sab to trade things out, and he does.
Nice double there. Druck with 5 perfect shots. I mean, when you swap POVs like that and you say, nice shots from Sab, nice shots now from his teammate Druck, it's just all coming together for the Mercenaries at the time where they need it most. The opportunity to not only close out this series, but stamp their ticket to Los Angeles in November.
So again, a great control of the power weapons here by Mercenaries. 3 down for Noobs. The flag gets pulled out. Spawns are going to happen on the cave side or the back of base, and you're going to see Soul Snipe ready for it regardless. Like, how do you get out of this? You really don't. This is going to be a 3-1 lead here for Mercenaries once again, and that momentum is being carried on, and the spawners are not safe either. Look at Soul Snipe go.
They're going for the double cap, and they have the numbers. All 4 up for Mercenaries, 2 down for the Noobs. Double caps are extremely difficult to do at this high level of Halo. This might just spell the undoing of Noobs if they're not able to prevent it from getting to 4-1. That is a big lead to make up. Now, you could go cap for cap every 2 minutes and tie the game up at 4, but not what you want to see, especially with Roach getting quick scoped or no scope. Back to the respawn screen and back-to-back caps for the Mercenaries. 4-1.
Yeah, just a great job. They didn't, they didn't all go back with flag. Like, that's the thing. The space, again, I'm saying the word space many times. Space is so important, especially on Kali. Like, you have to make sure to try and keep that 50% portion, keep the pressure up, and if you're able to get 1 or 2 slays as you're getting that flag in, so the respawners, I mean, that's going to be huge for you. You're going to be able to transfer that into multiple flag caps in a row, and that's what we saw here. But it looks like Noobs are mounting a bit of pressure, and they finally got a power weapon. The question for me is, how will they utilize this?
2 shots left, so you need 2 headshots. There's 1 on a Soul Snipe. Great job by Strikey, but he still needs to land a tough contested shot on a Sab, but he will not be able to. And I think you're right, Tim. That was really what was most impressive there from the Mercenaries, was the decision-making to not fall back. Sure, if you need to have all 4 players fall back to make sure you can secure the flag, but recognizing that you can maintain positioning on the front foot of the map, that's how they turned 1 into 2 there and have a massive advantage here as we approach the end game. 4-1.
Very close there by Sab. Almost hits that shot, and again, it's 2-0 in the series. I mean, obviously, if you're Noobs, this is going to be a really tough comeback. It's possible. It's just going to take a lot. There's not a lot of time left. 4 minutes and 24 seconds, and you can see the slays coming out. Soul Snipe's going to get another kill here. This flag is secured, it looks like.
You can tell just by his body language, he is on the hunt. Double kill, killing spree, series secured. So too is their trip to Los Angeles. Mercenaries, the first team in the LCQ to qualify for the Pro League.
Wow, congratulations to them. Well earned. I mean, these guys have been together for so long, a variation of them, obviously, for so many years, and it's just great to see them still thriving. It just comes down to the chemistry. Like, I talk about chemistry all the time. You know, chemistry is so important on a team. You want to build that chemistry with players that you feel comfortable with, and we see that with Shopify Rebellion, and we see that with those gentlemen as well. So, well, congratulations to them once again. And there it is. It's gonna be FaZe as well, winning game number 2. And they're going to be up 2-0 in their series as well. So once again, though, got to give the flowers to Mercenaries. Really, really well done there. A nice 3-0 sweep.
15.0 KDA for Soul Snipe. Not a single player for the Noobs had 15 slays in total. My God.
Wow.
Soul Snipe with one hell of a game, and specifically the performance with the snipe. That was really what leapfrogged them into a closely contested Kali CTF into just an all-out trouncing. It was Soul Snipe with a no scope to the top of the head. Rarely see that in Halo, like you said, on controller especially. So difficult to pull off. And then he lands the quick scope in the cave to just roll that snowball down the hill. It never stopped as Mercenaries make their way to the winter final. And again, most importantly, the Pro League. They have qualified for now. They've got their spot secured. How high can they climb the seed ladder, though? That's going to be the key here. The #1 team this weekend, the team to win it all, will take the 5th seed in Pro League.
Yeah, seeds are very, very important, obviously, when it comes to the grand scheme of things. So hopefully they can continue on here. Of course, you see the lower side. It's going to be FaZe, the gentleman coming back. It's new to me, so I think it's kind of cool seeing them come back to Halo, but I absolutely love what I see there. And you see, of course, Defy the Odds, Clutch Academy. Great to see Clutch Academy still involved. Legion Gaming as well, and Luminon at the bottom side of things, and Majin as well, and Max Passion. Any teams here in the lower side, Mac, that you're really excited about? I know obviously FaZe is a great one, but any others that really kind of shine to you?
Well, there's only 2 spots that can be secured here in this lower bracket portion, and I see FaZe as a viable team. I see Majin as a viable team, Legion Gaming as a viable team, and honestly, there's others. So you really have maybe 4 teams, 5 teams that could find their way into that top 2 from the lower bracket, and only 2 teams are going to get those spots. So it is going to be an all-out brawl to qualify for the Pro League. And going back to that conversation around seeds, you really want to find your way to the Grand Finals, Tim, because with the Grand Finals appearance, you'll take either the 5th or 6th seed, which allows you the cushion to get warmed up in Los Angeles on land at the Shopify HQ, right? Like if you get 7, 8 seed, you're going up against Shopify in round number 1. You're going up against that precision-led squad with the likes of Trippy and friends. That's going to be a really tough way to start your weekend on land. So if I'm competing this weekend, I'm just saying, boys, I'd love to win it, but if we can just get to the Grand Finals and secure a 5th or 6th seed, we're going to be in a great spot.
Well, you hear me talk about vibes often, Mac. The best of friends. You can't have better vibes than that, right? 2 down for them right now, but we'll see how they're able to do in this game against FaZe. Down 0-2 in the series. It's obviously looking grim for them, but they do start off with the camo here. Envor has that camo punched in. Yeah,
this is a pretty filthy squad here on Best of Friends side. I mean, we've seen all 4 of these players routinely make it out of pool play from the open bracket, maybe a couple top 8 finishes. At the very least, we know that their floor is top 12. I think of a guy like Ezzo with still just an undefined ceiling to his game. So this isn't going to be as easy as maybe what the series score looks like for FaZe. They still got a little bit of work left to do, and an oddball no less in game 3. So they got to find 2 rounds back to back, or at least out of 3, as Renegade works his way up the B stairs towards the B rail, looking right, spots nobody now, pushing to his left, has a 1v1 in the tires, but gets traded out. Nice sticky there from Breaking Shot. Keeps things close.
Yeah, I really like that trade out, right? You're going to lose that fight no matter what. No one's in position to get that kill, so getting that sticky is actually huge. It takes Renegade off the map for a minute. He's going to come off a spawn and go right back at it, and actually it ends up giving him a really solid position behind the enemy team. But regardless, just a great job getting that trade out. 3 down, though. Renegade, great job once again with the aggression, pushing forward, and this is what he does, right? 1v1s are his game. 1v2s are his game, I would say, as well.
Yeah, he can definitely take on all challengers, and this is a conversation I had with HunterJJX yesterday, and I thought it was a really good point. You know, a lot of people might be surprised to see 3 out of 4 Halo MVPs and even world champs in the lower bracket, but it's really not so much surprising as they go 4 down, in the sense that they're kicking some rust off the tires, right? Like Legend dove into Call of Duty, Renegade dove even deeper into Call of Duty, and while there are a lot of similarities between COD and Halo, there's a different pacing, a different TTK, just a different flow of how you got to play with your teammates and around things like the objective. So this lower bracket is really a great opportunity for Renegade and Legend in particular to get more reps in and try to find their way back to the top of the mountain.
Yeah, honestly, I really like that they kind of branched out too, though. I feel like you learn some things there as well. Like you said, it's very different games, but I'm sure there's a lot that was learned, and you kind of take a vacation, come back even stronger kind of thing, right? And I'm really happy to see that, and I can't wait to see what they do. I'm sure they'll tear that rust off like you mentioned, and it looks like it's already happening here. Camo in the hands of Renegade, and ball time there for FaZe.
Yeah, nice 30-second advantage off the start for Best of Friends, but FaZe are putting something together here where they might just regain control of the map and the lead. Renegade approaching a killing spree here. If he can land one more shot on a Breaking Shot, he'll settle for the assist, and 7 kills, 8 assists, just 4 deaths. So Renegade really playing perfect version of Halo here, and needs just one more for the spree.
Yeah, it's just so good. Like, look at that entire engagement, right? Doing that entire engagement and also listening to the communication to help his player out, his teammate out on C. I think that's one of the biggest things about Halo. The multitasking you need to do in Halo at a high level is insane. Like, you've got to control the pace. You've got to make sure to be in a perfect position, all the while power-ups, power weapons. It calms everything. It's absolutely insane, and it still amazes me that these guys are able to do it at such a high level.
Wow. Haynes has maybe a pixel of Legend to take opportunity for, and he does land enough shots to open up the lane for C and Best of Friends to potentially set up. But look how quickly FaZe are able to push right back through a spot on the map that they had just previously lost. That type of ground control is extremely impressive, and why they're now double up on the lead after the first 30 went to Best of Friends.
Renegade aggressive once again. You see there's 2 down, right? He's going to push that player that's isolated. This is going to be an easy 1v1 for him, or at least he thinks. A little bit tougher than he wanted, but still gets the kill. And this is what you do. You consistently stagger the spawns. What are they going to do when they're down in numbers all the time? Breaking shot's going to come up. One more is about to come up. It's on 4. Now you got to, once again, a 2v3. This is what FaZe does so well, and this team composition does so well. It's aggression on numbers.
Yeah, and we talk about shaking the rust off. You could make a case for Bound as well. Now, he did win the 2v2 FaZe doubles in Dallas tournament on land with Stellar just a few months ago. But as far as 4v4 is concerned, Bound has kind of been like 1 foot in, 1 foot out. Hasn't really been as committed as he typically is to 4v4. But now that he's committed to a chance at $128,000 prize pool, I think Bound is also back and working off some of that rust. And this lower bracket is just an absolute gauntlet to go through when you got FaZe in the mix. And here's Bound shaking off the rust, shaking off some opponents as well. Had the triple-eyed in his sight, but his rival, now turned teammate, Renegade, picks it up instead.
Yeah, it's good to see these two together. Obviously, they were just absolutely insane in Halo 5. 2v2 teammates, unstoppable. They separated for a while, got their own championships, separately, and they've come together once again. And Bound still just absolutely destroying with that camo, with that timing. Gonna get another kill here as well. That'll be round number 1. Now we go to round number 2. Is there any way for Best of Friends to come back from this? I mean, if I'm on that side, I'm honestly, this is why I'm here with you, Mac. But I would probably be like, okay, it's chalk. Let's go somewhere else. Let's go out for lunch.
It's just gonna cut out early. But hey, it is 5 minutes away from noon Central Standard Time. Some Jersey Mikes does sound kind of nice. Renegade. Oh, some nice shots onto Ezo. Thought he was pushing in through to the seaside from red, but gets struck down by Renegade. Looking across map, throws an errant grenade out in the middle of 2 opponents. So Breaking Shot's going to take advantage of that. Take the oddball to his name. And again, the opening break goes to Best of Friends. Can they roll on this, though? Can they find a staggered 2-3 down and trap those C spawns? I think that's going to be a big key for them here. And there we go. There's those 3 down, 4 down with the stagger. So here we go. Best of Friends with an opportunity to roll on the momentum, which they weren't quite able to do in round 1.
Yeah, no, I obviously joke about quitting early, but, it really takes, like, a team, like, even these players that have been around for such a long time, that mental to be able to continue to push forward, even though you're facing a 0-2 and you're facing, down a round in an oddball game. I think, like, really, you can build momentum here if you're able to take 1 round, then a next, it's possible, but it's going to be very difficult, and it's all about that mental. So we'll see what they're able to do. Breaking Shot ends up going down. That's going to be 2 dead. Ezo, little 1v1 here, once again, playing really well inside the cafe, and he's going to get Renegade. Big kill, 3 down for FaZe.
Yeah, Renegade, such a tough kill there, calling for help, getting it, using the pillars inside a cafe to stay safe enough to maintain his life a little longer than he should have. But now Ezo has an even tougher challenge to defend that spot on the map in the cafe. Grenades going left and right over his shoulder. Now he's taking a page out of Renegade's book to use that pillar and a little jiggle peek to stay alive, but he eventually goes down. And now the push coming through the hologram as Legend works his way into the back of PD. Recognizing it are Best of Friends as they're cooking up a little bit of a rotation, but not enough time and space to clear the middle of the map. I still like the idea, though.
Yeah, I got to clear that center. But again, it's going to be, Legend just coming up, getting another kill. Now you see that stagger, but it is a 2v2 for a moment. We'll see what Legend's able to do or where he's going to bring this ball. I would assume a rotation towards the purple side maybe, because that camo is coming up, but there's no team help there except for the 1 player on cafe. So decides to take the safe route. Camo's going to be an important play here, especially for Best of Friends. The Shroud goes down. I think that camo's going to get picked up. Legend decides to go for a kill instead.
4 down for Best of Friends, and now this is just looking like exactly like round number 1, where Best of Friends take the early advantage, but FaZe are kind of playing with their food a little bit, and that they will be the ones to ultimately regain control after that 30-second checkpoint. An opportunity, though, to take down Bound, which would be a 3 total, but Bound, all he could see was the head of Breaking Shot, and he stole it.
Oh my gosh, it is crazy. Bound shooting like that, and then you got Renegade 22 and 11. Like, I heard this guy was leading his team in Call of Duty as well. This guy's he's insane. Like, Renegade's nuts. It's great to see him continue to have his flow in Halo as well. Encore though, we get a kill there. has to stay alive as long as possible, but not going to be very easy when Breaking Shot ends up falling in the Cafe side. Like you said, it's going to be consistent points here for FaZe, and they'll look for another round and the series win as well if they're able to get this.
Bound looks right, now reverts his attention back to the initial damage he had towards the left. Turns 2 for the double kill, but 3 go down for FaZe. Legend, the last player alive there on the C door. Gotta watch out for that frag toss. Surprised it didn't at the very least take down more of his shields. Because of that, he's gonna get back up to full shields a little bit faster, take space on the map on the high side, and regroup with his buddies here on the driveway.
Yeah, I like this push. Unfortunately, Bound does go down kind of early. Legend was assuming to help him here, and there is a player all the way out. I don't know who that was. I believe it was Stellar. Very aggressive there. The 2v1 against the ball player. Like you said, maybe playing with their food a little bit, potentially, you know, and this is what kind of bites you in the butt. If you give too many opportunities to best of friends, they'll take that first round. They can turn it into more. So we'll see if FaZe can step up here. Sometimes all it takes is like, hey, all right, time to lock in, guys. And, you know, things start to happen.
Yeah, this is where best of friends kind of petered off a little bit in round number 1. And just as I say that, 3 go down. So despite the 62-49 advantage, this could fall back in favor of FaZe in just a matter of moments. Yeah. And you're right. I do think, Tim, when you've got 4 MVPs, 3 MVPs, 4 world champions on the same squad, it really does just take that nod across the Discord to say, all right, guys, let's lock the F in and quit playing with our food.
Yeah, we got to respect the guys, right? Like you said, four champs like these guys have been there, done that. We got to give them the respect they deserve. And sometimes it's just about, you know, leaning forward. Like in my day, gosh, my back is terrible because of that. You know, the elbows on the knees kind of thing. But that's all it takes sometimes. And if you're the other team, that's how upsets happen, right? You take advantage of that. You'd make something of that. But it's going to be tough for best of friends. I like to still give them, you know, the chance because, you know, we're in a tournament here. It's a lot at stake, right? So we'll see if they can pull it off, but it's going to be tough.
A lot at stake. 128,000 reasons to play at your best and advance and just survive and move on. Top 4 teams here this weekend will qualify. We've already seen Mercenaries claim one of those spots, so now 4 spots turn to just 3, and there's still plenty of teams left in this competition, so the intensity, the stakes are only going to heat up. 93 and rolling here for FaZe. One final opportunity for best of friends to push on through PD. They do get an opening frag strike from Haynes with the grenade. Breaking Shot cleans up with the headshot, trying to turn 2, gets the assist, so hold on, best of friends. Still with a little bit of life, and a team wipe is exactly what the doctor ordered.
Yeah, 3 down. Where the spawn's going to happen, though, that's what they got to kind of worry about. I'm assuming on C, but look where Bound goes, directly up the middle, like no care whatsoever. He's going to go down to Ezzo. It's 85 and counting here. Best of friends is going to look to extend this potentially. One last break here for FaZe.
Here comes Renegade. Virtually tied, 95-92. One final opportunity. Geometrical. Bounce grade. Bounce grenade. Oh my God, bounce pass grenade. I can hardly collect my words because that play from Renegade was sick and it was for the game. Call series Renegade. Welcome back.
Oh my gosh, it is. Listen, that is a generational talent, ladies and gentlemen. Respect that man. Salute to him. I'm telling you, that is like, look at this. That is how you end the game. You know exactly where someone is. You get a little bit of info, maybe noise, maybe something like that. Comes in, cleans up the triple. Perfect push by FaZe. End the series, move on to the next round.
That's like playing paper football in class, all right? Like, you got to get it right to the edge. You got like a centimeter to spare. Those 2 frag tosses bounced just over the lip of A Tower and found their mark. And I believe not only did he get the slay, but opened up some more damage on the eventual triple kill for him. So not only was he able to get that first one with the grenade, I mean, that was really the triple was all in the grenades there. So grenade, melee, gunplay, those are the 3 pillars of combat that Halo brought to not only the Xbox back in 2001, but really all of FPS.
Yeah, oh man, the 2001 day. Halo 1, greatest Halo. Halo 2, greatest Halo of all time. But Halo 1 was great because it started Halo. I want to talk about that nade real quick. That is 100% practice, right? That is a precision, like, that is beautiful. It exploded past the rail as well. Like, you practice that. And again, maybe if he didn't practice that, I'm gonna be upset because that's insane. But again, it opens up everything. That first kill is all you need. That's it. Bam, bam, done. And now we move on to SSG versus Vitality.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, one more opportunity is before us to qualify for the LVT Shopify Pro League. Up next, it's SSG versus Vitality. Here we go. No rest for the weary. Nothing but wickedness here on Champ Sunday. The stakes could not be higher. $128,000 on the line to qualify for the LVT Halo Pro League. 7 weeks of an online gauntlet with $4,000 on the line each and every single series. That's sick. And then $100,000 on the line in Los Angeles on that weekend of November 14th. Thank you guys so much for joining us here. Mikowski on the mic alongside Active, who's back in the mix. And Active, we got ourselves maybe the series of the day, at least so far, SSG versus Vitality.
It's good to be back, and I just want to give a shout out to the community. It's good to be back and welcomed with open arms. I really love you guys. I love casting Halo, so it's good to be here, and it's good to cast some very competitive Halo to start off. It's like I never left, and it's like Acid never left because he's got the snipe and the camo in his hands once again. The Slayer, what can he do? Can he open up the map? It's going to be SSG taking B.
I mean, you look at SSG, and you don't really have to talk about how phenomenal that squad could perform. On the other side, you've got Vitality, which is Descended and Yaxon. That's that top 3 duo from the Halo World Championship just about 8 months ago. So pretty recent success on land for them. And then you've got Unlegit, formerly known as Eco, and I guess formerly before that even known as Unlegit, is what he first started with. And then you've got Acid, who in my eyes is MX's top performer, and he might be the most improved player from year to year. Acid is absolutely insane. So this Vitality roster, do not sleep on them.
Yeah, it's so important to and you know Acid does this because of the improvement that you talk about. I haven't seen recent improvement, but I do remember very clearly his improvement over the past couple of years. It just takes that perfect practice, right? You got to sit there and make sure that when you're playing the game, you're not just playing with your mind off. You're playing to improve and to break bad habits, etc. And you know, Acid has done that. But now we move on to Penguin. Mr. Penguin with the snipe in his hands. Gonna miss that shot, but does get C. So the value's there. Let's see what route he takes, though. Unfortunately, it's a route into an enemy player. Yaxon takes him out.
Yaxon also back in the mix. Saw that free agent tweet just a couple days ago, and what a team to get picked up on. Great opportunity to qualify. And this is the series to do it. You do drop in the lower bracket. You do have another opportunity, but man, with with what we're seeing in the lower bracket with FaZe lurking in the mix, I'd rather just stamp my ticket right here and there, as Vitality do take a 10+ second lead in this early strongholds here on Livefire. Yaxon bait and switch opportunity, and it's executed to perfection. You see all 4 still up for Vitality, 3 down for SSG, and all the while Acid picks up a free camo because of that bait and switch execution.
Yeah, really good bait and switch there. And again, the spawns come out. That's going to be a player first spawner to go down. And Lucid goes down as well. It is a 2v2, though. I want to see how Acid plays this camo. Has to try and keep it, but gets spotted out. These camo eyes have just gotten better over the years, Mac. I don't know how these players see these camos, but my goodness, they can see them. Acid still plays his life, though. Very important kill here. Not able to get it. Collect stays alive. That is disciplined Collect. I love to see it.
Also very disciplined here from Acid to maintain his life and strike at the perfect moment. All he needed was a melee on to Collect. It was one shot as the killing spree. Now has the snipe in his hands. Lines up two difficult no-scopes onto Lucid. And Lucid, another MVP back in the mix. Welcome back. Let's see what you can do with the snipe.
Okay. Lucid playing a lot. I watched a lot of his marathon stuff. He's been playing a lot of marathon, but now he's back, and apparently he learned a couple things over there, or maybe he just carried them over here and then back over here. I don't know, but still a boss with the snipe. Gonna push up the triple cap, potentially being locked in here for SSG. Lucid decides to take space instead. The spawners come up onto C, has to hit the shot, the body, the head. Acid goes down.
Yeah, Lucid's content focus has primarily been focused around 1v3 to load into ranked by himself against teams of 3 and still find his way into the upper echelon of rank in whatever game he decides to play. So Lucid, despite focusing on content for the last year or so, has made sure to tilt that content towards just unfathomable skill.
I love it. I love to see it. A lot of these players are like I always say, like generational talent, right? You know, if you're a top player in Halo, I truly think you can do anything. I don't know. Maybe I'm biased, but I feel like Halo players are built different, and we're seeing that in Lucid and the rest of this SSG roster. If they can maintain some sort of control here, maybe they take the lead, but Vitality are making that difficult. They do go 3 down, though. Acid, the last player alive. Lucid gonna play slow and allow the spawns to happen onto A, and he'll get some damage, and he'll play his life as well. I love this. Camel's coming up.
A highly contested start to this series as we're virtually tied here on the strongholds. Lucid working his way from the cuts down to the scoreboard, Descendant in a 1v1. Perpendicular grenade isn't going to do too much damage. My God, how quickly can you possibly turn on an opponent there? Takes down Yaxid, works his process towards the camo, doesn't want to engage so he can grab it freely, and I don't think he was able to burn it. No, he did not. Descendant picks it up instead, and now we see what he can do with it.
I like that he backtracks back to C here just to like maintain this control to make sure they don't get triple cap. One mistake, and this turns into a triple cap here for SSG. They create space towards B, going for that. Look at Lucid on the split here. Beautiful nade, by the way. But Descendant's still not spotted out. Oh, the jump doesn't work out. The clamber doesn't work. Penguin ends up falling. Descendant, though, gonna try and get towards C, but can't make the jump, and he can't make anything happen right now. Still alive, though.
Yeah, a lot of pressure on him. I think he heard footsteps behind him and might have caused an errant jump and timing there, but he's no worse for the wear. Still takes down Falcated with the use of the fist. Decent value out of that camo as he now protects the top side of the snipe tower, but it's the snipe in the hands of Penguin instead. Rips him through the lungs, and Penguin now with a chance to turn 2, does so on a Yaxin, but he drops the snipe shortly after. 116 to 135. It is as back and forth of a strongholds as you could want.
Yeah, and Vitality got a lot of points there with that triple cap for what was it, like 10 seconds, so it's solid of them, even though Penguin was able to get that double before he died. Ass is going to take that snipe once again. The triple cap locked in. It's going to be SSG that do take C here in a moment if they can get that kill on the C side. But Acid trying to find that player. It's, I believe it's Yaxin potentially, but he has to hit these shots. These snipes are very important, and Lucid takes him out and takes the snipe for himself.
Could clean up on Descendant here. He looks weak, doesn't need to hit the snipe, but he does go down shortly after. 3 go down for Vitality, just 2 for SSG, so here's their chance to flip the score in their favor as they do just that. AC in their control, but ultimately Eco and the rest of Vitality are able to take down 3. Eco does fall inside of B, but Collect still has 1 more player at the very least to take down. He's got some help though. Oh, but Descendant, great plays. Acid with a great play. Make sure to retain favor of B, and B is such an important cap on the map to control. Yes. It's really that, it's that fulcrum. It's that in between A and C, and I think if you're going to hold any of these 3, B is the one. So a huge win there for Acid to maintain a crucial cap point.
Yeah, I love that, right? They get B, and then he reroutes towards the camo side. The only time B is not that important is when camo's coming up, but even then, teams choose to go for B or stay on B and still have presence on B. But I love what Acid did there, the multifaceted approach. Falcated, though, going to answer back. There's still a snipe down on the camo side, I believe. But again, Vitality have been in the driver's seat this entire time. They have continuously scored points. The QT is coming up on the back of B. And SSG need to find a break here on that B side. Like you said, it's very important. So SSG, they need to throw some numbers that way.
What was back and forth all throughout game number 1 has now turned into a double up advantage for Vitality. Penguin has to stay alive. He's got to watch his back. That player's still above him. I thought maybe he worked his way down the stairs, but Penguin is able to sneak control of C, still trying to spot that player behind him. I think it was Descendant who ultimately goes down on the C platform. DC now in SSG's favor. They've got to hold on for quite a while to bring this one back. Lucid with a double kill. Could turn a triple kill into a trip cap.
Lucid, big fight here. 1v1. Descendant, very schmoovy. He still gets the kill, though. The killing spree's there. They're going to clean him up, but that's still time they have to spend inside of A, right? The double cap comes out for SSG, and look how quickly things turn. Jackson ends up losing a fight as well, so that'll be A once again for SSG. The question now is, do they get Sniper, and can they stop Vitality from capping B?
I love the decision here from Penguin not to set foot inside of A. He already had a teammate doing that, so to retain control of the trip cap, Penguin proactively works his way to B and turns it into 3. 2 kills, 1 assist, all 4 down for Vitality, and SSG are surging at the moment they need it most.
How the turntables, Mr. Matt. This is insane. Triple cap, SSG looked behind. They were behind the entire time. All of a sudden, someone turned the lights on. They can see clearly. The triple cap is still in. Collect. Great ears out of him. Gets another kill there onto Descendant. Do not peek your face. This man is in a flow state. Once again, it's going to be Vitality going for B.
SSG are back on top. SSG are back up on top after going down by more than 100 seconds. They secure control in the end game, but it looks like Vitality have a little bit of a surge. Falcon trying to shut it down, but no, staying alive with 1 HP is Acid. He's the last hope, but he falls too. SSG might have just stole it.
Yeah, this is huge here. Collect was going for that route anyway, but he's got the sniper to utilize. 2 shots in the chamber. The QT as well. He'll be able to create some space. It is Vitality, though, that do pick up that camo. And it's going to be Eco with the camo in his hands, a.k.a. unlegit. 247 and counting.
Gotta get in.
This is it.
Oh, they get in with just 1 second to spare. Eco finds the slay. 2 down for SSG, just 1 for Vitality. They have to maintain their life force here if they want to come back. Down by 20 seconds, 249 to 235, but Vitality are scoring.
Great job. The damage comes out from Eco onto B. He ends up staying alive as well. He's still got that camo to work with. 243 and counting back. They could potentially come back here. Vitality might do this.
A.
There it is.
Ooh, a crucial capture point. Oh, but Eco actually says, you know what? We'll give you A. We'll take B instead. And he has the camo, so they're not sure exactly where he is. He steals it. He stops the clock, and Vitality come back to win it by just 1 single second. Wow.
No way. That is insane. And it was all the play by Eco with that camo. That was it. That was the massive play. Stays alive. I love this play by Penguin as well. This was huge. This kind of set the precedent before to allow SSG to come back in the game, right? And they do so. They'll bring it back. They'll get that triple cap locked in. They'll create the pressure. Even here, they get the 3 down once again. But then it's Eco with this camo. The damage he's able to do. 2 shots into that player. Gets the kill onto Falcated. Stays alive. He's going to peek towards the B side, right? They're going to get this clock stop. Then they're going to put damage into B. Look what he does here. 1, 2, 3, back up. 1 shot is all he takes, and he stays alive the entire time. This camo was the reason they won this game and the reason they came back. Huge play by Eco.
Talk about finding max value with the camo. Eco was just an absolute turret on the map. I love this decision here. You would be thinking push A, that's the contested point right now, but realizing he still has 10 seconds left of the camo, knows that he can take it before they can take a single shot on him, and he obscures his visibility by crouching into that little lip over the top of B. And my God, I mean, Eco was -7, I think -8 that game, and the casuals would say, yeah, Eco's washed. He didn't have a great game. I do not care. It comes down to making the play that matters most. And when you have the decision making, guys, it does not always come down to filthy shots and montage moments. As much as I love the montage clips, It doesn't matter in this high level of Halo. It comes down to who makes the right decision when it's so difficult to do so. And Eco did just that to seal it 250 to 249. What an absolute sick way to start the series.
In so many years of casting, I've heard so many people like down talk the IGLs, I guess, of the roster. They're not really IGLs. There's no IGLs in Halo, really. But, you know, the players that make the play calls or make the plays, and, you know, you're always looking at the KDA. That is an example right there, like you just said, Mac, of a player who you should never look at his KDA. He will have games where he pops off,
right,
but he will have games where he does all the dirty work, okay? He does the dirty laundry. All you see is it folded, you know, in your room the next day. That's what happens. So you don't see the dirty work. He just does it the entire game. And it's plays like that I'm glad we were able to catch on the camera of again, two times clock stop. Two clock stop medals, both times it's with that camo, and it's all about those very important decision-making plays where you know, again, does 3 shots, only takes 1. If he took more than 1 shot with that camo, if he overstayed just a little bit, Penguin, who just spawned on Brutes, would catch him out. He'll be able to kill him here. I just want to watch this one more time, Mac, if you don't mind. Right, he comes
no,
in.
Please.
He comes in, ends up killing Falcon here, right? Now, the biggest thing for me is this next play. He goes towards B. Well, it's a little bit further than this. He goes towards B, right? Gets the clock stop here. Then he peeks, gets the 3 shots here. If he overstayed 1 second, look at the spawn. Bam. The spawn on the Brutes happens. If he overstayed just a second longer, his camo wouldn't have, you know, worked again. Like, it wouldn't have made him, whatever, invincible again. And he potentially would have gotten taken out. It's plays like that. And then he keeps the camo the whole time while creating pressure, and then comes in here for another clock stop. It's a team effort. It's a team game, but it's plays like this that win it. Absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, we're highlighting the play from Eco, but let's lift up our main man, twisting and turning the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 on his keyboard. Callus, our observer, in the most
yes,
important, consequential moment of the match, finds the most important, consequential player in the match to make sure we don't miss the play of the game and really the play of the day so far.
I love it. I love it. A lot of talented gentlemen on this team, and you know, show them love where you can. You know, if you have to stop yourself from getting 1 coffee this week to gift a sub, do it. Okay, we're keeping the LVT's keeping Halo alive. Okay, like show them some love. Okay, do that for the community, for the Halo community. Come together for this organization. Again, it's so great to be here and be accepted, you know, to come back and cast. It's been a blast, of course, with you, Mac, as it always is. And here we go. We're getting into game 2.
Yeah, I see a lot of hashtag save Halo on Twitter. I'd throw a D on it because I think Halo has been saved by the likes of LVT, FaZe hosting a tournament in the offseason, Shopify hosting this Pro League. I mean, everybody across the community has come together when there's no officially sanctioned competition. I don't feel that, though, as an observer and someone who loves Halo and casts it on the weekends. I don't feel like this is like an off-season or an in-between season. This feels like pure Halo to me. 3-3 off the start. SSG and Vitality still deadlocked in this series. The first game came down to 1 second. Can this game 2 come down to the final kill? That's asking a lot, but it feels like it could.
Yeah, it's very close. These two teams are very, very close, and it's going to be Yaxon. Before I stopped casting for a little bit, he was the most improved player for me of the season, and I can't wait to see what he's capable of here in this game as we watch him here. 2-1-0 all ready to start, and a nice little lead by SSG, but it's going to be space taken by Vitality, and it'll be a trade once again on the arcade side.
Jackson working his way through with that stalker rifle. Only has 2 shots left, though, with just 7%. As he works his way back to where he once was, trying to just find his spot, looking left, looking right, waiting for maybe some comms or some initial damage to know where the opposition is. Collect didn't even let him react.
See what Collect's able to do here. Look at the pressure on the C stairs. There's 2 players pushing in, a little bit aggressive, but end up getting a trade at least. And that's really all you need right now is a trade. There it is. The 2-for-1. The sticky out of Penguin gets the double kill. Now he's got C-side control, and SSG have a lead.
Just airing out for a little bit, letting the arcade Halo theme song play in my ears. Such a fantastic composition. A song I will listen to till I'm 6 feet in the dirt. Collect. Trying to make sure he doesn't go 6 feet in the dirt, but does. Not able to land the sticky trade as Jackson pushes through into the arcade system. 3 go down for SSG, and Vitality bring it back to within 1.
A little bit of a disjointed push there by SSG. They didn't really, it wasn't timed perfectly, right? And that's kind of what gets you. You end up in these 1v1s, you end up losing them, and you're not able to get the trades. And it happened before as well to play previous, but Penguin was able to get that nice double, so worked out in their favor. They still have that 2-kill lead, make that a 4-kill lead as more damage goes in, and Falcated once again putting shots in across the map, and Penguin doing a great job of staying alive here, but Lucid doesn't look for him, and Lucid maybe miscommunicated there. They weren't able to help Penguin out.
Yeah, we talked about Suppressed and his role as the main slayer of his team and of the entire league, and Falcated was his running mate at one point, both 1 and 2 on the KD stat sheet, and Falcated getting back to what we expect from him. Lucid with the camo and the Stalker takes down 2. Now looking for Descendant for the triple kill. Descendant will take down 1, but I imagine Lucid is going to clean that up pretty freely. Oh my God, turns 180. 2-tap with the Stalker and then 1 with the elbow to stay alive for the double. Lucid, welcome back.
Yeah, it's great to see. He does have information on 2 different players on the C side, but he knows because Penguin was in there that the spawns are flipped. So he's going to get the perfect on the next one, and he'll look for more. It's 3 players from Vitality on the B Street, 1 off spawner. And look at the information Lucid's kind of giving as well. He's going to be pushing in very aggressive here, but does he have any help? I don't think he does. Maybe on the C side by Penguin. What? Couple shots go in once again. Oh, he almost got the melee. That would have been more damage, but great job. Once again, great life by Lucid.
Yeah, didn't get the 2 there, but he does maintain low shields, allows the opportunity for Falcated to clean it up, but hey, Acid and the rest of Vitality, Eco in particular, do a great job maintaining their life, finding another one to keep it within 4, now 3, as Descendant picks off 1 inside of the arcade, now setting his sights towards the tires, anticipating the push, and here it comes. Falcated is playing at 1,000,000 miles an hour.
Yeah, that was really aggressive by Falcated, but it allowed him to get the kill and Descendant not to get the sticky, because he had a sticky in his hand he was ready to throw, but he died so fast that he wasn't expecting. Ends up going down because of it. Lucid somehow stays alive. The nade comes out, tries to get the cleanup kill, but that's not going to be there for him. 28-25. SSG still hold on to this lead slightly, but to be honest, it's a lot closer than it looks right now. Falcated going to get another kill. Can they gain some momentum here is the question.
Yeah, 1 possession, 1 team wipe might as well just feel like a 1-kill game, because that is how close it really is, despite the score differential. And maybe it's just opened up a little bit. 6 is much different. 7 now.
Oh, yeah.
As Collect is on a tear. SSG are in total, and I was just starting to talk 10 seconds ago, talking about that was a 1 team wipe game. Now it's turned to 2, so SSG just really sprinted forward there and found themselves some more cushion to tie up the series at 1.
Yeah, that's where it gets a bit scary when you're this deep into a game, past the 30-kill mark. Vitality do have the camo, though. This is a place where they can bring this back if he's not spotted, which he's not. It's really good. He's not taking any damage as well. Lucid ends up backing off intelligently here, but Penguin gets a double kill on the feed, and because of that, it's going to thwart the push by Vitality, and that camo will dissipate longer. It's 45 seconds, though. It was obviously buffed a while ago, and Jackson will have more to use.
Still an 8-kill game, though. Starts with 1 team wipe, flawlessly working through the map to bring it back to within 4. Can Vitality accomplish that tall task? They have the camo in Jackson with about maybe 5-10 seconds left with it. He's trying to find max value. He knows, you can tell by how quickly he's looking left and right, he knows he does not have much time left with that camo, and there it goes. It dissipates, and it's still an 8-kill, now 9-kill, make it 10-kill cushion for SSG. They're coming on strong when it matters most.
Yeah, very unfortunate right there, right? You want to get, like you said, value out of that camo, but when the timing's not in your favor, what are you going to really do? Collect on that B side. Penguin once again pushing up very aggressively here. Doesn't have the help he was looking for, and because of that, he ends up going down. But they can kind of take these risks, right? All they need to do is get trades at this point. It's still a 9-kill game. SSG looking really good for game 2.
Yeah, and I don't think Penguin makes that push without the lead at the point it is in this game. You just afford yourself so much more freedom to move on the map, knowing that you can afford to make those little mistakes. You don't necessarily want to, but you know that you can. You're not going to be hurt for it. And right now, hurting is Vitality from the likes of Lucid and Falcated. I mean, look at the performance. The grouping is especially impressive. And my God, Lucid with a double kill. He gets to 18. Unbelievable plays from Lucid. Lucid has been such a joy to watch. It is so good to have all of these MVPs return for the Pro League.
Yeah, just it made me really sad when they switched games. I completely understand though, right? They were, trying a new route, but it really is some generational talent that has returned, and it's very good to see. The game of Halo never escapes you, right? You're always going to be invested, and there it is. SSG just invested in a 2-0 lead over Vitality. Man, they're looking good. I'm not gonna lie, they're looking very solid.
Yeah, and these players matter a lot. Not only 1-1. These players matter a lot, Tim. Not only to their teammates, but just to the scene as a whole. Sure, people have their teams that they root for, but I really think more than anything, fans root for players that they like the most. And so with Lucid coming back, you bring back a lot of interest and intrigue in the league. I know. One of my good buddies, Blake Jones, who produces for the Dumb Zone podcast here out of Dallas, he texts me a lot when Lucid's playing, and the texts have started coming in again this week because Lucid's back. So I know that that's just a microcosm of what a lot of other people and friends are doing across the world. When a guy like Lucid comes back, it brings more interest back into the scene. So we are so happy to have Lucid back, and Renegade as well, Legend, Bound. Kind of put out feelers that he was going to retire and not play until the next Halo. He's back. So it is just such a thrill, and we are so lucky to have all of these incredible players come back because it creates more interest in the scene, and it helps grow Halo and #Save Halo.
I mean, Mac, we're old farts, right? You remember back in the day, like, what was the big thing for you? For me, it was walking into the MLG, venue or whatever, and seeing the massive poster of T-Squared and the massive poster of Wall Street. Like, they were personalities, and that is what people come to events for. That is, you're 100% right. And of course, now we have orgs, and they'll come for the orgs as well. But I mean, it's a big deal, and it's really cool to see these guys back.
Yeah, we sat down with Sundance, the co-founder of Major League Gaming, just about a couple weeks ago, and he said the archetypes, thank you. He said the archetypes, as you know from watching, the archetypes weren't necessarily built around the teams. They actually initially focused on building it around the teams and didn't find as much success, and then leaned into the individual players and storylines, knowing that would filter through to the teams and the community as a whole. So these players, again, just not to harp on it, but we are just so lucky to have so many incredible players still playing Halo, as we are live and kicking off game number 3, Origin CTF, as Acid looking to maintain positioning on the snipe side. Not sure who grabbed the snipe itself. Long range shots across the map to take down Lucid, and Acid will rightfully earn the snipe. Gets a body shot onto Penguin. Descendant holds onto the rocket there, I think for 2 reasons. 1, his opponent was 1 shot, didn't need the rocket. 2, he didn't want to take splash damage as well, so he retains 2 shots with the rockets. And Acid has just about a full snipe to work with. So this is about everything you could ask for, and a flag on the run. So 1, 2, 3 on the priority list are checked off for Vitality here at the early goings.
Yeah, Lucid playing real sneaky right there. Only showed his gun. So just trying to do all he can to stop that flag from going any further. But it does hit that midway mark. 2 down for Vitality here. Collect very important job on his hands to try and stay alive, but he's going to get taken out with a beautiful nade. It'll be 2 down once again for SSG, and that flag continues, but Lucid coming off a spawn. He's going to try and stop this here. Has to get this kill, though.
Oh, man, that was too easy for Lucid. You got to understand, if you're Acid, you still got some work left to do. You still got to take down the reigning MVP if you want to score. So Lucid, he'll take that free back smack every day of the week, and because of it, it turns into a counter cap situation for SSG.
There it is. Lucid taking control once again of that snipe side to allow for that counter cap situation that you talk about. A lot of damage goes in. Oh, there it is. The flag gets pulled here. Eco's going to play that mid map, though, be kind of a surprise. They weren't aware of his position exactly, but Lucid knew there was something amiss, and he ends up taking him out.
Ascendant, armed with the carbine and the bandit, swapping between both. Really intriguing positioning here, but I thought maybe he was going to get a couple of free opening shots, but he gets spotted out, gets down to 1 shot. Frag takes him down to 1 HP. Yaxon also goes down to 1, and they both fall. So Yaxon does get the trade on Falcated, but 2 fall for Vitality, so it's a +1 net outcome for Lucid and the likes of SSG.
See what else Lucid is able to do here. Penguin going to pull this flag a little bit further. Has to stay alive as best as possible, but again, those spawns on that cave side make it almost impossible. Lucid going to try and continue this pressure on, though. It is important that they get this flag forward, and I really like the positioning here. That two-man push, right? Make sure that you create a wall for your teammate. That wall is unfortunately going to crumble, and now it'll be a 2v1, and it'll be Collect that falls.
Tim, how do you have the time to cast and stay focused and drop 20 gifted subs on the channel, man? That is impressive multitasking.
Listen, we have a hype train, okay? You want to hashtag save Halo? Show it with your wallet right now. Go ahead, show it. Let's go. Let's get this to 20. Sorry, go ahead.
Trying to go sub for sub with Tim. Let's see it. As Falcated has the opening slay on Unlegit. Acid's been occupying a lot of the sniper rifle, but it's been flag control occupied by SSG. So more sandbox control for Vitality, but oddly enough, more map control in the lead for SSG.
The rocket's in the hands of Vitality. Yaxon's going to end up falling. That'll be a rocket here for Penguin. It doesn't turn into anything. I'd really like to see rockets used for those flag pulls, but in the hands of Penguin, right, he ends up getting a kill, ends up staying alive, and he creates pressure. So value is there. You're not always going to get the full kill. It's Ascended playing sneaky in that cave. And it's going to be Vitality now with the power weapons in their hands. It's again, what you do with them is what matters.
Yeah, it feels like I think every snipe and every rocket has gone to Vitality. Despite that, they are staring at a 1-0 deficit here in a highly contested 1-1 series tie. Yaxon with the high ground just to really pick and move around the map strategically to get that slay. Does so now, pushing into the cave as Vitality have encroached into SSG side of the map. They do a great job to take down Lucid. Now 2 players out on the elbow, working out towards rockets. 3 go down for SSG. Penguin's the last Spartan standing, and he's making plays, though. If he can get across into the blue side of the map, stay alive, he could afford enough time for his teammates to catch up to him.
I love this angle, too. You see the angle he took right there, blocked off vision from multiple angles. They do get the flag cap, but at least he puts himself in a spot where Vitality are 2 down and they can go for the counter cap. It's just really good by Peng. Get the cleanup kill. There it is. My goodness, Lucid ends up cleaning up him.
Oh, no.
Yaxon? Oh, maybe he didn't expect him to come back out, but that might be a flag down now. That might not go through, potentially.
Did Lucid lag out? That's so... There we go. I was about to say. I've watched enough Halo to know. Lucid ain't staring at you with a reticle on your head and not taking your life.
I was a little confused, too. I was like, did you forget to shoot? I know we're getting old here, but, like, come on. No, it was a lag out, and we'll get back to that in a moment. But again, I really like that. You see how like you end up in a situation where you're losing something, right? You're losing that potential flag cap, but you instead try to go for the next best case scenario, right? Take mid-map control. You know your teammates are coming off a spawn. You have 2 dead. Then you can go for the counter cap. That was really well played, and that was probably going to go in. I don't like to predict the future, but
I was just about to say, Tim, now we can restart the game at 1-1, which is a great feature that Halo Studios added, but you can't restart the game in the situation and the specific sequence that we had just witnessed. So Penguin, we talked about him staying alive long enough for his teammates to get to the middle of the map. Now, they didn't stop the flag from going in, but Penguin did all the while set up the opportunity for a fairly clean counter cap. So really tough there. Penguin played it perfectly, but his buddy Lucid lagged out. So FaZe now taking on Clutch Academy in the lower portion of your bracket. We continue to see FaZe tear up the lower bracket, 70-0 off the start. This is the start of this series, it looks like, as Stellar has the snipe.
And when I see these players, by the way, we're on a massive hype train, guys. Show some love if you can. I see everyone showing love. That's awesome. When we see these players on the side of FaZe, right? You know, the thing I think about right away is the fact that they're in the losers bracket, and that's scary because the further they go in this lower bracket, the more time they get, you know, to warm up on a championship Sunday, the scarier it's going to be. So, you know, Clutch Academy, unfortunately, under the fire here. I'm not saying this is impossible for them, but FaZe are looking really good, and I think the more they play today, the better they're going to look.
Yeah, you could really say this for all the teams that have to go up against FaZe here today. Is like, man, we didn't expect to play FaZe to get one step further in the bracket. And this is it's like a lower semis, if not even a grand finals caliber type of team. So really tough that Clutch Academy has to face them in this early goings. But so where the cookie crumbles, and Bound helps take down one more, doesn't land the trade sticky, and oh my god, like Stellar, dude. Stellar at 6-1. Yeah, let's watch his POV, because Stellar Another MVP here on the squad. You think maybe he's hit his ceiling? I don't know, man. Stellar might have found another gear to his game.
Yeah, 100%. And it's crazy to think that, right? Because I thought he was at the last. I don't know much about cars, but I thought he was on the last gear. I didn't know he had any more, but he created one, and now he's back into B, gets another kill. I think Sniper's coming up here in about 5 seconds. Gonna get another kill. Yeah, this is the Lucid show. I mean, the Stellar show. My goodness gracious.
One of my favorite plays is when you time that last shot, the finishing blow with the activation of the QT. We just saw that there from Stellar. As I'll bring it up, he has reached full flow state. And despite taking the first 2 shots from Stefano, he still does enough damage to allow an easy body shot cleanup for Renegade. Stellar coming online. He's been online. Renegade is really starting to find his peak again. 11 slays in this lobby. That is pretty incredible. If you can count up 3/4 of Clutch Academy, they've actually gotten to 11 to match Renegade. So he is doing 3 for the price of 1 team.
You know, it's crazy. Like, if this was deeper in the lower bracket, he would have hit that shot 100%. It's just insane what these players are capable of. Legend coming back towards the back of B, 186 and counting here. Very difficult for the side of Clutch Academy, and you're going to start to see some incredible aggression here out of FaZe. You know, just pushing in relentlessly. 3 down for Clutch Academy. And you see we do have our main series that is coming up once again. There was a little bit of a restart there, and I believe it will be tied 1-1 like you said, but Legend wants to take a little bit of the spotlight right now, Mac.
Legend on 100 ping and 100% accuracy. Filthy quickscope with that snipe all but opens up the game 1 win. 235 and trip cap rolling to just 2 for Clutch Academy. This is a tough spot to be in if you're on the blue crew.
There it is. 237, like you said, double cap goes in. Camo's coming up. Renegade instead going to defend B. It's 3 down. Kruva's the last player that they have to worry about. The others are down, so they can just kind of take map control once they kill Kruva. But Kruva makes himself a very difficult kill. Regardless, it will be a reset onto B. So it's just FaZe now. Gonna have to come off a spawn and make something happen here on C or A.
Renegade off a spawn, pushing out of A. Camo there just before him, but it's the game in his sights. Nice hold here, though. Clutch Academy, they do get into double-digit territory. You don't want to get 200-point club, so I'd say just to get to 50+ would be a nice little tip of the cap to them, as they're doing a good job of it. They've got the numbers advantage. They've got Stefano inside of A, working his way to C. Chills has the camo, so Clutch Academy do have enough to bring this a little bit closer in the final scoring. But Renegade has second thoughts as it relates to that. Takes down the 1 inside of B, and that should all but do it. FaZe take game 1.
Jeez, FaZe just looking so good. Clutch Academy, like you said, unfortunate they're in the fire, in the scope, right? And it's looking like a kill shot. But on the other side, our main broadcast, SSG versus Vitality. Vitality take that first game 250 to 249. And you know, when I came in, Mac, you got me real excited. I'm going to be honest. When you were like, hey, this is going to be the most competitive day of Halo Infinite, period. I'm like, okay, I am here for it. And it's looking like it's pretty competitive so far.
Well, I said that to you. Just think about it. The top 4 teams, quote unquote, which they are, have already qualified. So they're not competing this weekend. They've already earned their spot in the Pro League. So even without the top 4 teams in the world competing here today, you would never know it by watching the games. It's probably you still think, if you're maybe more of a casual and you didn't know the orgs and the names and the teams that are involved, you'd probably still think, hey, this is a normal tournament with the best players and teams involved, because it feels like it and it looks like it.
Oh yeah. So far it's been incredible, and again, that's a big prize pool these guys are fighting to be able to earn. $128,000. I mean, absolutely insane. And then of course the prize pool for this tournament in general. So FaZe up 1-0. You see Noobs going to be in that elimination quarterfinals, and then on the other side it's Majin and Legion Gaming. I like Legion Gaming. They're good. The org owner is really nice. I love that squad, so we'll see what they're able to do against Majin in that side of the bracket. But regardless, it's time to step up. Championship Sunday, no chances. That's it. You got to make something happen here. FaZe, we're going to watch game 2 as they continue. 3 down start, though, and it's a potential chance for Clutch Academy to make something of this Slayer.
Yeah, I'm really glad we got a chance to look at that lower bracket and see it filled out a little bit further. So Looks like Legion and Majin, only one of those two teams, if things go according to plan, are going to be able to take that Pro League qualification spot. And then I've been wondering, who's going to be the team that goes up against FaZe and feels like maybe they should have got here and did not? And that's going to be Noobs. So MX's finest are going to have their finest opportunity and challenger in front of them if FaZe are able to secure this series like we expect. It would be FaZe versus Noobs, and then Majin versus Legion Gaming. Only 2 of those 4 teams, though, can make it to LA.
That's insane. It's a lot of pressure. A lot of pressure on you. You want to make it to LA. You want to be on land. You want to experience that. I think every competitor really just vies for that opportunity. So you're going to see the best of the best here, the best out of what they can bring, I should say, of each player. Pound almost gets that double kill. Not able to do so, though, and it's going to be 3 down for FaZe once again. Clutch Academy hanging on here, 13-12.
Fano, Biscuit, and the rest of Clutch Academy in the mix right now, only down by 2. As he works his way on the red side of the map, knows that he has an opponent there at the caution tape. Stellar has the high ground, but Stellar's making himself a difficult slay. Nonetheless, takes him down just a little errant with the grenade. No, he was not. Maybe he planned the perpendicular toss on the wall, was able to do maximum viable damage with that spiker grenade, and that has us tied here, 17-all.
Well, Renegade going to come off a spawn, and again, we'll look for this game to kind of open up at that 30 kill mark potentially. But Renegade going to get the trade and ends up falling. It'll be Kruvu, who is, tell me a little bit about Kruvu, because it's been a little while since I watched. How is he doing? Last I watched, he was on the up and up, really getting his spot. It looks like he's found himself on a decent team here.
I think all 4 of these guys for Clutch Academy really carry the same type of narrative to their game. They're all rising players in the scene. I really think if I had to pick one, though, that I have a lot of fun watching and I'm just thoroughly impressed with each and every single time, it's Stefano Biscuit, who we've seen qualify from the open bracket to pool play. Stefano is just, man, his ceiling, it might be the highest out of anybody on that squad. He sometimes does play at the level of a FaZe, but it comes down to more than just one. You got to have all 4 playing at that rate. And it looks like for now, FaZe will start to find that separation into the 30s like you anticipated. Stefano versus Renegade in a 1v1, and Renegade gets the best of them.
There it is. Renegade going to stay alive as well. They need to take him out of the back here. Looks like he does still live, and now he's got his teammates. That's the problem. You don't eliminate him from that side. You get the spawns on the cafe. They're going to come and assist him, and now you're kind of going into 1v1s, v1s, and 3 down for Clutch Academy. And 34-28. It's open, wide open here. Bound is 12-6, and you can see we switched to him. He's definitely feeling very good as he just goes straight in. Very aggressive there. Gets a lot of damage, though.
I think you called it. Once we get into the 30s, the cream is going to rise to the top, and FaZe are that team. 37-31 now, looking to take a 2-0 series lead as Legend finds the finishing touches onto Sylvonic. Their lead will stick at 7. And speaking of stick, it looks like we've got all 8 players back in the mix. Oh man, unfortunate counter cap shut down because of the lag out for Lucid's crew, but we're gonna reset. I believe it'll be 1-1 when we kick things back off. So virtually tied, and I do believe we'll have a full 12 minutes left on the clock.
Yeah, and again, these players, looks like, they're still having trouble, but these players have played Halo Infinite. Oh, they're under the map. Very cool. Very cool.
And a painter. I didn't know he was a Halo pro.
Yeah, those players have been through that so many times. At this point, they're used to it by now. So it'll be like another day, 1-1, and they'll continue on. It's just the fact is you kind of lose. I'm gonna say it again, Mac. Okay, don't yell at me. The flow state a little bit. You kind of lose your momentum a little bit. You got to refocus. It's very hard to do, especially if you're playing like really solid Halo. But looks like Bound is looking to close it with FaZe.
You bring up a great point. It's sitting on your hands for the last 20-30 minutes. It's like snow. Everybody's playing in the same conditions. Everybody's been iced out, quote unquote, in that series. Yep. So. Talk about iced out. FaZe ice up with the endgame execution. It was tied into the 20s, but once we reached the 30s, FaZe sprinted to the finish.
Yeah, it looks like FaZe looking to get their match with Noobs here in the elimination quarters, unless Clutch Academy can do something. And then that Majin Legion Gaming series as well. I don't know, really. So like, tell me again, I've been out of it. I need to come to you because you've been grinding your butt off doing all these casts. Like, how is Shopify Rebellion still absolutely disgusting? I saw they're 6-0 so far, or like with the first qualified, they ended up 6-0 and they qualified. Are they still absolutely just insane?
Yeah,
I'm assuming so. Yeah.
Shopify is still the final boss of Halo right now, but I do think some teams have formed to make it a really strong competition in the LVT Halo Pro League. And then you brought up Majin in particular. I mean, that's that crew of EU guys, EU kids that have just absolutely thrived despite the more difficult conditions when you go across the pond. There's less teams to scrimmage with. You've got the ping. I mean, it's tough playing over in EU, but I mean, you've got guys like SLG, one of the nastiest with a snipe. And speaking of Majin, they're the reason FaZe are in the lower bracket. So Majin was able to win against FaZe yesterday 3-1 in a really, really impressive hard-fought series. So don't count out Majin. Despite being in the lower bracket, they have every opportunity to make that trip across the pond and qualify for the Pro League.
Very cool. I absolutely love to see it. And a couple players have evolved, like, saw a play by Collect where, he normally, he would push that situation back when I watched him. And now it's like, a few months later, we're talking about him like being disciplined on live fire on the tower side. I'm seeing that often out of a lot of these players. Like, there's a lot of growth that's happened here. And when you put the hours and you put the time in, that's bound to happen. And we'll see. Again, FaZe, they're a powerhouse. Obviously against Clutch Academy, they're having a really good time. But as this bracket progresses, is that still the storyline? You know what I mean? That's something we're gonna have to see. But looks like we are getting into the FaZe Clutch Academy game and also the SSG Vitality game we've been trying to get into. They're having a little bit of problems, but this was a disconnect, so or a crash. So we'll see. It should end up 1-1 here in the series and also in the in-game score as well.
Yeah, just really crossing my fingers that we get back into this SSG Vitality series. It has been an all-out slobber knocker up to this point, and I don't see anybody below ground. So here we go. SSG versus Vitality, and it looks like they decided to just reset it entirely. When we last joined them, it was 1-1, but I don't think that's going to make much of a difference. It would make a much bigger difference if we were still playing to 3, but 5 caps still the high mark to shoot for here, as Falcated has the sniper off the start, already on the run. So they technically pick up right where they left off with the flag in hand.
Yeah, I really like the full reset. Like you said, like, just more competitive integrity. You have more chances, and it just makes for a better game. And it allows us to watch Falcated get some beautiful headshots.
Wow.
The first cap goes in. SSG still control of the cave, Mac. This is so big. They've got to take him out of here. And if they don't, this could be another cap in the hands of SSG.
If ever there were a ball don't lie moment in Halo, that was it right there. Straight out of Jadavion Clowney. Hit in the backfield for the fumble. Didn't get called a fumble, but they secured the turnover on the very next play. That's exactly what we saw right here, where SSG seemingly had a guaranteed counter cap, and they restart damn near 20 minutes later and are now looking at another counter cap. Lucid has it right there on the precipice, but he goes down, and it looks like Vitality will shut down the quick 2 caps. Still have to get that reset, so I'd like to see Acid drop here before continuing on the run, and he does just that.
I love the play by Acid. Right off a spawn, it's so important in Halo to know what you're doing. What are you doing off of your spawn? Are you being aggressive? Are you sitting back? He knows what he has to do. He's the first spawner, makes it to their elbow. They're aware of him, but he's there too fast, and he stops the cap in its tracks. Beautiful job, once again, by Acid.
Lucid goes down quickly after switching to his POV, and Vitality, despite getting scored on early, have done a good job to maintain the numbers advantage. Now you've got Yaxin in the base, ready to pull the flag, but they still need another wipe to accomplish that. Penguin goes down to 1 shot. He gets cleaned up by Descendant. Descendant goes low. Acid goes high. Back of the spawn is one of those members of SSG. Acid, I don't think he knew he was there, or he did know he was there and far enough away from the play to get on the run with it.
Can Lucid push up, though, is the big thing, right? Acid is alive. Rockets are coming up as well, so you've got a double dilemma here. Lucid has to try and make something happen. That's going to be a great nade, and it will be a kill. It's 4 down, so it could be rockets. It could be also a flag, but the spawns do happen on elbow. It's going to be about how SSG multitask here, and they do. Look, they're on top of the rockets. They pull that flag towards Snipe side, but Descendant says no.
Lucid, though, able to put it in. And I'm noticing a trend here in this Origin CTF, Tim. And sure, Vitality are able to go bar for bar, flag for flag with SSG. But look how much easier and clean and smooth the run is for SSG. Every time it feels like Vitality score. The counter cap is right there for SSG, and they've taken advantage of that. Now up by 1.
Descendant's gonna grab this, has those rockets I talked about. I really truly want to see what impact these kind of give to the game here. 2 rockets, essentially becoming 2 kills, just like that, is enough to open a flag route, open a flagpole. So he picks up the sniper after. This is insane. There's absolutely no way. Descendant jumps straight in the air. There's quick scope, the flick to the left, gets the kill as well.
That was filthy. Having to work between the weapon swap and pickup from one power weapon to the next. I mean, T2 would be proud of that rocket sniper combo 3 down that we saw from Descendant. Has to watch his back, though. Not quite aware of Penguin. But Vitality off of that nasty sequence from Descendant tie it up at 2.
Oh, my goodness. Beautiful. Absolutely insane out of Descendant. 10 and 7 here. That cap could be everything, but Penguin now has that snipe in his hands. He's got 4 bullets to work with. Does he overextend on the cave side? It's Descendant once again that says, that's my snipe. Penguin somehow stays alive, and he's going to scurry his way towards the bottom side of the map. And that flag will make it to the 50% portion, and Penguin doing work as well. Going to slide in. Doesn't get the kill, though. Eco's going to take him out.
Lucid stayed alive. Lucid stayed alive. Oh, my God. Didn't quite have the numbers or map control, I thought, to run that flag, but Lucid went with his gut decision. Falcated, popping off for the triple kill, and again, oh, the potential kill tech lines up, but he just barely nicks the shoulder to take his opponent down to 1 HP instead of earning a nasty overkill. But again, Tim, the ease of counter and double caps are too strong for SSG. So despite how close this game is, I really worry about when we see a score for either team. It just feels like SSG is way better set up on the counter.
They are. It's just that positioning that is so important. They keep that center of the map. They understand how important the center of the map is, and that bottom center is, that 50% portion, and they take advantage of it every single time. Those rockets were kind of crazy, though. They're not going to be a factor. Regardless, he makes up for it with the beautiful melee.
How did Collect not trade that out? And he's still staying alive. Finally goes down to Descendant. Still 3-2 here. SSG up by 1. Jackson in tight quarters takes down Lucid with the fisticuffs. Goes down shortly after. 6:20 left on the clock. We've reached the halfway point, and this game's still close.
You see it once again. It's SSG pushing forward. They're always in the base of Vitality. Vitality truly can't move out of their base, and if they do, they're going to take a lot of damage doing so. Falcated somehow going to win that fight. The flag will be pulled, but he'll end up going down. There is a snipe, though, that just spawned up.
All 4 dead. I think you're going to worry more about taking control of this snipe, though. Eco takes down the teammate he qualified for the Pro League with last weekend. Pretty interesting narrative right there as well. Eco going up against his former organization. He's brought banners to SSG. Now he's looking to bring death upon their name.
What can he do here? Bringing death is what Eco needs right now for the side of Vitality to make sure to tie this game up. Spawns come out into the cave. Lucid extending on that elbow side. Eco's got to find a pick here. His pick opens everything up if he's able to do so. But no, he gets taken out. It's going to be Penguin. That's a double kill out of him. It's 3 down. Descendant, the last player alive. They know where the spawns are going to happen. Acid, the first member to spawn, is all the way in the elbow of SSG once again.
Oh, would have liked to have seen Penguin start ripping shots off. Like, I see Frosty do that all the time. When he knows danger is nigh, he'll just start depleting resources. Penguin left 7 shots in the sniper on the map. Let's see if that hurts SSG in any way. 5 minutes left, still 3-2 on the clock, and it looks like the positioning is actually forward for SSG instead, despite Penguin just moments ago being the last player alive. Vitality weren't able to capture much space with that.
Yeah, that's their big thing, Mac, is the space. They're not able to get past this portion. It's just the aggression out of SSG. Oh, that's a big missed shot, though. That's going to be sniper in the hands of Jackson. He can open everything up. He can tear down this wall that SSG have built, and it's all but down. 3 dead for SSG. Last player alive is Penguin. We'll watch where he is. He looks like he's in that center of the map. They can take him out. Once again, now they can push forward. Let's see what Vitality does here.
Jackson No more shots left with the snipe. He's looking at an opportunity to take down Lucid, but Lucid, predictive grenade, knew his route, took him down with it. And now Lucid drops from high to low, looking to clean up on Unlegit as he'll get taken down to one shot. Lucid earns the assist and then the eventual slay on Descendant. Lucid now works his way back to the high side of the map, setting up for this next pull.
Acid. Oh, that's going to be a frag grenade. Unfortunately, thought it was a sticky. That would have been a 2-for-1, which is always very good. But again, look where Vitality is. They're 2 down. The other 2 are inside their base, stuck there. Lucid stays alive, and the pressure mounts every single time. Collect's going to push forward. They're not aware of him on the pillar. Gets the kill. 2 down once again. It's a 2v2.
Lucid has a finishing opportunity on Yaxon here. He's going to take it. And he does take him down. Lucid now, the flag just before him, could get on the run, but there's still a little bit of pressure. Acid in his way. Acid with a huge takedown there. Penguin cleans him up, though. 3 go down in total, 4, but Yaxon back on board. He's going to spawn close enough to the flag to not allow SSG to get on the run. I was a little nervous there for Vitality, but they seem to be able to regroup and bounce back. Sniper up now.
This is why damage matters, though. In that last play, Acid gets the kill and wins the piv onto one player, but then gets Penguin down to 1 shot, which makes sure that he can't do anything. He can't do anything in their base. Again, Acid, a big play there. Gotta stop this pull from even occurring. But let's see what Lucid's able to do with the snipe in his hands.
Great pressure from Vitality. They had all eyes on Lucid. Yaxon turns 2, takes down the snipe. Acid looking to hopefully pick back up that sniper rifle. Send it, takes down Collect. 2.5 minutes left on the clock. So Vitality with maybe 2 or 3 pushes left on the map. Otherwise, they're going to go down 2-1 in the series.
Great shots. Once again by Lucid, taking control of the elbow side. They've got to have a counter to this somehow, double up on it. There it is. There's that counter there. We're going towards the bottom side to take Lucid out, and they do so. Collect going to get the body shot, but that's about it. I think that's sniper ammo gone, so no more sniper on the map. Not a lot of time left, though. We're under the 2-minute warning here, and it is SSG still leading by 1.
Eco from the cave. Corner of the map has a good angle, and Descendant has the opportunity to clean up on this damage. Turns 2 for the double kill. Now working his way back towards the snipe side. Has Lucid right above him. Does Lucid know he's there, though? I don't think that either of them know where the other is. Descendant going to set his sights on the Penguin instead. Working his way all the way to the left. Chase grenades continuing to go out for Penguin, but despite that, Descendant takes him down. Can he stay alive? No, he goes down. A huge takedown. But Yaxon able to clean up for the double. Ultimately trades out. 1:20 left on the clock, so we're looking at 1, maybe 2 pushes and opportunities left for Vitality.
Yeah, Collect. Playing defense now. This is like the first time in the game that you see SSG on their back foot. Still, though, Penguin finds his way towards their side of the map. This is always what they do. Make it very mixy and stagger everything. Penguin's got this angle. He's got the damage. They can just play defense for a minute if they want to. Stop the routes. There's the first kill out of Falcated. Nice and clean.
Very clean. Oh, super clean. Double kill. Might just call game here. Just simply having the flag out, much less having going in, is going to be a massive advantage here for SSG. Acid goes down. You can just see the line and wave of defenders falling, and one by one they fall, and they will likely lose this game as well. Penguin with a little victory lap. Okay, that's because they did take into account the 1-1 tie. There we go. That's what that indicates to me. We thought maybe at 0-0 they just decided to reset from the beginning, but we did carry over that 1-1 as SSG secure game 3.
Beautiful. I just absolutely, the pressure out of them is just the pressure and the angles that they're taking in these fights is just what's impressive to me. 29-15 out of Lucid. Speaking of not missing a beat, my man is crushing it in Marathon, and he comes back and it's like he never left. Sometimes you need that fresh break, right? And Lucid looks like he's benefiting from that. Yeah, sometimes a fresh scenery. I don't know. I mean, I'm not playing at this high level. I do stream and create content, but I do feel like there's something to be said for just taking a break. You don't want to obviously take too long of a break, and now Lucid hasn't been on Halo for the last few months, but he has been playing, so it's not like he's completely coming in dry. But yeah, there's something to be said for coming back and just having a fresh perspective and picking up where you left off. I don't know, there can be benefit and value to taking not a huge break, but a slight break at that. Agreed, 100%. It refreshes the mind in a big way. It's really hard to do though when you're a competitor, right? You're always vying for that #1 spot. You always want to make sure that you feel like every moment you take off the game is a moment someone else gains, but that's truly not how it is. It's about the practice you put in, the quality of that practice, and how motivated you are and how much you have passion for the game. And sometimes that break will reignite that passion. And yeah, Lucid, it's a great game out of him. We know what he's capable of. Let's see how he starts this game number 4.
Hopping on board with the former MVP, been planted at MVP level here throughout the weekend, and in his return to Halo, Falcated picking up the camo, but a lot of pressure on him. It's going to be difficult to not burn this out, as it does ultimately burn out. Unlegit goes down on the camo box. Lucid trying to turn 2 on Descendant, but he takes him down. It has been an absolute POV roulette. Every time Callus switches to a player, they go down shortly after.
Yeah, Callus is probably like, guys, slow down the game, please. It's insane how fast-paced this SSG team is. It's really cool to see. You have Collect and Falcated, Lucid, Penguin, that kind of that back player who's putting damage in, but he's playing aggressively now too. Beautiful to see. But the grapple comes in. Here comes the pace that we're talking about. Descendant takes him out though, makes him pay for the aggressive play.
Descendant staying alive on the Plaza Pistol now, working his way into A, but he's got a player there just before him, blocking him off with the zone control grenades. Falcated ultimately goes down. Shock Rifle still up all the while. Descendant's going to want to get his hands on that. No more grapple to Deadliest catch in his direction. And flanking and sliding his way through gold is Lucid. Now he's got the next best chance at the snipe, but he's got to take down Eco, and he's not able to.
Yeah, honestly, I think he was using audio there, unless he got the call. I don't know where the call would come from, but Eco comes in, gets the kill onto him, gets the kill on 2 more, and it's going to be a triple for him as he takes control of the pipe side. Shock Rifle still in play. I would assume that if he feels safe enough, he will take this in his hands.
Eco trying to help his teammate out here. Oh, a nice double there from Lucid. That's a trade, but it's a net positive and a net win to turn that into a +1. Vitality, though, with the early lead in this King of the Hill, just crossing the 50% threshold, about 25% on the board for SSG, but they are in the hill for now and seem to have a decent setup.
Well, the setup is locked in for now. They've got that cross, like you said. The setup looks good. Lucid, nice shots out of him. They do get out of hill momentarily. Acid's going to try and get some damage in. An aggressive jump there, but very confident in his shot. With Camel coming up very shortly, this bottom center control isn't bad, but the timing might be off just a little bit as the spawns come out from A.
Descendant with an opportunity for an easy cleanup on a Falcated, does just that. Camo up once again. We saw it get burned earlier. Now Acid with an opportunity to take it cleanly. And it does look like he's going to have every chance to not only hold on to this camo for 30+ seconds, but potentially secure the 1-0 lead for Vitality. Just a few more seconds needed to do that, and they do just that. Vitality get back in the mix, up 1-0.
Very nice. Great start for them. And, this, again, this is a chance for them to carry this on. Acid's going to grab this camo and decide to sit in hill. Actually decides to go to the back of C. I like this play a lot more, right? You get information. You just can't die with the camo, and unfortunately, he does go down. Killing spree, but the trade, that's like 30 seconds of camo you can't utilize in that situation, and now it is SSG in control of the hill for now.
Penguin on the bat ledge, working his way into gold, anticipating the push, but you see nothing on your theater POV to indicate that the push is coming. Penguin at some point has to understand the timing and look to his right as he does that. Grapples his way into the top of the tower. Perfect timing with that as he takes down Acid. Now jumping and soaring through the middle of the map is not a care in the world. Takes down Yaxin as well. A little shaky, but he does ultimately find 2. Nice play from Penguin here, just occupying the mid-map and dominating all comers.
Yeah, it's just that hitting your head on the ceiling, it drops you down so much faster, and it's a great way to outplay someone. If you're down to no shields, you can kind of utilize that. But yeah, it's going to be a tie game now with that cap from SSG. We're tied 1-1. Now the hill moves towards that needle side, and we'll see what SSG does to break, because Vitality was the first one in control here, and this is actually a little bit of a tough break. I don't think there's anyone on that glass side, though. Maybe there is. Unlegit ends up getting that kill.
Eco staying alive inside of the inside of the hill, but the push is coming on strong, and he'll go down because of it. 2 go down for Vitality, just 1 for SSG, so they do have the numbers advantage to take control of the hill back. and they're pushing Vitality back to the C spawn. So they're trapped a little bit with these predictive C spawns. You can see the ping come in. They knew exactly where Acid was going to be spawning and pushing towards as Yaxon tries to make his way out of the tower. Nice peek and pop shot there on Falcated, takes him down, and now Yaxon has control of the hill.
Yeah, they locked that down real nice. That first pick on the glass side, then Yaxon comes in, gets his pick, and now they try to get control. But again, it's that anchor on the back of A that just, you can flow spawns through. 3 down, 4 Vitality. Collect's going to pick up the camo. He also gets the grapple, knows the spawns are happening on the C side. There might be a little bit of a split, though, in terms of pressure. So Collect has to do something to create a little bit of chaos here. And he'll do just that. Look at it, the multitasking he's doing. He's providing help on both sides of the map. I love to see it.
Cool, Collect. Nice job, staying alive, maintains control of the camo and 2 uses of the grapple, so he can use this to G-slide aggressively in to the hill. Still needs to hit his shots. Ooh, lucky that Descendant had to reload. Collect, though, able to secure that hill. 2-1 SSG as the hill rotates to where Vitality have spawned at C, so maybe this is something they can take advantage of.
Really solid by Collect again, right? That entire route he just took was just so good to secure that hill. Gets a lot of pressure on the long haul side where that team was coming from, where SSG was coming from, and then, you know, ends up stopping Vitality in their tracks and caps the hill at the same exact time. Beautiful job once again by Collect.
Jackson. Predictive grenade goes out. Oof, a little bit of an awkward melee trade there. As Vitality spawn at C, and we saw the numbers drop, but they were still able to take that early advantage. And here comes the push from SSG, and they handle it clearly. And now with an opportunity to cross that 50% threshold and tie things up at 2.
All right, so SSG waiting for the pick right now. They get the first pick onto Descendant, so that means move forward. Shroud screen goes down. Wow. Okay, Collect finally gets that kill, so the trades are, you know, pretty even across the board, and Collect's gonna fall. It's just a great job by Vitality on this hill, right? They got out of the hill. They prioritized trying to play defense, getting the kills. Now they've got spawns as well on the tower and back C, so they've maintained control here to make sure to guarantee this hill. SSG are just very aggressive.
Falcated gives up the height control to push out towards the weak opponents for Vitality. Maybe someone on the backline can refill that space. Falcated is going to try to find the high ground regardless. And he finds a player at his back. Acid didn't even know Falcated was there. Probably thought he was still occupying the camo ledge, but instead, Falcated turns 2, now working his way to the back of blue. Descendant in a 1v1. Oh, Descendant with a step strafe takes him down.
Dude. Oh, those are so nice. It looks so cool on the screen, too. Great job by Descendant once again. The man does it all the time. Beautiful.
It looked like a glitch. It didn't even look of this world. That was
it's like a modern BXR. Yeah, it's like out of nowhere. You know what I mean?
It's not. Yeah, it's like it isn't quite the same, but it really is, because you're like, wait, what? How did I just die?
Yeah.
That's what you get when you get step strafe or BXR. As Lucid has the shock rifle. Interesting. He's got 1 channel left, so he reloads up to 4. That's odd. Lucid, though, tosses out that sticky grenade, trying to take down Acid in the white hall, but Acid stays alive. Falcon is going to try to clean him up. He's got the shroud screen to obscure visibility, work his way back up to the platform, and back on top, tied 2-all.
Oh, man, I just absolutely a phenomenal job to make sure to see. It was a little bit of a long journey, right, to secure this hill for Vitality, but with a minute left, they put themselves in a great position to be able to do this, and now it is a tie game, and with 1 minute left, that's exactly what you're looking for, and you're also looking for a lead, which is what they're getting here too. Collect is kind of the player to watch here, right? He's the one that's going to break this setup, and if he gets the first kill, it could be huge. There's the first kill right there.
Yeah, and we haven't quite heard Jeff Steitzer announce overtime just yet, but this really feels like it, Tim, that with just 60 seconds left in regulation, this could come down to 1 final hill. 2 players down on each side. Lucid falls inside of the hill. Camo, I believe, just went to Acid, and it did. So here's your opportunity. Vitality going to try to position Acid on the periphery here, on one of the corners, maybe C platform or maybe inside of the long haul, and overlook this hill. He's going to choose the C platform, jump up to the stacks, go towards the tower, and this is exactly what you want to see from your camo holder. Oh my God, I thought maybe we'd see 60 seconds burn off the clock, but Vitality score with so much efficiency. SSG still have an opportunity to tie it.
Yeah, really solid timing there by Acid once again. He's got to be my MVP in this game. The 1v1s, the massive pivots that he's winning, plus the plays that he's making, I absolutely love that, right? They control his timing on the spawns from that A side, absolutely obliterated that hill, and we'll see if SSG can tie it, like you said, but it's going to be kind of tough. Acid sitting on that tower side, 28-16. The man is not going down anytime soon.
Acid saw Lucid, and Acid picks up the second camel like it just swung back to him. Acid, now he's seen Lucid play as the top performing Slayer in this lobby so far, and Acid says, let me show you why. Mikowski said earlier, I'm the most improved player in Halo. We're seeing it exactly. We're seeing the exact version of what I think his ceiling looks like here in game 4.
Yeah, I mean, the past 3 games have been really solid for him as well. And, now, you did say that most improved, but we're seeing it in this series. You're absolutely right. It is impressive to watch. The discipline, the playmaking, all of this. Like, look how much damage he took there with the camo. He didn't take a beat down, still has camo to work with. Keeps them out of the hill for 1 more second, and that will be a tie series. We're going to game 5.
Oh, Tim, I've been waiting to hear you say that. Welcome back. Now, you are officially back with that. We're going to a game 5. I don't know, there's just something about how you announce a game 5 is coming that just, I don't know, it gets me all excited. And this is going to be a thriller. Vitality versus SSG in a qualification match to make it to the LVT Shopify Pro League. It all comes down to this.
This is where you see the best out of players, right? This is where, again, $128,000 on the line. This is huge, right? You have to secure it here. You want to secure it here, and you're going to bring your absolute best. There is no break, Mac.
No way.
They don't want to take a break. We're going right into it.
That's exactly what I was looking for is, man, do these guys recognize the seriousness of this moment? The consequences are just right there on the table before everyone, and they all agree. R's in chat on both sides. We are ready to throw down for the opportunity to compete for $128,000. It all comes down to one final game in a best of 5 that is absolutely delivered. The last time we were on live fire in this series, Tim, it came down to the final second. 250, 249 on Strongholds. If we can get another 50-49 thriller on live fire, this might be one of the best series of the year.
That'd be my present, right? I get to cast Halo again. I get to cast with you. That's present number 2. Present number 3 would be a very competitive Slayer game. We'll see. We'll see if Santa's coming here today. It's going to be Acid with a snipe in his hands.
Acid finding another layer and level to his game in that game 4. Can he continue on? No, he goes down, but not before securing 2 assists. Ultimately, though, 4 in favor of SSG, and most importantly, the snipe back in the MVP's hands. Lucid earns the body shot. So confident, so aggressive, pushes out towards, I don't think he knew, 4 players on the scoreboard, and maybe a little bit of an overheat there from Lucid as he'll go down 6-6 off the start.
That's why timing is so important. You saw Falcated in that play going towards that A plat side. Lucid thought he was there a bit quicker, but he wasn't. It does turn into Vitality, getting a very big snipe and camo in the hands of Descendant. And when this man starts to heat up, you need to start shaking because it's scary. He can really take over a game.
Who can make a play? Who can find some separation? Descendant has the back, but he gets spotted from behind. Does ultimately earn that slay. Stays alive all the while. And Vitality get the early lead here. 10-7. Descendant still on the prowl with the snipe. Spots the accent. Don't want to snipe him. Deductive reasoning should let him know that they're all on A and camo. And he is starting to pick apart faces. Descendant with another one, and still plenty of time with the snipe. He could extend this lead to more than just one team wipe.
Credit to SSG, though, and how slow they're playing, right? They know the camo is going to run out very soon. They know that they can play back. Oh my gosh, it doesn't matter. Beautiful shot by Descendant. Gets the kill, gets the double. He's heating up, and SSG are 4 dead.
SSG had just qualified last weekend for Pro League, and they might just have to do it from the lower bracket if things continue at this rate. 9-16 in the early goings. Now 10-17 as Vitality continue to grow on their lead. Unlegit turning back the clock for the double kill. He's got the most slays for his team.
Yeah, this is hunger right here. This is hunger out of Vitality. I'm seeing it, you know, in its purest form. You see how aggressive they're being, the confidence in the fights they're taking as well. SSG really got to shut them down here. That first kill could potentially do it. The route coming out from Collect has to go for the kill onto Acid, but Acid does not lose his 1v1s in this series.
12 to 22. It's a massive 10 kill advantage for Vitality, but it's still early. You don't want to see any more advantages go in favor of Vitality if you're SSG. Winning this next camo could be huge, but Descendant gonna have another opportunity with it. No, he does not get back to safety on the Brutes. If he can work his way back, are one of the members of Vitality, that could be massive, but instead, Penguin has the camo. Penguin has to make a play. Can he pair it with the snipe?
Hey, I'm looking for some, you know, comms to be, you know, nice and collected, nice and calm here. Make a play, open up the map. Get this sniper in your hands. This play could be everything. This is a huge play in this series right now. Looks like Descendant gets the sniper once again, though.
Oh, Descendant already made a couple plays with it here in this game. 16 to 28. The lead has grown to 12-3. Flawless rotations up and down the map are needed for SSG just to simply tie it.
They were just too passive on that snipe. That sniper was top center. Now you let Descendant have it, and I mean, Penguin, oh, this is huge. He doesn't throw it off the map. Penguin gets it. His camo does run out though, Max, so it's gonna be really tough for him to find a pick. He's gotta play smart in terms of angles here. If he can find this first shot, then things could be better. We'll see what happens. Again, that last blunder has really given an 11 kill lead here, a 10 kill lead for the side of Vitality.
Here it is. The game is in Penguin's hands. Oh, and if you could have lined up the double kill, there's just a little bit of that momentum and energy and aura that goes back to SSG. But instead, Penguin will reset and settle in on the nest bridge with 3 shots left in the snipe. Still enough ammunition to make a difference in this game, but you have to be flawless with it.
I love that by Penguin, right? He's no shields. He knows he's going to get called out there. Has to at least get the trade. Now that snipe's up for grabs. Falcon comes in, not missing a shot. Lucid does fall, though. It's important for this kill to go down. They've got to get this player out of A. It's going to be Axon, and they do. Swarming like bees into A. And it's a 25 to 33 still lead for Vitality in this game.
And they're chipping away, though. From 3 team wipes down to 2. SSG are making their way. The thing is, you could run out of time. You could run out of slays needed. Oh, and Acid is not missing any of those shots. 5 perfect shots, but he does get cleaned up on. 8 kill difference. Falcon, it needs to win this one. Cannot afford to trade out there. I'd almost like to see a backstep jab strafe there, because you cannot trade out. Collect, understanding that, uses the repulsor to find some space, but he still goes down to the frag inside of B. Lucid needs to win his one, and he does just that. They're down by 7. They're down by 6. They're coming back, and now Penguin has the camo.
This is huge right here. This camo is everything. It's going to be 2 down, though. Lucid gets the cleanup kill. He's in the open. The Brute's going to help him out. Uses that to cover his body. Collect cleans up the other kill. They know Acid's left on A, but 32 to 38 is 6 kill lead. And again, it's Lucid. You saw that in that 1v1. It's Vitality just holding forward to get the trades, but Lucid backing up and gets that perfect. That opened everything up.
The Rabbit is holding the stopwatch. The clock is ticking on an opportunity to qualify for the Pro League from the winner side of the bracket. But SSG have brought it back to within 4. They're down by just 1 team wipe. This is exactly where they want to be.
Snipe is up as well. Penguin's going to go for it here. Damage in. Onto Acid. Puts himself in a bad position on the bottom of tower. Maybe thought he had some help, but the trades come out. It's going to be 2 down for SSG. Eco has to win the 1v1, but he's going to end up going down to no shields. Will they catch him off guard? Yes!
2.
The prediction made by Collect.
2. They're clawing their way back. SSG have life, momentum, and a full 8 shots in the snipe for Falcated. They're going to set up and try to earn Falcated the lane and the angle to get the opening break. Once Falcated gets that first snipe, if he's able to, you're going to see the rest of SSG collapse and potentially regain the lead.
Falcated has the game in his hands right now. We'll see if he's able to open things up. D-scopes at the wrong moment. He's going to lose that shot. Goes to reroute. They have the information on where he is. He's just trying to get a pick. Collect gets a pick of his own. Anton legit. Eco ends up falling. Lucy's going to push forward. He's got 3 people all around him, not aware of it, and he'll fall because of it. And now Falcated's left in trouble because of Lucid's death.
You cannot lose control of this snipe. You cannot lose control of this snipe. If he falls, that could be it. Oh, lines up the shot. Oh, but they pressure. Too much pressure for Vitality. And now Eco has the game in his hands. It's still close, though. 45-42. Who's going to make it to Los Angeles?
Yes, that one death. Lucid ends up dying there, and he leaves Falcon out to dry, unfortunately, because of his death. And look what it turns into. It's not over yet, though, whatsoever. Vitality seem in control right now. Eco's gonna get that first kill. Lucid comes in, and Falcon ends up cleaning that up. 47 to 44 now. 3 kills is all Vitality need.
Cannot trade out. Oh, Descendant has the snipe. That's a huge body shot there. I wouldn't be surprised to see the assist pop up on a screen here. And there it is. 48-44. Vitality go back up on top by 4. Descendant with the melee, takes down another. Tries to land the quick scope, no scope onto the C platform, needing just one more slay to stamp their ticket.
Descendant's in trouble right now, but they can't chase. The spawns come out of the brutes, and there it is. Vitality do just that. They stamp their ticket to Las Vegas, $128,000 tournament. Beautiful job.
SSG and both FaZe fall to the lower bracket after all 4 of those players across those 2 teams had already qualified for the Pro League. They took the risk. They made the gamble, feeling like this could be the squad that ultimately allow us to win the whole thing, but you got to get there first. SSG and FaZe are both going to have to work their way out of the lower bracket to get to Los Angeles, where again, Louis V. Titan was already reaching out last week, asking for their flight details, their birth date, their names, and they might not get there.
It's insane to think. It really is. 2 powerhouses going to have to fight it out in that lower bracket, and Vitality move on to the winners finals to face Mercenaries. And you see FaZe right here in that lower side against the Noobs. We'll see what they're able to do against this Lat AM powerhouse of their own. FaZe, obviously, a roster of incredible players. I have no doubt that they'll give it their best shot.
3-3 off the start. Like I said, this we might not see one of those 2 teams, FaZe or SSG, qualify. They are going to have to work their way out of the pits of hell. Dante's Inferno type of narrative and storyline for those 2 squads.
I gotta talk about it too, right? It's gotta be a little heavy on the mental, right? I think, like, if you make a decision like that, you're like, okay, we did qualify, but we don't feel it. This team is not working out. Let's do something else. And now you've just got pushed into that lower side. Are you starting to doubt yourself? Are you starting to doubt your decision? Is there even one mental thought of doubt that creeps inside your mind? As a professional player, you just can't let that happen.
Yeah, when doubt starts to creep into your mind, it gets harder to reach flow state, because you're thinking about all these tertiary things in your mind that don't allow you to just play subconscious Halo. 40 RPM heart rate. It's hard to do that when you're second guessing yourself.
100%. FaZe, though, they're not second-guessing anything. It is 3-3, though. Noobs have put up a really big fight, but it is now 3 down. Stellar going to go for this last kill. Instead, decides to go for the flag here. I like the decision. The flag makes it all the way towards that mid side. He ends up dying, but that flag is very far, and FaZe, with a couple more kills, can secure this.
Oh, yeah, it's only at the 50. I thought maybe it would have made it into the courtyard. You don't want to work your courtyard now, because that is way too exposed for Renegade. Smartly works his way into cover in the generator. He's taking some nades. Rorsch is there in the spawn. Renegade with a huge slay. Might have just secured it. He did. 40 seconds left. Can FaZe hold the line?
That's just beautiful awareness right there. Understand and trust your teammates that there's a one shot there, and trust your teammate Legend to put it in, and he does. 30 seconds, 4-3. FaZe have the chance to close this out, but look at the push. It's potentially happening here. Rorsch gets the trade. A trade is all FaZe want in this situation.
20 seconds left. One final opportunity, but the numbers are not there. Strikey cannot go down. He does, and that should do it. Lure, not far enough on the map. 12 seconds is not enough time, despite how many G-slides you can hit. As FaZe secure game 1, a hard-fought game 1 at that.
Yeah, just great out of them once again. They're going to stop the last player from going in. But yeah, FaZe securing that game 1. That's some good momentum going into Aquarius. And like I said, it's gonna be rough for them, because I feel like the more FaZe play in this lower bracket, the better they're going to get. We'll see exactly what happens with FaZe, but what a good start to the series against a very solid Lat AM roster.
All right, we're not going to go to break. I do think Tim is going to take a quick break, so we'll take you guys the next couple of minutes solo. My God, I'm glad we go back to this screen, because I guess we're not going back to the screen I was thinking of, but that Vitality SSG series, guys, how compelling the storyline that Eco thought of as the weakest link on that SSG roster. Let's not lie here. I read the chat. I see Reddit. I see Twitter. Everybody's kind of down and out on Eco. And after SSG disbands, the one of 4 to have made it and secured their spot to Pro League is that man himself, Eco, who all but single-handedly won a crucial game 1, where if he hadn't made that play with the camo, rotated from C to the mid-map to the A and then down to B, we're talking about Eco potentially not making it to Pro League, and he does. He qualifies. So, I mean, my God, can we get some W's in chat for Eco? Can we get some respect for this man? Yeah, he's a little old, but I mean, it's Halo. Everybody's old that watches Halo. It's a pretty 30-plus crowd when you talk about Halo, from viewership to competition and otherwise. So, yeah, big ups to Eco, man. I will think back of that camo play for weeks to come, even all the way into November. I'll think back to when Eco made that play to get to land. So big ups to Eco. W's in the chat for him. As we get set for a game 2 here between FaZe and Noobs. MX's best versus 4 of the best to ever grace the sticks. It was not as easy as maybe FaZe would have liked, though, in game number 1, as they took a 4-3 win on Aqua CTF in the final seconds. So Noobs know how to slay out. A lot of free-for-all prowess on this squad, which does lend itself to success in Slayers, but Legend with the snipe off the start, lands the no-scope, half shield, so he's going to reset, work his way back to his teammates instead. Legend now regrouping, finds a way to somehow land that shot on the Roach. That'll back him up. But the bait and switch is there for Noobs, as Lure is able to take down Renegade. Legend spotting Renegade go down, knows he has to back up, but they are pushing for him. They want that snipe. They want Legend down. Love this rotation. Legend actually works his way not only away from danger, but back into the safe arms of his waiting teammate Spawn. So despite being down by 3 here in the early goings, I'm really impressed by Legend's play so far.
I love his position here on the nest as well. He's gonna watch that big door, and they don't expect that angle, right? You usually expect someone on the bridge towards that seaside. Instead, he takes a weird angle towards the nest, a little bit more exposed, but gets that first pick. Still though, Noobs up by 4.
This is their game to take, especially when you talk about being the underseeded underdog. You got to win the Slayer at the very least to tie up the series, because you probably lost game 1, all things considered, historically. And just to talk about the difference, Tim, to be staring at a 2-0 deficit versus being in the mix 1-1, that's got to be everything for the mental.
I 100% agree. Like, you got to carry it on, though. You know what I mean? It's got to be one of those things where you start to see the number go up, and then you continue forward, and then you know, get hyped up on the team. In terms of the Noobs roster, I'm not sure who's like the hype man, but you got to have one of those. I feel like I think it's good for the roster morale. But tied up now at 14 with 10 minutes left.
Renegade working his way into A. Just a 1 kill now. Tied. Match here, 15 all. Renegade looks out towards the nest bridge. Has Noble there inside of B. He spotted the QT trail, though, so he knows he worked his way into A. He's going to let him take A, while Renegade looks to take space in the tunnels.
Taking space and taking face. Oh, no, he's going to miss that last shot. Camo is up, though. So this pressure is invaluable for Renegade. The damage he did to the player on Big Door got cleaned up. Now they're able to push in. Great shots once again. He stays alive the entire time. They're able to secure the camo. And with that, they're able to secure as well a 5-kill lead. 22-17. Just as it looked like Noobs were positioned strongly enough to tie up the series at 1, they are going to have to work their way back from a somewhat difficult deficit. Now back to within 4, back to 5, make it 6, make it 7. My God, Legend takes down 3 in 0.3 seconds. That's multitasking at its finest right there. You love to see it. And that gives them the 5-kill cushion, I like to call it, right? You're in a position now where you can start to maybe think about trading a little bit as well, if you're, you know, if you want to. A little 2-for-1 trades potentially, but 1-for-1 would even work. But Leor looking to take that tower side control. They do so. Strikey doesn't even go down there, so some good control. But look how quickly FaZe come up and just demolish the tower side. On top of that, it is going to be Legend who ends up falling off, but that sniper's still in the hands of Stellar.
Stellar with the snipe, known as one of, if not the best snipers in Halo. He made a couple of insane plays last weekend, overkills with the snipe on this very map at that. Didn't have enough ammo resources left to do much more with it. He's been depleted there, but still maintaining his life. 31 to 25 here as FaZe maintain that 6-kill cushion.
They can keep pushing forward and being aggressive here, but those are the big kills that matter, right? Getting that kill and then staying alive there for Noobs is huge. They can continue to 2 for 1. It'll be a big step up, and then they'll go for that next camo as well. Spawn's trapped on the B side. It's going to be Noble. Puts that damage in, stays alive. That's a big factor of a solid player. They catch him off, though. Catch him off guard. He ends up falling, and it'll be still a 7-kill lead for FaZe. This is the aggression that you're going to consistently see. Look, the multitasking damage that comes out of Renegade is insane.
This is what Renegade is known for. He can multitask. He can take down any opportunity, any challenge that comes his way. I think Renegade, until he's on the respawn screen, I still have hope. Is Bound working his way to the nest bridge, still with that 6-kill advantage. Down the entry fragger, looking to open up a couple of lanes with all 8 players still on the map, going for that opening break like he's known for. He can pop damage, really. We're doing a great job. Didn't expose much of himself. Maybe all you could hit there was his left elbow, but he still does enough damage to find 2 assists. That is quintessential Bound right there. And look at his stat line as well. 8, 8, and 8. You'll take that all day.
Yeah, the crazy part is like doing that damage, those full shots while not taking any, and also being a distraction so his teammates can come in. It's just being aware of the map, being aware of the position of your teammates. It is so big in a Slayer. And that 43 to 35 score continues to pile on. Noobs have to do something here. This would be their chance to tie the series up and make it a competitive one, but looks like it's slipping out of their hands at the moment.
Torch trying to find a crucial slay that his team needs, down by double digits now. This lead, just in the blink of an eye, just continues to extend and extend further for FaZe, and it's about all but over. 48 to 36. I hate to call game before we're on the stat screen, but FaZe seem to have all but secured game 2.
Yeah, they've done a really good job the entire time of playing off of a numbers advantage. And when you have individual skill like that, and you've got the knowledge of like the spawn timer, that internal clock that tells you, okay, they're coming up here, in 7 seconds they'll be spawning right there. You make plays off of that, and we've got the individual talent as well. It just all comes together in a Slayer. You see it right there out of FaZe, and I wouldn't doubt that they'll continue to win Slayers throughout the rest of this tournament today. Yeah,
I mean, top fraggers, the likes of Renegade, 2 of the best with the snipe. Stellar, obviously the name that comes to mind first, but man, I love watching Legend with the snipe as well. And then you got just the perfect complement to any team, really. And I think that's one of the reasons why SSG won Worlds a few years back, is because of Bound and his opportunity to open up lanes and to play the entry fragger role and maintain a closest even to sometimes even a positive KD. Like, that's not what you expect from Bound. It's okay if he goes minus 1, 2, or 3 in a Slayer, because he's opening up so many opportunities for his teammates. For him to play such calculated, chaotic Halo is really why I think Bound is one of the best in Halo.
100%. That entry fragger role is very, very tough, and the ability to go in there, cause chaos, and do enough damage to potentially get a double kill sometimes, or do enough damage to just break a complete setup. It's a lot. It is very tough to do, though, and your stat line's not always going to be so pretty. It's not always going to be incredible, but you're doing so much for the team. You're doing so much to set up your roster to succeed. So Bound has always been that player, super aggressive, super hard to kill, and also just an individual talent in terms of the accuracy and the shot category.
Well, there you have it. That winter final lobby is starting to populate. One representative from each Vitality and Mercenaries will face off to make it to the grand finals. Now, both of these 2 teams have qualified for the Pro League, but Tim, just like we talked about before, the seeding is going to be so crucial. You make it to a grand final, and you all but guarantee a 1 or 2 seed this weekend, which would be a 5 or 6 seed in total. And by earning a 5 or 6 seed, you don't have to go up against Shopify in round number 1. You don't have to go up against the likes of Precision and Trippy and that God squad that's really contested most closely to Shopify. So this is despite both teams not having quite the stakes that they once played for, having to qualify, I still think this is just as big of a series because you do not want to slip up and find yourself in 7-8. 7-8 is going to have a tough going on land in November in Los Angeles. You do not want to be in those spots.
I 100% agree. And the crazy part is, like, SSG or FaZe, right? The fact that SSG are now find themselves in that lower side, it's gonna be insane. It's gonna be a slaughter either way. The competitive Halo Infinite Day is today, and it's been a great championship Sunday so far.
Man, everything you could ask for. And again, I just go back to the fact that, hey, the top 4 teams have already qualified for the Pro League, and you still see top 4 players, you could argue, in total competing this weekend. So, man, we have just been so thrilled to have such high level competition to still enjoy, and there is still a lot on the line. Once we get towards that lower quarterfinal matchup, those will be 2 qualifying matchups. I do believe that this is to make it to Pro League right here. So if FaZe are able to win and clutch up here and take one more game, they'll make it to the elimination semis, which in total gets them to Los Angeles. And then we're waiting on Majin versus Legion Gaming. That series is tied 1-1. And then the winner of that won't have but a second to wipe the sweat off their brow and then take on SSG to qualify. So, I mean, it's actually, again, the storyline's insane that both SSG and FaZe, those four players, or at least 3 out of 4 from the SSG team that qualified last weekend, will have to come down to a do or die elimination round to get here. So I mean, the storylines, the narratives, about as intriguing as it gets.
Yeah, you'd expect that this late into Halo Infinite. It's really, really cool to see. What I want to see is this Noobs roster, right? I know it's a roster full of heavy hitters from Lat AM, but I want to see what they're capable of. I want to see that kind of that prowess that we know all of them have, and see them come together. They seem a bit disjointed. Obviously, it's against FaZe. Obviously, you're against some of the best players in the game. But regardless, I hope to see them kind of make a little bit of a comeback here and make this series interesting.
Strikey, not too comfortable or content with his PC's performance. Looks like he just reset that. He's back in the lobby, and we don't wait too much longer after that to get this game number 3 kicked off. An oddball match on Recharge. Do or die in all caps for the Noobs. They need a reverse sweep to make it to the Pro League. As we settle in, FaZe versus Noobs. FaZe got knocked into the lower bracket yesterday by EU's best, Majin. And I just got word from our producer, because this is a qualification match, it's a best of 7. So the Noobs aren't going home if they lose this game. But man, a reverse sweep in a best of 5 is hard enough, Tim. A reverse sweep in a best of 7, that is rarely been seen throughout 5 years of Halo competition.
Yeah, I really like best of 7s in general, because again, those 2 words, competitive integrity, right? You give a team all the chances that they require, especially when their back's up against the wall, and I think Noobs could really use that right now. So let's see if they take advantage of it. FaZe 2 more wins, and they'll secure that of course that Las Vegas spot, but Noobs have a chance to answer back, but you got to get this shock rifle out of Renegade's hands if you want that to happen.
Oh, yeah. You don't want to see Renegade run amok with the shock rifle. He's already picked one off. Easy frag tosses there. Triangulated was Noble there, as he was dead to rights. As FaZe win the opening break, they're the first to get onto the oddball, and Renegade still has 5 shots left in the shock.
Okay, let's see what he's able to do here. Spots 2, he at least gets 1. I think he thought maybe he got that shot and the melee, which would secure that kill. But regardless, it is 3 down for the side of Noobs, and it's ball time for FaZe as they secure this camo, and they've got the pipe side potentially secured with a couple of kills out of Stellar, but he ends up going down.
Renegade back on the map with the back smack. Legend with the heady rotation. Well, I think one of the best in the game with the OBJ in his hands, whether it be the flag or the oddball. He just knows where to run with it as he works his way into C. And look at this, another heady rotation. Recognizes once Renegade goes down in the back of C, it's time to get on the high horse and run it to gold. So Legend, just a masterclass of oddball rotations right now.
Yeah, Legend's always been such an insane objective player, and it's just like the decision-making he makes with these objectives that just makes him so solid. And you really see that showcased in oddball. Noble, great kill out of Noble there. I mean, that's a good starter, 4-2 as well in this game. They've got ball control as well. They've got information on a player, and they've got them kind of trapped inside of that pipe side and an A. So good setup here for Noobs.
Yeah, good job by Noobs to take that oddball out of no man's land in the long haul. FaZe were eyeing the gold hold, but instead they're able to get back on the oddball, try and rotate it to C, but you can see FaZe are occupying the space between that objective. Stellar goes down though, so Noble with 2 really nice frags onto Stellar. He'll eventually fall, and it looks like the rotation for Noobs not as highly qualified and executed as we saw from FaZe and the likes of Legend. Because of that, 32-12, FaZe on top and back in control.
Some great pips there, though. One, it is 2 down for FaZe. He's going to force Legend once again for the rotation. I believe he anticipates the pipe side spawn. There it is. But because that rotation had to happen, it will be Noobs with this camo in their hands. Can they catch out Rorsch? Rorsch taking a big 1v1. I mean, that is a lot of confidence right there to take that 1v1. He ends up losing it.
Yeah, and a lot of confidence in the camo to think that Bound wasn't eventually going to see the shimmer of that power-up. Bound was actually able to get the first shot despite not having the camo, so a little bit of a misplay there from Rorsch. Renegade just trying to use the geometry to stay alive a second or two longer. Add a couple more seconds onto the clock. Bound grabs a new shock rifle, but he'll fall, and 3 go down for FaZe. So here's your opportunity if you're Noobs. Spawning across the map in gold or FaZe, Noobs take the oddball to C, so they have the time, space, and separation to bring this back to 55-50 or so.
That's really Rorsch's opportunity here on the top of glass. They're gonna know that though and take him out immediately. He was kind of the stopping force for this push, but Legend takes him out, understands the importance of it, and because of all that pressure, that's gonna force a play ball, but they do get 32 points out of it, so not too shabby, but we've got to do that a couple more times, and against this FaZe roster, it's gonna be tough.
Gorge pushing along the gold side of the map, not able to quite get to that 50-second threshold like we were hoping for in an optimal situation for them. We bring it back to within 20 seconds though, but FaZe are back on the oddball, and they have just been so efficient with their holds and the rotations. And look at Legend just leading the way, 50+ seconds. He's been the MVP with the ball in his hands. And what do you know, another well-timed rotation. Legend's so good at securing the G slides to get a little bit faster to and from, but he does get taken down trying to make that rotation. Stellar trying to prevent the reset, gets 2, does trade out. I do think the oddball fell off into the drink. It did, so it resets, but you can see FaZe are set up for the reset, and Legend, the process played so perfectly, grabs the grapple, uses it to grab the oddball, and then trades out with Noble. Nice play from Legend despite going down.
I really like what he did there too. He didn't, like, you know, generally you see the ball played off the back of C, right? You see it played off the back of Hydro, but he doesn't do that every single time. He goes for a rotation on the long haul side because he knows the spawns for his team are coming up on pipes or on that side, and he's got support. He does it every single time. They were able to get the ball back in the last play, but regardless, I love the confidence in his teammates that he has.
FaZe not as efficient with their accuracy, missing a few crucial shots, while as Noobs turn it up a little bit. And now they're back on the oddball, 71-40, as Lore looking to open up the space to rotate that back to gold. That's a huge slay onto Bound, and that does open up the entryway for Noobs to hold it at gold. Nice sticky there by Stellar, only good enough though to secure the trade. Roach across the map earns the assist, taking on Legend, sliding his way through. And again, that's been a theme for the last 2 minutes or so. Just 1 or 2 missed shots in these pivs for FaZe, and Noobs are taking full advantage, and they're only down by 10 now.
Yeah, they are with the nice 2 cleanups on the batteries there. And like you said, they're winning those pivs, and that's the big thing. You're winning the pivs against this team. You've got to feel really confident, and they do. They've got that rotation onto A. The ball does fall, I think. I don't know if it's still on the ledge or not, but regardless, it does fall. So they'll have to work their way back towards the back of Hydro, but they do have 2 down, so they feel a bit comfortable to potentially get the lead here.
Yeah, Noobs will regain the lead, and I really like the way this oddball sets up in the series for Noobs, going down 2-0. You've been a little out of sorts. It's just not all coming together for them. Oddball is the best game mode to find it and figure it out. You've got probably the most team-oriented setup-based version of objective gameplay here in Halo. And it's also going to go 20 minutes usually on average. So if you're not warmed up just yet, if you're not firing on all cylinders, this is the game to get back on your steez, and Noobs are back on top, 83-71. Impressive bounce back.
Guys, a minute and 20 seconds left. It's these next couple of plays that are the most important in this game and in this series. I mean, to bring it back 2-1 is really good, especially in a best of 7. You know you've got a lot of cushion to play with. But it's Strikey. Strikey's going to miss a couple shots there. Those were important ones because that would have been 3 down for FaZe. Now FaZe continually... Oh, there they go. What about the A spawns, though? He's got to worry about those potentially. I'm not sure if he is. I believe it will be long haul side spawns. Yep, it is long haul side. So he's safe for now, and he'll get that ball time. 7 points is all they need.
This is it. Closing moments of round number 1, and good zone control there from Lure. He's just going to pre-fire all the way through the bat ledge. Oh, but Noobs aren't on the ball. I thought maybe that would have opened up the opportunity for them to take it to 100, but no. Renegade and the rest of FaZe are closest to the oddball, and with a few slays here, could assuredly grab 20 seconds to bring it back to within a few seconds. Renegade wanted that camo, but he wasn't able to secure it. Nade shot goes out for Legend. He gets the slay. 3 go down. Camo's still there, and Stellar's able to pick it up. 30 seconds left. Oh, but the ball resets, so that's going to add a few more seconds that dwindle off the clock.
Yeah, a little bit overexposed there by Leor, though. It's already 2 down, and the other 2 players are on the A side, so FaZe get a free setup on the pipes, and Stellar's in a prime position to do exactly this. Damage, damage, damage. Prevent the push. He's in a perfect spot here on the bat ledge as well. If they do the pipe side push, you can help out with that. But, oh my gosh, FaZe might close this out potentially for round number 1.
And this is where the best teams in the world turn it up the moment they need it most and just execute in the end, and they're doing just that. 89-96. Just 12 seconds left of regulation, though. 2 down on each side. Really a 1v2 in the sense that Bound has to grab this oddball. Stellar's the lone protector, the lone bodyguard. Here comes the push from the top side of Gold, taking on 2 challengers. Bound not able to get away, but he does tie it up. He does get away. He does get away. 97-96, but they have enough time. Do the Noobs to get on the oddball, but you can't. Oh my God, you can't waste a single second. And they waste all 4 in the life force of FaZe, taking down all 4. The team wipe in round 1 secure.
Wow, that is a huge round 1. You've got to feel really good about that one. Obviously, it's not over yet, but that looked it was real close at the end there. I didn't think Noobs knew they had to pick up that ball, but they do just in time. They get the slays first. There was a spawner on A, and they close it out. Round number 1 goes to them. Can they continue this momentum, though?
Yeah, really good spatial awareness there from Noobs. I mean, 5 seconds is a tricky spot to be in. That's not a lot of time, but when you're within arm's reach of the oddball, it is enough time to focus on getting the slays, to focus on securing the round ultimately, which is exactly what we saw them do. Roach now with the camo in his hands, looking to pair it with the shock. Nobody contesting that for now, and now they do, though. He'll likely fall, and he does, so he loses the crucial kit. Camo and shock go down. Shock still available.
It's you're such an important player when you have camo and shock in your hands, because you know the other team is prioritizing you. They're calling you out. They're making sure they have the inflection in their voice to know that you're a very important kill, and you have to play extremely slow and just smart in your routes there. But when you're playing against a team like FaZe, they are very tight-knit. They're going to take you out very quickly, so they do so, and they take the lead as well in this round number 2.
Legend, able to secure it. It does straight out. Nice heads-up play there from Stellar. 3 go down for FaZe. It would not have been in position to hold on to the C side of the map and the oddball with it. So a nice heads-up play to drop that ball off into the drink, reset things. Just about virtually tied here. 18-16 FaZe, up by a couple seconds.
Noble, last player alive, understands the importance of his life. He will be spotted, though, and taken out, and that will be FaZe grabbing control of the ball. Once they take out Leor, who does get that spawn onto A, they will be safe. Look at the routing, though. It's Noobs that just come in so fast from every angle. 3 down, though, once again, and it will be Noble, the last player alive.
Yeah, Noble has to be careful here. You can't encroach too far on this. Really good timing here. Playing at the perfect pace. Takes down 2. Needs to win this 1v1 to take down 3, but Stellar has other thoughts. Stellar does get taken down, though, so enough damage done initially by the Noobs to clear out A and get back on top with the oddball, and they should be able to regain the lead here. Strikey's going to be able to communicate to his teammates that the spawn is coming from C, the push is coming from tower. Let's see how they handle it.
There's the first kill onto Legend. That ball still in their control for now. One more player to take care of. It's a 1v1. I love the route by Strikey. That was so beautiful. Gets the kill on to Stellar. Now they can move in for Camel. Have the Shroud ready for it as well. And with Stellar being down. Oh, no. Yeah, you're not getting away with that one. Bound takes him out.
Where did Bound come from? And as quickly as Bound got the back smack right there on the stacks, he was back on the bridge. Oh, my God. Bound moving at about 1 million miles a minute. Playing as fast as we're used to seeing from him. And he's having a great game so far at 21 and 16. Contributing in oddball control as well with 24 seconds to his name. But now it's they are forcing the ball into Legend's hands. Anytime they need to make that rotation, they're calling for Legend to pick it up and get across the map quickly. But Noobs are able to stop that from happening. 3 go down for FaZe, and because that rotation got stopped in no man's land, it wasn't on the edge for a potential reset. Noobs have full control at C and the lead once again.
Yeah, and that shot's going to make things even more difficult for FaZe here. Leor hitting those shots, securing his teammate on the back of C. And he hits another one. This is what he needs to do. This is what Noobs need to get back in this game. We'll see if they're able to do it. It's going to be Renegade you have to deal with, though, and Renegade ends up falling. There we go. Leor again. This guy's on fire. He almost gets the triple. That would have been disgusting.
Diabolical, premeditated murder was on his mind. He wasn't able to secure it, though. I love the setup, though. That's a no aim assist shot there on the sticky pad, too. So talk about being on fire there. Lure with a great sequence. Has his team up by 25 seconds now. And this, like I said, this game mode really presented an opportunity for the Noobs to bounce back and get back in the series. Not only back in the series, but with confidence. Renegade, a little bit of a duo grapple there. Could have rode Stellar all the way to long haul, but he gets cut short. Takes down Noble. 2 down on each side. Oddball precariously sitting out at the bottom side of gold. Now Renegade's the last player alive. He can clean up on one, though. That's Rorch on the oddball. He takes him down. One for the double. Gets the trade.
Again, it's the lives that are so important. Like the value out of these players' lives that are really turning the game. There's a big life out of Renegade. Leor had his big life just a moment ago. And Legend, I mean, every single time he spawns, he's going for this ball. So it's valuable every time. But they're going to get a backside C spawn or a backside C setup here, but it's going to be a play ball here very shortly. And I like that by Renegade, right? You don't want to give more information than they deserve. You just try to get the trade. He doesn't do it. Oh, he actually does get the trade on Noble, which is a big value in my opinion.
I almost feel like we're seeing something strategically here for the Noobs where they're really playing chess, not checkers. They're starting to identify Legend on the map, calling him out as an individual, and almost preemptively expecting that rotation. That's the last 2 or 3 attempts at a rotation that Legend has tried to make where he has got stopped at the halfway mark. So it does feel like Noobs are starting to pick up on what we mentioned, where every time FaZe want to rotate the oddball, they're looking at Legend to do it, and Noobs seem to have picked up on that.
Yeah, and I think that's where you kind of change up the game plan a little bit. Instead of playing that scrappy rotate game, instead you show force, right? And you catch him off guard with positioning. I think like it's really good of you to like recognize that. I think these teams need to recognize it too. Like, hey, okay, they're catching us on the rotate every time. Why don't we counter that by doing this? And that's I think where the high level of play comes in. But look at this, 10 more points, and Noobs will secure this game, and we'll be in a 2-1 series.
This could get interesting at 2-1. FaZe seemingly had full control of this series until they did not. And Noobs not only take the oddball, but they take it 2-0. Seemingly a dominant performance here in game 3, and arguably the hardest objective to win with oddball. So Noobs down 2-1 in the series, but right back in the mix.
And again, when you have Slayers like that, of that level on your squad, it's always the question, and we've seen it many times in many different teams, like who's getting objective, but you don't have that problem on FaZe. Like Legends, like I will get it, I'll take care of it. Even if I'm out of position, I'll go get it. Like I'll get it, I'll rotate. So objective, not really their issue there. I think, maybe, not on fire much, not in a flow state, just, they have to get back on the rails, or maybe that's one of their weaker game types. Who knows at this point? But regardless, we'll see if FaZe can recover here. I'm sure they will, but this is a chance for Noobs to take this and run with it. That's what you got to do in this position. You're in the lower side. This is do or die, best of 7. This is your chance.
You see Druck really raising the stakes. There is no tomorrow, he says in the game chat. And then Soul Snipe says, this is like an 8th lobby. Just like the ultimate dichotomy of 2 teammates with the banter, which I always love to see. in the chat as we see ours across the screen. FaZe and Noobs will continue to duke it out. We'll go picture in picture here as your winner final kicks off. This is for an opportunity to guarantee and claim a 5 or 6 seed in the Pro League, which is absolutely massive. When you just look at the ladders and the tiers of teams, the top 2 teams in Halo right now are really on another level. So you do not want to fall to 7-8. And if you lose here and then lose the next series, you might not get that 5-6 seed you were right on the edge of. So here we go. Vitality versus Mercenaries about to kick off on Aqua, CTF. Game number 4 kicking off here between FaZe and Noobs as Stellar off the rack finds 2 for the double kill. Nobody left on his screen to take advantage of as he will rotate here towards the hillside, anticipating the spawns at blue.
Yeah, we'll keep you updated on that FaZe side, of course, FaZe and Noobs, but Vitality, Mercenaries, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, this is a very big matchup. Like you said, the seed is a very important thing, but so is qualification. It looks like they'll take a little break there for a moment and get that restarted, and we can go back into this FaZe and Noobs series. Noobs again coming off with that last win is going to feel pretty solid here, but now you once again hop in a situation where you've got to stop these players. Stellar's already starting 3-1, and when you see that scoreline, you've got to be a little nervous, or you want to shut them down at the least.
Yeah, you've done it once. Can you do it twice? I think that's the MO for Noobs right now. And if you do it twice and you tie up the series at 2, you start to creep a little bit of doubt into the minds of FaZe. While game 3 was an impressive win for Noobs, I don't think it made FaZe doubt their ability to win and qualify for Pro League. But you win this one back to back, and you might just do that. Strikey, 1 shot left in the snipe, doesn't connect, does ultimately earn a trade out, which looked unfortunate at the time, but then it glanced up at the top left. All 4 go down for FaZe, so they were the first to score, but Noobs should be able to regain the lead here with a good hold.
Hey, that shroud screen, I love that, right? Waits for all of them to spawn, waits to be in trouble, then uses the shroud to try and extract as many seconds as possible here in this hill. Ends up going down there, but there's 3 down for FaZe, an opportunity to get back in that hill if you're Noobs, and they finally do so. A little bit of time here for them. Roche takes space.
Tough fight from the low ground. As Legend will win that. Stay alive. Take down another one. 3 in total go down for the Noobs. So despite regaining the lead, FaZe regain control of the hill and the map, and Renegade is set up, and he's going to push out aggressively with this QT. Double jumps there up onto the high side. I think he heard Roach below him. Yes, he did. Wow, great game sense. I guess audio sense in that case.
Enemy about to score.
Renegade. Sniper coming up in about 25 seconds here. And there's that audio. Here's the footsteps up above. Renegade ends up getting the perfect in the trade. But again, 3 down for FaZe. And they do have a lot of time on this hill, though, so Noobs have to play catch up just a bit. And with those spawns coming up, they've got to continue on those slays, and that's going to be real tough when you got bound. Putting damage in. Stays alive as well.
Right there, though. They're right there. And if they could just keep bound at bay, they might just still heal number 1. No, they do!
Oh.
Just as the dead body of Stellar gets into the hill, Noobs ice up on hill 1.
They really, I mean, I thought they were good on that in that situation, but there was just so much damage coming out from Noobs. FaZe wasn't really able to do much. The standstill out of Strikey almost worked out in his favor. He ends up going down. But that's we'll see what happens with FaZe here. Remember I told you that, what did I tell you? The elbows on the knees. Oh, it's not going to happen though. Strikey ends up taking him out, but I'd expect FaZe to lean forward a little bit here, but Noobs is not a slouch. Like, this team is really solid, and they're showcasing that.
Yeah, FaZe have got to slow down these frustrating sequences. Game 3, somewhat frustrating loss for them, and hill number 1, a frustrating hill to lose here in game number 4. So Noobs are quickly grabbing momentum as we are quickly restarting this winter final between Vitality versus Mercenaries. It's Yaxon off the start with the camo, working his way past the 50-yard line, fully obscured in invisibility. Trying to spot and eye the next opponent to enter his reticle. Has to watch out for the group grenade there. Ooh, and he's very lucky to not take one. He was 1 HP. They're sliding in, trying to find him, but he does a great job to get back up to full shields.
Yeah, I like that. You got to stay alive and continue that presence so that you can push in for flag with a couple of kills. There's a nade. Not going to do any damage, though, and Druck's going to go down as well. It's up to Acid. Great shots by Acid. Ends up getting 3 down for Mercenaries. He's going to pull the flag, and there we go. It doesn't make it through, though. Again, suppressed. the machine gun Suppressed just putting damage into everybody.
Yeah, Suppressed stayed warmed up in between series because he is picking up right where he left off, it feels like. As he'll try to stay alive in the generator. Great nade shot there. Keeps him alive. Keeps the math in his favor, but they do clean up on him. Eco now pushing in. And Druck now is on the run. And he gets through to the other side, unlike Vitality weren't able to on the other side. And this sets up for a good opportunity for the Mercs.
And in our picture-in-picture, we are tied 1-1. FaZe going to get their second hill. That's good for them, but that flag will run through. They'll get potentially towards the closet. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to make it that far, but Descendant really assisting things here on the side of Vitality. And that flag is going to be stopped. I love that kill. It's a huge kill once again on the P side, right? You want to make sure to secure that side of the map, and then he reroutes towards Car. Ends up going down, though, at the end of the day.
1-1 in the bottom right, and also tied here 0-0 on the early goings of Aqua CTF. We've seen both teams get a flag out, but not able to do much with it. As the camo spawning up now, Druck trying to maintain his positioning there, at least towards the middle of the map, ideally on the high side so he can grab onto it. Clambers his way back up, earns a slate all the while, but because he's low shields, has to dip down low once again. Not able to grab that camo as really as he'd like, and there is still pressure on that middle of the map. But all the while, Druck maintains the distraction, and Acid procures the camo.
Yeah, I really like that he kept camo here, and he gets 2 off of it as well. Like, really solid in general playing defense with that camo on his side of the map. Druck ends up going in, and because that player's not there to assist Druck, he ends up falling as well. And that's the domino effect of Halo. And it's very good for the side of Vitality. Playing real slow with that camo, making sure to get defensive hold. Positioning is key, and they make sure that's a priority.
Yeah, and an important capture on the bottom right of your screen as FaZe have stopped that momentum that we were discussing there for the Noobs, as they have taken 2 in a row to take a 2-1 lead, and there's only 140 left on the clock, so we could very well be witnessing the final, if not the final, 1 of 2 hills here. So Noobs would need the next 2 if they want to win this game and prevent it from going to match point.
Yeah, you saw Bound there at the bottom right of the screen, just starting to get hot, starting to warm up, and that's what's so scary about FaZe as they go through this lower bracket. They're going to get better and better, in my opinion. Well, we'll see how that pans out. Back towards our winners finals once again. It's going to be Descendant on your screen, still on that defensive side. Mercenaries trying to play more aggressive here, but they're 3 down, so they can't do that. They're 4 down now. Druck's the first one to spawn. They know he spawns in the back of the base. They got to push in, but if they can get this first kill onto Druck, it could be the opening they need.
Eco glancing up. Thought he had a grenade in the back pocket. He did not, though. Still a great job keeping Druck at bay. Not able to push freely out of their spawn as Descendant continues to encroach and suffocate the spawns here, as they have plenty of weak opponents to take advantage of. Acid now. A little bit of a buddy system, trying to make sure that this flag gets on the run cleanly. Last time he did not make it around the corner, but now it looks like he will. And he's into the generator on the run, should be able to cross the 50. Can they stop this first score from going in?
Let's see how it goes. Press pushing up here. Looks like he is not going to be in time, though. That first cap does go in. Vitality's going to be the one to punch it in. Acid the last player alive, though. Counter cap potential is there. Where's the spawns? Looks like they're going to be on that fridge side, so nothing really to worry about. And it will be Druck with that camo, so they could potentially turn this into 2 caps. And speaking of caps, FaZe ends up getting one at the bottom right of the screen as well. So that score now 3-1 for them. And it's a tied game here in the winners finals.
A fantastic job to counter cap that for the Mercenaries, not let Vitality breathe with too much of a lead, and an opportunity to build on that cushion. As Druck, he was eyeing the previous camo. It went to his teammate instead, but now he went to Acid instead, so it did not go to Druck. Druck not able to do much with the camo there, as he'll go down. Descendant now working his way through the middle of the map. 1 HP, just a body shot to the backside would take him down, and Suppressed able to accomplish that. Staying alive in the generator, taking on all challengers, but now he's got help.
That's the help there. Great shots. Suppressed. Again, the ability to stay alive. Now he's helping his teammate there as well. They have position to pull this flag. It's 3 down. Suppressed going to pull it towards the fridge side. There might be a... Nope, they spawn on the car side. Acid's going to put that damage in. Stop the flag for a moment, but it looks to continue to go. This could be another cap here, potentially. We'll see what Druck's able to do.
Across the halfway mark, both teams still notched up a 1, and my goodness, Descendant turns on Druck. Great use of the plasma pistol to deplete the shields, the melee to clean it up. Now Descendant goes from offense to a little bit of defense here. Nice quick snap onto Soul Snipe. Oh, wow, that was a 3.9 seconds out of 4 for the double kill as he earns the multi-kill. Working his way now into the base with that plasma pistol charged up. A mixy scenario with both flags out.
And at the bottom right of your screen, it's 3-2 with about 5 seconds left. So if nothing crazy happens, it should be FaZe up 3-1 in that best of 7 series. And it is. FaZe will win that game against Noobs, and they'll go on to the next one, potentially closing out that series. Now we're full screen here on the winners finals, of course, and there's going to be a flag pull by Vitality and Acid. Acid seriously has impressed me so much in every series we've watched. He's just improved so much as a player, and you're seeing it come to fruition. Another cap goes in, 2-1 Vitality lead.
Yeah, and if the Noobs fall to FaZe, Acid is the MX region's last gleaming hope for representation in the Pro League. Doing a great job representing at that, like you said, really playing at a high, if not even phenomenal level throughout the day and the weekend. Druck, though, on the other side, going to get a flag out. A little too mixy there at the front of the base. He's going to have to walk away from that flag, trying to prevent Eco from getting the camo. He'll burn that out. Druck trying to turn 2. Does go down, but does earn the assist. 2-2 split. The flag out momentarily. About to get reset.
Yeah, great timing there to make sure to burn that camo that Eco picked up out of Druck. Plus he gets that flag out. So overall, good play. You're doing multiple things at once. Value out of every life is what you want. Everything you do is a percentage of value, and you just try to extract as much as you can every life without going in the negative. You see that out of all these players. They're able to provide so much value every life. They play their lives really well. They play mixy. And there's another cap. 2-2 now. We're all tied up. Mercenaries versus Vitality in the winners finals.
Mercenaries have done a great job to countercap their way to a tie, but they did utilize a lot of resources to tie it up at 2. For now, though, both flags are out, so Jackson had one on the run momentarily. Acid looking to make sure it stays on the run with the double kill. Jackson gets clear, and look at that, the perfect timing. The reset comes through just as Jackson reaches the scoring point, and now a countercap comes through for Vitality, and they're up by 1, but got to worry about Suppressed. If he keeps doing these things inside of the base, it's going to be 3-3. We're going to witness another countercap.
The counter of the counter of the counter, Mac. It's insane. The pacing is nuts. They get that flag towards the 50% portion. 3 go down for Vitality, though. And it looks like Sab has got a free lane with 4 dead to put this flag in once again. My goodness, what is happening? We're going to be tied at 3-3 here very shortly. It's going to be Soul Snipe still trying to maintain control of their base, but he gets taken out, and there it is. 3-3 tie.
I mean, 1 counter cap in 1 match is pretty impressive. But to see 3, I mean, every single cap has been answered back with the counter cap. But for both of the 2 teams, they've both accomplished that feat. Acid now going for the triple kill, gets his opponent Soul Snipe down to just 1 HP. Will it get cleaned up on? Yes, it does. And Soul Snipe not able to earn the trade, so that's going to open up on the other side. Jackson an opportunity, but he's the last player alive. He's going to have to drop this flag. Reroute himself back to the base. And on the other side, Sab is on the run. So they do have to get a reset, but they're in a much better position, our Mercenaries, to take this lead in the final 2 minutes.
Yeah, it depends on these next couple of kills here. Vitality is the Senate trying to do all he can. He ends up going down. It looks like the flag return is in. 4-3 now. Mercenaries, just no gaps left open, right? They're taking every single opportunity, and they're making sure to get these counters, these clean caps with slays. It is great to see, but honestly, just no stone left unturned.
Yeah. For Vitality, you've got to find a way to work out of the base. You cannot stay glued to your spawn, and Druck is making that super difficult. Grabs another camo, takes down another slay. He's going to draw in with the invisible hand into a bait and switch. That was all premeditated. Those first 2 or 3 shots that you saw Druck not take were setting up his teammate to take the slay instead. And now Druck gets back to work with the battle rifle. Close range win against Eco. And this could seal it here for the Mercenaries. Still only a minute left, but that feels like a lot of time.
Yeah, it is a lot of time, and it's even more time now because Druck just got spotted with the camo. Somehow he's still alive, though, and still doing damage at the best of his abilities here. He definitely does want to get this flag out. They do have 3 down, but that's a ninja. That's a ninja from Eco to potentially stop this flag. That was a huge kill. They get 2 down as well. Oh my word.
They're in a good spot. They're in a good spot, but they still need maybe 1 or 2 slays to feel comfortable. Get that flag off the stump. Sab, though, sneaky as ever in the generator, finds 2. How did they not know where Sab was? Now going for the triple, and he gets it with the trade, and that might have just secured it for the Mercenaries. 30 seconds left. Vitality have to push out almost overextensively off of spawn.
Yeah, I mean, his top center presence on his soul snipe is really huge. He's got to stay alive, though. He will be the center of focus. Does get 1 kill, it looks like. It's going to be 2 down for Vitality. Make that 3. Acid, the last player alive. And it looks like, yeah, it looks like it's going to be all over. I don't think there's anyone in position whatsoever, right? Mercenaries could potentially close out game 1, and it looks like they do. Mercenaries in the winners finals in game 1 goes to them.
And it really looked like in the beginning and middle portion of that match, Vitality had the edge, but Mercenaries were just so strong. 3 counter caps to the 1 counter cap for Vitality, and ironically enough, it was not the proactive caps, it was the counter caps that was the name of the game there on that Aqua CTF as we go back to our qualification match from the lower portion of the bracket. Renegade. Good to see him back in Halo and back doing what we know and expect from him. 17-7 now. The Noobs, their life force is starting to get sucked out.
Yeah, you're playing on a, well, you know, one of those old Halo 5 maps. Renegade has a lot of experience on this. Bound has a lot of experience on this. Stellar has a lot of experience on this. And I'm sure Legend as well. It's going to be a playground for the side of FaZe. It's going to be very tough to win this out if you're Noobs.
Shrikey with the high ground, the delayed step jump potentially there. That could throw Renegade's timing off, but Renegade still wins it from the lower portion. Luor loses his piv, and this is getting from bad to worse for the Noobs. They put up a hell of a fight. They won that game 3 convincingly, 2-0 on the recharge oddball. Stayed in the mix, only lost by 1 in game number 4, but this is getting a little out of control, a little out of hand now as FaZe are starting to flex their muscles.
Yeah, this is just their map. It's you look at that roster, and that's the first thing you think about. 25-14 now. 12 kill lead now mounted here for the side of FaZe, and it's rough, right? Because they win this, they're gonna end up qualifying. So it's Noobs have to do something right now, and this is your last chance at this point. And they put up such a good fight in that game they won. So I really want to see something here.
I really thought we were maybe going to get to a game 6 after how well we saw Noobs play in that objective oddball. Stellar, though, doesn't even trade out despite sticking his opponent from about a meter away. That usually results in a trade. Stellar's going to continue on his reign of terror with the camo, and it's a reign of terror in totality in this game. 33-19. FaZe might just be cakewalking their way to LA.
Yeah, 11-5 out of Stellar, 9-2 out of Renegade. I mean, what do you do at this point? And it's going to continue on as the lower bracket goes through. Great shots by Stellar. Another kill out of him. 3 go down, 36-20. A 16-kill lead out of FaZe.
Stellar, most kills, most assists, least deaths. When you hear that come out of a caster's mouth, that means that that player is the MVP of the match and playing at a level far above what this match would require to come out on top. So Stellar, a big reason why. FaZe are up by double.
It's insane. They're continuing the aggression too. A map like this, it's so punishing. So 2 go down here. Now they're going to swarm and try to get these other 2. And while they get these other 2, the other 2 will spawn and they'll go for them. And it's just constant pressure that you're under. There it is. So 2 go down once again, and they end up getting 1 spawn, so they have a little bit of life here. But I mean, this game is it's so tough to come back from something like this, especially on this map. It's nearly impossible.
Legend and Renegade took a trip to the Call of Duty side of competition, came back to Halo, and just a couple months ago in that doubles in Dallas 10K tournament, qualified, I think, from the lower bracket. Actually, no, they won the whole thing, excuse me. But they did qualify in the LCQ, if you will, to make it to LAN, and they're going to do the exact same thing here today, returning for one final run, and their career is going to continue on as they're going to have the opportunity to compete for the lion's share of $128,000. Legend and Renegade cannot be denied.
There it is. Last couple of kills, and there it goes. The perfect to end it. Steak-tacular FaZe. that's the qualification for them. And got to give the flowers to Noobs, right? They had a really solid run. I thought they were going to come back through that. But, you know, FaZe still a menace in this bracket, now playing for seeding going forward. And we move back over to the winners finals. It's Vitality versus Mercenaries. It's going to be Soul Snipe with his beautiful sniper in his hands. See what he's able to do. Whoa. That looked real clean. Let me tell you, that looked like it was going to hit. But 6-1 is the lead so far.
Yeah, and that FaZe roster still has a lot left to accomplish despite qualifying for Pro League. They want to make sure that they don't go up against Shopify. Ironically enough, this team FaZe, you could argue formed to take down Shopify, but you don't want to take them on in round number 1. As we switch gears here to your winner final, seeding still on the line here between Vitality and Mercenaries, as Acid has that sniper in his hand. Druck, don't peek the camo, at least without putting some shots onto Acid. I thought Acid was going to be set up a little bit better than that, but looks like he's going to maintain his life.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a mental game, right? When you challenge something like that, you say, okay, hit it, you know, hit the shot. And if they don't, then it kind of makes you second guess the next time. Like, you know, Acid probably, hey, I'm not going to challenge this time or whatever. You know, it's constant mental battles throughout the entire fight against all of these players. And, you know, that's one of them that I think was won there.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just that mental battle that results in a heat check. As Acid starting to warm up with that snipe, lands the no-scope through the vents, now working his way out towards the B side of the map, goes for another no-scope, and he lands it, misses the first shot, but he's good on the second.
My goodness. Okay, well, the mental battle has not been won. Acid got angry like the Hulk. This man is on fire. Another kill goes in. 15-10 so far. And Acid still alive on the back of B, and he's got a QT to work with.
Looking like Wemby with the block, sends that frag back to Druck, puts him back on the respawn screen, and he is pestering him off of his next spawn, still putting out damage. Acid's like a thorn in the side of Druck right now. It's a living nightmare for him.
Goodness me, he's playing so incredibly. He's only died one time in this game. Everyone else on his team, 3, 4, 5 deaths. Oh, he died his second time. Sorry.
Welcome back, Tim. There's your first caster curse. Now you're back.
Wouldn't be a cast without that one. 19-15 though. Yeah, you love to see it out of Vitality, right? The way to come back in this series. This is only a best of 5 here in the winners finals, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, because we're playing for seeding, not so much a qualification. We'll see what Spress is able to do against that cleanup.
Oh, nice swipe shot with the battle rifle. Switches to the bandit. 4 good shots onto Acid. It's Acid trying to scurry away to safety. Does that grenade? No, Acid does not work his way through to the mud. So a great job recognizing that Suppress is going to toss that grenade out. As Acid maintains his life, he's still alive, and he throws a great grenade on Suppress. Suppress does a great job to then dodge that grenade, and Acid's still alive, though. They finally resume the fight. Acid stays alive, and Suppress chases him down all the way from the nest bridge and wins it.
My goodness, and he's still alive. It's just insane. Acid has been playing out of his mind. Soul Snipe. He doesn't get that. He wanted that spread, but by the spike grenade, but didn't get it. And because of that, he does fall. 27-28. Acid! My goodness gracious. Calm down. No, instead, vamos. This is insane. I love to see this out of Acid, man. The improvement. Like, again, you said it earlier. I got to give you your flowers. That it was a good call. I definitely see it in tenfold. I see the improvement out of Acid. It's great to see him play this way.
Toxic ooze scatters the battlefield of live fire as Acid, venomous and poisonous with his bite, finds 10 slays before anybody else is in double figures. 30-25 though, so despite Acid's performance, still a close game. 6 kills now separating these two teams, so Vitality are starting to grow in this lead a little bit, and they could go even further. Ascendant as the snipe.
It's the tool in his hands. Acid's done something. Now it's his turn. He wants a bit of the spotlight for himself. 3 go down for the side of Mercenaries, and Descendant looking for the spawns. They will be on to A. There will be a player that sneaks through the bottom, though. I guarantee he heard that slide. I guess he did not, or maybe he didn't. He's ignoring it to help his teammate out. Selfless play here on a Descendant.
How confident Descendant is. I mean, you'd think going down to lower shields than the opponent Druck across map that's shooting you down, and he just takes him on, and he continues on. He will not be stopped. He had Druck dead to rights and make sure that he falls. He falls with him, but at 39-29, Tim, that's a great trade play there from Descendant.
Yeah, and you know, I was gonna say he'd be like me, but he's got skill, right? Challenging with half shields, but he knows that trade is there, right? He knows that his teammates are there to get the trade. That's all they really need at this point. Like you said, 40-32. Soul Snipe and Mercenaries, though, they are a momentum-based team. If they're able to bring this back a little bit, and camo in the hands of Druck, I mean, if this goes to 40-36. I'd be a little scared if I was Vitality.
Yeah, this is the opportunity right here. You're down by 7, so it's a pretty considerable lead for Vitality, but hey, Druck has the camo. And if he can find a way to take down Descendant not able to spot Druck at half shield, so Druck is going to reposition, reshield, work his way back to B, get some squad spawns over here. Looks like the whole squad is spawning for Vitality inside of A. Druck now getting some shots out. Suppressed goes down. It's going to be tough for them, as they've done well to keep it close, but it feels like every time the Mercenaries bring it back to within 4, 5 or so, it gets back to 6, and that's exactly what happens right here. 6 kill lead for Vitality. They're doing a great job just not letting Mercenaries gain any ground.
Yeah, the ebbs and flows continue. Sab, oh my goodness. Okay, there's one way to bring it back. That would be the way, but he ends up losing it. Now it's in the hands of Descendant, and all they need is 3 kills. Vitality will close this out. He gets taken out, though. Snipe gets used just a bit. Druck ends up falling, so one more kill is all Vitality need, and they will close this second game out. I'm sorry.
That should do it. And it does. Descendant. Look at the grouping. 11, 12, 13, and 14 respectively. Regardless of what your role is in a Slayer, you want to see everybody play their 25% and contribute that amount of slays to the net scoreboard at the very end, and that's exactly what we saw from them. Everybody playing their 25%. Acid really had a couple of incredible sequences with that snipe, and it was close until Acid just started to pop off, and like we said earlier, not able to really get within 6 after that were the Mercenaries. So Acid finds the separation, and Vitality find their first win of the series.
Really solid series we're gonna have here. I mean, I like a competitive winners finals. We always know they're going to be competitive, especially at this rate. But again, these mix of teams, like I expect the Mercenaries side, but the Vitality side is a very interesting mix, and I love it. I think this works out really well. Eco, Yaxin, a player that I was looking at back then. Acid's improved tremendously, and Descendant's doing some heavy hitting in terms of like his snipes and his damage overall. So really cool to see this team, form together and see this dynamic. It is very interesting, and I like it, honestly. It works out well.
Yeah, talk about the team composition. I would not be surprised to see these guys compete for the top when all is said and done in the middle of November on LAN at the LVT Halo and Shopify Pro League. Just look at the composition again. You've got the old guard, the wily veteran in Eco, a world champion, by the way. And I think back to sports and esports, any form of competition, when you got a guy in the locker room or on the field of play that's got a ring on his finger, it instills a little bit more belief in the others that haven't earned a ring yet, that, hey, maybe we could get to that level as well. He obviously sees something in me as a world champ to think maybe I could get to that level as well. And then let's not forget about Descendant and Yaxin. These guys got top 3 at the Halo World Championship just several months ago. And then you pair them with the most improved player in Acid, who still seems to be working his way to the top of his potential and personal ceiling. And you've got the recipe for a team that could cause some upsets in the Pro League when we get to the later portion of the day. I expect these guys to be a top 4, at worst 5-6 team, but can they compete for the win? I think so.
Yep, recipe for success is exactly right. I 100% agree. I really like this roster. I like the Mercenaries. For them, I was always, and this is not a slight at them, I was always my question for them was always like, where's your ceiling, right? And it constantly felt like they were at their ceiling. Like they have incredible placings together, of course, but I always wanted them to break past that and win some, showcase that talent that they have, get the momentum, win an event. Mercenaries, another squad that I really enjoy watching, but again, there's so much competition. It's just very tough. We have the teams that have already qualified and all of that. But it's one hurdle at a time, right? Brick by brick, we'll see which team's able to kind of come out on top with this winner's finals. And right now, for me, Vitality looks really solid, just momentum-wise. I think they're looking good in the series.
And here we have another qualification match starting up between Majin and SSG. Majin were able to take down FaZe, a team that has qualified. So Majin should have the belief that they can spoil the plans and itinerary of SSG to make it to the Pro League. And again, man, SSG had qualified last weekend, disbanded, and now have to fight in an absolute war to ultimately earn their ticket the hard way. So that's going to be an intriguing series to watch, as it looks like Mercenaries and Vitality will have to reset. Looks like a player lagged out or just wants to reset the PC, wasn't feeling something right.
Yeah, and it's interesting, right? When you make a decision like that, there's got to, like, at least in my eyes, there's got to be a big reason why that decision was made. And the first thing I go to is vibes. Like, you know, you want to have people that you want to go to war with. You know, playing Halo competitively, it is a mental battle throughout. Like, you know, these long tournament days, a lot of money on the line, people that you trust, you know, all of that kind of matters. Play styles integrating well together. So for them to make a decision like that this late and lose qualification while making that decision, something tells me there was something larger at hand there. Yeah, I mean, shout out to them for trusting in themselves to make it happen.
Yeah, like you said, maybe just the vibes weren't right. And sometimes it really does come down to the vibes. That level of chemistry is such an important relation to chemistry and cohesion, which are needed at the highest levels of Halo. You got to be on point with the 3 C's. So SSG will have another opportunity to qualify as we get set to kick off this King of the Hill on Lattice. Vitality and Mercenaries tied at 1 in the series.
Well, here we go. This could be a very good series ahead of us, ladies and gentlemen. If you're enjoying the stream, if you want to help support LVT and you got a Twitch Prime sub available, use it. You know what I mean? Gift a couple subs if you feel that you want to do that as well. Support Halo, support LVT, who has been supporting Halo forever. And yeah, I mean, it's been a great tournament, of course. Tony's gracing us with his presence on his birthday, which I think is amazing. I mean, I wouldn't do it. You know, I wouldn't be watching streams on my birthday, but the guy just, you know, he's always supporting wherever he can. So really cool to see Tony in the chat too. It's been a great day, Max, so far, and very competitive Halo as well.
Yeah, well, why not be celebrating your birthday with Halo? And what a guy to be turning 367 and being an active part of the community. Creaky bones and all. Love that out of Tony. As it looks like after a couple of false starts, Vitality and Mercenaries will re-rack once again. Not quite sure exactly what's going on to force the reset, but these teams will presume competition here shortly as the match is starting now. Lattice, King of the Hill. Really no way to tell which series this which way this series, is going to go, because Vitality and Mercenaries are the 2 best teams that we've got today.
I'm excited, and I think this is the one, Mac. I'm giving this my good energy. This is the one that's gonna go through here. You know, I talked about the momentum of Vitality. I love that word. I use it 25,000 times a cast, but especially that other word, flow state. I love those 2 words, or 3 words. But Vitality, all of that's gone now. The momentum is gone. Now they have to kind of start over for both teams. Like you said, they're both, the conditions are the same for both of them, but Vitality did have a little bit of a better situation because they were feeling really good after that last match to tie the series up.
Yeah. Iced out, which is fitting here on the ice map. Lattice, as off the opening break, Mercenaries are the first to claim points. Sab, with great use of the QT, gets to safety, gets the assist, gets back to the space that was opened up because of his assist, and he looks to grab the sniper with that well-timed QT.
Sab playing well though here. I was expecting him to kind of just, you know, play a 1-2 with his teammate, but a little exposed, ends up getting taken out. Regardless, that snipe is still there. Soul Snipe's going to get the spawn and the snipe in his hands. Now they can work towards that hill. It'll be Soul Snipe. The first shot gets the leg. That's enough to take down the shields, and it'll be an assist out of his teammate to go down. That should be enough to get control.
Soul Snipe checking and looking to clear the waiting spawns for Vitality. 3 in total on the respawn screen, anticipating blue spawns, and he's now getting that shortly after. Not in quite the position, though, to make a play with this snipe. He's going to rotate into red, anticipating the push, and there he goes. He's set up with the positioning and the accuracy to boot. Fantastic shot there to open things up. Acid goes down to 1 HP. Soul Snipe's going to not allow him a second to breathe, and already Mercenaries look to take a 1-0 edge.
And we'll see what he's able to do with the snipe, though. Unfortunately, misses 2 shots. Only 2 bullets to work with here. Mercenaries, though, does get the lead in the game. And this is what they need here. This is what they need in this situation. Great shots by Soul Snipe once again, but none of them connect. So not so great in the end. Regardless of that, He's going to end up playing his life, which is more important here as they can pressure through to this second QT and get that to potentially take space on the map.
Zap gets the slay, looks to turn 2. Ledge jump there from Descendant is enough to earn them the trade. Oh, it's a 1v1. Yaxon versus Druck. Both players encroaching on the hill. Druck does have the high ground, though. Who gets the squad spawns? It's a 2v2 for now. Soul Snipe, his longtime duo, pushes in, but does not hit the shots he needed to on Yaxon. Acid goes down. Yaxon gonna have a tough time staying alive here, but does a great job with the positioning and the timing to take down not only 1, but potentially 2 here on suppressed. And he allows his teammate to clean it up. Yaxon gets the safety, gets the assist. This is heady play Halo that we're witnessing here from Yaxon.
Yeah, I love to see it. Playing his life, and you said that positioning the entire time. I love using his teammate too, the bait and switch. That entire life was awesome out of Yaxon, and it gives Vitality a bit of a bonus in this hill, but it is Mercenaries that get immediately in the hill once again. Eco, great shots out of him. Unfortunately going to miss. Now last one, so he ends up falling. But Soul Snipe looking to clean up a couple of kills of his own, and he will do just that. The double kill comes out. Soul Snipe starting to heat up with the triple.
Has the triple, the potential over, and he gets it, the overkill with not a second to spare. Going for the kill tack. Hardly see that in pro level competition, but he's good enough. Soul Snipe is for the overkill. And the opportunity for Mercenaries to take control of this hill. All the while, though, Acid was able to sneak in with the snipe. And on our picture-in-picture, you've got Majin versus SSg kicking off that best of 7 to determine who qualifies for the Pro League.
Yeah, it looks like we did a poll in the chat, and you guys spoke, and we listened. And now we're gonna watch this qualification series. Penguin on your screen from SSG. Always a crowd favorite, this org. I absolutely love SSG. See what they're able to do here. Penguins, some great shots. Great job by him to take them out and get the trade. Collect, though, the last player alive, has to scurry away.
Collect does get the trade. 3 fall for Majin, all 4 for SSG. So Snipe Drone is going to have that line of scrimmage being pushed out. My God! Predictive grenade from Falcated. Snipe Drone ate that one right in the face.
Snipe Drone, unfortunate. You hate when those things get in your way, take you down to no shields. Great job by Lucid, though, cleaning it up. 3-3-3 is Lucid here. Wants to push in aggressively for this flag. Gonna take the jump towards the front side. It will be him. Has to clean up this kill. Great awareness by Snipe Drone. That stutter step to the side was absolutely disgusting. It threw them off, but really great job once again to just put pressure on the map from Lucid.
Allocated staying alive. Pushing up into the red base. On the other side, Mercenaries taking a 2-0 lead in that best of 3 game, or excuse me, game 3, best of 5. Allocated now in the fridge. Ooh, nice close range win there onto Mighties, maintaining his positioning on the other team's side of the map. So this is going to open up the run here, and if Falcated can do one more and just continue to stay alive, it's going to be really, really hard for Majin to prevent this push from turning it into a score.
Yeah, it's really tough because you got to take care of Falcated, but you got to stop the flag as well. And now Falcated stays alive somehow. He's in your base, and he's pulling another flag. This is really solid by Falcated. If he's still alive, I don't know what's going on, Max. Someone needs to take him out.
He just will not go down. They're chasing him out with the frags. Uh-oh, 4 go down for Majin. This could turn into a double cap, and it assuredly will. Collect puts in 2 in less than 60 seconds. Impressive opening sequence here from SSG.
Falcated finally falls, so they don't have to worry about him anymore, but a great job once again being a thorn in the side that entire time to allow those 2 caps to happen. We'll see if they're able to continue that. 2-0 still the lead. SSG really solid in terms of keeping this lead going and keeping pressure up, which is exactly what they should do. Lucid, though, down to no shields, wants to create pressure of his own, gets inside the base again. And we're seeing this trend over and over, where SSG is finding themselves in the base of Majin. Is it going to be enough? No. Lucid gets taken out.
Snipe Drone pushing past the 50-yard line, has to work his way back, trades out ultimately with Falcon. Mighty's now in a tough fight in the middle of the map as well. The middle being so highly contested for, but it's going in favor of SSG.
SSG, 2 down for Majin. Gives him a little more comfortability They're able to potentially pull towards the Gen side, but looks like they're going to wait and maybe get a couple more slays. Like gets one of them. It's obviously one down for each side, but Lucid pushes in on the defensive side of his base. And again, this is the priority, right? You got to take that player out of your base because someone in your base can not only pull the flag, obviously, but just cause a lot of havoc. And it really makes it difficult to control the map if someone's pelting you from your base.
ID's looking to prevent this lead from going to 3-0, but my God, Falcated with the quickness gets across the middle of the map, gets into his base, but gets stopped short on the stairs. Lucid with the protective positioning takes down another one. Flag still on the run. One final player somewhat close to stopping it, but not close enough. 3-0 SSG.
Well, someone's got the camo here. If they end up getting taken out, it's going to be Mighty's. But yeah, 3-0 is a very good start to game number 1. Collect pushes in again. You see the aggression is working. He's able to play really comfortably, I feel like, on this roster. Collect. He seems very comfortable. And he's finding the holes in the defense. Great shots. Ends up backing up here, though. SSG looking to get this flag returned, but it's Collect who's going to be the first one. He ends up falling. They take him out first, and now it's a little bit of a standstill.
At the halfway mark, it's been a pretty convincing game so far for SSG, up by a count of 3-0. Majin still getting skunked here. Got to get something going. And maybe this is their opportunity. 3 go down for SSLG in the courtyard and with points on the board. So a great job by Majin right at the halfway mark, right when they need to get something going. Now have a score and now have the opportunity for a double cap. Can SLG stay alive?
Yeah, I love this. Again, this aggression is beautiful out of SLG. They're going to get that flag through, and look what he does. He goes back to fill the space, fill the spot in their base. Ends up getting taken out by the fridge spawner, and it will be 3 down for Majin. So we'll see if they're able to still make this happen, but it's going to be real tough. It looks like the flag is pulled out by SSG, and they'll get the potential return. They do just that. Wow, great stop.
Yeah, SSG just bully the reset there, doing a great job with their numbers now. And their numbers do dwindle down to nothing, so this is another opportunity. Unfortunately, Majin not in the base and ready to get a pull started. So they're going to still have to wipe another cycle of spawns as we take a look picture-in-picture at your winner final between Mercenaries and Vitality, and it's a close one. 30 seconds left, and Mercenaries are up by 1.
That's a great job by Mercenaries to kind of take control there, especially with the 1-1 series scoreline. We'll see if they're able to close it out. 18 seconds is all they need. Collect pulling the flag on this end for SSG, trying to give them a bigger lead. It's already 3-1. They've done such a good job just pressuring and being aggressive. And when you have that individual skill, you're able to do that. And when you're aware of the spawns, you're aware of where your teammates are. That spatial awareness that you talked about earlier is huge. There it is, 4-1 is the lead. And if you look at the bottom right, it's 2 seconds remaining in this game. And that will be Mercenaries now leading the series 2-1 on that winner's final side.
Mercenaries looking to stamp their ticket to the grand finals and a higher seed and a better opportunity on land in November. As we hop on board here with Collect, takes down one with a headshot, sliding and sliding his way, combining that all with a strafe. That was impressive. 4 minutes left on the clock as SSG look to secure game number 1. Collect stops to take on the awaiting fridge spawners. They'll go down. Lucid, though, oh, nice shot. Does eventually go down afterwards, but hey, every trade, every slay at this point in the game is inching closer and closer to a 1-0 SSG lead.
Yeah, it's looking more and more likely. Glory's the last player alive. He is in their base, so they have to take care of him first. He's the only player that's in position. It looks like he will be throwing some nades across. Falcon is going to make the jump. No, he missed the clamber. And Glory, that's going to give Glory time to pull this flag out and delay even a little longer, which is, I mean, good in the sense that if they make something happen of it, they could potentially save their first game of the series. Falcon is the last player alive now. Do they save their first game of the series so far? It looks like maybe that is the case. Majin, all 4 alive. The flag was pulled by SSG, though, to keep it alive. And they'll continue to do it. There's the return, and the curb slide should come in here from Falcated. Never mind, he's just going to slide it in himself. SSG take game 1.
Wow, really impressive patience there on display from SSG and Falcated in particular. And I think that's impressive to note because Falcated played a little overextended a few times in the previous series we saw him in. So this is very, very impressive what we're witnessing from SSG. I think Falcated's overextension could be why they're in the lower bracket. So right there was a great recognition of maybe the mistakes he made previously in the day. Got the reset despite it being very difficult in the courtyard as SSG take a 1-0 lead. As we're going to go to a quick break as we return with more qualification matches and seeding matches here for the LVT Pro League presented by Shopify.
Enemy team scored.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, we have the Shopify Rebellion $128,000 qualifier for Las Vegas. My name is Active. It's good to be alongside you guys, the Halo community. It's been a long little while, but very glad to be back, and even more glad to be casting with Mac, of course, but also glad to introduce back Tools. Tools, it's been a while. How you doing?
I'm doing fantastic. We're having a great tournament, and honestly, this is a series that has me a bit concerned for both sides, right? Majin obviously having a fantastic tournament, getting up to this point. They defeated FaZe to get, a little bit further in that winner's bracket, but now it comes down to qualifying, and I mean, who has had a harder bracket than Majin? They had to play FaZe in the winner's side, Mercenaries, and now to qualify, they're going to have to defeat a team like SSG, and that's not going to be an easy task when we look at the 4 players on this roster. I mean, everyone would be anticipating SSG to get in. Majin going to try to find a huge upset here.
Yeah, there's potential of it. Honestly, they showed life. We'll see if they're able to do it. SSG, again, like you said, a powerhouse. 23-20 so far for the side of SSG, and they'll continue to try and get these traits. 2 down though on their side. Will they be able to stay alive? Penguin on that door.
I like this cautious play through the middle of the map. I like them trying to get up to try to put pressure on the sniper in the tower, right? It's a 7-bullet sniper. Try to get creative, catch them off guard. I like the ideas, but at some point, someone needs to put some pressure on Glory.
Well, he's He's got pressure, but he's taken out all the pressure so far. Penguin goes down. Glorious, watch the spawner. That's going to be Lucid that falls. The triple for him, and he's pushing forward. He wants the over. Penguin, though, going to be bait. Falcon takes him out.
Incredible plays by Glory. Heads up awareness on those spawns, able to get that spawn trap, and they are decimating the numbers of SSG, taking the lead, and largely thanks to that sniper. Glory at 11-6 after that life.
Yeah, the young gun still able to put up slays like the rest of them. Sniper drone's going to come in as well. He gets the cleanup kill, routing back towards the C plat side. He'll get a different angle, and look at the pressure he's putting down. The killing spree goes in. He gets a spawn for his teammate on that brute side. This could be 3 dead for SSG again.
Yeah, they could be in serious danger of getting a split and stagger here. Looks like they're going to slow down this game. I was surprised they do that, right? Because you had such a big numbers advantage. It always feels like you can get that good pressure off spawn, but SLG playing his life well, able to get that kill in the 1v2, gets his way out. Unfortunately, he gets taken down onto that trade out, but at the end of the day, Majin, they just need to play trade for trade, and they're going to be good till the end of this game.
Falcon going to try and prevent that, though. Damage goes into the C plat side. A little bit aggressive there by Collect. Penguin goes down as well. Falcon, though, picking up the pieces, gets the cleanup kill. Snipe drone ends up going down, and somehow Falcon lives, but not for long. It's going to be a kill out of Mighties.
That's still a big differential that just keeps widening, it feels, for SSG. Something needing to change here and now, and that might be the first step, but the trade out's there. And that's what's been so impressive with Majin. All these one-shots just keep getting cleaned up that have been left behind, but finally a couple kills where no trades are found. SLG and Snipe Drone not in a position to take advantage of any damage there. This game going to slow down. It's going to be up to SSG to figure out how they want to break their way in.
Got 4 kills. Penguin, the sky is blue. Yes, it is a blue sky. Oh, we'll have probably a reset here, but we'll see exactly what happened. Could have been a controller.
No,
okay.
Oh no,
like
he's gone. It seemed like there's a big network hitch that happened right there. You saw him like scoot forward the way that he did. So we'll re-rack that and get back into it when we can. On the other hand, we got Mercenaries and Vitality still going at it, and Mercenaries, the pretty commanding lead here, 190 to 101. And I gotta say, this Mercenaries team has looked incredible today. I was a bit surprised at how dominant they've been. I thought they would qualify for sure, but the way that they've gone through this bracket, it's like they've had no problems.
I love to see it too. I mean, there's been so many renditions of this roster, and I just, at the end of the day, I think they have so much talent. That chemistry, we see how important chemistry is when we look at teams like Shopify Rebellion, right? Been together for a very long time. I just think you build something up when you're best friends and you also game together, and it looks like it's paying off in their favor. Suppress ends up getting a couple kills here. 4 go down for Vitality, and the camo and Suppress hands.
Yeah, with that, Suppress going to be able to block out those A spawns, make sure his team's good on that end. B should be an easy capture for Sab. And now Suppress has this ability to really have a lot of pressure on the back line and play for the trip cap if they get the kills, and there's going to be the first, and he is immediately swarming his way over to C. This is a trip cap opportunity to potentially end this game, but looks like Suppress not even going to try to go for that trip, leaving it for his teammates, instead trying to keep that pressure towards A.
Suppressed. That pressure is mounting towards A, and that tower side with this camo is so very important. Double cap goes in. B looks like it's going to be traded out. I believe there's the reset. Mercenaries still with that control, and looks like there's still a fight for B, but 3 go down. Eco's the last player alive. Tries to do all he can, at least gets the trade, but points still going in the favor of Mercenaries.
That means Vitality quickly running out of time here. Just 30 more seconds of holding this 2-cap, and this is over. They quickly need to find a way to transfer out these hills, and that shock rifle getting to Suppress, despite him going down to 1 shot. Oh, risky challenge for him to go back up there, but they need to limit any opportunity of power weapon control for Mercenaries.
Very important to do. That power weapon control could be the difference of them coming back or not. B is going to be almost in their hands, but they get taken out. Solsnip gets another kill as well. That's going to be 2 down. Vitality, that was their last chance, I think. We'll see if there's any way to stop at this point, but 247 and counting, 248. There's no one in position, and Mercenaries will take game number 4.
Incredible work by them. That's gonna be it for them. They're grand finals bound. We see this next game gonna get started here soon. But before we get to that, Why Not Be Casting's gonna be coming in active. Any last words before we switch on over? And it's been good to have you back.
Hey, it's been great to be back. Thank you for the warm welcome from the Halo community, and thank you guys for having me at LVT. Support Halo, ladies and gentlemen. If you want to #save Halo, support LVT. They have been supporting Halo forever. Do it. And yeah, that's all I'll have to say. I appreciate you, Tools. It's good to have a little moment with you here.
Yeah, we'll be right back after this break.
We are back, ladies and gentlemen. We are back, and huge thank yous to Old Man Mikowski and Active. They were absolutely killing it. But now they allowed your boy to step in, get a little casting reps, and of course, I got my OG duo Tools with me, and we're hopping right back in the middle of the action. Tools, how have things been going so far?
It's been a great tournament so far. We obviously had 3 great teams qualifying. Right now, we're in the midst of discovering who's going to be that last qualifier. We're restarting this game 42-35 as of right now. SSG on the back ropes. And with Sniper in the hands of Glory, it could be all over. He gets aggressive with that weapon, but it does eventually go down as Lucid tries to stay alive.
And with us hopping into the middle of this game here, or I guess it's in the reset, 44 kills already here for Majin. A couple things go their way, and it could be it. And with them grabbing both camouflage, and it looked like maybe having their eyes on the Sniper, things are going to be tough. But Lucid, he's not ready to let go of it.
It looks like not a lot of pressure coming over on that camo side. Instead, Majin trying to break their way through this necessary camo in the hands of Sniper, and he's getting good information. A one-shot player ahead of him. Oh no, it's disastrous, and he's gonna get a second to go with it. Snipe Drone's camo is back-breaking to SSG as he gets the triple kill. They're just 2 kills away from tying up the series.
Grabbing the camouflage, making a huge play to take the skill jump, and turning that into a triple kill is all they must have needed in order to put an end to SSG in that game number 2. And honestly, doing it in a little bit of style. I've always been a big fan of Snipe Drone.
Yeah, you gotta think about it. They reset this game at a high score rate. 39-35 is what they reset at. And when you think about that, it means that the camouflage, their opening Sniper, are going to be that much more important to the start there. So I think Majin did an incredible job of ensuring that not only did they get the Sniper, but also the camo off rip. Although the Sniper might not have been super effective for a ton of kills up front, it definitely applied pressure enough for them to get away with camouflage and for that to win the game.
Snipe Drone been the baddest man in the EU for quite some time. I'm telling you, his shot is serious, and also making the heads of veteran plays like you just saw with that camouflage, really calling game on that one. As just to remind you guys the stakes of this, I mean, $128,000 on the line in your Halo Pro League, co-presented by Shopify Rebellion. So everybody from across the globe is trying to get their hands on. That includes Majin from across the pond, tied up at 1 apiece right now. A swing game number 3 is where we go, and if I remember correctly, that might be Recharge Oddball, and for once, Tools, I'm right.
There we go. Recharge oddball on its way. A battle of attrition anytime we get onto oddball. And, you know, it's such a stark difference going from a Slayer to an oddball, right? Slayer all so fast-paced, quick games. Oddball going to be the exact opposite way. Large focus on the rotations, ensuring that you're playing your spaces correctly. And this should be an interesting one. I'm very curious how SSG comes out the gate here after, you know, a pretty bleak loss in game 2. I'd like to see what their response is.
Questions will be answered right here on Recharge, and we can probably learn a lot from the opening break here. Are SSG going to be able to break and grab a hold of the goodies such as a camouflage, a shock rifle, everything that the map has to offer? Or will Mighties open up with the first pick onto Penguin and the rest of Majin, forcing SSG out of their lines of sight? Mighties just waiting over to the Whirlpool side to join back into the fight as he gets his shield back. He's reactivated, goes at Falcon, and SSG right now are a bit staggered.
I like how aggressive Mighties is being, and especially in this Needles area. I think this is the most important part of the map. You have angles to all 3 lanes. You're really the player that's dictating what's going to happen with that ball. Where is it going to go? And so far, everything working out just about right for Majin. Early time, but the camo snipe does get taken down, and with it, SSG get closer spawns. So they're going to be able to get some ball time. Majin, I don't think we're anticipating things switching up so fast on them.
I think you're right, Tools. Everything was working for Majin until Lucid got involved, until Lucid introduced himself to the fight there, takes 2 down with them, and just like that, SSG flipped the map on them. They take back the lead, and Shock Rifle still in the hands of Collect. SLG making a similar play to Lucid, breaks into the front door, puts down massive damage, and Snipe Drone and Majin are loving that.
Snipe Drone didn't pick up that shock rifle on the ground, and by the time he went back over to it, you saw it actually despawn. So that shock rifle no longer going to be in play. Instead, it's all up to the bandits here.
Snipe Drone gonna snatch up that ball with the grapple. Absolutely love that. Now starting a rotation through the tower side, while Mighties does a great job of making sure nobody is trailing behind that ball player. Makes it over toward the blue side safely, and now in a position where if things get a bit dicey, that ball can be played off the map. You know SSG are quick to attack, so now they're starting to surround the members of Majin. You already deal with 1 perimeter player in Mighties, and now Snipe Drone's down to 1 shot himself, takes a bit of team damage after the stick. As 3 down go Majin. That ball does get reset.
Yeah, reset comes at a steep cost, right? That 4 down, and although they are able to get off spawn fast enough to take care of the ball carrier, it's just the first step. You see that ball is heavily going to favor SSG's position as of now, but the Slays can make the difference. SLG putting them on skates up high, and that's going to rotate the ball over to Majin's favor.
Ball's already made it through the blue hall here. Meanwhile, Mighty's able to snatch up that camouflage, and once again, you have to imagine that's going to be maximum value as Penguin has no ideas. He's the one being hunted as opposed to being the hunter. And Mighty spots a player, high IQ, to double back, try to get out of the situation. If he's able to stay alive, it could be huge as his teammate puts his body between him and the enemy and secures Mighty, getting away with this camouflage. Elects not to play for the ball, goes in for the shock. Majin with the favorable side.
It really heads up play by Mighties. The way he doubled back there, sometimes the dangerous route is actually the safe one there. You have to make the play that no one would anticipate you making, and well, Mighties, because of that, not only stays alive with his camo, but also got the shock rifle to go with it. Everything is looking great for Majin thus far. I think the only thing they kind of wish right now is that they were able to get that ball into a scoring position while this play had developed. They kept SSG onto those respawns. I think the only problem that I've seen in the last, 20, 30 seconds is that there was no ball time being accumulated.
Already with the 52-16 advantage, trying to get that ball over to the back goal side, but Falcon reading the play and cutting them off. Gets the kills necessary. Now trying to defend the ball. There's one player that does sneak up right behind them is SLG, like he didn't know exactly where SLG was pushing.
Yeah, right now it just feels like SSG don't really have an offensive push that's creating problems for Majin. And when we do see, that frontline player, we've often seen it in isolation. Here's Collect going into a 1v2. And this is what's so surprising is he's pushing into that ball in a 1v2 situation. He gets his kill. Everyone else on the map went down for his squad. So despite Collect getting a couple big kills there, his team that is at a numbers advantage on the other end of the map actually go 3 down. And that's such a difficult situation to deal with for SSG. If you're not able to win on the side on your strong side of the map, you're making things way less efficient for your team. You're not going to have opportunities to pick up ball.
Ball drop.
Ball now starting to move over towards that gold stair side, and man, Snipe Drone would love to get that kill to slow them down, but it ain't gonna happen. And now Lucid ends up getting the damage that ends up turning into an assist. Some great prediction grenade, even trades out his life there when he honestly had no business doing so. Collect continues to collect ball time here, but can they get a hold of the camouflage? It's gonna get mixy.
Camo not able to get away. Falcon, a huge pick by him. As Collect's getting that time. Good job getting that play out. And Majin went actually 3 down. Snipe Drone, the only player alive. That's going to give Collect an opening to grab this ball and potentially get this one away. Big opportunity for SSG. This is what they've been lacking all game long. It's just scrappy scoring moments. They're going to be able to bring this game within reach. Now just a 10-second difference between these two teams. And SSG has a superior position right now.
Although Majin having the lead here, it is SSG with the setup and Penguin with a sneaky play. They had no idea he was ratting in this corner. Eventually, Snipe Drone does respond to the call out and takes a player down, but Glory somehow ends up taking himself out. Not sure exactly what happened there, but that's ultimately deaths that Majin really can't afford right now because Falcon wins yet another kill. SSG are back on the ball and they have taken the lead, Garrett.
SLG just needs to stall him out here. He doesn't want to let Falcon get away, and he does just that. Buys enough time for that for Mighty's to crash in on the other side. They get that ball down on the ground, and they have a favorable position to fight out of. I'm curious if they're going to try to play this into the back of C. It looks like they are. It's not guaranteed here unless Glory hits shots like that. A double kill with the shock rifle is going to make everything so much easier.
It ain't guaranteed until Glory's guarantees it, as Mighty's not only makes a huge play over toward the A side, but rotates that ball back over towards the back blue. Majin ain't giving up this lead easily as they take it right back. 54 seconds worth of neutral time, and as 3 down go Majin. It looks like that ball might be played early. No, Mighty's actually dropping the ball, getting the kill, getting a few extra seconds worth of ball time. Majin clearly are in flow state.
And with this, Majin have 2 win conditions now, right? They're only 18 seconds away from winning on time, but they could also play Slayer for the next 37 seconds of neutral clock and win that way. So a dominant position for Majin to play from, but they just went 3 down, and SSG was able to get that ball away out and early. With Collect staying alive, that will significantly reduce the time that SSG has to wait to take this lead. Only 12 seconds difference now. Majin needs a quick attack.
SSG ain't heard no bell, and as they get the slays, they bring that ball back over toward the A side. It is a couple Majin players that do sneak through, but they go down just as quickly. Snipe Drone tried to sneak away. A few seconds of ball time, he couldn't even play it. That's a triple by Penguin, and SSG may just take the lead with the setup.
Yeah, with Lucid having camo, this looks almost impossible for Majin. They have to play quick and to the point, but Lucid's going to be waiting around any corner, and they just don't know where to look. This looked like a round that should have been Majin's to take. They were so dominant in the first half, but at the end, SSG are able to overwhelm and get to the 100 points.
Woulda, shoulda, coulda, didn't. That's all that matters at the end, is they did not take round number 1. Even though it was firmly in their grasp at times, SSG are resilient, and you know they want to make it into the Pro League.
You see already a very slow push out from Majin. They did not make their way out, and when that happens, you're usually playing for the burn on the camouflage. You're trying to get a numbers advantage early by catching players that are playing aggressively through the middle of the map. Problem is that just didn't happen for Majin. Those players that are standing back on those platforms were the first to go down. That gives a ton of space for SSG to work with, where they're able to grab that ball early and throw it out. But that being said, Majin work their way through, get a 4 down, and get a quick break. So despite, some early kills going SSG's way, it looks like the early ball time will go to Majin.
Enemy has the ball.
Majin do take a slight lead here, but we're going to be told that he's down to Slay in the follow-up afterwards, and it's Lucid to take down Glories and Falcon that gets his on the kill feed. Lucid not able to turn it to a double, but does get the information for his teammates to get the kills, put them 3 down. You have to imagine ball should be back in their hands and back over toward Asa.
Snipe drone. Oh, man, Snipe drone just rips Lucid off from that ledge. Chaotic moment on the ball. It's a 2-on-2, and they are in close spacing with each other. It looks like SSG going to be the ones that come out on top. And you see the spawns from Penguin and Lucid are actually furthering their presence on the map over at that glass side. So they have a great position now to hold out this ball. And although Zane goes down early there, I like the aggressive play by Penguin because it's slowing Majin's ability to try to take space on the map.
Great damage coming from Glories. Nobody able to get picked off just yet, but it does influence them to push through the gold side, which is exactly what Mighties and Majin want them. Already able to take down one. Collect continues to be weakened here, and now the rest of Majin decide to join the fight, and some huge 1v1s have to be won, and they are going the way of Majin. Penguin gonna try to pick up on some of the pieces, some of the chaos, and he's able to take down Glories, which honestly is a good pick for him. Still ball for Majin, but Majin not able to get that strong setup like they want.
Penguin's in a tough spot for Majin to deal with. In between these two players that are trying to work this ball, you see them have to throw it out and play for bait. They need both these bandits up to deal with the oncoming pressure, and unfortunately for them, Penguin's just not giving them what they want. They're setting themselves up in a passive way, expecting a push to come, but Penguin just hasn't really played into that. Instead, has been very cautious on that long haul side. And I think this is working out really well for SSG as that ball has not accumulated any time, and they're picking off Majin one by one.
Glories did end up winning a fight over towards the bottom mid side with that camouflage, but ended up getting cleaned up, so Camo no longer in the play, and neither is SOG after Collect goes after his former teammate. Lucid sees an opportunity to try to push this ball towards A. Only one player down right now, but a very objective, efficient play by Lucid and SSG.
I just showed you how well Lucid's reading the map. Great information from his team. He's picking up that ball while one shot in the middle of the map with 3 players alive for Majin. Usually that's a suicidal tactic, right? You're not going to get away with that, but he has superior awareness of what the players are looking at, where they're going, so he's able to, clip away 5-10 seconds there before playing out that ball. SSG, though, looks like they're going to lose a couple numbers here as Majin starts to win some gunfights. And Majin should be able to get that ball. Big grapple play by Snipe Drone to get it back.
I feel like the MVP of this game feels like the grapple. I mean, we've seen 3 or 4 different grapple plays to get them some extra ball time and really not allow players to have to go into open field towards the grab. Right now, Snipe Drone battling with Collect, a little bit of a dance, the most illiquid fight we've probably ever seen there, as he goes after Penguin as well. Snipe Drone even avoids the grenade. My man is still alive and kicking.
The grapple comes into play. It doesn't quite show on broadcast, but that's where that speed boost comes from. A few more seconds for Majin here as SSG's had a real struggle just getting to the ball to get this fight in the first place. And by the time they do, well, Mighty says, I'll just throw it on out.
Switch gears back over towards Collect. You see all 4 members of SSG alive right now, and a lot of space being taken at the moment here. If they're able to win a gunfight or 2, get first strike, it could be huge. However, Lucid is eventually the first one to go down, actually, so giving Majin the numbers advantage allowed him to push through the map, and Collect just crossed the street without looking both ways there. 2 quickly go down for SSG, but the third one was Falcon, who refuses to go down. Ball played as things once again get a little bit down and dirty, and looks like they have to do the same if they want camo.
Falcon might be the most important player for SSG right now. You look at his stats, and it shows the story of a Slayer, 27 and 20, only 5 seconds of ball time. But what it actually should be is the story of a survivor. So many times where Falcon has been the last player alive for SSG. It has to make the play that either buys time or prevents Majin from getting ball time. And time again, he's come out on top and made those critical plays. Not an enviable position to be in when you're in those tough 1v3s. But what Falcon does so well is he never really averages out his life. When I say average, what that means is just throwing away your life, getting killed in a quote-unquote average way. And Falcade's anything but average. Incredible shots, great awareness, and more importantly, he's not giving you anything for free. I mean, just look at the way he maneuvers on the map. He realizes his space, what he's able to get away with, and he's just an incredible player to watch.
And, you know, I'm going to keep an eye on that. I mean, I've been gravitating towards Lucid because I love me the kills and the assists, but it does seem like Falcade is that last player alive often and is not losing a gunfight. We saw the crazy Hail Mary play. We just saw him go up against Snipe Drone, one of the better shots in the league. Now on a killing spree, you highlighted this man, and now he's turning this life into a highlight reel.
Yeah, look, he hasn't been able to get to that ball because he's playing on the weak side of the map for his team against the heavy side of Majin. And it's incredible that he's looking at number 7 here with another perfect shot. And you see him once again doing what he can in disadvantageous situations. He ends his life 35 and 22. And although SSG doesn't get any time there, Falcade is the only reason why Majin wasn't able to get any time. I don't think it's a coincidence that you don't see any time gotten until after he goes down, but it's a 1-second lead for Majin and only 5 seconds on this neutral clock. They need to get to it. It's only one player alive. Can Glory get to this in time? He needs to get the kill, but he cannot.
Enemy halfway to victory.
Wow. What an end to a round, which was a fantastic end to a swing game 3. Look at the win on the fight. Able to grab it, able to put the extra damage, able to get a hold of ball, and this is where things get scary, but it doesn't. It couldn't even get to 1 kill. Doesn't matter if 2 players around him. That was just beautifully played by SSG. My gosh.
And you know, we gave our flowers to Falcade during the game. I thought he played an incredible position in isolation, and because he's in isolation, that's why you see the stat line that you do: 36 kills, 22 deaths with only 6 assists. That's because he's largely there playing cleanup for his team and being that last bastion. On the other side, talk about a player that was aggressive throughout that entire game, that was a presence throughout that game. Lucid is back. Although he goes negative in the game, 26 and 27, he's dropping 27 assists in that game. You don't see that every day.
And that's exactly what I was saying. That's what I was gravitating towards when looking at the stat sheet, and everybody's calling for the damage, and so am I. I think I saw almost 10K damage being dealt. He even took a lot of damage. Well, so talk about using your body as a shield, doing max damage, taking about 9,700 damage. I mean, Halo's always just that much better when Lucid's involved, right? I think we all could agree on that.
Yeah, hey, look, I love that he's back. Also, another thing to note about that stat, right? When he has 27 assists, damage isn't created equal. You know, I think it's one of the things I hope that they change going into the next Halo game. Is, to me, when a shot's fired, a shot that hits in the chest should be worth the same that's a shot that gets a kill, or a shot that's like a headshot in this game, because it gives you a more accurate representation of the actual damage you're doing on the map. The reality of how Halo Infinite tracks the stat sheet is if you get a headshot that finishes a kill, right? A no shield headshot is worth, I think, like as much as 4 body shots worth of damage.
It is.
So with that being said, you know, Lucid only has 9,800 damage on 27 assists. So Lucid's actually doing, I think, an unbelievable amount of damage that game. It's just, it's largely not translated onto that stat sheet because he's not getting those finishing kills.
I remember a while ago when I was streaming when somebody said that and actually did a test. I literally loaded up a custom game, put 4 shots to the body of somebody, ended the game, had somebody else put the 4 shots and then do a headshot, and you were absolutely right. It literally does more. I thought the chatter was crazy, but it is a fact. That final headshot does slightly more damage than the 4 body shots, which is crazy to think about. But what's even crazier so far is the series 2-1 lead in favor of SSG. Lattice, King of the Hill, coming up next here, and you already saw that swing game 3 kind of swing go the way of SSG, but I saw a lot of fight, a lot of good out of Majin, so hopefully we see things go their way and we see this back and forward that leads to a game 7, because you remember, guys, we're in elimination time. One of these teams makes it to the Pro League, one simply doesn't, and I feel like the only way to do that justice is with a best of 7.
Go into this. Look, Obviously, the duo of Lucid and Falcon were potent in that game. On the other side, you know, Glory and Mighties are the players that I'm looking to back up their gameplay in this one. I thought those two were really, really impressive yesterday in their game against FaZe. I like to see them lead the charge once again. In particular, I'm looking at Mighties to be an aggressive middle player throughout this game. Expect to see him get right into the action. He's not one to back down, and so far his routing has been fairly good in this tournament. If SSG can find a way to punish him on some of those routes, they're going to come out the winner. If he's able to have those effective flanks to get in and to cause mayhem in the middle of the map, then that's when I think Majin finds their win condition.
Last shot.
Multiple going down here for Majin. Clutch sees an opportunity to immediately hop into the hill without any hesitation, really. Shroud is put down here to block some of the lines of sights, but somehow not able to block the line of sight to Falcon, who does end up going down. And now Lucid looks like he wants to take height. Finds the backside of one, headshot right to the back of the dome, snap onto the second target, and it's good enough for the assist. And Lucid flowing like water right now as SSG have the numbers advantage, and I was gonna say should have the hill soon.
Let me head over to Lucid's chat real fast and put exclamation mark sense. What is he playing on right now? Nice flicks over there, an aggressive play through the middle of the map, and that can be the difference between your elite players and your pro players. With the way that Lucid's able to play forward and on the front lines with that sniper, having a lot of confidence that he's going to get on, he's going to be able to come out on top on those gunfights, it is such an important aspect for a team. It just allows you to play for more. You know, you don't have to play safe if you have that confidence. Confidence to me is one of the #1 things the elite players have, because they will go for more. They will bat for the home run so much more often.
Waiting for that push here from Majin, wins an important fight with perfect shots. Mighty was there quick for the cleanup here, and somehow even turns it into a double. What a grenade that lands perfectly at the feet of Falcon, and that just might be enough to start an entire push here for Majin as Mighty continues to get focused. But as he's the focus of the fight, the rest of Majin able to push up and put SSG 3 down.
It's one thing I love about Mighty's gameplay is he is not one to back down just because he's down shots, and he is honestly one of the best teammates to have on a team, because you know, hey, even if he's one shot, if he knows that his teammate's in a fight, he's not backing down from those fights. He's really good at zoning out angles when he needs to, but I love his double back approach. He's one of those players that just is constantly trying to do that max damage, and when he's on, I'm telling you, he's one of the better players in the HCS, in the Halo esports ecosystem. It's just how often is he going to be in that flow state, I think, is what the work he's been putting in these last couple of years. Because when he's on flow, he is such an incredible player.
Double kill.
Mighty's just getting up here. And so do both members of Majin. That was a momentary 3 down, and now staggered right now in Majin. Although a lot of progression as far as this hill, it is SSG that have a setup now.
You see the spawns from Majin not that advantageous here. Glory was able to get away with a full snipe, but they need to fight their way back in, and right now that sniper is not getting conducive angles to getting SSG out of this hill. And in fact, you imagine SSG are probably going to start putting pressure on Glory. You see that flank come in, prioritizing getting that sniper out of play.
Wow.
Double kill.
Oh, he's not done. Triple. No.
Hit it.
No. Oh my gosh, Penguin. Like you said, he was hunting that sniper down, gets it, puts it to work immediately with a quick triple, and just about gets the overkill there.
And right now, the strategy for SSG has been spacing. They take a lot of space on this map. That can be great for a team when it goes right, but it also comes with risk. Y'all, is Penguin like gonna show off a new jump that I'm not aware of over there? Did it seem like he was gonna like hit up to the top cat subway? I was going through, but back to my point before, SSG is taking a lot of space on their hills. We saw Falcade push all the way up in the blue. They had players pressuring over at cargo as well, and that spacing, when you're getting first bloods, can create a snowball effect where you just get really dominant control. But it's also in the same vein a dual-edged sword because it's very fragile. So you have to be very aware of going first down. SSG on this rotation has been fantastic. You see them starting to take out their space here. As long as they're able to find first bloods, they're going to keep Majin completely back where they won't even have an ability to contest this hill.
And this hill could give them a 2-1 lead to SSG. And you're able to take down almost all the members of SSG, almost all of them finally. You get the final one out of the hill, but look at how much progression SSG were able to put on.
Yeah, and look, that's what you're going for, right? It's basically a home run strategy when you play that forward on the map, but it has given an opportunity for Majin to get into this hill where SSG's on a full reset on trying to find their way back in, but who else but Lucid to try to break his way through that door. Gets one player down and the other down to one shot. An easy cleanup for his teammates as they go up 2-1.
Three players push right on in and really force Majin away from this hill. Penguin not able to find the clean headshot there, but ultimately is SSG that use that as a distraction to steal away their second hill with 2-1 lead, 2 minutes and 39 seconds worth of neutral time, and Lucid winning a nice little 1-1. Mighty's in a fight of his own. And whoa! What was that? Oh, he's not done. Double. Another player here. Is it a triple?
That's what I love about Mighty's gameplay, right? He does a lot, gets that first kill. He's down to weak, but he's not stopping his progression. Really confident on what can come next, finds that second kill. And although SSG's got a good initial time, that second kill is what stops them from getting any more. Falcated last alive for his team. It's going to be Majin that now spread out on the map. They are the ones that have the sniper, and it's Mighty's that gets to roam free with this sniper. This is a great position to try to tie up the game.
6 bullets in the sniper here from Mighty's, who really has been the MVP here from Majin so far in this game, and showing why. Snaps onto the head, 3 down, go SSG. Now they're right back in the hill, and Majin need the setup.
I like this rotation from Mighty's. He's anticipating more pressure on that ice side because of where they were positioned, trying to get spawn snipes there, and I like how fluid he's been with this sniper, not trying to keep it in one area. The best thing you can be is hidden with the snipe, right? You don't want players to know your position. So far, Majin been able to get a ton of time here, and it looks likely that they'll be able to tie up this hill.
Still on board now with Majin. Loses his shields momentarily, but as he gets them right back in, he's expecting a push here from SSG. He knows they're not going to allow him to live here for free, and at least is able to trade out his life. Meanwhile, Snipe Drone navigates his way through the red side of the map and over toward the tower. Forces collect down and away from the hill, and that's a good opportunity for Snipe Drone and Majin to start scoring and maybe finish out what could be their second hill. But Snipe Drone goes down. SOG's by himself. That's all 4 members down, and SSG back on the hunt.
And look at Majin spawn. It's the worst possible one, deep in that red base. It's going to be tough for them to get an angle onto this hill. They might have a couple seconds to be able to make the play. They need to get the player out of hill now, and it's Collect that just is winning his fights. SSG able to bounce back and take that 2-hill lead now with just 90 seconds of neutral clock remaining. SSG is in a strong position to finish this.
I'm actually surprised SSG I'd like to actually play the hill right now, but as they go down, 3 members down, it looks like Majin gonna hop right on in and try to get a setup of their own. 1v1 goes down, and what could have been a clean fight for Glories, well, Penguin, he is just too good with the thrust.
I don't mind SSG playing for the hill right away, especially initially on rotation, right? 40 seconds is a lot faster than 90 seconds when you get the capture. So I think you still have a little bit of time to play for this hill. It's more that you feel out what's happening after, because they're playing for this hill and they're getting these 3 downs, right? Their win conditions coming way faster than it would be if they just played for that initial time. I think too often teams play for time too early in the game. 40 seconds is a very short amount of time, especially when you're getting 3 or 4 downs.
As right now, SSG, they're winning every slight. They're getting every bit of advantage. I say that. So that last gunfight that goes the way of Majin, it's just enough time for them to sneak right into the hill, but right into the hands of Lucid, who puts them down with the sniper and the eyes of the third. And if time didn't stop there thanks to the game ending. That would have been another clean triple and potentially more. But SSG are coming in hot, and they widen their lead in the series.
I think there's a lot of teams that would have seen the situation that they were in and played for time and not gotten into that hill, knowing they had a 2-hill lead with just 90 seconds left in the game. I really like the strategy of SSG, and I love that Majin thought that. I love that SSG thought it was over. They said GG's, and Majin says, "No, I ain't hear no bell. We're going once again." Oh man.
I love how Clutch is just being the instigator. Clutch, you're not teaming with SOG and Glories anymore. You're supposed to be on Penguin's side. You're supposed to have his back. I guess he got confused. He thought this was pre-Atlanta when he was still teaming with them. No, Collect. Don't instigate.
It reminds
Get
me
your
of
teammates back.
it reminds me of Worlds in 2018. I was watching a side stage event. I believe it, man, what team was it? It might have been, I think it was APG's team in Ace. It was like APG Ace. They thought it was a best of 5. They won. They got hyped. Dude, Ace was going around doing high fives, going crazy. And it was like, no, they had a best of 7. And they had to continue playing, and I don't think it ended out too well for them. So, a little bit different on LAN when you have that adrenaline dump. When you win a series on LAN and you think it's done, I think, you're letting off a lot of energy. Not quite the same online. I would expect to see SSG still playing at their top level.
I'm a huge Ace fan. That sounds like an Ace story, actually. I'm about to ask him next time we get in contact. That sounds fun. But also might bring up some bad memories. Maybe I need to leave it out. Either way, SSG and Majin will continue this series. As originally planned, it is a best of 7, so Majin still have a chance to come back in the series.
See 3 players of SSG just trapped in the back of the map. And Glory's being very aggressive with the shock rifle, bringing it to this fight. Unfortunately, those bullets not connecting, and a tough moment. SSG were completely corralled, but Majin not able to make the most of that.
Tied up game here in the early match. Collect has some burst left in this shock rifle, but does he have a target in order to snap on? Right now, Majin taking some very interesting angles that he's not able to find. Finally, a player shows himself over to a drive wind, is able to take him down and give Majin numbers advantage. They're looking for it. Not sure if there's any shock ammo just yet, but I do know SSG are 3 down.
We see 3 players of SSG trying to push their way into this hotel area, and Lucid leading that charge does get the first kill, and that seems to have a cascading effect onto the rest of Majin as they go 3 down. SLG, the only player alive, but not quite giving up on his life yet. I do, I think one thing you can learn from pro players is how they play in 1v3, 1v4 situations. SLG, knowing how important his life there, isn't necessarily, throwing it away by getting into a fight, but is realizing, hey, we're going to need a numbers advantage when we come off the spawn, and plays for it. But right now, the multi-kills are coming at a blistering pace for SSG. The amount of times Majin has been 3 down, it might be 10 all right now, but you cannot sustain this style of gameplay, and you're seeing how it builds up. Majin are completely corralled on the other side of the map.
Tied game at the moment here. Lucid having half the kills of SSG. Meanwhile, Collect gets to the 11th and has the assist for the 12th. So great damage being laid down by Collect. Tries to get out of dodge with the repulse. Ends up being stopped, but it's SSG that take a lead.
Camo coming up soon, trying to stay in the middle of the map, but Glory catching that, able to get that kill and trying to get away with his team. Right now, Majin's done, I think, a decent job in this last rotation of not giving away lives, but Falcated, a nice stick, gets the kill, Camo's up, and this fight is all for this Camo. And Lucid, he's got 6 kills in this game already. We'll see what he finishes with at the end of this Camo life.
And And as Camo become the focus of the fight, it's Lucid, who's already been incredible so far this game. That is able to get away with it. It wants to take it over toward the mid side here, and does so without being spotted, but has to be careful. Almost moonwalks himself into a couple of members on the snipe side. Here comes the fight onto one, and anticipates the S3 player, but it was a bit early. SLG with the double, SLG now with the shock, and Majin with the lead.
SLG 9-3 so far this game as well, so playing an important role, and that'll be number 10 for him. A nice headshot onto the clambering Lucid, and he gets the back-to-back for the killing spree. SLG pulling his team forward in game number 5.
Wow. Everything kind of falling apart for SSG as SLG was able to come in, take out the Camel player, get himself a shock, and just go on an incredible reign of terror. 12-3 is a crazy stat line right now, considering the opposition have 19 as a unit. We see SLG start to reposition toward the hotel side, find the backside of his former teammate, and collect down over toward the low ground. Big damage onto the players over towards him, and you can hear SLG calling for the reinforcements. He's trying to activate his team. Get aggressive, I have damage.
Lucid and Falcon are in a tough spot here. They're trapped, and Snipe Drone had their exits. He's able to find one kill and more importantly stay alive while he looks for the next, and he should get just that. But Falcated with a quick stick is gonna make that an even situation, and that's gonna make Majin's positioning start to crumble. A huge plays by Falcated.
Lucid after Glory with the numbers. SSG start to widen their influence on the map, attacking Majin from multiple different angles, and Lucid feels the most important as he takes the most direct one. But Snipe Drone with the double to slow down that push. No, stop it. That's a triple. The nade onto Collect as well. Nobody there to finish him off just yet, but I started to see Glory's posture. Collect with the fight. Collect stays alive, and now you see Falcon and the rest of SSG forcing Majin back, but here comes Snipe Drone.
Double kill.
Yeah, Snipe Drone feeling confident. I mean, SLG and Snipe Drone, the two vets on this team, combining for 25 kills in this game thus far. Look, your responsibility on a Slayer is you have to get 13 or 12 kills, and you can't get more than 12 or 13 deaths. That's it, right? You've done your job. So far, we're halfway through this game. SLG and Snipe Drone have done their job. It's up to now Mighties and Glory, who have been the Slayers for most of this tournament, to start to come to life. Mighty's struggling on finding that finishing kill. He has 11 assists, but only 2 kills thus far. I think if Majin's gonna finish out this game, I expect to see Mighty's start to turn that around. I mean, good damage thus far, but obviously 2 kills isn't what he's gonna be happy with.
Yeah, love the assist, but maybe a little bit too little deaths and maybe too high of, I'm sorry, 2 little kills and maybe too high of deaths. Mighty finds the third. Nades walking out the right side of the exit. Lucid which went hotel. And I don't think Majin accounted for that. Actually, because of that, he's able to take down Snipe Drone, and Mighty's eventually goes down as well. With every push that Majin ends up trying to formulate is being stopped, and although they have the lead, it seems like SSG have momentum.
Yeah, they should have some decent spacing here of Lucid and Penguin working together on that left side. They want to try to break through with Lucid being that front player, and here comes the comms. Lucid's gonna go. The one shot was to the right, but he couldn't quite commit because of the nade.
He's hunted. 42 somehow. Penguin gets the shock in his hands and gets himself an assist, now trying to cover Falcated's back. You see Majin, they're not going to overcommit to that. They must know that Penguin can be lurking, and now a new angle trying to be gathered, and Falcon goes down but doesn't get the trade. Penguin gets his though. 43-42, we're going down to the end game.
Mighty's nade did find its connection there.
Remaining.
Just a 1 kill difference. Mighty's though goes down, caught out in the middle. It's Lucid that finds the kill, and he immediately sprints in. When 20 seconds, the camouflage comes up, and the camouflage might be the difference between victory and defeat. There's one player from Majin that has made it through the yard on a long-ranging flank. It's forcing SSG up the map, but not enough for them to get the kills. Just 2 more for Majin to take this game.
The early GG caused by the motivated Majin, because right now they're playing rejuvenated here with new energy. They have the 40-44 lead, fresh off of the 3 down. They're able to snatch up that camouflage, and although SSG goes down, it's still Snipe Drone that's the most important player on the map, and gathering information. Knowledge truly is power. Valkyrie gets weakened, but Snipe Drone not able to find that kill just yet. 46 on the board here for SSG. Majin need to be careful. You can't throw this away.
Finally, Snipe Drone gets a kill. That gets them to 49, but they gave up 3 in the process. Snipe Drone got a ton of information, but the kills just weren't coming through. It's going to come down to this. Lucy gets around the corner, but Penguin slides in for the final kill of Majin's, 50-47. This one ain't over yet. Game 6, here we come.
And I may be way off on this, but it felt like when Snipe Drone grabbed that camouflage and they had that 48-44 lead, it felt like maybe they were playing a little bit too cautious, too defensive, you know, maybe trying to play too perfect, and something flipped in Snipe Drone. I almost felt like I saw it through his visor. He said, you know what, I have camo, I'm one of the best shots in the game, I need to end this. And you see him go in for the immediate challenge, win a fight, and then go right back in to get the cleanup that he needed. It felt like something flipped there, and Snipe Drone said, no, we're not going to continue this way, because we're going to lose unless I take the game into my hands. That's kind of what I felt like watching that from Snipe Drone's point of view.
I wish you probably, I think they had a good chance on the first kill, right? He had a teammate up in the posters. He saw Collect sitting in loot by himself. I think that would have been the time to commit. And I did think with the way they were playing that camouflage, that SSG was going to start coming back. But I think what you said rings true to me, Tony. It just felt like he's like, okay, what we did wasn't working. Something dramatically needs to change, and got aggressive, got the kill, and with that, earn themselves another chance. And we're going to one of Majin's best game types, Strongholds. They're such a strong rotational team. Obviously, SLG, part of that original Ascend roster that really mastered Live Fire back in year 2. This is always a potent team, and I would imagine this is going to get very, very mixy between these two sides.
Some teams and some players will crack under the pressure. Some turn that pressure into diamonds when to find out what Majin have in them, because all you've done is give yourself a chance, an opportunity, but Collect, he gets a triple.
Good damage from Collect. I love that off the opening start. You know, there's things that tell you who you're watching. At the beginning, Lucid just grabbing that new combo and spraying it down range. It's like if I didn't have any indicator, I could always tell if it's Lucid, because there's no one else that picks up secondary weapons like him. He is a sandbox master, and I love that. Initially off start, he's grabbing the sandbox right away. I think that opening kill helped open up the map, and with it, they've been able to get a big advantage, especially now with Lucid having camo. They'll find another, and he has not gone down yet. Incredible job by Lucid.
Gets away with the camouflage and right back over towards Bravo. Looks like that will be converting, and they're trying to convert Alpha at the exact same time. But Majin do lose half of their members, and now SSG have a chance to either set up or pushing for the trip cap, and another battle already ends in a trade.
It's 3 that go down for Majin. SSG, although there's only 2 players alive, they have a chance to push in for this trip cap. You see a lot of pressure over at C. With Penguin going down, it's going to allow Glory to at least rotate to B, and it looks like the spawns actually favor Majin here, as they had a couple spawn at A. So it shows you that although the trip cap is dangerous and it can win you games, if you get a little too aggressive for it sometimes, you open up a lot of space on the map. No one was back there to anchor out those A spawns, and it actually gives Majin a great chance to recover here, and they've done just that. A triple kill that comes out. They've been able to solidify their position at AB, and despite SSG having a big spree of kills, it's been Majin that's scoring, but Lucid, it needs to be stopped. Every time we come onto his screen, it looks like he's doing more and more, and Majin just went 4 down once again, meaning that a trip cap pressure could be on once again. With Lucid getting down that damage, it seems just systematic the way that SSG is starting to bat down the doors. The trip cap is in, and it could be devastating if SSG is able to parlay this trip cap alongside a camouflage. And right now, it just looks too easy for Lucid and SSG. It's 2 points for every second that they're able to maintain this hold. And with Lucid having camo to work with, this looks like a dire situation for Majin.
Killing spree.
More damage coming in. Lucid able to stay alive just a bit longer. This has been an incredible sprint of scoring from SSG.
90-45 in favor of SSG. Lucid still with this camouflage and see the QT up, but as this happens, Majin end up coming out with a trip cap seemingly out of nowhere. Lucid now trying to navigate towards Nest, and he has to be careful. Glory has a sniper, gets a couple of shots in, but now Glory has an idea of where Lucid is coming from.
But his teammates have won the fights on the other side, so Lucid and Glory was just a side story of what was really going on at A, which was a win for Majin to keep this trip cap in. And now Glory getting up free on the map. He's going to be the one that is the focal point of the attack for Majin here as they try to collapse in the remaining players at A. I love how aggressive Majin's being within this trip cap. It's easy to say, okay, our trip cap's over. They start getting to a hill. Let's stay solid on our 2. No, that's not the strategy for these European teams. They are all gas, no brakes on their trip cap, and it's really hurting SSG right now.
SLG now gets himself a kill, but makes himself a tricky death, and Almighty's not able to find that headshot, and Falcon makes him pay with a perfect 5-shot. Majin still scoring, but without having the numbers, it is SSG on the attack.
Okay, it has been an absolute nuisance to Majin when he's left in isolation. So often he's winning those critical gunfights. Was able to at least stop that pressure at C, but unfortunately for SSG so far this game, they've had a real struggle on keeping Majin multiple down. Right now, it has all been Majin, and this game is quickly getting out of hand. They are really aggressive into these trip cap plays. This is a scary situation for SSG, especially considering, you know, they thought they had won the series just 10 minutes ago.
Lucid on the push here. Oh, he's in abundance of 3 different members of Majin. You see him call for a bit of reinforcements. That's going to be one player going right through the mid-map. Falcon ends up with a double kill out of nowhere. Penguin was there to lay down the damage. Falcon from across the map gets the cleanups and Bravo at the exact same time. And this is a triple cap now for SSG.
Think about how effective Majin was in that last rotation. They don't have one player. I guess Glory just got that kill to go positive. They were up by over 100 points with 4 players being negative on their team. That just shows you how effective their trip cap pressure has been. Now, on the other side, SSG, right? You're winning the sleigh battles so far. If you're just able to stop Majin from getting to their top end, from getting those trip cap opportunities, you can 100% come back in this game. But so far, it's been hyper efficiency for Majin that's made the difference.
Lucid and Collect end up working on Mighty's over toward the back blue side, or back green side, excuse me, as Alpha and Bravo turn blue for SSG. Nades going down here to quickly do for Majin. Right back on the triple cap attempt are SSG. Every time they get Majin multiple down, they are pushing the issue, and in fact, Lucid's gonna try to keep them staggered. Alpha does change, but the numbers, the momentum, all of it does not, as SSG are relentless, and so is Falcated with the S7.
Falcade's getting aggressive here. They're not going to be satisfied with what they have, and he fights 2 players looking towards the back. That's going to be easy cleanups for SSG, and there's still 4 bullets a sniper Falcade to try to stop A with. They cannot peek anywhere towards the middle. They do get this capture, and Falcade is not done. He is running to the front lines. The snipe shots, unfortunately, don't reach home, and that's going to be a sniper that switches hands with 2 bullets. SLG has the weapon to try to break this scoring spree of SSG.
Much needed heat check coming in out of Majin, but they still eventually go 3 down once again. SSG are somehow able to find the slaves even without the tools, the resources, and it's Collect a triple kill. He's a tool of destruction himself, as 3 down once again go Majin and SSG on a run and can potentially end the series here.
It's the spacing that SSG has taken that's killing Majin right now. The amount of times they're getting 3 downs and they know exactly where those spawns are going to be are just making this game way too too simple for SSG. Finally, the break happens off the trip cap, but it's still scoring for SSG and a lead that they now have with Camouflage to try to call game. It's up to Lucid with the camo. He has his sights on the first. He'll get that kill easy enough. And I love the rotation here. He is anticipating pressure towards C. Come help solidify his teammates on the other end. But unfortunately, 2 players going down is going to make this calculus a little bit more difficult for Lucid.
Charlie does change hands over towards Majin. Some way, somehow, Penguin does open up with the double kill, but has Lucid with him to defend off any attack. Majin actually going in for a bit of a rotation, and SLG going up high.
Lucid's come to life, and the sidekick comes out. The sandbox master using that sidekick effectively. They know where the final player was. They're stuck. They're staggered. They are all around the map, stunned right now. Majin can't get a thing going. They haven't got a kill in the last 8. This is all SSG as they're just seconds away. Glory trying his best to hold him off at A, but that's it. That's Bell. SSG are in the Pro League.
They stamped their ticket into the Pro League and put an exclamation point on that game. And we got to take a look at these replays because they were absolutely insane here. And look at this. I mean, we're talking about a pivotal point in the game, and Falcated just goes on a crazy run along with some of the rest of the players of SSG, who, by the way, started that end game down, but the comeback was real, and SSG are in the Pro League.
Great aggressive plays from the players of SSG in that trip cap. Not satisfied with keeping 2. I think the combination of every player on this team coming to life, there was critical moments for everyone, but Lucid's ability with the sandbox and the camouflage made a huge difference at the end game here. Falcated's fluid positioning with the sniper rifle really let them maintain that trip cap. Penguins play to get the double kill at the back of green solidified their hold into the 200-point threshold, and Collect's ability to be on the front lines, pressuring spawners on the trip cap out towards camouflage was the nail in the coffin. Every player of SSG came to life. Truly everyone doing their 25% there, and that's a team getting the job done to get themselves qualified.
And taking a look at some of the stats here, the final ones, you got 20 bombs being dropped by both Collect and Lucid, and both putting up almost double-digit assist as well. 15.0 KDA out of him, Lucid, and 12.0 out of Collect. Meanwhile, I love the assist out of Penguin over on the low side. Like you said, it felt like everybody really doing their job in that matchup, and a matchup that, honestly, could have went the way of Majin. They had a lead for quite some time. You know, you have players that were part of that storied quadrant roster, were the best Strongholds team in the world at one point. Like, it felt like that was a game that could have went their way, and maybe we see a game 7, but it takes resilience, it takes strength, it takes ice, and that's what SSG brings to the table. At this point forward, we know who your 4 teams are that are going to be joining the Pro League. The final spots are in here, and right now it's time to find out what the seedings are going to look like. We can't end the tournament here. We need to find out what those seeds are going to look like right now. It's the 5th through 8th seed that are currently on the line.
I have just a classic match ahead of us as well, with FaZe and SSG going up against each other. This is one where I think we're going to see a lot of fireworks throughout the rest of the season. I want to give another shout out to Lucid. I think he shot like 73% accuracy at the end of the game. I felt like he came to life. We got the superstars on deck for our elimination semifinals, Tony.
That we do, and guys, we're gonna go on a short break, and we come back, we're gonna have a bit of what do they call it, a grudge match. You know, you got players that are previously teaming with each other, now on separate sides of things, and an important seeding is gonna be on the line. FaZe and SSG are gonna be duking now. We come back from our break. Don't go anywhere. FaZe, SSG here with your Halo Pro League Qualifier. Welcome back to Championship Sunday here in your $128,000 Halo Pro League Qualifier, co-presented by Shopify Rebellion, and we need to find out who our final four spots, at least we know who they are. We're gonna find out where their seeds are gonna be. We're gonna crown a champion here in your tournament. FaZe and SSG. This is a matchup that I've been waiting for all day.
Aggressive play out for the Camel for SSG. Not going to come out with a win there. Instead, it's Renegade that cleans up the rest. A double kill for him. And this is a match that I think is going to show a lot of what to expect for the rest of Pro League. Now, obviously, whoever loses this match will have the lowest seed going into Pro League, which will have ramifications about choosing sides. But at the end of the day, I think we expect both these teams not to finish at the bottom of Pro League. It's just sort of where do they stack with each other as of right now.
some valuable reps out of some of the players here. You know, you got Bound, who took a bit of a break here. Lucid, who took one as well. Some players really starting to get back into rhythm, back into the flow of things. Not to mention Renegade, who's been playing Call of Duty for how long now, but some way, somehow, it looks like he hasn't skipped a beat whatsoever. Nice little double kill. I'm looking for the triple. Falcon eventually does end up getting cleaned up, and FaZe had Alpha and Bravo.
Yeah, but despite the great start from Renegade, it's actually SSG that have a bit of a lead here, and it looks like they're going to start trying to gain some tempo as they've been able to rotate A. Now, Renegade is saving C for FaZe, but Falcon getting some great spacing here to try to allow his team to work on getting some of that tempo back, to try to get one step ahead of FaZe. But really, it's going to come down to the kills, and right now, SSG is starting to find them. B is not taken yet, though. You see, finally, Lucid gets in there, scoring once again, but FaZe should have an ability to answer back.
We're trying to watch it before. Many players trying to rotate towards the Bravo side, does the damage in and continues that damage down over to the bottom mid side. But Legend doesn't end up getting taken down. Now with his shield right back up, it looks like FaZe might be eyeing a push on Bravo or Alpha.
Legend waiting for the right moment, comes around that corner. Not only going to find one shot, but the second. You see, maybe some struggles there with the connection all the way from France to North America. Collects Jiggle Peak, was certainly making him a tough kill, but one that he gets at the end of the day, and it might just be camouflage. Could be going over to FaZe, but it's going to depend on this fight. Lucid absolutely guns Stellar out the doorway, and he'll not stop at one. That's the second that goes his way. The third is joining as he gets a double kill there. Camo still up for grabs.
Falcon with the nade over toward the Shroud, goes into the shadows in order to take down Legend. And Falcon realizes camouflage is up. He's not looking for the C-plat side. He needs to go after that camo. Gets a hold of it. There's a couple of players from FaZe that are like trying to get an angle towards the mid map to try to find where camo went, but Falcon survives, and this is not going to be good for FaZe.
Good info from Foul, though. Able to clean up the one shot and trying his best to get the second. Camo gonna get burned, but at the end of the day, he's playing for the trip cap there, so that's all reactionary for FaZe. And even now, you can see FaZe having a bit of a struggle on finding where the break is gonna come in.
I thought it was a pretty decent kill for Stellar 2, hunting that camouflage player down. Being relentless with his push, so it's Falcon making sure that Shock ends up on the ground with Bravo, despite the fact that it looks like Bravo hasn't been swapped just yet. And in fact, the reset does go in. Collect awarded that one. Stellar now having to fend off multiple players towards his bottom goal. He goes in, those a weakened one over the corner, takes him down, but Penguin with the double kill. Can he survive in the back goal?
It was a good play there by Stellar. Unfortunately, the execution not as strong as he'd probably like it. It looked like it was going to be a free double kill. Instead, it becomes a little bit more chaotic, but FaZe still finding some advantages here. Be able to get rotated. SSG, though, one step ahead, able to get to A. Renegade, though, bouncing right on back. I do like the rotation right now from FaZe. I think the big struggle right now has just been getting clean numbers advantages. So far, SSG's found some trade outs, but this time around, it's 3 that go down with only 1 player getting traded out. An opportunity for FaZe to start putting on a hurt.
106 to 63 is the advantage here for SSG. Even though it's FaZe the ones that are scoring, eventually Lucid does find his way over to the Alpha side, trying to find out if there's any pressure coming from any sides, but almost a free Alpha for him as FaZe looks to eyeball the switch from Charlie. Charlie switches over, and looks like SSG are the ones that are out-rotating the out-rotators, because they give up Charlie to the guarantee, and Alpha Bravo setup, and was that camo bird? No, Renegade has it.
Great job by Renegade to play through his lane there. Didn't stop at the camouflage, instead kept playing through, catching players off guard and looking for slays first, advantages with the camouflage second. Everything is going to come from your ability to find the opening kills. The game becomes so much more simple when you're able to have a big numbers advantage. It allows you to play looser. It allows you to get away with more. And right now, Renegade has been the big reason as to why FaZe is in this game. I mean, he has 14 kills, but Collect, he just added his 10th death of the game at a blitzing strafe there to get that kill.
Enemy team.
I thought honestly it was a great play by Renegade, kind of playing mind games, making it seem like he was jumping up over to where the high side goes low, but even the better counter coming out of Collect, and that's what you have to deal with at the very top level. You can make great plays, but when the best of the world is at the other side of your reticle, well, they can get right back at you.
Now I'm playing that tight angle, is able to get that kill, and with it, FaZe has been able to at least keep the trip cap pressure off, and they've been able to, at moments, get a 2-cap that gets them 10 points at a time. The struggle has been able to is being maintaining on this 2-cap hold. And you see that problem once again arise as they go forward down. The rotation is going to be won here by SSG. It's just a matter of how much the cost will be to FaZe from losing those gunfights.
135 points so far for SSG, still scoring with both Charlie and Bravo. You're seeing Alpha start to convert here, but also the same for Bravo and Charlie. Renegade with the shock in his hands and the reinforcements, and they call for the push onto Alpha. You see, it's a 3-pronged attack now, from the high side to the low side, coming in from the stairs. All sides being dealt with, all angles being attacked by FaZe. 4 down, go SSG, triple cap, and here come FaZe.
With that, 2 players of SSG spawn in those pipes, it's clear that FaZe is expecting that. With this trip cap, B is largely a bait hill here, but SSG gonna dive in nonetheless. Stellar, though, backs them out, and the trip cap pressure is strong from FaZe. Renegade has the camo and the sniper to work with. It's just Falcated, and his position's known. He gets cut down. This could be the spree that FaZe has been looking for.
Shock and camo combination right now for Renegade. All 4 players from SSG trapped over toward the A side. You know they want to try to break out as FaZe are scoring. It looks like SSG, they have to find a way out, but right now it's Stellar finds a kill onto Penguin. It's now Renegade that's eyeballing Collect, who's not going to make it. And on top of that, Lucid goes down, and so do 4 members once again. They played it damn near perfect.
And look at Legend Renegade. They know the pressure should be coming at C. They quickly move over. They blocked A fully until these spawns come up. SSG's in a big struggle on where they can get out of. And right now, there doesn't seem to be a good route to take.
Trim cap is locked in. Renegade finds Lucid, the backside of Lucid, and now is playing a dangerous game of ring around the rosy, which ends in a headshot. Shock, and the sticky just barely misses out. Collect tries to survive here, but it's more players that are pushing him out, and eventually running out of time. Was SSG FaZe gonna be taking that game number 1?
This is what's scary about any team that consists of Stellar. That was a game where FaZe, for the first half, looks like they weren't getting a lot of scoring opportunities, right? They're playing a little bit too aggressive after they're getting their 2 caps in. Not able to get a lot of time because the player would die a little bit too early, giving SSG some space. But the reason that they're playing that way in the first place is to accomplish what they did in the second half, to get the trip cap where they have spawns completely clamped down, where there's nowhere for SSG to go. There really wasn't much that SSG could do other than trying to win a gunfight in a disadvantageous state. And that's something that's not easy to do when you have 4 absolute studs on the other side of FaZe. Right now, you see how potent, how strong FaZe can be in those end games. It's just right now, I think a matter of how often can they get to those game states. How often can you play for that home run ability? Right now, I think they've been having a struggle on getting that into place, but as this team continues to play more, as they continue to get more time underneath their belt, that's going to be their bread and butter throughout the Pro League.
Momentarily seeing the stats here, and you saw leading the Slays department was Stellar, but I thought almost as impressive, I would say, was probably Legends Club in the game. I think he ended with 15 kills, and I think it was like 18 or 19 assists as well on top of that. So really doing it all, the kills and the assist department. I'm sure the damage reflected that as well as FaZe. Fantastic in that game number 1. Things will switch up a bit. We'll move on to Slayer. Well, the same piece of success that kind of got you a win here in game number 1. The question now becomes that carrying over into game 2.
And, you know, I think there was a lot to like from SSG in game 1 as well. They came out, like, even when they go 3-4 down, the amount of times that they were able to bounce back, get themselves into a scoring situation, was pretty consistent from them until the end of that game. So I think SSG does a decent job of fighting back, especially in those disadvantaged states. I think the big thing is just limiting how potent the attack of FaZe can be, and I think the best way to describe the way that FaZe has been playing is it's very punishing, right? If you give up something, they will take it the extra bit. So for SSG, clean gameplay is required. No free deaths, no getting averaged on the map. And well, thankfully for SSG, they have 4 very special players. I wouldn't say there's anything average about these 4.
We're going to find out if SSG have it in them to tie up this series early on. Last thing you want to do is give any team that much more momentum, such as an 0-2 start. So SSG starting off with some big damage, know what's on the line, and a trade early between Penguin and Stellar as both teams try to make the focus of the fight that camouflage over towards the middle of the map. Lucid does get a double kill, but he was momentarily the final player alive.
You see 2 players of SSG starting to try to wrap around this camouflage, but it just leaves it open for FaZe to grab and bound, getting away with that kill. The Shroud's going to keep him alive. It's just Lucid that's alive for SSG, and Lucid goes down, and this is now a split and stagger situation. Lucid spawn is not coming up for another few seconds, and by the time it does, you start to see kills starting to roll in for FaZe.
Back-to-back kills though here from SSG, both Penguin and Collect awarded ones for that one. Renegade with a bit of damage, but turns at the wrong time, gets back smacked by Collect, and this might be the opening that SSG were looking for.
I think right there you see a struggle from FaZe. Lucid shoots them in the back, and you see 2 players wrap their attention from the 2 that were in front of them to the back. The general rule is finish what's in front of you. Lucid was able to become a player because they engaged with him. If they would have just kept playing forward on the map, they could have overwhelmed the weak players that were behind. Instead, they gave Lucid an opportunity to equal out those numbers and to keep SSG in this game. I think that's one thing that a lot of players get caught up on. You know, just because there's damage coming in from the flank doesn't mean you need to focus on it.
Right here, getting a flank angle of his own. Player in front of him actually already goes down, but now 4 players towards the middle, and those shots are mean. They are aggressive, and they are suppressing. Coming out of Stellar eventually, Lucid able to get some max damage down, but not before going down himself. Falcon goes right after Legend, a bit of a war right now on the map, but SSG getting a bit of an advantage, and now within striking distance of FaZe.
It definitely feels like so far in this game, if one body hits the floor, there's going to be another 2 or 3 that'll join. Quick successions of kills, and right now there's the first that opens up the floodgates. Falcated not wasting any time to finish up what's left behind. A double kill for him, and a ton of damage that's keeping these players off the camo lane. Just Renegade that's going to have that information for FaZe. This is looking likely to be an SSG camouflage.
Falcon does make his way toward the ATM side, gonna wrap over towards purple, finds himself right back in, and is money with those plays, but never gets the trade on camouflage, which I think is gonna be important. Camo, I believe, is still alive and roaming the map.
No, I think it got traded out just at the last second there, so thankfully for SSG, I think they got a little bit lucky there that the camo got burned. It seemed like FaZe was going to be able to take that out, but right now it's just Falcated that's alive. Lucid comes off of spawn, but Falcated's way too far up on the map to wait for that help, and he'll go down, and here comes the flood of players from FaZe. And this is what I was talking about, how, you know, any team with Stellar on it, they love to be aggressive like this. The second they get 3 downs, they will fly at the spawns. SSG has done a really good job of handling that pressure, but I think there's been too many moments where that pressure can arise. They need to stop letting FaZe get to that, get to those spots where they can put that pressure on spawn.
33-28. So far, the score line still going the way of FaZe. Nice little 5-shot though out of Penguin and some bonus damage on top, but not enough to get them right back into the fight here. FaZe still surrounding and entire map. Looks like there might be 1 or 2 more players stuck here. It's Collect that ends up getting caught out, and it looks like Lucid goes down as well. FaZe moving in rhythm, and this is not good for SSG.
7 kill differential now, and we see SSG starting to be on those back ropes. Can anyone get their attention? Can they survive until this bell? And right now, with the power weapon in the hands of Stellar, 3 players of SSG trapped behind. A lot of this is going to be dependent on Collect playing in isolation in the back of B. See if Stellar clears this out. It looks like they're not even trying to look for him, and that should be an easy kill for Collect, but anything against Stellar is anything but easy. Oh man, that might be the hardest looking kill in the game.
Collect will stay alive here. But right now, it's SSG that find himself way too far behind. Meanwhile, FaZe on their side of things, 2 squad wipes away from ultimately going up 2-0 in the series. Lucid does find a kill, turns it into 2. Now has at least 1 player kind of stuck over toward the bottom subway side. And nice little run here could put themselves right back in the fight as he continues to find players to put pressure on, but eventually gets overwhelmed.
7 kill differential into the end game, and SSG's trying to get, I believe it'd be their first camouflage of the game that they would get away with, but so far FaZe just putting up good numbers, not allowing anyone to get to this, and they're saying, hey, look, if you're going to get camo, it's going to come at a steep cost, and unfortunately for SSG, they just don't have the ability to pay that cost. Eventually, those lies will come to the end of the game. FaZe up 2-0 in our series.
FaZe looking just as good in that game number 2 as we saw in game 1. SSG again show they have plenty of fight in them and kept it close throughout that entire game, but FaZe refused to let go of that lead and now go into game number 3 with just that much more momentum. And of course, you know, Stellar is just doing stellar things. 17-10, 3 assists, and 8.0 KDA. This is what we've grown to expect out of a player like Stellar.
See the man that pays the checks coming into chat to check in on his team, and I think he might be happy with what he's got here. I mean, this is a team that seems to be coming out the gate strong, 4 absolute superstars on this roster, and it feels like everyone's kind of taking their turn being that guy for their team. What's especially scary is you think about Legend's still playing in Europe by now. By the time the LAN comes along, if they qualify, adding Legend to LAN and letting him play on equal playing ground, this is a team that could absolutely come out the victor by the end of Pro League.
Oh yeah, this team was brought together for one reason and one reason only, and that's to look Shopify Rebellion in their eyes and say, we will challenge you. You have a new rivals, and this ain't gonna be easy for you. And there's just some other teams that come together that are looking to challenge them as well. But when you're looking for a favorites to make a deep run this tournament, especially after getting some more reps under their belt, give me FaZe right now, man. Give me FaZe.
I do think there's a lot to like about SSG, but it seems like they've just allowed FaZe a little bit too much leniency in the game so far on getting to their spots, getting to the win condition that they like, which is that 3-4 down hyper aggressive gameplay. You know, it's not necessarily that SSG has to counter that by being slow, but I think there needs to be maybe a little bit more emphasis on the first kill, right? Making sure that you don't have a 3-4 down that only comes at the cost of 1 life for the other side. I think first blood is going to be so important between these two teams.
SSG have been able to fight tough and keep things close, but at one point they're able to turn it around and turn these moments into an entire game and turn it into a win. Well, it might want to start here on King of the Hill Live Fire, because they're 2 games away from ultimately being knocked out of the tournament and still be in the Pro League, but ultimately taking the last place in it, the last seed in it. So we're going to find out what SSG have in them. Can they go toe-to-toe with FaZe and Stellar with some stellar shots?
Ooh, Penguin wasted no time to get that sniper in, but unfortunately he's the last player alive, so really the reality for Penguin is more wasting some of that ammo than it is trying to get an advantage, as FaZe are going to be able to get that early hill time, and with camouflage coming up, if SSG's not going to get into that hill, they better get the camo is the way they're probably thinking right now, and looks likely that they do, as Luce was able to clear a path for his team.
enemy about to
Lucid eyeball the player over toward the hill and not able to find the shots. I mean, find some good damage, but not exactly the kill. Luckily, his teammates are there. They're going to chase that player out of the bottom green side, you would think, but somehow they are surviving and being a nuisance right now. Legend able to get himself a win over toward the pillars, and Collect somehow survives and gets it over. Wait, how is he still alive?
Cleanup crew for Collect there. I think he got an assist on every single one of those kills. The camouflage coming in clutch as might be enough to get them back into this hill, but still a lot of work that's ahead for SSG to maintain.
Clean up from across the map there. Another 3 down, go FaZe. Continuing to score right now is Collect, and FaZe so close to taking this first hill, but SSG coming right back at him right now. Feels like 1 or 2 wins go their way, and they could steal it away, but the melee refuses to connect, and Stellar gets himself a double. 3 down, go SSG, and FaZe feel like they're taking back what felt like was rightfully theirs.
Yeah, SSG, and this might be dangerous. The next 2 spawners can be spawning out as well. So this rotation isn't necessarily won by SSG yet, as you see Renegades all the way in these back ranks. Now, first couple kills do go SSG's favor, meaning it's just Renegade and Stellar left behind, and with that, should mean clean time for SSG on the second hill rotation.
Players getting cleared out over toward the mud side. Stellar, though, another multi-kill goes his way. That's a double. Collect is fairly weakened, and there's a cleanup. It's Legend cleaning up both players, in fact. And now, not only should they be scoring, but they have a prime position here for the camouflage. As Legend takes space, finds a kill. Camo's coming up. Can Legend survive? Maybe not. Collect is here, and here come FaZe.
That was crazy to witness because they get the 4 down. Not one player's trade out for FaZe on that 4 down. The dueling pressure on both perimeters from Legend and Renegade. They flew up green and to screens. And you can see the downstream effect. Like, what eventually happens is, although they get the camouflage, because they were so aggressive up on the map, they left a lot of open space on their flank, which allowed the flipped spawns to eventually come in. But that's not necessarily a problem when you're super aware of what is actually happening and what you're manipulating. And that's what FaZe has done. They're just a step ahead right now against SSG, and it's been the outslay that's made the huge difference. Stellar 11-4 so far this game, and well, 6 bullets of sniping camouflage. Those numbers are going to start adding up, as that's the 10th in the row.
Camo, sniper, and already on a killing frenzy. +1. 3 down, go SSG. FaZe Magic should be scoring once again here soon. A player did drop down over to the bottom mid side. Looks like Stellar was aware of that, so now watching every angle and moving in for a running ride if things continue like this.
There's one player that was underneath. I was trying to make a flank, but I believe Renegade catches that, so that one not going to come in. And I believe Stellar just 1 or 2 kills away from the running riot at this point. That will be number 14 as Stellar finds the head. Number 15 in front of him. Stellar at the double kill, and looks like I guess I miscounted. He's 1 more away, but at the end of the day, Stellar has taken over this game.
That he has, and once again, we have casters cursed it, as he in fact was 1 kill away from that running ride. But wait, 14 kills in a row from Stellar, 16-5. I mean, clearly his presence has been felt here as 3 down go SSG once again. You're already up 2-0 in the series, but you're also up 2-0 in this game right now. SSG, they need to find some momentum.
Maybe that momentum can come in the camouflage, but look how tight they are right now. 3 players trying to get out of that rat tunnel, and fortunately for them, it hasn't come at a big cost yet, but all these players are weak and close to each other. But SSG maintain, able to stay alive for a bit longer, but eventually it comes to bite them. Legend with the double kill, able to route his way back out. Lucid did get the camouflage in the process, but a nade that catches him on the unsuspecting side will get the kill.
Collect continues to attack, finds a weakened player, ends up finishing him off. Great movement to try to buy as much time as possible, get that extra damage in for Penguin to come in for the cleanups. Once again, it is SSG with the numbers advantage, finally on the hill, but you see how quick FaZe are to attack.
Stellar's found the back door here, and with it. Collect goes down. The repulse sends it back to get the double kill. It's just Penguin that's last alive, and he'll have to vacate the premises. Eviction notices are out as FaZe has taken back their home.
Still 2-0 here. Stellar with some damage, but looks like Falcon actually doesn't get traded out. Falcon will survive and collect a bit of a new angle, routes himself into the face of Stellar and takes the challenge there. That's a huge 1v1 being won by Falcon. Some great extra damage on top. Penguin trying to stay alive with this sniper, and he needs it. It's he versus Legend.
Legend trying to be a frustrating kill here, and I think he's accomplished that fairly well. Still have not been able to take him down as he's just maintained tension on the front line, not allowing SSG to accumulate time while he was alive. But at the end of the day, SSG has a strong position with a lot of snipe ammo for Penguin to work with.
Snipe still in the hands of Penguin. 5 bullets here. Nice little body shots of a player that was trying to make their way over towards sandbags, but once again, FaZe come in like a wrecking ball and wipe SSG off of the face of live fire.
You see Legend take a small route there. He doesn't commit over out to green, but his responsibility there, he's blocking out the first couple spawns for his team so that they can try to get that pressure right onto dummies immediately. And then when he comes back to leave green open, they're trying to split out the final 2 players to keep them split and staggered on the map. And so far, it's working very effectively for their team. Heads up awareness from Legend, and those are small moments in the game where he's not shooting his weapon, but the space and the timing in which he's taking it is doing dividends for his team.
2 bullets in the sniper here for Stellar. We know how dangerous he can be with even 1 minute 23 seconds worth of neutral time right now. It's so much just advantage here that you have here for FaZe. 1 player goes down, 2 almost immediately. 3 members of SSG onto the respawn screen, and FaZe are looking for the spawners.
Stellar's been unbelievable this game as well. He's got a minute to try to figure out how many more he's going to put up on the board, because at this point, FaZe is not going to step into this hill for the rest of the game.
Playing Slayer at the moment, and right now Stellar is winning every single gunfight. It's going to be so tough for SSG to stay in this hill when Stellar and the rest of this FaZe roster are just winning fight after fight. Eventually, a cleanup does go the way of Collect. Now we're starting to see a double push out of SSG on the opposite side of the map, and this SSG that gets some map control that they desperately needed all game long.
A rare moment where we saw 3 kills with no trade-outs for FaZe there, especially with SSG having 2 players going down to 1 shot during that engagement. And there's another that gets away as Collect hits that quantum translocator to change his position to stay alive.
34 seconds of neutral time. 3 down is not what SSG want to see here. Legend just gonna stay alive for as long as possible. Make sure that nobody steps foot in this hill, at least easily. He's using that hill as bait. He finds the route that Lucid is taking, wins the fight, and then hops right out and continues to let time wind down.
SSG trying to bully their way through. There's just not a lot of clock for them to work with. And oh no, they've gone down, and Stellar has a full snipe to work with here. Players gonna try to make their way through. Rare misses from Stellar will give them an opening, but a very slight one. Just 15 seconds of neutral clock that keeps ticking down. They need 3 hills back to back. I think unlikely doesn't even do it justice. This looks damn near impossible as SSG go 3 down. The final player will be taken down, and that is game 3 for FaZe.
3 games in a row and just 1 more here in your best of 7. SSG, we talked about how close they were playing it in the early series. Well, to be honest with you, that live fire hill just didn't feel all that close at all. It felt like all FaZe's game, almost from start to finish. As we go on to Imperial Flag here soon, why don't we take a look at the stats? And I mean, stop me if I sound like a broken record, but Stellar in the slays. I mean, man, does he feel comfortable on this roster.
That I would look at Stellar having an unbelievable game. You see 14 kills in a row there on that max killing spree stat line. he took over the game. The sniper playing such an important part of that. And we look into game 4, we're going to Empyrean, probably one of the snipe heaviest maps in Halo's history. So this looks all primed for Stellar to take over once again. We'll see if that comes to fruition as SSG is on their last chance this tournament. I want to give a shout out to chat real fast. We're on a level 12 hype train. If y'all want to contribute, please think about doing so. Everything you guys give here on LVT goes back into the community, goes back into throwing on these tournaments, these matches throughout the year. We have a lot that we want to accomplish this year, so if you have any lessons, we appreciate it.
We're looking at a 3-0 series here for FaZe. SSG would have to pull off an insane reverse sweep in order to move forward into this elimination bracket, and it's a tough ask. It really is. I mean, FaZe have just been playing excellent. I mean, specifically Stellar and those stats that he's putting up, whether it's Slayers, whether it's the objective, he is finding his kills, and it's crazy to see. One more game here needed for FaZe, but so one thing I feel like I've learned throughout my Halo Infinite career here as a commentator is don't count anybody out on this SSG roster. I refuse to do that.
There we go. Stellar going to be able to find the first kill of the game with the snipe. The second comes in the form of the bandit after the snipe shot, but caught out Collect. Not only going to get that overshield, but he's also accumulated all the snipe ammo that's left behind. He's got an 11 bullet sniper here to work with.
So much snipe ammo. Collect over toward the back sword side. See back-to-back kills start to go the way of SSG, and that defense now should turn into offense real quick, as I don't imagine Collect and SSG want to start pushing the side of FaZe and catch the straggler, the flanker in Stellar, and looks like Renegade ends up going down as well, and now Collect eyeing the base of FaZe.
Legend able to stay alive for a bit longer, and oh, Collect catches Renegade's shoulder. That's going to put him down to 1, and you see a flood of blue players getting up on the map, and Lucid's going to be the first player to try to break his way in as he's gotten his way over to the flag. Collect started this play. Lucid's trying to finish it.
7 bullets in the sniper here for Collect. Some great damage onto Stellar, but still doesn't actually find the kill. Looked like he thought about maybe playing that snipe off the map, and he doesn't, and now a Renegade has it in his hands.
FaZe put a lot of emphasis on that snipe side. It seems that they want to get that sniper out and into their hands. I really don't blame them. They have so many fantastic sniper players on their team, but it also feels like a lot of the opening plays that FaZe have come off the back of power control. I think if SSG can keep control of that sniper throughout the game, especially if they can start wasting the ammo of their opponent's sniper, that's going to be their way to start to find a victory in this series.
He's still getting into a bit of a fight with Falcon, and there moonwalks his way out of danger, and now we're starting to see FaZe really favoring that high side, that long side of the map. Legend with some great damage ends up getting a double kill of his own until Lucid comes in for the cleanup. Both players are fighting for every power weapon, and Lucid does get spotted and now is forced out of that angle.
See a flag coming back for Stellar. Lucid trying to get the cut off. The snipe shot not going to connect, but he's got 3 extra to try. Gonna get pushed back. Does find the kill on the bound, but that is so far away from the flag. That is out and now scored, as Stellar wasted no opportunity to get that one back home.
Flag goes in. No counter pull just yet, but you do see Falcon getting away with Rockets. Has 1 left and refused to go down easily, but eventually Legend does find that angle. Penguin not able to find his as Renegade used that height advantage, and now goes in after Lucid. The cleanup is there, and Bound has already infiltrated the base of SSG.
And this is shocking because SSG had Rockets and Overshield pressuring into the base of FaZe, but yet they go 3 down with only getting 1 trade in that process, allowing FaZe to get back into an attacking position. At the end of the day, if you have big advantages like an Overshield and a Rocket, that's inexcusable. You cannot afford to give up 3 deaths in those situations. Right now, SSG, they don't have a score on the board. I think the sniper being taken out of the hands of FaZe has helped them a lot this game, but something needs to change. They need to be able to be more attacking, more aggressive It feels like FaZe isn't wasting any time trying to get up on the map, whereas SSG, very slow and methodical pace thus far.
Body shot does connect onto Legend. Doesn't clean up his steering just as quickly. Collect finds an entirely new angle, but no more snipe ammo to work with here for him. Half the members of FaZe are on the respawn screen right now, and Penguin ends up finding the backside of, I believe it was down there. So cleanups are going down, and right now SSG, it feels like they're only 1 or 2 slays away from really getting a pull off here, as 4 down go FaZe and the spawns are being blocked.
And we're seeing the 2 different philosophies from these teams, right? SSG, they wait for everything to be perfect, and eventually that does come to fruition. This flag should be coming back home for them. And because they have such a strong position, they could be even thinking about a back-to-back opportunity here, as they are finding more kills. But on the other side, we've seen FaZe be very aggressive getting up on the map. They're not waiting for perfection. They're trying to force the issue. And you see that once again, Legend wasting no time. He doesn't have any immediate help, but he's still charging into the front lines, understanding that for them to get flag opportunities, they have to get over to the flag point. So it's a 2 very different styles of play thus far. At the end of this game, we'll see which one it favors.
Despite Renegade doing a whole lot of damage to himself there, he's still able to find the slay he's looking for. Some more big damage. I thought he might have won that fight against Penguin as well, but all of it's the distraction, the decoy to allow Stellar to get away with the rockets. Almost snipes Falcated towards the Mauler side with it as he goes for yet another one. Everybody down to 1 shot courtesy of Stellar's rockets, and 4 down go SSG, flag on the move, and the patience out of Stellar is going to have everybody spawn in front of him.
Yeah, that's perfect play by Stellar. He knows where the spawns are going to be. He just puts pressure right away, and that'll be the second flag that comes in for FaZe. And we see already just some brilliant opportunities from FaZe where they get up into the flag, they're pulling that flag early, and then trusting that their individual skill and kills are going to give them an opportunity to bring it home.
Another big win goes the way of Lucid here. Only down by 1 cap is he and SSG, but Renegade already has a sniper in his hands, and he has a feeling somebody's pushing in for theirs. Catches the body shot, but not quite the head of Collect. So we have a Renegade versus Collect snipe battle that's going down here. Oh, whoa!
Across the map, Collect able to grab that shot, and we see another flagpole, but unfortunately Stellar there to stop that. Lucid not able to get it any further away, and Collect trying to keep this lane under control with that snipe, but they are not trying to give it up. Honestly, I gotta have to tip it to FaZe to be so aggressive into that sniper lane of Collect. They're really trying to force him back, as they know that he can completely turn this game on its head if he gets forward on the map with this sniper.
Still a 1 cap lead here. Collect still doing damage with the sniper. Finds Renegade once again. That's a killing spree for him. Legend was able to get away with 1 sniper and takes the 1 out of Collect's hands, but eventually SSG's teammates are able to get that snipe out of his, and now we see SSG once again in the base and the face of FaZe.
Stellar continuing on his reign of terror, 19 kills, leading the lobby in that slaying column. Clearly feeling himself in this series as they're looking for this clean sweep.
Switching gears over towards Collect. He's in a bit of a 1v1 battle with Bound. Both players with no shields, but Collect wins that one. And right as Rockets and Overshield are coming up, feels like a very important battle. Gets them the Rockets, not quite the Overshield, which I think finds the hands of at least one FaZe member here. 2 Rockets trying to find out where that Overshield could be pushing. Lucid wants to play careful with this rocket launcher.
That's 1 player off rotation. Being an easy kill for his team. There's a second that comes in. That'll allow Lucid to get out. Now, they do know on the other side, Legend has pulled out a flag, and that is also a concern sometimes when you see Legend's the player that pulls out a flag. He's one of the best flag runners, if not the best flag runner in Halo right now. He tries his best, but ends up slowing down SSG. There was no one there to finish off that flagpole that Lucid had, despite the numbers advantages that they had.
Lead down to FaZe. Lucid taking a whole lot of damage, and Legend just going right through the front door with that one. And Lucid is able to trade out at least one of those lives, and as FaZe start to come up, they're gonna run into SSG, at least 3 members that are quickly approaching their base. Falcated with a sneaky spot, finds some free damage, but Stellar quickly comes in for the cleanup, now wants to turn it to 2, but gets hunted down himself. Back-to-back kills, both Lucid and Penguin, and what a nade, that's right on target.
Just Valkated and Legend alive on the map, but Legend having the spacing towards SSG's base. If he's able to stay alive, he could potentially steal this sniper. It comes up in a few seconds. Stellar also going to get the sniper of FaZe's, so he has the ability to shut down anyone that tries to go for that snipe, but determines to take a different position instead, knowing that pressure's coming up from the high side.
Snipe. Shot by Stellar.
Oh my
Penguin.
God, another.
With the opposite sniper, Stellar finding every player except for Penguin with the sniper so far, but definitely getting some value here as Stellar now has already caused enough chaos, tries to reposition, but gets caught on his rotation over to a better position. Now we see Stellar just turns and quick scopes the dome off of one, and now it is Penguin on the run, and Stellar with the hunt, and now some extra ammo for him.
Stellar makes the detour look so easy there. Just flicks it, gets the shot, and his reward at the end is he gets some more snipe ammo to work with. He is in the front lines right now. I don't think anyone should expect him to be there, and maybe a little bit of an overcook on his side. Trying desperately to find those kills comes at the cost of his life, and he only wasted 1 sniper bullet in that, so that it gives actually a pretty full snipe over a 5-bullet snipe for Lucid, who also gets the overshield. So maybe a big misstep here from FaZe if SSG's able to translate this into a flag capture.
Less than 2 minutes on the clock right now. Renegade starting a flag pull, but gets caught real quick here. So as he goes down, it's like SSG want to once again push the base of FaZe. Definitely not the time to panic, I would say, but you got to respect the shot clock right now if you're SSG.
I'm just stuck behind too many players there. Not going to be able to get those kills. Oh no, the sniper got picked up though.
Double
kill. Left behind there. You see Lucid and SSG trying to find a way into a counter. They do have the flag out, but this flag for FaZe has made it past the 50-yard line, which means the longer that these flags are out, the more advantageous it's going to be for FaZe. Collect cannot afford to die here, and unfortunately he's seen that flag get returned right in front of his eyes, but he knows what's more important is for him to stay alive, as he needs to be the one that stops this flag from coming back home, and they will be successful at that. Counter opportunity is now on SSG's mind.
Both Collect and Penguin are so weakened over toward the back base here, but they know they have to get this flag moving, and just as quick as Renegade on the attack and goes right through the base. That's actually a double for Renegade to clear out their base once again, pressing the reset button. And SSG, you might have, I don't want to say a good push here, a half of a push here to at least start this flag and force sudden death.
Trying his best, but there just wasn't an opening, and with it just 10 seconds away, FaZe have the brooms out. They're starting to get the road cleaned away, as it is a sweep in our elimination semi-finals. They'll continue on in our bracket.
Really tough for SSG. Obviously a huge win come out of FaZe there, but that throughout the entire series, it felt like SSG were able to keep it close. It felt like even at times they were gonna win some of these games, but you know, outside of that 3-0 on Livefire, King of the Hill, those felt like neck and neck games, but FaZe just simply had their number right there. And again, for the 4th time in a row, I think Stellar topping that scoreboard with a 29-23 performance, the 12 assists, and a 10.0 KDA. Stellar was the MVP of this team in this series.
And we'll get to see them continue on in the bracket in their way as Vitality, and we're gonna see a little bit of maybe, I don't know if the grudge match is the right word. I don't know if there's bad blood or anything, Tony, but Eco and Stellar have teamed together for close to a decade now. I think it's 7 years, maybe 8, and this is the first time I think I've ever seen them split. And we'll see who comes out on top in this next series. It's Stellar versus Eco up next. And folks, a level 16 hype train going on in chat. So if you want to support the channel, keep the hype train going, get along with some subs here and there if you're able to support. We appreciate everyone that's been keeping that going across our shared hype train. Thank you, everyone.
It's been insane. The gameplay's been insane. The chat has been going crazy. I've been seeing just bright colors going up on my side monitor with all of the subs, the gifted. You guys have been absolutely incredible. And again, so is the gameplay, and it's going to continue to be that way because I talked about it before. I'm still not used to calling out Royal 2 and Snakebite on two different teams. And I know I ain't going to be used to calling out Eco and Stellar, but when we come back, that's exactly what's happening. Vitality going up against FaZe in your $120,000 Halo Pro League Qualifier, co-presented by Shopify Rebellion. We are back at Championship Sunday for your $128,000 Halo Pro League Qualifier, and it's co-presented by Shopify Rebellion, and we need to find out who's making it into the grand finals. Only one team can advance, and one team, again, still qualified for the Pro League, but this is all about that seeding, and it's an exciting one for you because we got 5 Flag coming up on Origin.
I think Origin definitely been a fantastic map, especially with the 5 Flag change. It just feels like a natural Halo map. Before it would end a little bit too quick, we see potentially problems with players getting in or whatever it's going to be. A glitch, texture glitch, whatever it is. We'll get ourselves back into that game as quickly as we can. But Origin also might be a scary map to see in front for Vitality, considering what we saw Stellar do with the sniper just a series ago.
Crazy, you said the games might end a little early, and then boom, we gotta get a quick little reset. Timing on that was absolutely crazy, but yeah, I'm right there with you. I thought Stellar was fantastic all series long, and he was looking scary. Definitely MVP of that elimination bracket semifinals, and I'm sure he's not trying to slow down whatsoever going into your elimination finals. Meanwhile, on the other side of things, you got his former duo in Eco, and the last time we saw him, he was flying out. Whether it was the first qualifier, even this one, I actually have been enjoying watching. Excuse me, I apologize. I say Eco, and we're saying unlegit now, right? I'm sorry, unlegit.
Yeah, has he confirmed his change? Like, I feel like he's still Eco until he says, until he makes an official statement. Is he like 100% change?
You got to put it on the Reddit, you know?
Yeah,
If it's not
tweet, Reddit, whatever it is, Facebook. I'll dig it down. Kevin Eco Smith, wherever it is, bro. What's going on? Is it Kevin Unlegit Smith? It just doesn't sound the same. Now, I like Unlegit. I actually was like a big, like when he made the change to Eco, I was like, Unlegit's way better. But as time's gone on, I think Kevin Eco Smith has like been the phrase. You know, it's like it's just so clean.
So it's Unlegit is better than Eco, but Kevin Eco Smith is better than Unlegit. Okay,
Yeah,
I can see that.
Kevin Eco Smith sounds like an NBA All-Star. You know what I'm saying? It's just like, yeah.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, your elimination bracket finals is starting up right here, right now. Who's making it to the grand finals? And Renegade looks like he wants to make it because that's a quick rocket grab. The first one doesn't go exactly the way he wants it, but the second one does. Double, almost a triple snipe in the hands of Acid, but not for long as FaZe win their opening break.
It's all coming at a significant cost, and the Legend getting a full sniper to work with here too. I like this pressure to put onto the elbow side, although he doesn't have great sight lines with the sniper. As soon as he gets into play, he will have fantastic sight lines, but maybe a little bit too ahead. You know, I did like the play, but looking back in hindsight, he might have been a little bit too aggressive considering where the rest of his team was. Renegade trying to clean up what was left behind, getting that sniper, but it is a dangerous position that seemingly is working out at the moment as Vitality are not putting any pressure on the elbow side.
Tournament life on the line right now. Renegade with snipe in his hands. I can't think of a better player that I would want in this situation. However, it would have seemed going 3 down. It's a lot to ask out of the young man here. The first shot goes wide left. The second shot right on target. Acid though with the cleanup, and now is a 2-bullet sniper for himself. Oh my gosh!
We might have the 2 teams. I'd say like there's 3 teams where the snipers are going to be making plays like this. It's Vitality, it's FaZe, and it's Shopify Rebellion. The snipers are just some of the most heady ones. They have these incredible ability to hit some crazy shots, and Acid has come to life. A 9-kill start to this game as he pulls out their potential first flag to come home.
That was absolutely disgusting out of Acid right there, and it ends up leading to a flag cap. He started on one end and then ends up capping the flag on the other side of things as a 1-0 lead started for Vitality.
Acid been an incredible player. Something that, you know, unfortunately, going into DreamHack Dallas had, or Atlanta? Was it Atlanta or Dallas that we went to? Atlanta was DreamHack, and then we were at Dallas for the 2v2. That's what it was. DreamHack at Atlanta, he unfortunately found himself not really on a team situation there, but he's been an incredible player throughout this year. It feels like he's taken his next level, and you know, we talked a lot about, you know, tapping buttons being that best player from Mexico for a long time. It feels good to have a conversation about Acid trying to take over that mantle, or at least be competitive for it, because he has just been excellent for whatever team he's been on, and right now he's exuding excellence. 12 kills and just 4 deaths, triple positive to start this game off against FaZe.
I remember Acid spitting out the SpongeBob gif and watching everybody having fun outside, and he was on the outside looking at me. It felt emotional. It definitely did, as we do see a big fly cap out of him, but maybe another one out of Stellar and of FaZe. A little bit of a fumble slows them down just a bit, but not sure if they slowed them down enough. Legend goes down on the feed here. Bound with a great job of cutting the map with the long-range shots, and it looks like that flag is going in for the first one for FaZe.
Descendant did find the sniper though, and he's hit some crazy shots, and he'll continue to do so. He has his sights on the second Renegade, the last player alive. His position's known, and the rest of Vitality starts to swarm up the map. Acid getting that flagpole, throws it out towards his teammate. Descendant from the top rope makes Renegade hit a backflip, and he's not done quite yet. He's hitting another Descendant. Unreal with the sniper, but it doesn't seem likely that this flag's gonna go any further.
Yeah, it feels like anybody who's able to get that sniper in hands is gonna have a damn good time. We're talking about these 8 players that are in the lobby right now. Stellar actually not able to get the trade against Acid right there. Acid now trying to move up over towards the sniper side, which is exactly where Eco's already at. Eco with the cleanup onto Legend. Renegade snatches up that sniper some way and has 1 bullet and a dream left.
spotted him yet. That sniper shot gonna give him away. Renegade versus Eco. Eco coming out on top as he's able to hit the shots to send it there to help with what comes next. And looks like Vitality playing strong defense to FaZe's push.
Plenty of time on the clock right now. A little over 7 minutes worth of gameplay. We have a tied up game right now in one piece. Carbine in the hands of Acid. Teammates now trying to move him over to the win snipe. There is a player that sneaks by, and that's actually Renegade, who not only sneaks in, but also gets the kill on Acid. His teammates are with the follow-up kills almost immediately afterwards, and before you know it, Vitality or squad wiped.
It was a heads-up play by Renegade. He was the first player to go down into those engagements on the initial push. He came off a spawn, realized that the rock lane was completely open, pushed through the rockets, and by the time he got into the flag and Vitality realized it was too late, and well, things could be disastrous here. The long-range rocket from Renegade connects. Bound wasn't able to quite pull out that flag. He got looks like a little mistake on the micro there. Wasn't able to get the pull, but this push isn't done yet. FaZe is flying into the base of Vitality.
2-1 advantage here for FaZe. We do see a couple members of Vitality already in the base and trying to wreak havoc here. Legend with the thrust to win a gunfight, ends up with a trade onto Eco, and Yaxin ends up getting a cleanup onto Bound as well. Sniper about to hit the battlefield, and action. Yaxin has it in his sights.
Yaxin finding good damage, gets the help with that kill there, but this is, oh no, Vitality. They've opened up the snipe lane completely. FaZe has taken advantage, has gotten in, and Legend's looking for spawn snipes. He might just find the first on the Yaxin. Yaxin played that tight. You saw how close to the corner he played, but he didn't have anywhere to go, and eventually the snipes does connect. The only player is Eco that can try to solve this, and he gets caught between two. That's going to be a flag coming home for FaZe.
It's moving. Stellar already has it in, nobody in sight, and a 3-1 advantage here for FaZe, and more battles going down over toward the snipe side. Actually, it's Bound against the melee, but eventually Stellar with the cleanup, and now Snipe back in his hands. Double no-scope to put yet another down. Half the members on the respawn screen, but a remote detonation out of Acid takes down Stellar and really throws a curveball at FaZe.
I don't think Acid could actually see Stellar on his screen. I think he just shot a nade that was on the ground, hoping that he'd get the one-shot kill. It does end up happening. He did that from top of rockets, and it's surprising at how effective that was at slowing down the push from FaZe. Instead, Vitality, from the play of Acid getting that remote detonation, might have an opportunity to get a capture.
Some big-time nades here for Legend on his way over toward the elbow side, and turns that into a route immediately for the Rockets. Has a player over on Snipe side to really complement this push as they attack from multiple sides. It looks like Renegade goes down, so now this flank really means everything for this push. And what does he do? He immediately tosses the flag out over towards elbow with like a Pistola-like play to really become a distraction and a nuisance, and now his Rockets are getting loud.
From the top, able to get good damage down, does finish his kill on the Bound. It's just Renegade and Stellar on the Snipe side. Legend in isolation on the Rockets goes down. Renegade cutting through, though, is going to be able to keep the flag alive. It's Descendant, the only player alive that can stop it, and it looks like he knows that he'll just have to give up the 4th flag capture. FaZe going to be 1 flag away from taking game 1.
3 minutes and 36 seconds on the clock, so theoretically enough time for Vitality to put 3 on the board, but easier said than done when you have FaZe on the other side of things, trying to stop you from literally doing just that. Descendant goes coast to coast here, it looks like from silver to silver, and now over towards window. A confident looking Vitality want a quick cap here, and they may just get it. That's 4 down.
That's really well played by everyone involved there, especially Descendant. He has the most complicated position, playing through the middle of the map. He had to be responsible for helping everyone, and he's done that and more. He's still not down yet. This could be a back-to-back flag capture performance here, as Acid still has that rock side under control. He pushes into the base and takes down Renegade with a reversal shot there. I just really impressed by Acid's gameplay, and Descendant as well during that spree, but they still have a lot of work ahead of them. Down 2 flag captures and not a ton of time on the clock to make up the difference.
Right now, Vitality playing excellent. 4 down once again, go FaZe. They put themselves within 2 caps and now a little over 2 minutes. So a respectable game right now here for Vitality, who you clearly cannot count out. They're the ones who are winning the Slays advantage for the last minute and a half so far, as Acid goes down to 1 shot, but still finding damage everywhere on the map. Descendant finds the angle with the sniper to rip Legend's head off, and again, Vitality continue to gain momentum.
Said it saw the spawn, but not able to get the shot to land. FaZe is on notice, though. They know that sniper's watching the rock side, and they will not miss the second chance on Stellar. 3 going down for FaZe. Just Legend that's alive, and this looks likely to be another flag that comes home as Descendant hunts down the remaining survivors.
Vitality have woken up, and man, just like that, within 1 cap of FaZe continuing to snipe everybody on the map is Descendant. Finally, they're able to heat check them courtesy of a double kill from Legend, and probably the most important one of the map, because it may just get them rockets, it may just get them that sniper, and it may just get them the cap they're looking for. There's those rockets that you've deserved, Legend.
I like his timing here. He's going to wait for the spawner. He's going to try to catch someone off spawn with the rockets. Unfortunately, not enough damage to get the kill, and Eco will stay alive. A massive play by Eco. That's 4 down. Vitality's on the attack. 60 seconds on the clock to get this flag down and back home for Vitality. FaZe getting stuck off their spawn. They need to win these fights.
51 seconds on the clock right now. Descendant does end up going down. Actually, the same thing for Jackson. You see Unlegit already over toward that elbow side. He's the next one to get sent back towards the respawn. Vitality had 3 members in the base of FaZe, but now they're reset.
Just 30 seconds on the clock, but FaZe doesn't necessarily have to give up anything past the 50-yard line here. It's more just making sure no one gets past them without knowing. And Jackson going down. That's 2 for Vitality, reaching the respawn screen. 3rd as Legend gets his kill, and that'll be the 4th as Stellar approaches the 50-yard line. The game way more simplified for FaZe as they know they don't have to attack. They're just keeping themselves in a strong defensive line through the middle of the map.
And ultimately just keeping the Vitality on their 3rd of the map for as long as possible. Time winding down, and simply is not the friend of Vitality. It was almost gets himself a pull to force the sudden death. It was a great run by Vitality towards that end game, but eventually FaZe were able to weather the storm.
And the reality is they had their chance, right? They had a 4 down, pressure in the base to get that 4th flag in, just not quite able to execute. The early plays from FaZe proving to be too much as we go into game 2.
Take a look at the stats here before we actually get there, and again, it's Stellar. It is the Stellar show. 28 kills, 13 assists, and 11.3 KDA, which really has felt like the storyline of this team from the elimination bracket semifinals to now starting off the elimination finals. I think I saw almost 81 to 8,200 damage out of him towards the end of that. Stellar has been fantastic for FaZe.
Team composition wise, this is a team that Stellar should be performing on. When you look at it on paper, 3 hyper aggressive players on the map that will continue to charge forward. That's what Stellar wants. He wants to constantly be applying pressure when possible. So I think it helps that he has 3 ultra aggressive and some of the fastest players in Halo with Legend and Bound on this squad. It's a team that's built to complement Stellar, so I would expect to see Stellar having some better stat lines on this team.
Going into Recharge Slayer is going to be our game number 2 again, guys. Every single match that was to decide going into this qualifier who's going to make it, then also on top of that to determine seeding, is actually a best of 7 right now. So we have some extended series here for you instead of the traditional best of 5s that you would probably be used to when going into elimination semis and finals here. So we're really excited to go into this Recharge Slayer, just get a whole lot of Halo and really kind of just give us some answers, because we have questions here. Like, with all these new teams seemingly coming out of nowhere, think about the little bit of a break that we had in competitive Halo. It wasn't that long, but it was a short break, and then it comes in, and then a roster mania hits, and now we have all of these new teams, which kind of bring questions like, who are some of our favorites? What are these grudge matches? What are these rivalries going to look like? So honestly, I'm happy that we are doing best of sevens from this point forward, because I feel like a lot of these questions will be answered by the end of this weekend.
Here we go, recharge on its way. We'll see if the bounce back can happen for this Vitality squad. A little bit of a slow start in game one, a strong finish, but not enough. We'll see if that remains the same, or if they can instead be on the early start. But you can see what I mean by Stellar. He's an aggressive player, right? He is not hesitating at all. He is in the opposing initial spawn within the first 10 seconds of the game.
Camera once again finds the hands of Eco, and you see Renegade. He definitely smells something strange here. He definitely wants to make sure that wanted to make sure he got Camo off the map, but wasn't able to find the hits, and eventually just grapples his way on out of there. Acid and Bound going to trade out over towards the low triple stack side of things, and Eco continues to hunt with this camouflage and is getting involved.
Acid able to get back, trying to get away. Bound just hits the slide, and he's challenging back while one shot. I love watching the players on FaZe do what they do, because they are some of the most aggressive fly in your face players, and it's always an entertaining show with these guys on the map.
One kill advantage here for FaZe. Now making two after Renegade opens things up with a pick onto Descendant. And the moment they get that first kill, that first strike, it seems like they like to get aggressive through that. Want to continue to apply that pressure. Renegade turns 1 into 2 real quick as Jackson goes down, and then the third ball. All it takes is that first pick for things to snowball in the way of FaZe.
Yeah, that's really heads up play by FaZe. They identified that Eco was in the back ranks in isolation. So what they did is they pushed really aggressively onto the players on the strong side of the map before Eco could get an angle that was able to help them. And then by the time he's getting to that angle, they had taken care of those 3 and were able to clean him up, leading to a 4-kill swing. But Vitality have been surprisingly strong on those 4 downs and getting off a respawn and being able to equalize numbers. This game, it feels like it should be more than a 4-kill difference at the moment, but they've been able to keep it at distance.
Nice shot by Legend with the shock, and then wins the melee fight over on the tower side. 20-14 right now at the score line. I think he might have actually just turned at the wrong time, because there was a player that spawned. Hey, yeah, there was players that actually spawned over towards bottom elevator and descended right as he turned away. So highly unfortunate there.
Down, catching a player off guard. At least the trade comes in from Eco. Probably someone that I shouldn't have gotten, but unfortunately not able to stay alive that day. Just did too much damage to him, so a reset on the camo play.
The damage coming from Descendant, but Stellar with the cleanup. Jackson goes right back at him here. Tries to find an entirely new route to try to stay alive, but man, the shot's just not finding Legend whatsoever. Acid has to go bottom mid in order to take him down. Descendant somehow ends up with the shock rifle. When these two teams go at it, it is high octane gameplay.
It's been a flurry of kills for the first time, I feel like, in the last minute of clock. We're seeing at least a little reprieve in the kill feed. Otherwise, it's just been trade after trade from both sides. A blitzing pace between these two teams, and it just shows you, I mean, Vitality is going to be a team that's also going to live and die by that aggressive nature. You know, a lot of people, I don't think, give Eco the credit he deserves on his sort of way he likes to play. He's also a player that lives and dies by that hyper aggressive play. That's why I kind of like this Vitality team for him. Although individually he might not be swinging into the front lines on a life-to-life basis like a player like Stellar or Bound, but he lives by that ethos of push forward, be aggressive, keep players in front of you, and pairing him up with players like Acid Descendant, like that is, you know, exactly the play style that he loves to play.
Double kill.
David has been fantastic for this Vitality roster. However, this FaZe have had their numbers so far in the series. Year number 1 did go to them, and right now a 5-kill advantage, which honestly feels like maybe a bit more here for FaZe with the way they've been playing. As we switch gears over on Renegade, back over on the gold side once again, gonna have 2 different targets in this site. One of them already softened up just a bit. That nade influences the routing of that player. Then the carbine goes out from long range, just beautifully played by the ultimate hunter here in Halo.
That is Renegade hunting at such a high level there. He skips out the long haul lane on that initial push and then takes his, so because he ignored the perimeter and pushed through the middle of the map, no one knows that he was coming onto that play, was able to catch players by surprise. But what I love is after his initial engagement, he's swinging himself back out to the middle of the map to try to maximize his damage output even after he catches players by surprise. It'd be super simple to get a couple players weak in the back and keep pushing out your lane. It's another level to accomplish the same goal, but to be looking and swinging through the middle of the map to do it at the to maximize damage at the same time.
Double kill on the action though alleviates a lot of that pressure here and legit able to get away with the camouflage. Sadly not able to stay alive with it, because eventually that camo gets burnt and really does feel like a win condition that Vitality needed in order to come back in this game. Not out of it, not completely out of it just yet, but it is not looking good for Vitality.
I would say FaZe has definitely found their momentum here. They are just blitzing through teams again and again. I don't know, has anyone even taken a map off them today? I think it's been perfect for FaZe in their elimination run. Looks like Noobs took 1 game off of them. So otherwise, if they win this game, it's going to be 10 victories and 1 defeat in their last 11 games. That FaZe just playing at another level right now.
And I feel like maybe we shouldn't be surprised by this. I mean, we talk about it. These are a lot of teams that are coming in brand new into this qualifier number 2. So I feel like you get reps when you're in these tournaments, whether it's winners bracket or even the lower bracket. Like, you are literally being battle tested time and time again. So I feel like you're just gonna continue to just get forged by the fire, continue to get better, and with those reps, you start to see some clean plays, start to see some maybe what we see from FaZe right now. Continue to get better and better. Bound, Renegade, Stellar, and Legend so far 2-0 in this series and have their eyes on the grand finals.
So Bound dropping 4,200 damage. Like we didn't give him a lot of time on the broadcast this game, but he's oftentimes just doing the most when he can, flying into the front lines, getting those kills, and that max damage output from him in that game.
Streets, King of the Hill coming up next year, and yeah, I mean, King of the Hill on Streets, we hadn't seen it for quite some time here. Why don't you talk to me a little bit about this map and game mode combination, and maybe what makes it special, and maybe what some of the things that you like about it. I know you're a fan of the Streets, but talk to me about specifically King of the Hill on this map.
Yeah, small and mixy, right? So there's a couple things that Streets has going for it. I think it being a small map makes it a lot more fun, makes it a lot more chaotic. But there's moments where that chaos can really leave a sour taste. I think of Strongholds, right, where players are flipping spawns in inopportune moments, right? In King of the Hill, a lot of those problems get mitigated because the focus on the map is in one specific zone, right? So you're able to have large parts of the map that you can keep open and try to force spawns into there. I think King of the Hill, one of the few one of the few game types that really works on Streets. It can get still very chaotic because of how easy it is for players to flip out spawns, for players to gain a lot of control on the map without having to move a lot because of how small it is. But I think Halo Infinite, year 4, we had a good map rotation, but I feel like we're missing a little bit of that chaotic element, right? I think it's good for the game to have maps where not everything is so clean cut, right? Streets, it can get dirty in just in a single play, but teams that are aware of the constant flips on the map can really take advantage of that as well. So I think it's a good map, especially for teams that can keep track of what's happening with all 8 players, right? Your team and your enemy, to know what's being blocked, what's not, where you can be aggressive, when you need to slow down your aggressive play.
And mind you, we're waiting for the lobby to get put together here. We've actually got the chance to highlight many of the players in this lobby. I feel like we've been talking about the FaZe players for quite some time. We've had them on stream for quite some time now. Vitality, I mean, you talked about how unlegit compliments many of the teams that he's on, including this one. We talked about Acid as well, being that next up player coming from Latin America, and the special talent he has been. Dude, him with the sniper was scary. Even Descendant with the sniper as well in Origin. I feel like the one player that maybe we haven't showed enough love to is actually Jackson. We've seen him have maybe a couple big kills here and there, but whenever I think of Jackson personally, I think of a player that one of those dirty work players, one of those grinder players, trying to make the right play at the right time. And I feel like almost every team needs that. Maybe Penguin kind of I would say. Talk to me a little about Jackson while we get into this game number 3.
Jackson's one of the best routes, hits the best routes in the game, I feel. He's always kind of in the right spot in the right time. Now, there are moments where he can get his timings a little bit off, and then he's a little bit trailing on the map, and that can hurt. But Jackson's a silent assassin when he gets into those back ranks. I think he's so effective at knowing where he can cut and trying to get towards that help in time. He can really be a chaotic element on any map. And he's really fun to watch. I think even from his early times, he started off in year 1 getting top 128 in tournaments. It's been really impressive to see his improvement over time. Talk about going from top 128 to getting top 3 in the final HCS World Championships just a year ago. Just a fantastic player.
Jackson definitely has been a fantastic player and a fantastic piece for this Vitality roster. Still looking for their first win here in the series against FaZe, but some big damage down there, and ends leading to Acid trying to get himself a camouflage, or at least burn it, avoids the nade, while at least one of them, Renegade, awarded the finish on that one, and Vitality are eventually the ones that go 3 down.
Acid having at least some pressure towards this commando side, and he's doing this in isolation. Now, he doesn't have any help. His teammates spawn across the map, but he's still able to get up and find a kill on the map. Unfortunately for his team, though, they're losing it on the other side. So Jackson trying to do his best in isolation, but FaZe obviously putting a lot of pressure on those initial spawners, able to get a lot of those kills, and about a third, maybe getting close to halfway now, done with this hill 1.
See Vitality slow to get up and get activated on the map here. One kill does go their way, but Stellar immediately kind of neutralizes those numbers. Now put some extra damage down. Descendant clears them out to the ATM side, but that hill is on actually the opposite side of the map, so a lot of time going the way of FaZe, and enough for them to take that hill number 1, and things move over to Subway.
Vitality, it seemed that they knew that one wasn't going to go their way. They played largely for the rotation instead of playing for that hill, and we'll have to see if that gamble pays off here, as they have the initial time, but a lot of times you can try to make the rotation early and you might get a little bit of initial time, but it's always a toss-up to me on whether you should play for the reset or if you should play a rotation completely. But so far it seems their strategy is working out pretty well.
Yeah, about 30% done with the second hill right now. FaZe found himself 3 down, so should be more time progression going down. Perfect shot out of Descendant going down range and through the middle of the map. And you see him staring down that camouflage about to come up. He has to try to finish out this hill and watch camo at the same time.
So you see the way that hill is positioned, right in the bottom middle of the map, towards that back base. It's supposed to be a disadvantage, right? You're just staring at this really long sight line that has a lot of entry points, but you can turn that into an advantage, that open area, if you have a weapon like the Stalker Rifle, where you have that potency at long range, and Descendant showing exactly why there. Stays alive through all of that and is even able to get the camouflage on the next. So Vitality in a really strong position to get a lead in this game on the third hill rotation.
Descendant finds himself a nice little killing spree here. There was a player that's sitting over towards tires. I'm not sure they were able to find him. No, looks like they actually were able to find him, get himself to kill it. Now, the focus of the fight becomes the purple side players. One ends up in the respawn screen, the second one scrambling and even using the shroud to try to conceal their presence. Fighting it out with camo through the shroud. They go. This is a battle towards back A, and eventually, Descendant's gonna win it.
Yeah, great listens by Descendant there. Had 2 players in front of him at one point, just waiting for the one shot to reveal himself, then immediately started putting damage onto the second. You see his high sensitivity really helps him on his target swaps as well. He's going to be a fantastic player to watch, but so far it seems like it's been the fight between Legend and Descendant, both of them the first to reach double digits.
We have some decent amount of hill progression here for Vitality. Renegade might have found the backside of one player. That melee not going to go exactly where he wants it to. And a very sneaky Yaxon buying so much time with his life, but Renegade shuts that down, and now you see FaZe scoring.
It's always scary to drop down into that hill there. It's so exposed to these opening angles, especially when players are coming off spawn. They have those nades, but Renegade able to do so and gets a lot of damage downrange. This has been a decent chunk of time for FaZe, especially when you consider that Vitality has a good angle into that hill. The fact that they're able to get it as far as they did, I think is impressive, but it's a whole nother battle to try to get the final seconds here, and Vitality gets the break at the perfect time.
Tied up game here, 1 apiece, but Vitality have the opportunity to get some momentum and the scoreboard in their favor. It is Unlegit that comes in with the double kill, a 2-1 advantage for he and Vitality.
Ooh, nice play by Descendant, catching that player right off the rotation, and with it is trying to anchor out some spawns for his team. He's the tip of the spear and trying to clear this out, but the Shroud Screen making it a little bit more difficult. Can't see anything that's around him, but still has managed to stay alive through all of this. Renegade did get away with the camouflage, but man, Descendant has been a thorn in FaZe's side until Renegade's able to come back and take care of business.
FaZe scoring once again despite being down by 1 capture. We see Renegade noses some players that are trying to sneak up over toward the purple side. There's 1 player that's going to be there, and meanwhile it looks like there's 2 more that are trying to push through the strong side and the B side of that map. Renegade finds 1 and now is looking for the second, gaining so much knowledge here with his teammates going down. How much can he do by himself? Not enough.
Not enough, just damage not quite there to help him finish off those kills, and with it, FaZe is going to be spawning very far away into this next rotation. And, you know, at least they have a good chunk of time to work with to get this break. But usually this hill, you can try to overwhelm one side and flip out the spawns through that, whether that's going to be PD or Cafe side. It looks like FaZe trying to put a lot of effort onto that Cafe side, which then opened up the rest of the map for the team to push through. And they got that break really quick. Vitality not getting a lot of time on that hole.
See Vitality being held out here, trying to find a way to get some easy damage, and as they try to approach this hill, they find 1. That's a double, and before you know it, 4 quickly going down for FaZe. Vitality are scoring.
Look how far away these spawns are for FaZe. By the time they get to this hill, it might just be close to Vitality getting the capture, and they have to go through the bandits of Vitality as well. First blood going to be so important here, and see even fights for now. Descendant finally goes down, but it's 90% the way there for Vitality as FaZe finally gets the break.
Enemy about to score.
So close to scoring here, that Shroud. To make things a little bit mixier than expected. What a nade that lands right at Stellar's helmet. So close, and it looks like they are able to score our FaZe, tying things up at 2 apiece. FaZe already have a 2-0 advantage in the series.
Now the hill's going to move on to the right side of the map. What I love about King of the Hill for Streets is, you know, the map plays so differently depending on the hill that you're on. This is one of the few times where you're actively trying to trap players onto that B side into the red room on this map, and if you're able to accomplish that, you can really get this hill captured in a quick time as long as you have that map control. But so far it seems like it's been very mixy between both sides.
Switch gears over towards Descendant. Looks like his opponent Renegade had the Stalker rifle, able to get it out of his hands, but now it finds the hands of Bound, fresh off of that cleanup, and Bound wasting no time whatsoever, getting himself over towards an angle on the purple side to try to get some, it's just some shots with the Stalker, eventually maybe biting off a bit more than they could chew, because Bound goes down, but so do 3 members of Vitality.
Yeah, I mean, I believe it was Renegade on the PD side of the map that made that really complicated for Vitality. Good heads up play by Yaxen. He needs to get back into purple, but one thing I would have liked to see from Yaxen there is to complete that perimeter push. Try to get all the way through to take down that purple player, but he eventually ends up accomplishing the same thing by getting a kill on Stellar. That was the important part of that push. Once they accomplish that, the rest of FaZe's position starts to crumble because they don't have a strong perimeter to keep those players that are spawning at B from having chip damage as they come into that hill. A great break by them. Now just a few seconds away from getting this capture, but it's not going to be an easy one. You start to see a flood of red players. Nades going all about. Legend, though, cannot get into the hill in time, and it's Vitality that takes a hill lead as we go into a minute and 40 seconds left of neutral time.
Just one more hill needed here for Vitality to finally put a point on the series board, as they do have an advantage, and they also have a Descendant with the sidekick. 3 members of FaZe go down, and this is huge for Vitality.
Good, they get the spot out on the last player of FaZe, but the routing that's been taken makes it a little bit more difficult to find him. Eventually does get that kill on the Stellar, and Vitality's in a great spot to finish out this game. And Eco is hunting players left and right. A 21 kill performance from him so far, and he's not hesitating on finding the next as he takes down Legend for 22.
Uncle Legit still has it in him right there after a big time win, and he ain't done just yet. 23 kills so far, 11 assists to go along with it, but they somehow need even more because FaZe do end up getting the break, and now FaZe have their setup, and there is certainly enough time on the board.
No, there's players in Cafe that are hunting down Vitality spawners. Heads up play by Stellar, and I believe Bound in that rotation there. Although they go down, they completely stop Vitality from having any pressure in that hill. Really heads up play to cut off those spawners that way.
Another trade out in lives. Acid clearing things out over toward the bottom Charlie side of the map, but it looks like he has to try to find his way as close as possible towards his hills, and it's just so many nades and damage going down that Descendant can't get feet in there, and we're going into a final hill. Throw the shot clock out of it. It is the next hill will take this game.
Legend and FaZe have been able to at least fight for the spawns here, and Legend winning probably the most important spot on the map. That's gonna flip out these spawns. Look at the players of Vitality. Look at their spawns here. It's gonna be all the way in Cafe, and they have Bound and PD that can cause initial damage. You see, that's why Yaxen's having to route his way all the way over to PD, and look how long this route is gonna take because of that initial pressure that FaZe had.
Over 50% done right now with FaZe. Bound on screen right now, but not for long as he gets taken down. And same for Stellar. Now it's FaZe spawning on the opposite side of things. Vitality want to take advantage of having the strong side of the map. Finally scoring once again our Vitality, but still down in progression with this hill. And you see Renegade and FaZe trying to infiltrate from the low side. This Stalker could be everything.
Because they have such a big lead, they don't necessarily have to get into this hill right away. They're really building out the tension first, and once they resolve it, it'll be 3 kills with no trades. Descendant's position's known. It's gonna be so hard for him to get much of a value here. A trade out is the best he could ask for, and that's not gonna happen. Legend stays alive, meaning that this is looking like an impossible task, as Renegade has a powerful weapon in the middle of the map, and that'll be it in game 3. FaZe getting back-to-back hills to go up 3-0 in the series.
Just when you thought there was a chance that Vitality may just take a game and make this competitive, FaZe continue the path of destruction throughout this lower bracket. I mean, just from 4-0 to now a 3-0 advantage on Vitality, and are 1 game away from pulling off another sweep against a top contending team. As we take a look at the scoreboard here, a whole lot of damage, 7K apiece out of Renegade and Legend, but once again, Stellar leading things with 8K in the damage dealt.
Stellar's been incredible all tournament long, and well, we go to live fire, sniper up on the map. That's something he's going to clearly be having his eyes on, but plenty of good snipers. We have Descendant and Acid on the other side that can also put on some highlight plays. I think for Vitality, it's so imperative that either Descendant or Acid gets that power weapon here and is able to find some momentum with it. FaZe, so far we've seen how explosive they can be in this game. Once things start going right, it seems that momentum just continues to roll on.
And potentially could be the final game of this series to find out who makes it into the grand finals if something doesn't change for Vitality. You have Unlegit, Descendant, Acid, and Jackson staring down the barrel of a 3-0 sweep, and immediately you start off getting hot fired by Renegade, but Acid was the one to get away with the S7. Like you mentioned, he can pop off.
And so far, I mean, look, FaZe been dominant. I've only lost one game entirely today after going down early into the lower bracket yesterday with their loss against Majin. They've qualified here and now looking to continue on this trend. Acid Sniper gonna find a body shot, but Camo still up on the map, and it looks like Jackson gonna be able to find the Camo and the Sniper, so good start for Vitality.
Camo picked up. Here comes the push right through the Charlie side. They go lines with the Sniper, does action Jackson and clears Renegade's head. 3 down, immediately go FaZe, and you see those sights start to focus on the green side of the map because that is the next push for Vitality.
Already throughout this, I want to give a shout out to everyone watching here. We got a couple thousand on the Twitch, another 1,000 joining us on YouTube. Trying to see what the finish of today's tournament's gonna be, but so far the story has all been FaZe in this series. Vitality trying to claw their way back, and this trip cap will be the first step to that. Acid with the QT can put a lot of pressure onto these players on FaZe. Did he get it?
Acid with the QT.
Oh man.
Wow, okay.
An interdimensional drive-by, I suppose. There, just stuck him and hit the button to evacuate.
Some beautiful moments coming in on Vitality. Now we're gonna find out if they can turn it into an entire game as another double kill getting ripped out of nowhere here for Acid. Alpha starts to convert, and as the player just flying across Acid's screen, he puts down some easy damage and an easy cleanup, giving Vitality a bit of that numbers advantage.
He's finding another. He knows that Jackson's in A. Does he have enough time to get the reset? No, those nades kept him weak, and that's gonna let Jackson get an easy double kill. Although B switching hands, Eco and Jackson have the ability to rotate C quickly here.
Eco found his way over toward the tower side. A couple of shots could leave him weak here, but this height advantage allows him to get some shots off and return fire here, but a double push from Renegade. I believe it was Legend, the second player. They clear Charlie's side, now want to make their way towards his camouflage. Gets the kill before popping the camo. Just everything is working for Renegade and FaZe now.
I like this play from Renegade to keep the pressure over at A. You don't really necessarily need help for Renegade here. What he wants to do is find the flank as a fight is happening, and that's what he's going to be able to accomplish at B. Can he get away with the Sniper as well? This is going to be a tough ask for Renegade, but it seems like his routing's good.
Just barely misses the head of Jackson, but still has that camo and snipe combination. 7 more bullets to work with, so definitely some more opportunities here. Trying to line up the already weakened Jackson. Jackson somehow just avoiding every single angle against Renegade. I don't even know he even knew he was. Just perfect movement out of Jackson, almost accidental until finally Renegade's able to take him down almost. Gets the 2-tap on Unlegit, who now has a sniper of his own.
He had that Peter Parker sense, but just not quite honed in enough. Just didn't realize where the danger was coming from. Eventually went down. The Sniper did move over to Eco and put some damage in, but not going to be able to get away with any kills with that Sniper.
Cap locked in here for FaZe. Legend trying to cover his teammates back, who's already down to 1 shot. As he gets his shields back, Legend sees his opportunity to fly right through the middle of the map, and although connects with the melee, can't exactly get the kill there. Unlegit is already pretty forward on the map through the green side. He and Jackson gonna work on things, and looks like they're already scoring right now. Our Vitality, and now have their eyes on the spawners. Couple of shots go off. The Legend and FaZe do break out.
Now there's a Vitality. I'd like to see them try to get themselves in a trip cap here. if they get the opportunity. The problem has been some of these slays not going their way once they have their 2-cap. FaZe, I think, has largely been able to bounce back whenever Vitality gets a little bit of momentum. And right now, it might be the other danger of a trip cap in FaZe's hands if Renegade comes out with this win. Huge fight by Yax in there to stall out the trip cap opportunity.
Camouflage ready to be stolen here by Vitality. You only have Alpha at the moment, but that camouflage can definitely turn it into a whole lot more as we finally see it at the hands of Jackson. And now, 2 down apiece. Charlie in their sights. Can they finish this?
The question is, where's these spawns for Acid gonna come in? If it's all at the tower side, there's a lot of spacing here for FaZe to work with. So despite not having the camouflage, they're still the ones that are having tempo and having the attack here. You'd like to see that flip for Vitality, and the way that works is by getting a player forward on the map. So far, they've been very reactive to what FaZe has been doing. That needs to change.
I feel like Bound's been one shot over toward the net side for way too long. They are able to connect on that kill, and now we see Jackson catching a few players going right through the middle of the map, and he's loving that. Easy damage for him. His teammate gets to clean up on the first. He takes down the second. 3 down. Go FaZe.
Yeah, heads up routing by Jackson, you know, not getting too distracted by the objective over at tower, understanding that the kills are more important there, and not only gets those, but also gets a rotation back to B to hold off what is the initial attack from FaZe. This is finally solid footing for Vitality, but we'll quickly change it. This sniper switches hands, and oh man, Renegade shuts down that space, and Acid doesn't hit the shot, throwing that sniper onto the ground, and although it hasn't switched hands, it's kept it out of play.
148 to 113, still with the advantage here for FaZe, although Vitality once again now scoring. Stellar trying to swap out Alpha and is not going to be able to do so. Acid comes in quick and has half a clip for a sniper, has the numbers, and now is flying towards Bravo.
Still though, C is getting rotated by FaZe at the moment, so FaZe still seemingly having at least a strong rotation, and with a couple players going down, Renegade almost shut down B by himself. C eventually switches hands, and A was actually also in danger. Bound in isolation, found the weak point of the map, keeps the advantage for FaZe, and now they're going to be trying to push in for the trip if possible, but big kills to slow down FaZe. You can just see how dangerous they always are. The one player can make a difference for FaZe at any point in time. It is imperative that Vitality stops letting these flames come through, and Descendant, I just put an exclamation point on that hold there. A huge snipe shot for them, able to maintain the advantage. Just a 15-point differential between these two teams.
Yeah, Descendant says, I wasn't in danger, I am the danger, says Descendant with that sniper earlier, but ends up getting cleaned up real quick with that camo. So camo out of the equation, although they had full sandbox control. And it looks like as they go down, FaZe start to get momentum.
I thought that stick came back and got him. That would have been a sick return to sender, but instead it's FaZe that are starting to score once again. And this is what's so dangerous in the mid game. Vitality's trying to tread water here, but you just know FaZe in the back of their mind are thinking, okay, how do we get ourselves into a trip cap situation? And that's exactly what Stellar's hunting for.
Not able to win the fight over towards tower. Acid certainly does. 182 points and still scoring right now. Our FaZe. Acid knows what's on the line here. Right through the Bravo side that he goes, ends up in a fight that he just was not ready for. Renegade and Legend adding 2 to the kill feed.
Stellar, big play by Stellar there at B, just catching Jackson off guard. It also allows them to continue having a tempo advantage by having a quick rotation to C. So right now, Vitality a step behind, and you see that tempo coming into play once again as Renegade was able to step inside of A. So even though B's getting transferred, right, Renegade, last player alive, is still going to be able to make it so that Vitality's not scoring, which is pretty impressive, right? Even though Vitality gets 3 down, FaZe is still the one that's in control of the game for right now.
That's until Renegade goes in for the challenge onto Jackson, not able to get the win, and with that, Jackson sees it as an opportunity to try to navigate his way over towards the tower side, where that's exactly where FaZe want him to go, apparently, because FaZe get the wipe. FaZe are still scoring, and we're quickly moving into the end game.
But this is, I mean, do or die now for Vitality. They have been a step behind in this last couple of minutes, and that just seemingly is not changing at the moment. Stellar, the big shot, but looks like finally scoring should move over to Vitality's way as Descendant tries to bring the sniper back over. That's the first. That's a good shot to hit, but still, C has been a struggle to change. It's been FaZe that's been scoring this entire time, and FaZe actually puts on the 3, so what should have been scoring for Vitality just remains to be FaZe putting on a steady stream of points.
Charlie converts. Bravo doing the same thing here for Vitality, but Eco is not able to stay alive, and a quick reset gives FaZe the 240-point marker just about here. We see Acid make their way over towards Alpha. Vitality able to swap one, but they're out-rotated by FaZe.
They're still scoring. They have to step into a hill, and I don't think they have the time to get there. FaZe looking to get another clean sweep under their belts.
Charlie started. What does Renegade do? Out-rotates and pushes over towards Alpha. The moment Vitality played one, it's FaZe to simply move in for another. And could this be the last time? I don't see any players. FaZe have pulled off yet another sweep.
Just incredible from FaZe to, even at times where they're at a disadvantage, right? I think about when Renegade, last player alive, their ability to maintain tempo, to be the ones that's in control, that aggressive play coming back to pay dividends for them as they're able to win by just shy of 100 points in that Strongholds game, despite, I don't think them having necessarily that much better of a slaying performance against Vitality. Tempo playing a huge factor in that game. In fact, when we look at the end screen, Tony, I'm doing the math. Not one player went positive for FaZe. The best was at even for Renegade. Everyone else was negative in the lobby. So a big outslay performance by Vitality, but the tempo and the pacing from FaZe keeping them in a scoring position.
And that is a crazy stat line to see. I didn't see that entire game. It really felt like FaZe were in control, like you said, especially with tempo and the momentum, but somehow got outslayed. Renegade, I saw they saw shooting 76% accuracy, which, by the way, has one of the highest that we've seen in this tournament here. We've seen some 70s, but 76% is crazy. Still not quite as crazy as getting outslayed in that game, and somehow still controlling the map. That's crazy to think about.
And with that, we know what our grand finals is going to be from here on out. FaZe on a great run through the lower side. You see only losing one map today. So that's 3, 6, 10, 14, 18, and 1 on map count today. We'll be going up against Mercenaries, who's also had a pretty great day, only losing one map to Vitality in the winners final. I've been waiting for quite a bit, but here we go. Grand finals is set. And, I'm really interested about this. I think this Mercenaries team is a lot better than I think a lot of people maybe thought going into it. The way that they've been playing, I've been really impressed by them. I'm curious what kind of challenge FaZe is going to give them in the grand finals.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. I was always kind of surprised that we didn't see Sab teaming alongside, the Drugs and the Soul Styles of the world for much longer than we have. I feel like it's been a long time coming. I think he fits their playstyle extremely well. Soul Styles and Drug have quickly been there, done that. Players together, suppressed, obviously a part of that same friend group, and he's a fantastic player as well. This Mercenaries team simply works, and I'm happy that they finally have found themselves together. But now you're going up against FaZe, and some would arguably say on paper, FaZe should have the advantage, which means you should have an exciting grand finals. As we go into a break and we come back, we will have your grand finals. We will be crowning a champion here in your $128,000 Halo Pro League Qualifier, co-presented by Shopify Rebellion. We'll see you soon.
king of the hill. Enemy team took the hill.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the grand finals. Jumping right back into the action, I am Hunter JJX, excited to be here on the mic, and I am joined by my old school on my X duo, Wes Clutch. How we feeling today?
Feeling pretty good. Got to sleep in. Got the late shift today, which is always nice, but right in time for the grand finals. And I'm super excited to see this FaZe team play. I've been watching a few of the series they played before. I think it's going to take a little bit of time for them to find some rhythm, but even in that last series, I think they really started to pick up the pace and start to play how they probably want to play. They're going to be an exciting team to watch with all the MVPs that they have throughout the ACS seasons. But on the other side, Mercenaries, a bunch of familiar names teaming with each other coming into this grand finals. It's no surprise to see their success with how much experience they have together.
Yeah, no surprise at all, especially after the way Mercenaries was looking yesterday. Just absolutely handled the winners bracket. But I'm also excited to see this FaZe roster play. I mentioned yesterday on broadcast that honestly, them going to losers fairly early was probably the best thing that could happen to them. As Legend drops a triple kill there in the kill feed. But you know, more reps for a team like this. I mean, FaZe out here looking like the Kevin Durant Warriors with the amount of talent they got. And yeah, they've been on a heater today.
Yeah, I remember Formal saying something about Bound and how when that old Optic Gaming roster, obviously this FaZe roster, 3/4 of that Optic roster from the last season of ACS. Formal said something along the lines of Bound enjoyed going into the elimination bracket because it meant he got to play at tournaments longer. So no surprise that they kind of thrive in this area, and right now Bound thriving on screen as the rotation of Hill 1 goes to 2. FaZe have an early lead and Bound looks to extend it. Unfortunately, he can't take down Druck, and a beautiful break from Mercenaries early on.
Yeah, break there from Mercenaries. Camo also, I believe, was possibly burned, and now 3 going down in the kill feed for FaZe. So Mercenaries trying to get themselves back into this game after falling it down 1-0 early. But man, this FaZe roster been on a bit of a hot streak today. Every time it looks, it seems like it's a 4-0 in their favor. And so it'll be interesting to see here what the game plan is for Mercenaries, if they're just going to take the fight to them, or if they've got a deeper strategy involved in kind of putting a stop to this momentum.
Yeah, they did a good job to hold what they once broke. The initial setup of FaZe, a great round of slays there is going to award them a ton of progression in this second point, trying to tie this game up. I do want to go on a little bit of a rant as this series gets underway, though. A lot of the times we see these juggernaut rosters form in Halo, and a lot of them don't pan out. We see the Optic Gaming from last year. Yes, they won the first 2 tournaments, but it was Shopify that took them down in the previous 3. And forming this roster, yet again, a ton of individual skill, right? But how long is it going to take them to really get on the same page, or will they ever be able to find that? That's the big question for me. Mercenaries is a great test, and there's a reason Mercenaries is here with that winners finals advantage. So we'll see how close this series is, and I think you brought up a solid point early on as well. With the more games, the more opportunity this team FaZe has to really get back into the swing of things, knowing that Renegade is coming from COD. Legend had his CODs extended as well, and then Bound and Stellar. I've kind of been jumping from team to team to team throughout this year, so a lot of opportunity here to grow as a roster the longer they can push this series.
Yeah, I mean, you mean to tell me that I'm going to come around a corner and get into a battle with either a Stellar, a Renegade, Legend, or Bound? Like, there's no easy path around the map with these 4 monsters squatted up, and it's obvious what they're trying to accomplish with this squad. I believe that, you know, the expectation is championships, right? Or at least pushing towards that, trending towards the championship. And looking good here so far in game number 1 of the grand finals as they make a break here. Looked like Mercenaries was going to potentially tie the game up 1-1, but FaZe with the break when it matters most, they go up 2-0.
Yeah, with the progression that you saw Mercenaries get in that second kill, you thought it was going to be theirs for the taking, but I mean, FaZe finally were able to break that setup, and since then they were able to hold that setup perfectly. A great sign for FaZe early on as a team is being able to hold these setups and traditional hills and oddballs. So I'm looking forward to seeing if they're able to continuously do that in a row.
Renegade there with the burn onto the camo, and while it looks like, hey man, like, you know, obviously want to get with the camo, when you have a 2-0 lead, burning that power up, right, is getting rid of a potential power up that Mercenaries could use to maybe secure this third hill. And so even though Renegade going down there, the camo burn a huge play, and it plays out in the advantage of FaZe.
Yeah, if you take a look at the clock as well, I mean, already under 2 minutes, how many camos are going to be left? A win condition out the board for Mercenaries as FaZe not really prioritizing early hill time here, but mostly that neutral clock is going to be another win condition in FaZe's favor as this game goes on.
And with 4 players, you know, of this caliber, FaZe is content to play Team Slayer at this point, right? They're going to use the clock, they're going to use their slays, you know, maybe flirt with the hill here or there, but by all means, their objective now is to play keep away.
Yeah, Soul Snipe obviously trying to prioritize making sure this time doesn't get any further away from them right now. A good progression set here on this hill, and almost sticks himself and uses him as a kamikaze Spartan there into the pipe door as he almost takes down 2, but he actually doesn't finish either. 2 do go down for FaZe, make it 3 as Legend falls as well, so it's a 2-on-1 situation. Mercenaries still near the hill. A big win from Suppress should allow Mercenaries to get back in this hill.
Shock rifle now in the hands of Suppress, and we've seen it all weekend long. This man is made for montage plays. There are 2 kills now, immediately going in the favor of Mercenaries. A 3v2 advantage here as men are dropping on all sides. Nades coming in. Renegade does even it out though with the kill of his own and make that 2 kills there for Renegade. So how much of a huge bane to the momentum is that when you have 1 player kind of left alive and he's able to pick up 2? However, as I say that, Mercenaries do cap that hill, and so now a little bit of pressure back on the FaZe with 1 minute and 20 seconds left on the clock. They still maintain a 1 hill advantage.
Yeah, you wondered what that Renegade double kill was going to amount to, but they weren't able to get Mercenaries out of the hill. Mercenaries do a great job of at least making this within striking distance. 1 minute 15 on the clock as it rotates to see plat. So these battles, like blue, are important, and FaZe look like they've won them.
But Wes, you've played a lot of matchmaking. I've played a lot of matchmaking. This hill is such a pain to control. It's so exposed to multiple angles at a distance. And so the map control, if you're Mercenaries and you want to cap this hill, you're really going to have to step up your control. And going 4 down is not going to get it done, as well as allowing the camo to be grabbed by a player like Stellar.
Yeah, the longer Stellar stays alive, the longer this game is going to be over, right? Stellar gets lost in the chaos as 3 were down for Mercenaries. They're all going to be pushing. Stellar does choose to fight into white. He's able to find 1, able to play around the pillar, get his camo back, make him a hard target to shoot, and because of that, he's going to be able to play his white perfectly. 35 seconds on the clock, and Stellar's got 20 more seconds of this camo as well.
Yeah, Stellar playing this camo to perfection, picks up another kill there. Druck does trade out 1 as well. Sab gets perfected by Renegade in the kill feed, and that's the thing with a player like Sab, right? Like such a hot kind of spark for his team. Does get a lot of, you know, free one-on-one kills, but when you've got a player on the other side like Renegade, oftentimes he's going to put you in your place.
Yeah, if you're Mercenaries and you're playing the one-on-one games, you're going to lose this every time. I mean, they have a ton of individual skill, don't get me wrong, but you do not want to find yourself in one-on-one gunfights. The way to beat this FaZe team is going to be through rotations and collapsing and capitalizing on each other's damage. Right here, game ends obviously as FaZe will take a 1-0 lead, looking to reset the bracket. It's a best-of-7, Hunter, and if FaZe are to win the first best-of-7, we will see a second best-of-7. This is all for seeding for the Pro League, but I think these reps are so important for a team like FaZe that you almost want to see them reset the bracket just to get more games going into the Pro League under their belt.
And also too, I mean, that seed matters quite a bit. Like the difference between a 5th or 6th seed is a big difference when you look at the top 4 teams that have already qualified. You want to set yourself up in the best possible position to succeed. Taking a look here at the scoreboard, at the kill feed, Sab almost 6,000 damage to his name. But when you look at the FaZe side, just the even distribution of how much damage, they're all just turning all over the map, pressure everywhere. You love to see that sort of damage breakdown, Wes.
Yeah, the only one that sticks out to me was Soul Snipe, his lack of damage in that game. Maybe a poor performance there in game 1. Didn't get an opportunity to really see a ton of his screen. Obviously, very difficult to find your opportunities when FaZe have a majority of map control throughout the game. But Soul Snipe was really the only one lacking. If he's able to pick it up, which he does a lot, especially in game 2s and 5s of series, he is a big-time Slayer player, in my opinion, for this roster. If he's able to pick it up, the series could be very, very close as we go into game 3.
Well, Wes, I don't want to let it get to your head too much, but I do have to gas you up for a moment. I mean, in your career, you've taken down tons of teams with heavy hitters where on paper it looked like they should have absolutely dominated you. So I'm going to ask you now, if you're Mercenaries coming up against a roster like FaZe here and you're trying to even out this series, what would be some of the keys to, kind of countering the amount of talent that's on FaZe?
Yeah, you can talk about the straight ribbons, the final bosses, the Carvins, whoever you want to, but the game's not played on paper, Hunter. It's played on the servers, right? So I never really cared about what people said or whatnot. You can't be intimidated by the moment or the players you're playing against. Play your game, play good Halo, play together, and you're going to find successes that can create upsets.
Absolutely. Now we're jumping on board with game number 2. It's Slayer on Streets. You guys know the deal. Camo in the hands of Legend. An early tied game here, knotted up. Make that an overkill for Legend in a tied game. Now 6-5. Look at the discipline, though. Instead of going for the clip, getting the kill tack, potentially Legend wisely backs down, resets the play now. Damaging, takes down Druk, the killing spree to his name. 3, though, do go down for FaZe. So great job there by Mercenaries to weather the storm and make that an even 3-3 split.
Yeah, veteran play by Legend, and you can tell how serious and how bad this FaZe team wants to win this series just by that play alone, right? Legend makes a fantastic individual play, but the even smarter play on top of it is not going for the clip, not saying, hey, this qualifier for a seeding in Pro League doesn't mean much. What if I got a sick clip? Like, a very selfish play would have been to go for that clip. He's all about trying to have team success here and wants to win and proving it in just the early moments of this game, too.
Speaking of earlier moments, Suppressed also off to a hot start as 5-4, as well as Soul Snipe kind of bouncing back early on in this game. Mercenaries now do drop down by 1 kill at the moment, 15-14, make that 16-14, but the trade stick does come in there from Soul Snipe. The stickies, such a useful piece of utility in the sandbox there to, kind of buy yourself a kill when you don't necessarily deserve it. Stellar takes down Suppressed. He is going to be dropped as well, and this is just trades left, right, and center here on Streets. Finally, FaZe able to open up a 3-kill lead.
Yeah, it does look like FaZe have been dominating throughout this game. The overkill from Legend, the collapses that we've seen that have been successful, but great job by Mercenaries so far throughout this game to keep it within striking distance, finding ways to trade some of these kills while FaZe are being so aggressive. It is a way to stay in this game long enough for your team to clutch up at the end. However, it could start to get ugly. It's up to 5 kills now. The second camouflage of the game is coming up here shortly, and FaZe still have map control.
And this is where I do get a little worried there, Wes. We saw for a couple cycles, things getting a bit mixy. Mercenaries playing right into FaZe's hand by kind of forcing some of those fights. A double kill here coming in for Renegade. Now pushes back towards the middle of the map. I love this play here. He has access to help either lane. As we see so far, Stellar off to a 9-5 start. Legend right behind him at 8-5. And FaZe now seem to be kind of finding their mojo a little bit. They're up by 5. Here comes the triple push on to B, and Mercenaries wisely choose to back down here. They're going to reset this play, change lanes. They're able to spot Stellar out here. They do take him down, but Stellar goes down at the same time. 2 players from Mercenaries go down, so that lead now extending to 6. FaZe up 30-24, and we're starting to head towards the danger zone, Wes.
Yeah, Mercenaries are trying to find their timing to get out of this spawn trap, but it's such a good rotation, and the pace is so fast from FaZe right now that it's almost impossible. Look at how many players are no shield in this red room. They finally get around this place to go in their favor. They need to make sure nothing else is traded back towards FaZe to try and make in and cut into this deficit that they've built. But at 5 kills continuously, FaZe pushing the pace, not letting Mercenaries get comfortable. And this can be such a chaotic gameplay loop for Mercenaries to try and find wins through.
Here we are now locking in with Soul Snipe as he chooses to rotate towards purple. Does he know that there's multiple players here over at the shotgun spawn? No, he does take 1 down, but is going to be traded out, and trades are not going to help you at this moment when you are trying to claw your way back into this game. The lead remains 6 at the moment. Legend now, look at the sneaky play here. He can check both sides, spots multiple players in PD. The information is now given, and you see the rest of FaZe rotating over to assist in the fight.
Yeah, the issue is Mercenaries are trying to just push out one direction every single time they come off their spawn, and they're being collapsed on and trapped by FaZe. So there's so little map and space to play around if you're on the side of Mercenaries, where it's almost impossible not to trade. We see the trades continue as it's still a 6-kill lead going across the 40-kill mark, and now FaZe look like they're in the driver's seat to go up 2-0.
FaZe is absolutely flowing right now. Currently sitting at 41 kills. Renegade here now heading towards the heaven area of the map. Takes down one. The shots though do not come through into tires, and Sab there with some great shots from the Stalker. 3 going down for FaZe. So now it's a 4-kill game here. 1 team wipe separating these 2 squads. Camo coming up in about 5 seconds. Sab with the Stalker in hand. The Shroud does come in. Is he going to bait the Camo here? Will he enter the Shroud himself? He gets in the Shroud, but no, look who it is. It's Bound there in the ATM side. He is going to take down Soul Snipe. Sab though able to get away with Camo and Stalker. So if there was ever a moment to get back into this game to potentially close this gap, it's right now.
Yeah, it's got to be right now. Sav with the game in his hands. Still down 4. You lost several members trying to get this Camo. You need to capitalize and make this Camo the game-changing play. Unfortunately, Soul Snipe going down there is going to be just another kill towards the 50-kill mark, make it 49-46. You have to be perfect from here.
4 did go down momentarily for FaZe. 47-49 now. 2 players coming off spawn. The information is there. They spawned up in back A. They're now stacking the purple side. 1 go down. Sab able to take down the second. 49-49. Sab gets away with his life. How much Camo does he have left? His Camo runs out middle map. Wisely chooses to slow down for a second here. It's 49-49. Who is going to make the play? Suppress now working his way in. Is the damage there? Put some shots down into the heaven side. No, he takes the 1v1 and loses it. Suppress loses the 1v1 fight there. What an insane ending to that game. I gotta make sure that I got that right. Yes, Stellar did get that kill there at the last moment. FaZe winning 50-49. Valiant effort by Mercenaries West, but you know, at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter how close the game was. What matters is the result, and it's another W for FaZe.
Yeah, Stellar pre-fires Suppress, knowing that Suppress is stuck back tower there and has to challenge him. Suppress is probably thinking that the teammate that was posters behind him is going to shoot Stellar once as well, but ends up being a one-on-one and almost a difficult play. But I mean, Stellar out in the open, able to confidently just say like, hey, I'm either going to die, but I have to get this shot off. So the pre-fire on Suppress kind of hiding around that corner on the stairs. He doubles back to challenge, knowing that they're both no shield, but Stellar's got the earlier shot on him. And I mean, it doesn't get any closer than that. And you have to think, if this player behind Suppressed had pushed posters with him and shot Stellar once, a player coming from bottom middle as well, and Sab was going to be there. So I mean, a moment-to-moment game-deciding kill that Stellar shows you the ice he has to get FaZe a 2-0 lead.
I mean, we're talking a millisecond, right? If Suppressed even just, you know, granted he had 19 kills to his name, he was absolutely dominating the map for his team, but if he just stays behind that wall, right, Wes? Like, he doesn't even need to necessarily get that last kill himself. He's got 2 players to help him maybe clean that up, but you know, hindsight.
Yeah, so much can go wrong in that situation. A guy could be pushing back tower that you don't have information on. A guy could slide out front tower and clean you up as well. Suppressed, once he commits to that fight, has to fully commit. And honestly, when he does that, the rest of Mercenaries also needs to be committing. It can't be a one-man job there. Once you extend all the way to the tower stairs, you better get a kill or you're going to lose the game, and that's exactly what happens.
Yeah, we're obviously splitting hairs over here. We're watching, they're playing, but an insane showing from both of these squads. Now jumping into game 3, it's going to be oddball on Lattice. So far, early advantage to Mercenaries. First on the board, Suppressed sniper in hand. Pushes in for the spawn kill, not able to land the no-scope, able to back up, but no, Bound will get the cleanup across the map. Suppressed drops with sniper, but Slay's still going in the favor of Mercenaries. Druck answering with a kill of his own. Now Bound, you know, he doesn't necessarily want to go straight for that ball. He knows players all around him. He's going to get stuck. 2 kills though in the favor of FaZe. It's all Mixie in the red base.
Yeah, ball neutralized still. Legend with an important kill there at red to keep that ball neutral. But Soul Snipe's here to continue the combat loop. Everybody fighting for control of red right now, and it looks like FaZe are going to have the favorable spawns. Mercenaries spawning over towards blue. Ball does reset because it's neutralized for so long. Does get there on front red again, but I mean, you can tell how highly contested the map control is right now. FaZe finally have a little bit of space in red, but as the ball gets rotated towards the ramp, Suppressed breaks open that setup with a double of his own.
Insane shots there by Suppressed, already with not just 3 kills but 4 assists to his name. Sab now pushing across the middle of this map. And if you've played Lattice for any amount of time, you know how mixy this game type can be. The last thing you want to do is overcommit to the ball objective time and end up costing your team map control, because it can end up being a blender. SoulSnipe now, though, clearing out red base, working with his teammates. They do lose the first pick. Will he answer back with a trade of his own? No! Stellar turns on him. Absolutely disgusting shots.
Yeah, disgusting shots, disgusting strafe. Something SoulSnipe is going to want back. His life was not for long, however. He was surrounded, so even if you get Stellar there, it's not going to amount to much. But still, the ball being neutralized gives you some concerns there, because you think that with 3 dead there for that moment, FaZe are going to be able to get that ball inside of red, but no, it actually respawns. Mercenaries have done a phenomenal job coming off their respawns since then in order to keep that ball neutralized, and they actually still have a 12-point lead when it feels like FaZe have been doing a majority of the work towards the objective with the ball in red a majority of this game, but Mercenaries doing a great job of denying what is their initial oddball setups.
We see the ball getting thrown off there, a little hot potato to maintain the height there for Mercenaries. I love this play from SoulSnipe, right? He let all 4 players from FaZe spawn, then worked his way in behind enemy lines, and now is playing Disruptor. 2 more kills, 3 kills going in the favor of Mercenaries. Not a single kill traded out. They're looking like they're poised to bounce back in this series if they can continue this level of execution and coordination here. So far, Mercenaries looking good, up 37-1.
Yeah, I mentioned it earlier as the series kicked off, but King of the Hills and Oddballs really show you a lot about how great a team is going to be early on. And right now, FaZe kind of struggling with their initial setups, their initial setup breaks, still trying to figure out how they want to go about that. Probably haven't gone over that level of strategy as a team yet. And although they are 3 members of the Optic team from last year, it's been a long time since they've been having to scrim and really get the discipline down here. So struggling early on in the oddball. We'll see if that continues to be a story. But with a 2-0 lead in the series, they at least get to play comfortably without much risk, even if they are to lose this.
And I did see some question marks in the chat yesterday when we were watching this FaZe team play. Folks in the chat asking who's going to do OBJ, right? And while it's way too early to, you know, identify or declare that FaZe has a weakness, it's certainly a question mark, right? Who will be that player to sort of get the dirty work done? I lean towards, you know, maybe Bound, but it's got to be a collaborative team effort. Everybody's got to be willing to do whatever the moment calls for to get the win. And we did see Renegade put 16 seconds on the clock there, so that lead only 19 points at the moment for Mercenaries, and more ball time now being added up for Team FaZe.
Yeah, if we're talking about 4 great players, if you're a great player in Halo, you can figure out how to play this damn objective when the slays are coming through. So I'm not too worried about that for this team. It'll get done. Whoever's in position should be able to get that nice shot. Rod playing his life, jumps up, hits the headshot with the snipe. Drug creates an opportunity for his team to compete for this ball and neutralize that ice.
SoulSnipe now working his way towards the sniper. Not able to pick that weapon up, is going to be taken down from the side. Bound now, look at all the damage Bound is doing, turning on the map, gets 2 players, no shields. Both of those just come through for Legend. The ball guy ended up getting separated a little bit there from the play, and with where they all died, they basically were gifted a full setup with this ball. So now FaZe with an opportunity here as we see the pressure coming in towards the tower spawners. Stellar going to take down Sav. SoulSnipe able to get one. Druk gets one as well. So 2 kills for each team there. The lead now going to change. 43 and counting is FaZe as they've taken the lead in this game for the first time.
Yeah, great job by FaZe trying to rotate the ball out towards crates to be able to get it to an open, contestable spot, but Suppress shuts that down. Going to retake the lead for Mercenaries here. A highly contested round 1 of our game 3, as it's just a 4-point game. Minute and 20 on the clock, so a lot of time coming off the clock. This round probably going to come down to time, so every single one of these slays matter. And as I say that, Mercenaries go 4 down, 3 up for FaZe. They should have complete map control here.
Legend now working his way towards the tower. I like this advanced position on the map so he can play spoilers, any sort of push coming from Mercenaries. Druk gonna trade there with Bound. Now we see Legend gets the timing, catches Suppress with his pants down there, as well as gets the cleanup on the SoulSnipe and the killing spree. Perfect timing, great situational awareness there from Legend, and now rotating the ball. So that's what I was talking about earlier, being willing to do whatever it takes to get the job done. Legend with the killing spree, and now the ball time, the lead ticking up now, 64 seconds and counting. FaZe building on this time.
Yeah, I actually love that play by Legend. He sees his teammates drop the ball over like on the ramp entering towards that green room, and Legend says, no. We have 2 dead. That means the rest of the map is free. With the second they get the information, the last 2 are in blue. Rotates it all the way across the map towards his team respawning. Since then, though, Mercenaries have been able to get a few kills. Soul Snipes found the S7 and ball in the hands of Mercenaries. This could be where Mercenaries get back into this series, winning the first round.
And if you look at the scoreboard, Wes, Mercenaries actually outslaying FaZe in this game thus far. It is a narrow margin, but it's still a margin nonetheless. Soul Snipe now with Sniper up in the top of the red balcony. Knows that player's down low. He will be cleaned up now. He's got to acknowledge and know, yep, he does know these players are going to be spawning towards the crates. Rotates over, hits a nice shot there onto Renegade. Where's your face, buddy? Looking for the second. Wisely, Legend is going to back down. Legend playing low on the map, playing distraction. They do know that Soul Snipe is here. You can feel the pressure coming. Here comes the push. Legend takes down 1 with the perfect 5 shots. Suppress, though, lands 2. Soul Snipe will be dropped as well. 3 going down for Mercenaries, 2 going down for FaZe. Make that all 4 going down for Mercenaries momentarily. Sab off spawn, bound now, sniper in hand. That's the dilemma, right? I have the sniper rifle, but the ball's also in front of me. Mercenaries, though, at 89 seconds, only 11 seconds to take round 1.
Yeah, Mercenaries actually get the jump on FaZe. A slow setup for FaZe, which should have been a dominant setup. Mercenaries get off their spawn hot, and they get in. They're going to be able to win this due to score, so it's 2 beautiful setups in the back of red that will get Mercenaries the first round win of Game 3.
It just goes to show the experience that Mercenaries have on this map. When they got those ball setups, they chunked FaZe, right? We're talking 20, 30, 40 seconds per setup, whereas for FaZe was a little bit more of that scrappy sort of time. As we hop into round number 2, we see players dropping all over the map. 2 going down for each team. Suppress now working his way towards the snipe side. Spots Legend, takes down his 3rd kill of the round. Great shots from Suppress. He will be rewarded with the sniper now working his way towards the tower.
Yeah, not letting that death from Game 2 ruin his series. 23-8-16. Suppress starting to take over here. A strong round 1, and with an S7 in the back of red posted up. Eyes on the prize here as the player spots top window. A nice quick scope on the Stellar in the back of the window is going to open up a couple of kills. It's a 3 dead situation on both sides. Soul Snipe trying to hunt down Legend, the last player alive. That's going to reward Mercenaries with some ball time. They should be able to tie this round up as well.
Suppress starting round 2 with 6 kills in a row. You can't really ask for much more from your top Slayer at the moment. Druck now working his way towards the crate, spots 1 player in front of him there. Suppress with 2 more in the feed. It just seems like wherever this guy goes, kills follow at the moment, and he is in flow state.
Yeah, his timings, his routes are perfect, right? Stellar doesn't expect him to be top red there. He's able to kill Stellar for free. That's a nice, easy kill. Now you got an opportunity to turn 2 with your life. Unfortunately, what this push will do when Suppress goes to back red is it will spit the respawners of FaZe out, so they will have further advanced spawns here. Now Stellar and the team pushing into blue from every single direction here should be able to have success, and honestly an overextension because Suppress isn't able to get that kill in the back of red will result in Mercenaries losing their setup eventually with those kills.
And it's that sort of risk versus reward play, right, Wes, where it's like if he gets that kill on the spawner there, then he's able to immediately pinch the new spawners, but because he loses that fight, it leads to the snowball of FaZe advanced spawning on the map and now breaking that setup. And just like that, Wes, FaZe is now taking the lead 25-20 and counting.
Yeah, FaZe are doing a good job with the screen setup here. It's a little bit easier to hold, especially when your teammates are picking up kills. Ball does get neutralized, however. FaZe pick up a couple of kills. Renegade will go down. A 3-on-2 situation. The ball's still being neutralized. That's what Mercenaries are trying to focus on prioritizing, so that ball doesn't get back into blue, but there's just too many members of FaZe here. As Legend gets the ball back into blue, he's going to have an opportunity to play this if he feels pressure. With 2 down on Mercenaries, he should be fine, and this lead continuing to extend.
I love this play here by Legend. Keeping the ball in a position where you can gather information for your team, right? It's so important in 4v4 Halo to provide intel to your team so they can make the right reads and the right calls. And we see Legend, even though he has the ball, he's still putting himself in positions where he can assist in the battle as well as gather that intel. And now the fight going down here in the crystal side of the map. 2 kills going in the favor of Mercenaries as they take down Legend and Renegade. Stellar now fighting for his life at crates is going to take 1. So momentum slowed down just a little there, but Mercenaries now able to get the ball and start scoring once again.
Yeah, great job by Mercenaries finding their opening picks, breaking that setup before this lead gets out of control. It was a 30-point lead at one point, now just down to 25. Ball does get neutralized, however. Renegade made his way into the back of blue, and with that, he's going to be able to stop that ball from getting played. Going to pick it up, run it right back into blue. I love this by Stellar, making sure he spawns his teammates on that side of the map, and now he looks to be aggressive.
FaZe really setting the tone here in this round number 2, pushing that lead further and further away, forcing Mercenaries to have to play a little riskier to play catch up to try to close the gap here. Stellar now taking down Sap bottom mid. Great shots out of him. He will be taking down Druck now with Sniper front red. Lands the no scope on the Bound. Bound will be cleaned up there by Soul Snipe. Would love to see Druck, you know, maybe get a higher position here with this Sniper, but with how mixy the game is, you don't often get to choose the perfect route, right? Knows these players are pushing towards Crate, misses the first shot onto Legend there. Legend now milking his life, playing the timing so well. Such an annoying kill to try to get. Druck landing the buy shot onto Renegade, not able to clean that kill up though, and as that's all happening, Bound takes down Soul Snipe. Druck is eventually going to be dropped as well, and Mercenaries once again collapsing here in round 2.
Yeah, I hate that play by Druck, to be honest, and not to overly criticize him, but he doesn't make the game easy for himself, putting himself bottom middle with the snipe there, forcing hard shots, forcing quick scope angles and whatnot. Sometimes you want to make the game easier for you by your positioning. That's one thing I think Druck could get better at as a player. Right there, it kind of hurts his team because that snipe can be utilized as such a power weapon if it's put in the right position. Druck wasn't missing necessarily with the snipe. It's just his positioning made the shots much more difficult than they needed it to be. And now look at this. The round is blown wide open. It's 10 points for FaZe to tie this game.
Yeah, call me old school, but I've never really been a fan of your sniper being in the front line, right? And just like that, FaZe punishing Mercenaries now 88-37. They look poised to force a round number 3. Soul Snipe going to be taking down Stellar, now working his way across the catwalk. Smart play here by Stellar to not immediately go for the ball, and knows that they want to secure some more Slayers first. But Sab with some great shots there on the Stellar. They do get the opening pick. 2 picks going in the favor of Mercenaries. This could be an opportunity to get the ball moving and start scoring.
Yeah, you're down 50 here. There's a lot of work to be done, and if you're on the side of FaZe and you lose this setup here, you lose these slays, the ball gets rotated into blue. You need to take your time. You need to make sure you just find your opening picks and then break this setup, because you have such a comfortable lead to play from. The only way this game or this round gets close is if you start to trickle and fall short. They do break the setup immediately though. Bound with the timing gets into the back of blue. They're forced to play it, but Renegade right on top of that play ball gets it into blue and now only needs 8 points.
Suppress does pick up a kill though, and Druck takes down the second. 3 going down for FaZe. So when it looked like potentially they were going to be able to ice this round, a great push out of Mercenaries followed by some clutch kills lead to them now having the ball and the sniper with a blue base setup. Druck though, ball and sniper in hand, and this is, I mean, you hate to see this, right? You want to be able to snipe at the same time you want to be able to score and close the gap. Druck being forced to do both because his teammates are so far away. The slays coming in now in the favor of FaZe. One player does fall off though. I believe that was Renegade. Legend now taking down Soul Snipe. Stellar sniper in hand. Ball now with FaZe, and Stellar dropping Sab there. That's going to seal the deal on round number 2. FaZe forcing a round number 3.
Yeah, too little too late to put yourself in a situation. Too many win conditions thrown out the window, even when Druck picks up that snipe, unless he does something miraculous. There's just not enough reinforcements for Mercenaries to keep a strong setup there, and unfortunately they're going to fall short there, tying this game up. And now we look to see who can capitalize in round 3.
And Stellar with ultimate confidence, especially after that game 2 win. You see him there full challenging, saying, I want the sniper for myself. Now with the thrust as well in hand, and so we talked about before, the positioning. He's putting himself in a spot where he's not going to be an easy kill, but he could potentially get some cheeky picks. Not able to land the first 2 shots here, but going to relocate, going to provide overwatch over the ball. 2 kills though going in the favor of Mercenaries. Their push is on.
They're still trying to hit a no-scope here on a player under him. Can't hit the one top middle, can't hit the one under him. It's going to be the snipe transitioning into Soul Snipe's hands. The ball is going to be neutralized and played. Just an 8-point lead, so a strong start for FaZe, but an immediate setup break from Mercenaries do a good job to keep this 3rd round within striking distance early.
And it seems like every time Mercenaries are trying to get on the ball, though, they end up dropping maybe some sloppy deaths in the process, which is leading to them not being able to get a firm setup. As I say that, Druck does pick up a kill onto Pound, so FaZe will not be able to have a full setup either. Ball back in neutral position. Only 2 points separating these 2 teams. Stellar, though, you can see him looking around. He's not sure quite where to bring this ball just yet. It is so chaotic on this map. No team wanted to make a potential game-losing mistake.
Yeah, I like that. I actually like that cautious play by Stellar, I'll call it, as he clears a lot of the different angles because he's the furthest player up front, knowing that if he just grabs his ball and turns his back, he could likely just give up his life for it. Does get the ball into green there as he does get forced to challenge. Legend being able to pick up that ball as Stellar drops it. Build onto this lead, 22-6 now. Legend trying to buy time for his team to respawn. He is by himself. And look for Mercenaries to try and take him out, but Legend stays alive long enough to spawn them in the back of blue. And now they're going to have reinforcements here to stop this Mercenaries push.
And Wes, you know that not all kills are created equal, and when you look at the scoreboard and see FaZe actually being, I would say, significantly outslayed at this point, and yet still being in the driver's seat, it speaks to the quality of the kills that they've been getting and the rotations that they've been making with the ball, like this one right now. Legend, as he works his way all the way from the crystal side to the red base, now going to turn around and go back, but no, he will be taken down. Nowhere to run, and now he may have just gifted Mercenaries a setup.
Yeah, he was left with no answer, though. I mean, he was getting collapsed on. I think when you're rotating this ball, that's the second time we've seen FaZe do it. When you're rotating it from blue and crates all the way towards like the back of red ramp there where Legend was, I think that there's some work to be done from FaZe's side to say, hey, what do the rest of us need to be doing in order to play around this rotational setup? We've seen teams effectively or efficiently be able to rotate this ball, but right now it feels like a little bit of FaZe. A few members, at least every single time this ball is being rotated, they're kind of getting caught off guard, and that leaves this rotation dead to rights.
Sad with the killing spree, but is going to be cleaned up by Bound, who just came off spawn at the crates. Now Bound working his way through towards the red. Big door finds Suppress. Suppress in front of them. Suppress goes down. Some great shots there out of Bound to time his shots during that sort of wall peeking strafe there that Suppress was doing. Bound now top center. Dipsy doodling around the pillar is going to be taken down, but did quite a bit of damage. Got a kill as well as some damage onto Sab. Now Stellar coming in looking to capitalize on that damage. Does he know these two players are on the eyesight? He does not. Gets caught with his pants down there a little bit. Stellar able to grab one. Nades coming into the base. Damage everywhere. Legend going to take down another. The battle is on at red.
Yeah, Legend with the triple. The beautiful nades were his. As he finds those kills, capitalizes on that damage, finds himself a triple. That should open up the door for FaZe to get this ball, but instead, I think they're prioritizing map control because the respawners are already out. Bound has had a chance to get that brand new S7 into his hands, knows that there's a player behind him. A quick scope onto the body shot will then allow Soul Snipe to get taken down here. And those players are top middle. I like the choice to choose the bandit there. And Bound doing a phenomenal job of just opening up the map for his team right now. Decides to slow it down with this S7. Has about a 50-yard marker across the entire map right now where he has all the information in the world. He is going to get pushed by two players, forced to go for a melee exchange. Now the big question is where the rest of FaZe are. The ball did get brought into red, but Sab is already here to shut that down as well.
Great shots from Sab there. The perfect now reworking his way into the red window. Spots this player front the base. He is going to be taken down there. So 3 going down momentarily. Make that 4 going down. 1 spawner up for FaZe. Mercenaries now with an opportunity to close the gap. 32 seconds and counting. The lead about to be cut to 10, but Legend sneaking his way into the back of red base. He is going to be spotted though. They knew that he was there. They could smell the croissants on him, taking Legend down there. Back red now. The lead about to change. 3 going down for FaZe, and now another killing spree off the side of Mercenaries in the hands of Druk. Love this play here with the QT, with the aggression, just playing Disruptor and FaZe, and Mercenaries now building a lead of their own.
Yeah, the second they catch Legend out in the back ramp, it's just numbers advantage that allows them to snowball that 1 kill into several different kills. Now the setup is stood strong. They were down 20 points before this setup took place. Now they find themselves up almost 20 points again.
And Mercenaries really, kind of capitalizing in that moment on the slays that they were getting in their favor. Legend now stuck here at the crates. Scoring is happening for FaZe at the moment, though, and they do get a couple kills in their favor. 2 kills going their way without any trades, and so a big opportunity here for FaZe to sort of not just get back into the lead, but also build a lead of their own. The lead now changing, 65 and counting for FaZe. Soul Snipe, where you going, buddy? He goes down, and we see FaZe now sort of cycling Mercenaries, not letting him become full strength, keeping him weak, keeping him damaged. Suppress going down. Mercenaries have not had 4 alive in about the last minute, Wes.
No, and the problem here is game getting out of control here. Series starting to get out of control. If FaZe are able to win this one, they're going to be 1 away from resetting the bracket. 10 points is all they need, and with 2 members down on Mercenaries, all 4 up for FaZe, this should be the game going in their favor.
Soul Snipe though able to take down 1. Ball momentarily dropped. Stellar now coming into assist though, and that is going to do it. FaZe reverse sweep the oddball matchup, winning rounds 2 and 3 to take a commanding chokehold on this series 3-0. Folks at home, you better buckle in and, you know, do what you got to do, because we might be here for a while. FaZe are looking hot and they're ready to reset this bracket.
Yeah, when we jumped into this series, I wondered how quickly FaZe was going to be able to reset the bracket. I could just feel the momentum they had from the elimination side of the bracket. Gaining that momentum, we've seen what players like Bound and Stellar have done throughout their careers. When they go into that elimination bracket and they get on a hot run, usually they end up winning the tournament. And it seems like they're using that momentum to get this first best of 7 over with as fast as possible. That was a great performance by them. I wanted to see them specifically in the King of the Hills and the oddballs in this series and really dissect how they were going about the objective setups. Looks like they've done a pretty damn good job finding themselves up now 3-0.
And I believe, you can correct me if I'm wrong, Wes, but I believe FaZe has now won 11 games in a row today. I mean, I know they swept the series before 4-0. I believe the series before that may have been a 4-0 as well. So chat, you can let me know if I'm wrong, but I know for a fact FaZe is at least 7 games in a row. I don't know what the first series was. I think it was a 4-0. They don't even know what losing feels like, to be honest. And when you look at these players, it's no surprise. There it is. The 4-0 from FaZe in the semis, the 4-0 in the elimination finals, and now up 3-0 here in the grand finals. So they're just allergic to losing on Sundays. And when you look at these players, when you look at the pedigree there, doesn't really surprise you all that much to know that they turn up to a new level when Championship Sunday rolls around.
Yeah, Championship Sunday. Trying to get into the Pro League. I mean, they've done a good job of that, but what's their seed going to be is the question. Soul Snipe doing a great job to take down Stellar, who thought he was getting that snipe for free. So often do we see Stellar get that snipe at the start of live fire for free and just go off with it. This time around, Soul Snipe able to take him down. Since then, able to pick up some kills. Can't hit the headshot on the player that gets camo. And that little bit of a difference between that being a headshot and a body shot is going to allow Stellar to get away with this camo. Now Stellar trying to get lost in the chaos. Does get spotted out on screens, and a big kill from Suppress. Perfect shots to remove that camo, and what should be Mercenaries jumping out into control of the map here shortly.
Insane 5-shot from Suppress, right? Falling at an angle, doesn't matter. Star in the kill feed, followed up by another kill. Soul Snipe now going to be taken down with a sniper as well. So Bound doing a great job to remove that power weapon from the hands of Mercenaries. Gets another kill there onto Suppress as he's trying to escape. Early lead for FaZe, 27-4 here, but we've played Strongholds live fire. Things can change in a hurry.
Yeah, these guys have been playing this for 5 years. A nice quick scope from Soul Snipe, a nice no scope from Soul Snipe. Will find himself a double, open up the map, an AC control, an AC setup right now for Mercenaries. Soul Snipe is going to be able to hop into B. They're going to push the trip cap here. All of FaZe look like they're spawning over towards camo and screens. If they can read this properly, they can jump out to a significant lead here early on.
I always say, if you're going to put Snipe in your name, you better earn that. Soul Snipe has earned it over and over and over again. Massive battle going down in the A base. Looks like Druck, last member left standing there. I love this position. I mean, this decision by Druck to advance from the A base to take more forward progress on the map. Let his spawning teammates cap A behind him. Mercenaries did flip the lead, so they do have a little bit of a cushion here on FaZe. Spot this player back here with QT. He's going to QT back onto the map and be taken down. Renegade trying to get cheeky with it there. Is going to drop. Soul Snipe goes down at B as well. 2 kills for each side at B. Make that 3. 1v1 on the map. Druck versus Stellar for control of the B point. Druck does reposition Stellar as well with the full wrap. They're both going to be sitting right next to each other. Who's going to pick? Throwing nades at
It was a race to the plasmas, and both of them threw a frag at each other. Oh my god, that was hilarious.
They both were locked in sync there on what they wanted to do in that 1v1 battle there.
Oh, that
B
was
is
so
going to go
awkward.
for Mercenaries.
That was so awkward. I don't think I've ever seen that quite the way it played out, and that was hilarious to watch.
Yeah, the double wrap into the double frag, point blank. You might never see that again. I mean, it's been 5 years and we've never seen that, so I don't think we'll ever see that happen again. Halo Infinite still blessing us with surprises here in year 5. Stellar now with sniper in hand, working his way towards the mud side spots. Soul Snipe gonna get a trade there. That was he was a man on a mission going for that slide into the trade. Great play there by him. Stellar now with a powerful position, top tower with sniper.
This is starting to become Looney Tunes over here. Everybody's starting to try and just force their hand into this series. But right now, a 70, make it 80 point to 44 lead. It's a 40-point lead here for FaZe. Continuing to really like control the map. What was felt like the best start we've seen from Mercenaries in one of these games has been weathered. The storm has been controlled here, and now FaZe look like they're in the driver's seat for the first time, and we've seen what they can do with complete map control. They are going to lose 2, but they feel like they're playing from their back feet the majority of this time. Drunk with the double. Can he get the triple? Beautiful movement from Bound will allow him to at least trade. FaZe will go 3 down. It will be a momentary trip cap, but the last time we saw Mercenaries in this position, they lost all 3 strongholds almost immediately.
Yeah, and it's not even the trip cap, right? Those Stellar coming off spawn so fast, gets all the way back to B to stop that base from being capped. And so those little individual plays, the speed of the players on FaZe preventing potential disaster. And now FaZe once again scoring 114 and counting, building on this lead. 70 points separate these two teams, and FaZe want to get this series over in a hurry.
Yeah, I mean, FaZe are definitely looking to reset this, and if they do reset this, which everyone should expect, being up 3-0 at this point, I expect the second best of 7 to be closer than the first, but you got to figure out a way to stop what is this FaZe momentum when they start to play with this pace. I mean, we know the players of Bound, Legend, Stellar, Renegade, like we've been watching these guys for years and years and years. When they pick up the pace and they feel comfortable and hit this level of flow, it is so difficult to find your wins and to be able to take maps from teams that really hit this flow state. So FaZe are doing a good job of staying and maintaining that. We'll see if they can go into the second best of 7, but right now, up 100 points, Stellar with the camo, trying to push this to that second best of 7.
Stellar now pushing towards the rat tunnel with camo, is going to take down Sab. 3 going down for Mercenaries. Spots suppressed there for the double 4. Down now for Mercenaries. Look at the spawn knowledge from these players now, immediately identifying the spawn over on the elbow side. Stellar going to take down 1 killing spree to his name. 2 more players do drop him though. However, the trip cap is here and it is hurting now. 180 points and counting for FaZe. Sab not able to, he is going to take down Legend though. Thankfully, we'll be able to slow the bleeding here. Not quite stop it, but slow the bleeding, and Stab caps C.
Yeah, damage has been done though. Over 200 points now, our FaZe clan, 202 to 47. A dominant performance so far here through the mid game. Sab is going to pick up that S7. He needs to make these bullets count. Can't make the first one hit. 2 members are down for FaZe. They're looking to push the trip cap, knowing that they're down by such a large deficit that they have to take risks. And now look at Sab trying to be aggressive with the sniper. He's going to be able to take down Renegade on the scoreboard. A is not transferred over, so the trip cap not in effect. But if you can keep FaZe coming off respawn, split spawning, you can get back into this game. Stronghold games are never over at this level.
Never over indeed, as Sab does pick up another assist there onto Bound, putting the sniper to use. Still has 6 bullets. Could be 6 impactful bullets. Renegade taken to no shields and will be cleaned up. 2 more going down for FaZe, and it does look like Mercenaries want to push for the triple cap. Oh, Sab almost lost his life there on that missed movement. Triple cap now, though, for Mercenaries. The push is coming in at A. The battle will begin momentarily. Sab jumps and hits the no-scope. Is going to take down 1, but the second is there to follow him up. But no, he will be melted down. So 3 going down for FaZe. The triple cap still going here, Wes, as Mercenaries close the gap.
Yeah, we said Sab needed to go off. He went on a killing spree with that sniper. Great job by him. Even gets his feet into A to reset that. Keeps the trip cap in effect. An 80-point deficit now. Continuing to climb, but that snipe maybe not as impactful now that it's out of the hands of Mercenaries. 2 still down for FaZe, so opportunity still for Mercenaries to continue this trip cap and pressure. They're doing such a good job of split spawn and keeping FaZe in this death screen. They find another 2 kills. As camo comes up, that's got to be the priority for them. And it looks like they've won the fights over towards camo as well. So suppressed now with the responsibility of Mercenaries to stay in this first series.
Suppressed now with a huge weight on his shoulders with this camo. 3 going down for FaZe. Their last player alive, Bound, is able to pick up a trade, so softening the blow there a little bit, but the slay is still in the favor of Mercenaries. They finally are going to go 2 down though, so Suppressed now with the ability to nullify this push. However, he has to win this fight. The help does come in from Sab. Beautiful teamwork there. Soul Snipe also picking up Legend in the kill feed. Now only 20 points separate these 2 teams, and what was a monumental lead now for FaZe has been thinned to less than 20 points. Sab now picking up Renegade on the drop down, pushing for the second kill here through the big door side. and he will take him down as well. Another fight coming in, and that's going to be a trade. So one player left alive on the map, suppressed for each team now in the battle with Renegade towards B. Gets one, but no, Renegade puts an end to that spree, and FaZe looking like they're going to finally stop the scoring streak of Mercenaries.
Yeah, a minor mistake from Suppressed there. It's a one-on-one. He probably is getting the call-outs. It's probably a little bit panicky there. As Suppressed wasn't ready for Renegade. Renegade just walks him down. Suppressed throws a grenade in the middle of the fight. Usually if a player throws a grenade, it better be a damn good one in the middle of a one-on-one if it's going to help you win, because the shots rain true from Renegade. They get back in the driver's seat for the first time in a couple of minutes here. This game still within striking distance for Mercenaries, but no longer in map control are they, to be able to try and continue the snowball that got them back into this.
Yeah, and this sort of reminded me a little bit of game 2, Wes, right? Where Mercenaries just allow themselves to go down by so many points and then make some sort of valiant push towards the end. But you don't want to always have to make a miracle play or miraculous comeback, right? Like, you're making the game so much harder for yourself, especially when you have Renegade hitting shots like that. Now on a killing spree, taking Drut's face off, as well as Sab. Mercenaries now going to start the 2-cap, though. A little bit of an A-B hold here, and this is looking like it might potentially be their last opportunity to win this game, as FaZe do recapture B. Now Sab having to desperately cap C just to, you know, stay in this game essentially. Wes, the margin for error is now 0.
Yeah, hell of a shot by Suppressed back there after getting bodied by Renegade with the snipe. Able to stay in that fight and figure out a way to take down Renegade, stop his reign of terror. And now look at this. Mercenaries have been able to use that individual kill from Suppressed to flip the map back in their favor. Still down 30, left with 0 room for mistakes here. This is just 11 points that all FaZe need. Camo is up, and the battle for Camo is going to decide the match.
Suppressed goes down there and cuts Sab still over towards the dice. I would have liked to have seen Sab maybe get more in the mix for the Camo play, because I do believe Camo went into the hands of FaZe, and that could spell a disaster here for Mercenaries on the back of their insane comeback. They are still scoring though, 235 and counting, just about tying the game up. Nice no scope coming in from Sab, bends Legend over backwards with the headshot there. Druk does pick up a clutch kill on Renegade as well, and now the lead in the favor of Mercenaries. And Wes, what looked like it would have to be a miracle, it's on.
Yeah, absolutely. Mercenaries, a couple more points is all they need. They're going to get it, and it's off the back of Sab staying alive at tower. Gets a kill, drops back, misses the jump, which actually saves his life for the most likely. Ends up getting his shield back, and with 1 bullet left in the snipe, makes it count, because that kill was everything to regain control of C. On board here with the flip. I mean, that's just a snap from Sab that basically calls game, as his teammates pick up the kills around the map. Removing Legend from the game is big. A big game out of Soul Snipe as we take a look at the stats, though. 30, 18, and 14. We talked about the poor performance he might have had in game 1. Well, Soul Snipe's not going to play bad an entire series, and it looks like he's finally woken up here and given Mercenaries everything they need to at least get one in their favor.
And you did mention a little bit of that losers bracket buff earlier, right? Where FaZe has just had a ton of reps today, and Mercenaries have been sort of waiting in the grand finals. And so, you know, like you said, as the series goes on, as those thumbs get warm, Mercenaries now starting to show some more signs of life there. Mr. Soul Snipe looking like a different player on the map, just looking different in general that game, just dropping the kills left and right. And now, you know, it would be hard to expect that Mercenaries somehow reverse sweep this entire best of 7 against the caliber that FaZe is. However, signs of life are a good thing, right? West is starting to get rolling.
Yeah, you have dug yourself such a big hole, especially in the best of 7, being down 3-0. It's good to show signs of life. Even if they are to lose this Slayer, I feel like they'll feel a lot better going into this reset, having won that game 4, and getting at least one under their belt and slowing down what is that momentum from FaZe. I fully expect FaZe to figure out a way to end this series throughout these next 3 games and reset this bracket. But if you're Mercenaries, you feel a lot better now that, one, you got into a extremely mixy live fire stronghold game, and you were able to come out on top with great individual plays. That'll give you a lot of hope and confidence going into what is that second best of 7 to come out on top in more of the games themselves.
And now hopping into Recharge Slayer, mixy game type, camo on the map, shock rifle on spawn. You guys have watched Halo Infinite. You know how it goes. Now jumping on board with Suppress, working his way. I love this position here at the backside of the head glitch. But man, the shots from Stellar there to thread the needle and immediately drop him. Camo is going to go into the hands of Soul Snipe here, though. So we'll see. Obviously, he wants to work his way towards that shock rifle weapon he is so gifted with. He is going to be spotted across the map, though. And the shots come in. Renegade going to take him down. Insane vision from the FaZe boys.
Yeah, Soul Snipe's trying to find his timing, but Renegade, understanding that there's a camo player on the map, probably, if he hasn't been seen over towards white, he's probably making his way over towards that shock rifle. And the second that grapple actually disappears from its weapon or from its equipment pad that's placed there, somebody picked that up, and if nobody on your team has it, that means the camo guy has it. So a good read by FaZe there to be able to spot him as he's jumping in the window, giving Renegade the minor advantage he needed to get that kill.
An early lead here for FaZe, 8-4, doubling up on the scoreboard over Mercenaries. Make that 9-5. Renegade wisely backing down. Now spot Sab in front is going to land a little bit of that body shot there from the shock, but the shock rifle is almost an all or nothing proposition, right? You want to hit the head, get the insta kill. Otherwise, you kind of just tickle your opponent there. Now running into two players here in tower. They're going to jump down on him, but Renegade, I mean, he still almost takes them with him. And Wes, that's one thing I've noticed about this series in general. It just looks so frustrating every time Mercenaries have to, you know, get a kill on FaZe. They're either getting a trade, wasting your time, or doing max damage.
Yeah, I mean, these are going to be some of the best players. So he gets a triple. Can he get the over? No. He gets an assist, though. That should be all 4 down for Mercenaries. Coming off respawn over towards the elevator. Map control in Renegade's favor as well. So he's going to look to push his advantage. But, I mean, these FaZe members are known to be such difficult kills, known to play at such a high pace that it's so difficult to read and set up your traps and trade the damage, because once they get the kill, they get lost. A good job by Mercenaries to come off respawn, find a couple of kills to reset the map a little bit. All of FaZe look like they're trapped towards the long hole, at least 3 of the members here. We'll see if Mercenaries can efficiently get these kills, and if they are able to, they're going to be able to tie this game up.
Sab now landing more great shots onto this player, pushing towards the blue tunnel, going to drop in from the back, but the Shroud is there. Legend hiding in the blue smoke. Camo coming up in 5. Legend gets taken down with the back smack. Sab now working his way towards the camo, and I do like this play from Sab, being the farthest player up, to not immediately go towards camo, but to take more of an advanced position, though. But it doesn't look like anyone is in position to follow up for the camo grab, so now having to work his way back towards the pit. Gets in the 1v1 fight with Legend, takes him down now, killing spree. Camo is going to be dropped, though, bound with the perfect 5 shot there onto Druck. Camo is still on the floor, has not been grabbed there. You see Suppress picking it up, but he goes down immediately. This is what you would call a cursed camo. Everyone that grabs it goes down. Sab still trying to land some kills onto the back of the silo. Will be taken down by Renegade. Renegade will be taken down by Druck. And has anyone grabbed this camo?
Yeah, tie game, however, 25-24, not sure what happened with the camouflage, but I mean, we got to talk about Sab's start to this game. Tim 1-3 to kick this one off, and keeping his team not only in this game, but giving them everything they needed to be able to have what is a 3-kill lead, make it a 2-kill lead as Renegade finds a kill on Sab across the map. But they've done a great job of what looked to be an opportunity for Mercenaries to run away with this game early on. It looks like, or for FaZe to run away with this game. Mercenaries have done a great job to weather that storm. Soul Snipe's actually the benefactor of the camo. He's actually got the shock rifle as well. Can he hit a couple of shots? The question.
And the answer to that question, unfortunately, is no, as Legend does put him in a body bag there. Lead now back in the side of FaZe, 29-28. Legend working his way up the red stairs, spots Druck from behind. Look at the strafe from Druck. The Jiggly Wiggly opts to just back out of that fight altogether. Is going to be taken out eventually. 2 good out for both teams. It is now 31-all.
32-31 as a kill over towards the elevator. Stellar's able to find that kill. Soul Snipe can't track down where Stellar is. Stellar playing his life around these poles and up the stairs so well. Does eventually get taken down, but buys a ton of time for a teammate to get here to where they should be able to trade out Soul Snipe. Soul Snipe doing the exact same thing Stellar did as far as getting lost over towards this elevator. Soul Snipe comes out with a trade on the town. A beautiful trade. A 2-for-1 special. We'll keep this game at a 1-score game. Great nades, however, will blow this lead into FaZe's favor now, up 2.
Grapple also in the hands of Renegade, as if a player as fast as him needed to be any faster, but no, he is going to be taken down, and 3 go down for FaZe. So lead now back on the side of Mercenaries as we spawn in with Bound here top tower. He will be taken down by Suppressed Legend, trying to clean up, which he does. Druck will answer that back. The double kill for Druck. Make that a triple kill for Druck. All four going down momentarily. Last player alive on FaZe does spawn up in red. Druck with the crazy grapple play, doing max damage. He is going to finally be dropped there. I mean, Druck kind of feeling a little bit pretty hard at sitting at 14 and 12 with 8 assists to his name, and now a 4-kill lead. Make that a 5-kill lead for Mercenaries once again, showing some life here with the late game heroics, taking the lead when you need it the most. Now 46 to 40, Sab with camo in hand. Mercenaries looking to put another map on the board.
Yeah, this all is a result of that camo play where FaZe were trying to desperately try and compete for camo when they didn't have the positioning. Druck just picking them off from the C flat, able to find that triple kill, keep his camo player alive, and now since then Sab was able to find several kills with that camouflage, extending the lead now up 5, 48 to 43, and an opportunity to take a second game in this series.
48-43 now. Stellar on the long haul side. A little bit of an island by himself here. We don't see any players near him. The push looks like it's coming from a wrap towards A from red. Soul Snipe able to take down Legend there, though, so some great shots from him to get to that 49th kill threshold. Now last player alive in front of him, not gonna get the trade though, so Renegade there with the ballsy play, but it's too little too late as Mercenaries put a second win on the board, now pushing the series to 3-2 in our potential first best of 7. But I mean, this team seems to be kind of plugging all the holes in their ship as we've gone along in this series, looking better and better as each game has gone by.
Have officially stopped the momentum of what was FaZe coming through the elimination bracket, winning 2 in a row here, trying to dig themselves out of the biggest hole that they've built themselves. If they can push this to a game 7, that'd be incredible for Mercenaries. This game starts and ends with Sab, however. Sab with the 50th kill, obviously, but at a 10-2 start. Sab going 15-9-4 throughout the rest of the game. I mean, gave his team everything, right? Like Sab just making veteran, consistent plays. A triple kill from Druck as Sab picks up the camouflage towards the late game really was what solidified it for Mercenaries. But you love to see probably the least accomplished player on this Mercenaries team in Sab stepping up for his team and pushing this series a little bit further.
And these players don't want to waste any time, immediately dropping into load game number 6 as we take a look at our series layout. You know what's up next, Wes. It's a map that we've played enough for multiple lifetimes. It is Empyrean, aka the Pit, CTF. And when you look at these two teams at face value, do either of the rosters kind of jump out to you, Wes, as having an advantage here heading into the Pit?
Yeah, I really like the way Mercenaries play CTF. I think that they're very scrappy, they're very chaotic and difficult to they find their windows and lanes of opportunity a lot. They're very efficient with the objective. They will pull the flag and then get kills and move the flag alongside of it, making it a very frustrating combat loop. I specifically like them on Origin and Kali a lot of the time, but if they can replicate something like that on Pit, which can be done, they're going to have opportunities for success. It's all about the power weapons here, and nobody going for rockets is a big mistake for Mercenaries. They don't go for rockets and they lose the battle for Overshield. That is what cannot happen at the start of the game.
Yeah, it looked kind of terrible, to be honest, at first, but then they somehow were able to get 3 kills out of it, make that 4, so they do end up coming out ahead there in that situation. But yeah, I've been playing Halo a long time. I don't know if I've ever seen a team just completely neglect the rockets altogether in the beginning of a Pit CTF game here. It's a bold move, Cotton. We'll have to see how that plays out as we see Suppress now landing shots. Is going to be traded out with the sticky there. Mercenaries going 2 down, but Legend first to grab the flag, working his way towards the Mauler. You got to imagine this is going to be a bait play.
Yeah, both flags being pulled, and this is what I was talking about, the scrappiness, the windows, the timings, the unorthodox CTF kind of gameplay that Mercenaries love to play. Druck in the enemy team space makes this situation so chaotic for FaZe. FaZe go 3 down. Legend the last player alive, and we know where Legend is. Legend was the flag puller. Everyone overextending to try and take down Legend here in the Mauler. You best believe Legend going to go down here momentarily. That flag going to be coming through camo at the same time. So Mercenaries flip what was FaZe's advantage on their head with some more unorthodox CTF plays, and that's exactly what I was talking about that could give them life to push this to a 7-game series.
I mean, I was going to say it's almost like Halo or something, Wes. Immediately what you said was going to happen happened.
Doing this a long time. I invented the overextension with the flag.
A little scrappy play, a little flag standoff leads to a 1-0 lead here for Mercenaries, and now Slay's going in their favor again. Soul Snipe with the first pick onto Bound. Will they get the second? They do get that second pick there onto Stellar. Now Renegade goes down as the third, but Bound is coming off spawn. A little bit of a staggered cycle here. We'll see how much damage Bound can do, having to withstand this Mercenaries push all by himself.
Yeah, Bound with a massive responsibility to stay alive. The second he goes down, the second this flag is going to make his way to camo. Has done a great job to buy time. Each of these chip damage on these players that Bound is taking out right now allows for Renegade and everyone to have a lot more success coming off their spawn at these disadvantageous positions. When they're weak, it's much easier to flush them out of your base. So great job by Bound there to anchor down top tower and do everything he can to keep this at a 1-0 game.
I mean, if Bound doesn't play that perfectly, to put it bluntly, I think Mercenaries is at least pulling that flag, right? And Bound doing damage to everyone, like you said. Not just landing the damage, but also just keeping his opponents weak, right? Like, nobody on Mercenaries is able to get their shields back now. Rockets, though, are going to be grabbed here by Suppress. Lands the rocket onto Renegade, but Renegade says, I will take the overshield over the rockets. A little bit of rock, paper, scissors there. Renegade now working his way into the Mercenaries base. Knows that there's a player here on cuts. Lands the nade. Slides in. Will get the kill there. A huge kill on the Soul Snipe. And now FaZe with the pull of their own.
Yeah, difficult situation for Suppress. Now, flag being pulled towards the Newer is able to get him to no shield, but is that going to matter at all? That flag going to be stopped momentarily. They are going to be able to capitalize, however. Soul Snipe gets a Mauler spawn, and because of it, he's able to finish off that one-shot player. Renegade was blocking the flag spawns. Renegade's still trying to be a nuisance over towards the training, but that flag does get stalled into the camo hall. Druk gonna overextend for the enemy snipe, and if they don't know Druk's position here, he can do a ton of damage. He's spotted, but it doesn't matter. He hits the no-scope. Bound gets taken down. Flag gets returned, and now Druk has your snipe, and he's on your first. This is bad news bears for FaZe as they go 3 down yet again.
Not only that, Druk going for the fast pull. You saw him heading towards the plat. We'll see if he's able to make it across. Druk with another snipe in the kill feed. Legend has been spotted out on the tower, like you said, Wes. And another body shot coming in. Suppress not able to get that trade on to training, though, but too little, too late as the second flag goes in for Mercenaries. And Wes, I mean, you said it. Game 7 looking like it may be in the cards here.
Yeah, it's Mercenaries CTF game. Look at how efficient they are. They find their windows. Legend thought he had the same window, but Mercenaries are doing such a good job of keeping track of names. The second that they spot the first player coming out of courtyard there, they realize it's not Legend. Suppress turns around immediately and understands that someone is behind it. Spots Legend S1, hits the body shot on him, gets the other player on training weak. Doesn't necessarily have to get those kills because his teammates pick up and capitalize on the damage. A triple kill from Suppressed now on screen. This game is going to be long over. It looks like it is to 5, however, in the scoreline, so it might continue. But with 7 minutes and 30 seconds left, you're down 3-0. It's hardly ever do you see a team come back from a 3-0 deficit. And I don't think we're going to see it here today. Oh, okay, never mind. Wrong CTF.
Wrong CTF. They thought they were playing.
You see,
they
switched. Yeah, they switched the origin rules, and I didn't. As an innocent bystander, I didn't know if they had switched Empyrean as well. But it was the 3. It was just the wrong game type. I just was going based off the score in the bottom of our screen for the UI.
Someone get Aries.
That's on
Aries.
me,
Someone get Aries carries Mesa Miller in the chat, though. I need someone to go deep into the Halo archives to find out when the last time we saw a reverse sweep in a best of 7 4 games in a row was. He's got the knowledge somewhere in there. I clearly don't, but we are poised now for a game number 7. Chat, as we've seen Mercenaries fire back with 3 games in a row. And honestly, the last couple have been pretty convincing here. So, Wes, if you're FaZe, how do you recapture that momentum? At what point, what do you do here in this situation?
I mean, you get an opportunity to regroup, take a breath. These guys have been in game 7s. They've lost momentum in series before, and they've regained it. They're some of the iciest players we have in the league. Obviously, that's why they are who they are. Game types Origin Slayer, so you start talking about your opening strats and whatnot. Got to be able to prioritize the power weapons. How often do we see, especially on a map like Origin, where like Legend specifically or Stellar gets sniped and the game is just fucking out of hand? Excuse my language, but I mean that's how it probably feels from the other perspectives and point of views. When they get that snipe and they start to pop off with it, there's not much you can do. So if you're Mercenaries, you got to figure out ways to have early success and at least get those power weapons out of the equation, or at least out of FaZe's hands.
And also, too,
taking a look at.
Go ahead.
You can go. I was gonna say, but taking this look at the series as a whole, like you're going back to that game 2 if you're Mercenaries.
Exactly
if you are to
where I was
lose
gonna
the
go.
series, and just the one minor mistake of maybe pushing before your team in a 49-49 where not everybody was there to be able to assist on what was that 50th kill. If you look back, if you are to lose this series and then go and lose a bracket reset, you're going to be kicking yourselves for that one minor mistake. But this series is as close as it can get looking at these score lines.
But on the flip side of that, you know, in a way, if you have the right sort of delusional mindset going into this game 7 as Mercenaries, you're just telling yourself, hey, we actually won both the Slayers in this series already. I'm not counting that 50-49. And, you know, so let's just win another one, right? They're feeling good about their Slayer game, especially after that recharge game. They just turned on the Jets in the last portion of that game, and it carried that momentum into a 3-0 win there on Empyrean CTF. And so now Origin Slayer, I mean, really anything can happen. We're going to have the Rockets. We're going to see those in play. We're going to see the Sniper in play. And I'm really looking to the FaZe side. You know, who is going to be the guy to sort of put their blueprint on this, or put their signature, sorry, on this series, if they are going to force a second best of 7, or are they cool with just, you know, accepting the 6th seed in the Pro League and, you know, gonna go get dinner? We'll have to wait and see. But man, what a show both of these teams have put on so far. And you know, it really, you can't ask for a better matchup between these high caliber players. Mercenaries, though, they've been impressing me, Wes. I mean, since yesterday, I said this team looks kind of like a menace, and they have continued to show that time and time again.
Yeah, these guys have grown so far throughout Halo Infinite, throughout their individual pro careers. Obviously, a lot of them have teamed with each other throughout the Soul Snipe, Drug Suppress specifically, have been with each other and against each other for a majority of what is the 4 seasons of HCS and the pro scene. So a lot of opportunity, or a lot of practice together, and a lot of growth going through all of the different tournaments, getting to winners finals several different times, maybe stumbling from that point on in the tournament. But it's no surprise to see them have like the wherewithal to be able to bounce back in series like this, even against the names on the other side of the screen. I'll call a spade, however. Like, usually if you're asking me who's going to step up and win this series for their team, I would go Legend on land. But right now, knowing Legend's playing from Europe, like, it's got to be a pretty difficult situation to rely on Legend. So you're going to have to ask of Renegade or Stellar to really step up and have that game-changing performance. I love what Bound can do, but I don't think it's statistically going to be the difference maker in this game. I think he can create the opportunities for Renegade and Stellar, but one of those two is going to have to step up and stop this reverse sweep from happening to push this to a second best of 7.
I'm not gonna lie, Wes, everything you said was so great, but my mind got held up when you said the 4 seasons of HCS. I started thinking about vacation and how badly I need one of those, but we don't have time for that right now. We gotta lock in for business. It is game 7, Slayer on Origin. FaZe taking on Mercenaries. FaZe on a generational run. They won 11 games in a row here in the losers bracket before catching 3 L's back to back to back. Mercenaries have been looking like a different team in the latter half of this series now as we jump on board with Renegade pushing towards the Rockets.
Yeah, Renegade got Rockets for free on Empyrean. That didn't amount to much, we saw, but trying to get those Rockets back into his hand here to kick off this game 5. Sav's holding down the elbow with the carbine, doing a solid job of landing shots on the Renegade, but Renegade winning this fight just outright. Good stat to know. Shield has a shield advantage to be able to grab those Rockets, but Suppress from across the map, able to find the kill to remove him, and it looks like they've won the battle for Snipe as well.
Insane shots there from Suppressed, right, to catch someone in the back of the head from below. Nice shot from Suppressed here again in the red maze with Sniper now. Is not going to be able to back up. Legend with a straight bullet across the map is going to take him down. So Sniper on the ground. What are you doing joining this lobby right now, Loud Devil? Get out of here. We are in game number 7. Renegade with a double kill with the Rockets. The game is going to be ended. It's going to be a full reset. Don't be that guy, chat. Don't be that guy. You see the pros playing a match, don't join the lobby. Don't ruin the show for all of us. We're gonna have to restart this game number 7.
Yeah, that's just annoying, right? That's a rookie mistake by whoever the party leader is to not be closing this lobby, but at the same time, just have some level of respect for competition to stay the hell out of this, especially in this moment. I'll probably just go back to being quiet before I say something I shouldn't.
Right, absolutely. And all I'm gonna say is, Wes, how thankful are we that we are not in 2011 playing Reach when someone would join your lobby and all of a sudden you'd have no internet for 3 days straight. You know what I mean?
You're telling me.
So
I got hit 3 months straight. Is what I got hit on.
Yeah, 3 months, dude. That's crazy. There were some questionable individuals back in the day, guys, that if you don't know about, used to hold the pro players hostage. And
Jock and PJ is on a list. Trust me. If I ever become president, that list is getting launched to the moon.
We're actually throwing names out. Yes, absolute menace to society. He used to force the pros to play matchmaking with them. Otherwise, he would hit them offline for extended periods of time. Basically had the whole
negotiate with terrorism back then.
Had the whole scene by the balls, and West not negotiating and landed West internet free for 3 months. So yeah, I don't really know who's winning in that situation, but we're gonna jump back into this game. Number 7 APG, I see you in the chat. You know the pain, you know what we're talking about. 50 kills to win here, Rockets and Sniper. I'm guessing it's gonna be a full reset here on the game. Number 7, all these players want to get the most out of this series. Wes, do you switch up the strat though? Now that folks have seen what you do, are you gonna change things up at all?
Yeah, I think there's minor tweaks, but I think you're obviously still prioritizing these weapons that are on the map. You might change how you go about it, whether you went on the back sneaky for snipe or you went up the ramp. You might just give them a little bit of a caution. You need to be aware that like nades are probably going to come where the route you took last time. So just playing a little bit more cautious, but honestly, that caution can come back to bite you. It can give a lot of opportunity for teams that look to be aggressive. So I wouldn't be surprised if one of these two teams is overly aggressive at the start, and that could either benefit them catching their opponents on their back heels, or it could be their demise where they end up eating a grenade or two. So I'm very interested to see now, once this reset kicks off, how those minor tweaks are going to go down.
Yeah, and I was going to say tweaking the starting strat doesn't even necessarily mean that you do something different, but, you know, maybe even just adjusting the timing on your push, right? Like for Renegade, if he doesn't show immediately on Rocket side and maybe goes delayed, all of a sudden his opponents are thinking he's doing something different. The whole play plays out differently, right? So there's levels to this, and it doesn't necessarily mean you got to change the whole thing, throw everything out the kitchen, but it will be interesting to see what adjustments are made. It was pretty much all knotted up at 6 or 7 there in game 1. So both teams are probably feeling equally confident as well as critical of their starting strats. It's looking like the players are doing a full reset, which that's what the people want, right? Give the people what they want.
As a player, it was such a mixy situation where you really don't know who would have taken advantage or control there. There's not a lot to argue. It was a 1-kill scoreline when the game ended, and who knows if there was a kill going to be traded or whatnot. Also, the mentality of players once they see someone join the lobby in the middle of the game, like, that'll check you immediately. So I like the full reset. Let's just play first to 50 kills, guys. And these guys are veterans, so no surprise that level of respect is being shared amongst them.
Now, looking here at these 8 players, do you think, Wes, that the Halo 5 factors in here to how capable these players are on a map like Origin, aka Kali? Do you think that's gonna give anyone an edge?
Honestly, no. I don't think there's an edge to be gained. I think everybody in this lobby was a pretty damn good Halo 5 player. So I think both of these two teams have been playing on this map for a very long time as individuals, and it really does come down to, especially knowing how the Origin Slayer always goes, usually gets pretty snowbally. You get control, you trap them at one side of the map, you use that control in order to find picks, not being able to be traded out. And until that setup, wash, rinse, repeat, is broken, the league continues to grow. So these games get ugly a lot of the times. Teams fighting out of these deficit positions, whether they're stuck back to base or on the elbows or in the caves, like how do they get out of it efficiently is going to be a key to success if they want to stay in it.
Well, once again, everyone watching at home, it is time to drop in and lock down for game number 7. We've got the reset FaZe taking on Mercenaries. I want to see some chat participation. 1 in the chat if you think FaZe is taking this and forcing a second best of 7. 2 in the chat if you think Mercenaries close it out here and secure that 5th seed, as we jump on with Renegade, who is going to be taken down immediately by Suppressed.
Yeah, much different route from Renegade. Renegade went top rockets the last time around. This time he tries to push in front of his base towards the silver. He gets removed first from the map. Mercenaries have done a good job to find the advantage in the kills. However, Stellar gets the rockets back to red elbow. Spot soul snipe, bottom snipe. It is going to be Sab that has the S7 in hand, however.
Sam now with the sniper doing the dipsy doodle up to top catwalk. Does he know this player? He does hear the drop down from that player below him. Is going to land the body shot, and the perfect teamwork coming in from Druck there to keep him alive. However, Stellar with the rockets is going to pick up 2 and be rewarded with a sniper of 5 rounds to work with. So an early 8-6 lead, make that 9-6 for FaZe. And now sniper in the hands of Stellar. He's ready to bring the pain.
Yeah, Stellar transitions rockets for sniping. I said it had to be him or Renegade that really popped off this game. Stellar starts it off at 3-1-0 with the rockets. And we know the damage you can do with the snipe. Grenades are going to come through, allowing Bound to find that kill. The no-scopes from Stellar will reign true always as he takes down Suppress to extend the lead to 5.
And the confidence there from Stellar to go for the double body shot no-scope instead of pulling out the DMR for the
never a
cleanup.
surprise at this point.
It's not. He was just so confident in his ability to hit those 2 shots that knows he would save time in just landing a second no-scope instead of switching to that DMR. 2 more kills now going in the favor of FaZe, up 15-8, just about doubling up here on Mercenaries, and a killing spree to start things off for Stellar.
Yep, Stellar with the double. Stellar spots Druck on the elbow as well. And you challenge Stellar in a one-on-one fight out in the open, you're dead to rights. Triple for Stellar as he extends the lead to 10.
Yeah, Stellar aims with the left trigger. You can't be challenging from that range, especially when he's got first shots and is in flow state. Now 7-1 to start this game, but also we have Renegade 7-3, so 14 kills between the 2 of them. Just 2 minutes into this game. Now Sab working his way towards the blue maze, knows that there's a battle going down at snipe side, is not gonna be able to land that kill there on the Bound. Bound picks up 2. Everything seems to be going in the favor of FaZe.
It's a triple for Bound now. Everybody's starting to get into the mix. 7 kills across the board for the 3 North American players for FaZe. As Renegade's going to be the first to 8. Renegade now on screen, confident as ever, map control in their favor, and this is what I was afraid of. Once one team gets map control, they're able to trap you at a base and have such an advantage with the height and the ability to pick and choose what fights you're going to fight, and all of a sudden, this game's already over halfway through, and it feels like we're just a couple minutes into it. Mercenaries are on the ropes.
And Mercenaries seem content to just take 1v1 battles, and with the way that FaZe are shooting, that's not going to get you back into this game. Now 32-17, and rockets in the hands of Bound. Sniper coming up, and look at where Mercenaries all spawned over to the blue elbow, as far away from that sniper rifle as humanly possible. Bound now closing in with the rockets, going to land one onto Soul Snipe there. He will be cleaned up by the nade. Now working his way, knows his players in the cave. The prediction rocket is there. Suppressed is going to go down. 3 go down for Mercenaries immediately. Now Sniper in the hands of Legend, lands the no-scope on the Druck. It's like everyone on FaZe taking turns hitting montage clips, highlight real plays here on game number 7. They are already at the 37 kill mark, Wes.
Yeah, it's getting ugly. It's been ugly. This game's getting over. Legend out in the open. Legend doing legendary things. A double kill with the quickscope onto that player. Can't hit the triple, but we'll finish it up with the bandit to actually get the triple. It's an unofficial over. I was gonna say that was almost disgusting, but I mean, look at the pace that FaZe are playing with. Wash, rinse, repeat. You kill them at blue, flip it, go back to red.
And at this place, you can at this point, you can just see Mercenaries throwing themselves into the blender. They know that this is over. They know they're gonna have to play a whole other series. So hitting the reset here, it's looking like it's gonna be steak here for dinner. It's looking like we're getting more Halo action. The chat celebrates. We celebrate more great Halo on the way. As we see Legend now with another double kill to his name, and it seems like just about every player on FaZe has hit a triple kill this game. Now sitting at 48-24, make that 50-24. An absolute blender of a game at number 7. The bracket reset is upon us. FaZe taking game number 7.
That might have been the fastest game I've ever seen of Halo and Slayer department. Like how quickly that game flew by. Look, there's 2 minutes on the clock, and they're already about at the 20 kill mark. I've got to take a look at where this clock actually ends, but it was just a dominant performance from FaZe. They were in control from the start to the finish. The power weapon control was always in FaZe's favor, and this is what I was talking about. Once a team like FaZe gets control on a map like Origin, especially in Slayer, it's just over.
Yeah, they could smell blood in the water. They were content to get things over in a hurry there. And it really just didn't feel like Mercenaries had that other gear, right? They just kept playing high pace, you know.
Not even 5 minutes.
Content to just live with the results, and the result is 50-24. And it doesn't look like we're gonna have any break here heading into the bracket reset now as FaZe reset the series. We're heading back to the streets. Oddball. I mean, Wes, if you're Mercenaries, How do you bounce back from that sort of beating?
You got to shrug it off. I mean, you did just win 3 games in a row, knowing that you're going to a gauntlet, right? Like, this is 2 best of 7s. Everybody's going to be warmed up by the end of this series. Figuring out ways to make sure FaZe do not get the level of control that they just had is important. But on a map like Streets, I feel like it's a great opportunity to reset because of the lack of power-ups and power weapons on it. I mean, you have the camouflage that spawns bottom middle, you have the red gun, but other than that, it's bandits up and teamwork out for both of these teams. So a good, honestly, a perfect game type to get back into this because it's a grueler, it's a long one. There's no way that FaZe can just run away with it initially. There's at least going to be 2 rounds, right? So you get an opportunity to get back on the map, shoot your gun, and do what you've been doing towards the later part of this series, which is finding your objective success. So I'm looking at Mercenaries to have an opportunity.
And for folks at home, it does look like we are going to take a quick break, refilling the waters, resetting the series. So don't go anywhere. When we come back, we will resume this series with a brand new, fresh best of 7 FaZe taking on Mercenaries, fighting for the 5th seed. Yeah.
Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball.
Quickest break you have ever seen, chat. We are diving back into the series. The players don't want to wait. We don't want to wait either. We want to keep the action going now. 0-0, fresh series. FaZe taking on Mercenaries. It is our second best of 7. For those of you just tuning in, FaZe did reset the bracket. Coming from lower bracket, they won the first series in a Game 7 beatdown. Now, Mercenaries trying to get their foothold in a brand new series.
Yeah, so it looks like they've gotten out to a strong start here. 24-6, still trying to battle for map control as the ball's neutralized over towards BD. Good damage there by Truck, able to be capitalized on by Sab. Still has a player in front of him. A great plasma nade you thought was going to stop Bound from going through the door, but Bound gets right over it on the perfect timing with the G-slide into the back of PD. Bound doing Bound things, finding a double. 3 go down for Mercenaries, and it should be FaZe getting a PD set up here.
Yeah, Druck was the last player alive. He is going to go down, but 2 of his teammates are off spawn here on the B side of the map. Renegade going to take one before being dropped himself. Stellar takes down Sab. No trade sticky there. Stellar now wisely opting to move this ball. Spawners coming in over towards the cafe side of the map. Legend buying some time. That ball is completely moved west all the way to the commando.
Yeah, great job by Legend to buy time, as much time as he could in the back of PD. Great rotation by Stellar as well. Good objective rotations there from FaZe. Showing some objective play themselves here, trying to get back into this first round.
Suppress will be spotted out in C and taken down. There is another player from Mercenaries pushing in from the Ivy side. It's Soul Snipe. He's going to get 5'd by Stellar. Insane shots. I mean, the ability for these players to land perfects like that, regardless of the altitude that they're shooting at, the height or the angle. Insane. Great plays there from him. Bound is going to be taken down here on the B side. We have a fresh camo coming up here in 5 seconds. Stalker in the hands of Sab.
I thought that Bound was for sure going to trade having the red gun in his back pocket. A good kill by Sab. Opens up the door and the opportunity for him to be able to make this play, which is taking down not just the ball carrier, but the player top tower as well, to be able to clear it out and secure camo for Drug. So Sab really opening the floodgates for the rest of Mercenaries to have their success. Now Drug, with this camouflage, trying to push up on the map. Ball is in the back of Tram. nobody near him, but however, FaZe are stuck trying to get out of PD as the advancement. Mercenaries on their spawns is what they're focused on. The big question is who's going to be able to get to this ball carrier? Druck's going to actually opt to try and stay alive. Can't get much done with that camo, so that will be the setup getting broken.
And there were players everywhere there, all over Druck. He was trying to, make some sort of sneak play with camo, but with no defense left alive, he was kind of left in an impossible situation. Stellar now with ball in hand, adding to his OBJ time. You see 20 seconds and counting for Stellar. FaZe now closing the gap, about to retake the lead here momentarily, and Slave's going in their favor. A double here for Renegade as he's playing the B side perfectly. Legend picks up the 3rd kill, so 3 unanswered kills for FaZe is going to equal quite a bit of ball time to extend this lead.
Yeah, look how aggressive Bound is being as well. He knows players are spawning in the back of PD. He's going to push against the tires, just making it so difficult for them to get out on the map and even stop this ball from continuing to accumulate time. Already up over 20 points now are FaZe. As the setup will be broken, it looks like, it's still a significant lead in FaZe's favor.
And how frustrating that you finally break the setup down, and the last player alive with ball is Stellar, and he also has a stalker, right? Able to get another kill. So even though that setup was broken, they won't have a perfect setup of their own on the side of Mercenaries, as they're still partially in the respawn screen. Now Sab rotating his way up the driveway. Soul Snipe picks up 1 towards B, picks up a 2nd. So a great push there from Soul Snipe, the lead blocker, to sort of start this rotation. But as I'm saying that, players are going down for Mercenaries. They're forced to play this ball. We're tied back up at 67.
Yeah, Sab did a phenomenal job there to recognize that his players spawned red and immediately rotate that ball up the driveway. They're able to use their teamwork to get back into this game. Tied up ball.
Tie game here. FaZe are going to retake the lead here. A great rotation from Legend. Camo also coming up in 10 seconds. Renegade playing the middle of the map. Bound able to get away with a sliver of health, and even a breath would kill him at this moment. Camo is now popping. Bound going to be playing from the C side. Renegade able to pick up that camo, and seems like he gets away with his life. Some shots on the Druck there. Narrowly escapes. He's being hunted down, though. These players know that he's here. He's not going anywhere. Sab gets the Sneak King medal, takes down a Renegade there, looks for the 2nd player. Not going to be able to take down Stellar. Some insane shots there from Stellar, and the help is going to come in. Stellar takes down 2. Perfect timing there from Stellar to come save the day and get those 2 kills on the flank. Great flank from him, but look at the shots coming in from Suppressed with that stock rifle. He's going to be dropped. Stock rifle changes hands to Renegade, but all the while, Wes, FaZe have been scoring.
I mean, Bound staying alive on that spike stairs was incredible. 2 players trying to spend their entire lives trying to take him out, going down onto him and getting taken out. But not only that, gets his shield back, and the second he gets shot in the back from top tram, he drops down in front, continuing to be a nuisance. It's easy pickings for Stellar watching over him that secure the win in round 1.
FaZe continuing their momentum from the last series, now winning round 1. We're starting things off here with Renegade playing this sort of Overwatch position in the C balcony, able to help out in that initial battle to make that 3 going down for Mercenaries. Scoring now happening for FaZe. However, Sab did get the stalker and is able to take down Renegade, so a great player here from Sab to sort of, stop a little bit of that map pressure from FaZe. Camo is now up as well. Sab with some great shots. However, he does get 5 by Legend from behind. Last player alive on FaZe is going to be Renegade. Look at the aggression from Renegade. Even though he's the last player on the map, he's still getting kills of his own. And how frustrating is that? You take down 3 and the last player pretty much charges you guys like an angry bull and still ends up getting a slay.
Yeah, and what it does is it forces Soul Snipe with this camouflage to have to continue to be the ball carrier, right? What should have been the oddball carrier for Mercenaries, the Soul Snipe should have been able to get out onto the map and use this camo efficiently. He's forced to get that ball, gets it into tram, yes, but they don't have the slaying number to be able to hold a setup. So Soul Snipe tried to force, his hand got forced and he was forced to slay there, so no ball time acquired. Even though you get that camouflage, it's all for naught as the setup and the kills go to FaZe.
And those are those unorthodox plays that we see from Renegade time and time again, where he's the last player alive on an island and he somehow still manages to completely disrupt your entire team's game. Great play there from him. Stellar now picking up the first pick in the kill feed onto Soul Snipe. Druck hopping on board with him here, trying to play this cafe fight. Renegade just flies past him and Bound cleans him up. A double kill from Bound. 2 now going down for Mercenaries. Bound has the 3rd in front of him. The perfect 5 shot there to thread the needle onto that driveway player. Leaves Sab last alive. Sab is going to be dropped by Renegade as well. And FaZe now starting to roll with some swag in their game.
Yeah, we're starting to see teamwork from FaZe really start to show out. Players staying alive a little bit longer than they should. It's allowing the rest of the team to have their successes. Bound picks up a triple because of how difficult of a kill Renegade is in that situation. It's all starting to compile together, and that's the ceiling for this team. When they're able to stay alive and be nuisances, the rest of this team, I guarantee, is going to capitalize on those opportunities. However, Mercenaries have done a great job to weather the storm once again. Still just a 2-point game right now, and beautiful shots from Sab will continue the points rolling.
Yeah, I feel like we just witnessed the ceiling and the floor of FaZe, right? 1 second they're hitting insane triple kills and clearing out a base. The next second they're dropping all 4 dead from a full setup. And so now Camo is going to be picked up by Stellar, though. This is a huge grab here. It's an opportunity for them to potentially break this Mercenary setup. As we just gave FaZe all of that praise, Mercenaries bounced back and took the lead once again, but they are going to go 4 down here. Stellar now notices that his teammate spawns in PD, so he knows that the spawns from Mercenaries are going to be coming from the purple side as well as back of the A tower, and so excellent spawn recognition there. However, it looks like Legend did overextend a little bit on his spawn, which leads to a great push from Mercenaries. 3 going down for FaZe, no kills traded out. It's a perfect push. Sab is going to drop though, and they take just a little bit too long there, Wes, on the push, which allows FaZe to get back into the fight.
Yeah, it's a 4-on-2, and they want to push before the respawners have an opportunity, but they don't. And because it's a little bit of a delayed push, Mercenaries get caught kind of like a sandwich situation. Drug's still creating chaos back here with the Shroud, jumping over a player's head, using that Shroud to perfection. Able to at least play his life here. However, the ball being rotated all the way to posters here from Legend. Understanding that his team is going down, he's going to put this ball into the middle of the map, trying to make it a contestable objective for the respawners of FaZe, and he does just that. As you can see how confused Mercenaries were on where they wanted to take that ball, and that exact lack of information allows that ball carrier to get taken down, keeps the ball neutralized, and now FaZe continue to score.
Also notice that Legend threw that ball to where he thought his teammates may be spawning closest to, which was the red room, and exactly that happened, and they were able to prevent Mercenaries from getting any unwarranted time. Bound now, Stalker in hand, picks up 1, is going to get the second player to no shields. That's Sab. He will be traded out as well, and the battle is going down here on the purple side, the Magnum side of the map. Stellar able to come out and land some more shots here on the Soul Snipe. He is going to be cleaned up by Legend. Legend notices that there's a second player in front. He is going to be taking down Sab. Last player alive on the B push. Legend wisely backs down. I'm expecting Legend to get some more time, which he does. Stellar cleans up Sab. We're seeing some great teamwork now coming out of FaZe, doing damage, backing down, baiting and switching. They're starting to click, and the scoreboard is reflecting that as well, as they now have a 45-point lead. And they're 15 seconds away from taking this game, Wes.
Yeah, they're dominating this game. Legend with 107 points and ticking still with that off ball, but just the confidence in his teammate when he does that initial damage to Sab on the pillars, to go back for the ball knowing, hey, my teammates are great. They're MVPs, actually. So they can figure out a way to capitalize on this damage. I'm going to go get the objective, extend the lead now, 88-40. It is going to be a Mercenary setup. Suppress does have camouflage, but, I mean, you have to basically play perfect, and allowing FaZe to get out of Tram was always going to result in this setup being broken. Suppress tries to force his hand up towards that driveway, doesn't have the timing, and because of that, they've been able to trade kills, I'd say inefficiently enough to where that ball becomes neutralized and gives just more opportunity. They do go 4 down. So somehow Mercenaries are able to capitalize throughout this rotation of the objective, but still needing to play a perfect game from here on out.
And perfection is what will be required, like you said. We did see some signs of life there from Mercenaries, as 3 do go down, though. 2 up for FaZe. Druck last alive in A. He will be taken down. Bound now grabs this ball. Only 10 seconds of time left to secure game 1 here. Look at the Dipsy Doodle. Doesn't even drop the ball. Trusts his teammates to get the cleanup. That's not going to happen, though. Stellar is going to try to get around the corner. Gets backpacked by Sab, and so if you're Mercenaries, this is it. Do or die time. There is a chance that we've seen crazier things happen here in Halo Infinite. Sab now rotating the ball towards PD. Suppress working his way towards the middle of A to get information. Stellar backs him down, but look at the shots and the damage from the players on FaZe. They're able to so easily just cruise through the setup. 2 more going down. Sab left alive, and PD, he's going to drop. That's 4 dead. That'll be all she wrote. FaZe with a flawless push, dropping all 4 players, not losing a single player of their own. In game 1 in our second best of 7 goes to FaZe.
Yeah, FaZe doing a phenomenal job here to get back into the game. I mean, their odd ball looks strong as well. That last push, Mercenaries needed to have a perfect setup in the second that you take that initial damage from two of the players coming out front. You're not able to help your player that pushes into the cuts area. When he goes down, that 4-on-3 is everything FaZe need to close out game number 1 of our Grand Finals reset.
Yeah, you nailed it. You just simply can't allow yourself to be that weak that early on in the push, especially when you don't quite know where everyone is yet. And so while he did challenge those two players coming out from C, there was already an advanced player far before that was pretty much pushed all the way down the Magnum lane, the purple side, the cafe side of the map. So in taking that initial damage just made the setup that much weaker. But it's a best of 7. It's a long series, and we've seen Mercenaries be resilient, especially in the last series, winning 3 games in a row. And so bouncing back, no better time to do it than now here in game number 2, live Fire Slayer. You know the vibes. There's going to be a camo, there's going to be a sniper, repulse, all sorts of goodies to play with. Quantum Translocator. Mercenaries looking to, get back into this series because FaZe, the last 2 games have been dominant.
Yeah, I mean, FaZe, when they get map control, they look like they're so difficult to play against, and that's why that's how you play Infinite at the highest level, right? That's what we see Shopify do so well, is once they get map control, they're not like content with it. They're going to take more control. They're going to limit where you're going off of spawn. They're not going to allow you to get out of these tight, closed spaces. So I'm looking at how does Mercenaries keep this game mixy enough to deny the opportunity for FaZe to get 4 down and then trap players either towards tower or back green or even in house. So it's very difficult to figure out ways to efficiently trade from those positions. The last 2 games we have seen FaZe in those dominant positions and run away with these games. So Mercenaries gonna have to figure out ways to either not get put in those spots or fight out of them better.
And I start to wonder whether or not fatigue is a factor. Obviously, these players are all professionals. They've been here before. Look at the battle here. Great start here for Mercenaries as they take down 4, an immediate 4 down for FaZe, a 4-1 advantage to start things off. Soul Snipe now sniper in his hands, takes 1 down on the pillar side of the map. Now looking to see if the push is going to come from Big Door, which it doesn't. So now Soul Sniper rotating back through bottom mid to help with this camo as we see 3 going down for FaZe again. So you could not possibly ask for a better start here for Mercenaries. You see them wisely leaving the camo area for Soul Snipe to now have camo, sniper, and repulse, all the goodies in his hand, and the opportunity to extend this lead.
Yeah, Soul Snipe's given everything you could ask for in a player right now. Does get spotted and taken down to no shield. Needs to make sure he stays alive with this camo snipe. But all the power in his hands right now. How do Mercenaries figure out how they want to push this? They spot run again on the cuts. Bound gets caught. Dropping down on the screens. No shield. Great shots from Soul Snipe here to land himself a double. Patiently playing and letting the game come to him at 6-0-0.
Love that play there as he hit the second body shot, waited about a second or 2 from behind camo before re-challenging, let his camo come back a little bit, so he made the fight just that much easier for himself. And when you're playing against players of the caliber of FaZe, you got to give yourself every advantage humanly possible. Soul Snipe off to a great start here. Is going to spot 3 players, cuts, excellent use of that repulse that I forgot he even had. Suppress going to take down 1, 2, 3 going down once again for FaZe, and this is looking like the opposite of what we saw in Game 7 Origin Slayer.
Yeah, it's the little things that Soul Snipe's doing right? Like, because he pops the camo, he makes sure he picks up that repulse before he leaves. Because he has that repulse, when he turns the corner and spots 3, he's able to repulse 2 players with 1 repulse and trap FaZe towards that camo spawn, allowing the rest of his team to capitalize on the damage. They're so focused on trying to get that snipe and camo removed from Soul Snipe's hands that they get taken down as well. So this lead continuing to extend now, 22-9. It's a perfect game for Mercenaries so far.
And look at how annoying that is to play against a Fisteller. You think you spawn an A and you can just push out to the scoreboard, and as soon as you do, you got 2 players hiding in corners dropping you. Second camo coming up in about 10 seconds. We're looking at Sab's POV right now. He is on a killing spree. Sab is sitting at 6-3. Suppress is at 10-3. Soul Snipe at 8-2. Things going perfectly for Mercenaries as they drop 3 more. A second camo now in the hands of Soul Snipe as he pushes towards the A plat.
Back-to-back camos for the kid, having one hell of a game at 8-1-2. Trying to close the distance on Renegade here by the middle, but Renegade reading the situation perfectly, just knowing that there's a camo player probably hunting him, feels him on his back, so Renegade hasn't stopped moving since, continuing to rotate. However, the rest of FaZe are getting mowed down. Druk finds a triple kill as they get stuck back tower. Can't hit the over, but great damage and great extension of the lead here, 32-14.
The sprint strafe, perfect triple kill from Druk. Just chef's kiss. Love to see the individual performance out of him as he stepped up his game in this. But suppressed, man. 12 and 6 with 7 assists to his name. He's been in every battle possible. 19 kill participation out of his team's 35. Sav now with sniper looking towards the camo, lands the body shot. There will be flanked though by Stellar. Stellar able to sneak into that A base and take down the power weapon, the sniper rifle. Now to stay alive, the help is here, but Soul Sniper will pick him apart, as well as taking down Bounce. So some great plays there from Soul Sniper to completely nullify that flank. Renegade gonna be dropped by Druk. It's now 39-20, and yeah, what's going on with the Slayers in this series, Wes? These teams are throwing out some big blows.
I mean, that's just Halo Infinite in a nutshell, right? Like, so often do we see teams that are in control know how to use that control and transition it directly into the score. We're seeing that. It's been every power up and power weapon into the hands of Mercenaries. When you give a team that much power up and power weapon control, you can best believe the score is going to look like they dominated the rest of this game. Druk is going to be by himself with this S7. Only 2 bullets to it. They're going to make sure he uses those 2 bullets. He uses one on the bound to clean up a kill. Knows he's getting surrounded here. Does a great job to waste that last bullet of snipe ammo. But 44-26. I mean, we're talking about a tied series here, and the reset of our grand finals here momentarily is only 5 kills to go for Mercenaries, and they look like they have no intention of slowing this game down.
No intention of slowing down whatsoever. Sav now pushing towards the, looks like the key door. He's going to work his way through bottom mid. Assist still coming in their favor, 48-30. Now the flank comes in. The timing is there, 49-31. Sav knows there's a player here top center. Hits him with the BXB, and that's going to do it. The killing spree from Sav to end the game here, tying the series at 1 game apiece. And we're just getting blessed with a ton of Halo here in these grand finals. Neither of these teams wanting to concede that 5th seed, putting everything on the line now. 1-1. It's now West a traditional best of 5.
Yep, and now that we're into our grand finals reset, a much different series ahead of us here as the series is tied up. Last time around, we saw FaZe jump out to a 3-0 series lead. The reverse swept almost happened until the game 7 where FaZe dominated. This time around, tied 1-1. Kali, Flag, or Origin CTF is going to be the name of the game for game 3. And we saw how dominant Mercenaries were in the CTF, especially on Empyrean. I almost expect that same level of dominance from Mercenaries, knowing how strong of a Kali team they were and an Origin CTF team they are. But for FaZe, if you're able to get some of the power weapons on this map, you can change that story, that storyline around immediately. It is going to be, I believe it's to 5. So ignore what this is, unless we've changed it from last week. Last week it was 5. I don't think okay, it is going to be 5. Thank you. Thank you, LVT in the back. But when you're taking a look at how this series has played out so far, at least on game 2, you gave up the snipe and every sniper and every camo to Mercenaries. You can't allow that to happen, especially with the firepower that you have on your side of FaZe. As long as you get a couple of power weapons, you can almost guarantee the individuals on this FaZe team are going to have enough success to make this a much more closely contested game. But you got to have in the back of your head that Empyrean CTF got out of hand quick, and the formula that this Mercenaries team loves to try and replicate is these stalemate flag pulls where both flags are being pulled at the same time. They thrive in these mixy situations. You need to be on the lookout, keeping track of names, and for overextenders that are attempting to make this game more difficult than it should be for the FaZe team.
Yeah, I genuinely don't know who to pick going into this. On one hand, like you said, we have Mercenaries who have been so good at CTF, obviously in the last series winning 3-0 in that Empyrean CTF. But on this other side of things, FaZe dominated the Origin Slayer, right? And so you got to factor in that some of that must transfer over to the CTF game. I mean, you could pretty much slay out and then the flag caps will just come naturally. So it'll be interesting to see here, between FaZe's dominance on Origin and Mercenaries' dominance on CTF, what's going to shine the brightest.
It all comes down to the power weapon control. control. The snipes on this map can obviously do so much work, especially in the individual's hands. That elbow overextension is the play that really sticks out for me for Mercenaries specifically. They love to push to the enemy team's elbow, and with that level of control, the sight lines that players have there, if they're able to stay alive and be a nuisance back there, they're able to have so much success and transition that directly into successful flag runs. So if I'm FaZe, I'm making sure that no one's overextended to my elbow, and I'm obviously always prioritizing that as this is the control that will stop and start flag runs for the enemy team.
Yeah, on the side of Mercenaries, I am trying to keep the power weapons out of the hands of FaZe at any cost, whether that mean using all the ammo, throwing weapons off the map, whatever it takes. Because, you know, you cannot allow a player like Renegade or a player like Stellar to get a sniper rifle and start styling, start feeling themselves, because every single kill matters at this level when it comes to building momentum, when it comes to setting up your flag pulls and your flag caps. Those kills equal openings, right? And you give FaZe an opening, they're going to take it and they're going to score on you.
As we wait to get this match underway, we take a look at the rest of the series layout. After this, it'll be a Strongholds recharge, a game type that we know can get out of control and can get sped up. Interested to see that one happen. Solitude Slayer, Wi-Fi King, and it will be Recharge Slayer is the name of the game if we are to go to 7. But connecting to the server is something you always want to see. Even more importantly, loading the mode as the percentage bar increases. The game now moments away from getting back underway, and I mean, you got to talk about the gauntlet that these two teams have been on, starting to get late into the Sunday night, especially if you're in France. So Legend working overtime, working the night shift here this weekend, trying to get his team the best opportunity they can for a seeding in the Pro League.
Yeah, and I'm old. We're both old. I'm exhausted just watching this, to be honest. We're now 10 games into the same series. At this point, I'm sick of playing against these guys, right? I've been playing against the same opponent for 10 games straight. Someone's got to win out, and I would much rather it be me. Wes, we have obviously adjusted this game type to 5 flag caps to win. How do you feel about the change, and who do you think benefits from that the most?
I think Shopify probably benefits. The better team usually, the longer the score is increased. Like if Slayers were played to 100 rather than 50, I think the better team would win more often than not. It's just about how long do you want these games to last. I think we will see a lot of these Origin CTFs go to time with it being extended to 5, but we've seen some banger games go all the way to a 4-4 overtime before with this change. So I'm excited to see and allow the better team to thrive. That being said, as an underdog, you kind of lose some of the potential opportunity you have for upsetting a team and catching them by surprise. So often do we see double caps happen on a map like Origin CTF. So it removes the importance and like the level of control and dominance that one setup can bring you. It's more of a consistent need to be better than the other team in order to push across the line.
Well, it looks like Legend has missed his flight to this tournament, and so we're gonna go to a quick commercial break, folks at home, as we get all of the technical issues sort of ironed out. When we return, which with the way this has been going, we're gonna be back here in about 30 seconds. Who are we trying to kid? We will continue the series with Game 3 coming up next.
Capture the flag.
break is over. Game 3 has begun. Hopping on board with Renegade. It's a familiar strat here going top. Rockets 3 are going to immediately drop for Mercenaries. Looking like Rockets are not going to be in the hands of Renegade. Sab able to pick up that cleanup across the map and put an end to that. 4 are going to be down temporarily. No, Bound did come off spawn, so now making his way towards the snipe side of the map and the red maze. Absolute chaos on the map. Sniper going to be in the hands of Druck.
Yeah, Bound's actually hasn't died yet, and up until that moment where you get thrust no scoped there. It is going to be 3 down for Mercenaries. However, Renegade complete control of the map, going wherever he wants. His respawners for Mercenaries are going to try and get out towards the cuts. They're going to actually be able to catch off Renegade. Maybe a little reckless with his light there, needing to play a little bit safer. Now I'm going to give an opportunity for Mercenaries to fight from their side of the snipe tower, but Bound still with that S7, still doing work. 3 down. Last player alive spotted in the window. Bound can't get the no-scope, and that actually makes this flag run a little bit weaker, and that could be important. As this flag carrier goes down, if Bound was able to get that kill successfully without trading, that flag might have been able to get across.
Or even the trade, right? Just changes the timing just a little bit. Maybe that flag gets pushed over the edge. Bound, though, landing some great shots here onto Druck is going to take him down. 2 going down momentarily for Mercenaries, but Soul Sniper with the rockets in hand is going to get 1, going to get 2. Soul Sniper negating that phase push. Now switching back over to Renegade. He loves the elbow side of this map. If you have seen his starting strat, seeing his push right now, so frustrating playing against a player like Renegade, who's always going to be taking maximum forward progress on the map. Now working towards the elbow side. Stellar is going to die. Sniper is out of play. Renegade now working his way into the push.
Yeah, Renegade's tried to push his way over to the elbow. He got spotted, had to relocate, but had some success now jumping into the window, able to find that opening kill. And so often does that opening kill transition into all 4 going down on the side of the defending team here. Renegade able to play his life, doesn't want to pull that flag until he gets his shield back, able to wait for his teammate, and that's going to open up the doors here. All of Mercenaries spawning over towards the cave side of the map. The flag carrier stalling, doesn't feel comfortable enough to continue the flag run, is going to get a melee there, but is forced to trade. Now respawners are going to have an opportunity to try and stop this cap. Suppress the last player alive, doing what he can, but losing Bound throughout the chaos should allow this flag to continue across the map, and FaZe are going to take an early lead here on Origin CTF.
And the crazy thing about that flag cap, if you're paying close attention, chat, Renegade team killed one of his players with the grenade into the red base to start it. Said, I don't need you, we can cap this flag without you. And they did just that. FaZe going up 1-0. Legend now last player alive, working his way towards the catwalk, is in a battle with Sap, but chooses to instead to get this flag a little bit further and gets away with his life. So a huge play there from Legend to escape from danger there. And now the flag is in a very precarious position. If you're Mercenaries, you got to get these slays out of the way before you can even think about going for return. Sab, though, going to push into the window. Going for a flag pull of his own. Gets 2. Great plays there, but the spawner Renegade is going to take him down. Rockets down in the hands of Soul Sniper is going to miss 2. Rockets onto a no-shield Stellar, who he maybe should have cleaned up to begin with. A little bit of a wasted opportunity there with the power weapon.
Yeah, you wanted Sab to be able to get that flag out the window, and if he had, I think that was going to be a cap, but the cave spawner for FaZe was able to take Sab down. That stops the cap dead, and it's right, so those rockets don't transition into tying this game up. A great defensive stand from FaZe.
2 go down for FaZe. Great no scopes once again. Stellar, the confidence to hit the body shot when he needs to. That's going to be 2 down for Mercenaries at the moment. Bound with the sniper pushing into the red maze. Misses the first shot onto Suppress. Hits the second. Not able to get the cleanup though. Renegade will be there to follow up on that. And now Renegade works his way down into the red maze. Sab, though, able to get away, and Druck will clean up. So some good teamwork coming out of Mercenaries there on the defensive stand. 3 going down temporarily for FaZe, and now an opportunity for Mercenaries to take some ground.
Great job on Mercenaries there to stay alive in these situations. All of them were not to no shield. I mean, we saw Legend hit several different shots, knocked several different players to no shields, but none of them gave up their life. And because of that, they now have a strong flag run. They now have a triple kill in the hands of Druck, and a flag potentially on the move here momentarily.
Look at the timing from Legend, though. He hit on the elbow and laid it to the last possible second to reach out and takes down 2, completely shutting down this flag run all by himself off of the patience in that sneaky play there. Legend completely putting a halt to Mercenaries. That's got to be so frustrating. Now working his way under the Mercenaries base. He's going to switch sides from the fountain to the rockets. start this pinch here with the teammate shots going down. You see members of FaZe coming in from all angles. Renegade showing how to use the rockets efficiently. Gets one, gets two, and now the push is on.
It doesn't kill his teammate as well. I thought he might have, and that would have made this a more difficult situation. But Mercenaries do a good job even with Renegade with those rockets finding the double to at least defend their flag, making sure it doesn't get pulled, get the kills they need to reset the map. They still find themselves down 1-0, but a good defensive stand keeps it that way for now.
Sab desperately fighting on the snipe side is eventually going to be taken down by Legend. Legend trying to get away as well, but there's players all around him. Everywhere he looks, he is going to be dropped down. 2 down for Mercenaries, 1 down for FaZe. Numbers advantage for FaZe at the moment. Make that a 2v2 situation. Stellar now caught in the blue maze with the reach out. Look at the timing out of Stellar there. He's still not going down. Finally, Mr. Soul Snipe will take him down. Snipe rifle coming up on the map in about 3 seconds. Both teams vying for control. This weapon could lead to a flag cap in either favor.
Yeah, just the way that you see FaZe are being difficult kills, getting lost, not getting cleaned up as quickly as they should be. That should give you a lot of nerves if you're rooting for Mercenaries in this fight. What should also give you a lot of nerves is the fact that Legend has a snipe flag being run. Legend posted up, hitting a couple of bodies, wisely playing his life, forcing them to find him before they look at the flag carrier. Legend needs to hit the no scope, hits the quick scope instead. Does it flashy, and that gains FaZe a 2-0 lead here.
Something I noticed about Legend is he does like those quick scopes at close range. Not something you see every day, but he's
like
so accurate with them. I mean, they look so nice, right? They're just style points every single time. Now, double kill still alive in the cave here, and like I mentioned earlier, that sniper rifle having the potential to lead to a flag cap. FaZe execute that cap perfectly. And the thing with a weapon like the sniper, Wes, is that not every time do you need to get the kill, right, for the damage to be done. Just dropping someone's shields, forcing them to back down for the play, they might as well be dead if they have to run away for 8 to 10 seconds to get their health back.
Look at Renegade's life there. He was in the window, finds a kill, backs up towards snipe, finds another kill, gets stopped with no shield. Still hasn't been cleaned up, however. Finds another kill in the kill feed. I mean, Renegade is everywhere on the map right now. No one can find a way to finish him. They finally spot him again. He's knocked to no shield again. Still alive, still doing work. And when you're playing against players that are getting away with their lives on the jungle gym map that is Origin, it's just a problem, right? Like it all of a sudden starts to transition directly into the scoreline. The flag being pulled across snipe. Renegade still on his reign of terror. Finally goes down as he doesn't expect Soulsnipe to be there. And this is the moment that Mercenaries can capitalize on. They are able to get into the enemy base while their flag is being pulled. 4 go down for FaZe. The flag with a quick jump from Soulsnipe into the window is going to continue to be run. This is going to be a 1-score game here momentarily.
Yeah, and Renegade actually getting the back flag spawn there, which ended up being ideal, right? The farthest possible spawn away from where that flag was being run. Now, last 2 players of FaZe alive are on the rocket side. Legend goes down, Sab punches him in the face. Sab now aggressively working his way up towards that blue elbow. Does not care that his shields were down. Gets a second kill on the bound. The pressure is on for Mercenaries. Rockets now in the hands of Soulsnipe.
Gotta be careful.
He's going to take down Stellar as well. FaZe now reeling, trapped in the cave for spawns, but Legend once again, though, Wes. Legend putting a stop to that flag run momentarily and buying his team enough time to spawn up.
Yeah, it's that one kill that makes all the difference on whether this game remains tied or this game remains in FaZe's favor or becomes tied. Is that one kill on the furthest advanced player that's pulling the flag. If you're able to take that down player, it buys you so much time and opportunity for respawners. Even when they have rockets on your elbow, those rockets are neutralized when the flag is not on the move. That rocket player forced his hand. And a great defensive stand by FaZe to get out of the blender that they were just in, which looked like it was going to be a real opportunity for a potential double cap-esque situation, is now still in the lead of FaZe.
You mentioned it earlier that with it now being 5 flag that we would see a lot of these games potentially going to time limit, and it looks like that is what is going to happen here. Unless one of these 2 teams goes on a generational flag cap run, which, can never write it off. Sniper now going to be in the hands of Soulsnipe. I do believe he hit that body on the Renegade. He did. Renegade will be dropped here in the cave once again. FaZe pinned in the back of their base. Do they know about Bound? I think they do. He's been called out here into the cave. Bound trying to get a kill desperately. Is not going to be able to take Sab down. Soulsnipe now jumping up and down in the cave looking for spawners. Look at Renegade though. Renegade has made his way all the way to the bottom of the snipe. He is going to be taken down. Double kill for Soulsnipe. Looking for the triple. Is not going to land it, but Druck is there for the cleanup. Last player alive. Bound underneath the blue flag. This is going to be a cap. tying things up at 2-2. Flag is about to go in. It does just that. Mercenaries have now provided us with another one of those late game heroic comebacks. It is now tied 2-2. Next flag could potentially be the one that wins it all.
Yeah, as the Rockets come up right now, it's ultimate importance to try and gain these for the last 2 minutes of the game. Whoever caps next is most likely going to be able to take the win here as the clock now under 2 minutes. But I want to talk about Mercenaries' flag run right there. It wasn't perfect, but they blocked every single spawn with the damage and the snipes that we saw from Soul Snipe. It was perfectly read by them that they spit a couple of members of FaZe into the bottom middle spawns. That can happen when everything else is blocked. Because they were able to read that, however, those players that spawn bottom middle that thought they had an opportunity of an overextension, they actually just get trapped like fish in a barrel, and it's perfectly executed by Mercenaries to tie this game up. Now, with elbow control and a flag on the move, in a very advantageous position to gain the lead.
And first pick goes in the favor of Mercenary. Stellar dropping back to the respawn screen. Bound is going to even things out, though, with the kill on the suppressed. A killing spree here for Sab. He gets one. Not able to get the second, but he is going to be cleaned up. It's a 1v1. Soul Snipe versus Stellar. Unfortunately, the timing is in Stellar's favor. He's going to put an end to that. That's the fourth player for Mercenaries. 2 are coming off spawn now. Stellar taking ground and negating that potential flag push from Mercenaries.
Yeah, whoever got the return from FaZe saved their team. Potentially the game right there. As those kills did come through and turned it into a one-on-one, the flag being reset was what was important. It's allowed FaZe the opportunity to repeat the defensive stand they've had. They now find themselves in the aggressor. Suppress gonna overextend towards the elbow. This is what Mercenaries like to do, but they spot Suppress. They knock him down to no shield. Suppress left without an answer here. 2 kills do come through. The flag coming up, and the last 2 players are there. Flag gets denied at the goal line as Suppress jumps up with a beautiful grenade, and we'll get that board down for FaZe, a counter cap opportunity because the elbow control from Suppressed reigns true.
And look at Mercenaries, like you said, reading the spawns, knowing that Bound is going to spawn up on that elbow, potentially bottom mid. They take down 2 more. A perfect counter pull here from Mercenaries. I don't know how they got that first pick off spawn, but it's led to the perfect counter cap and the game, adding insult to injury. Suppressed there with a little bit of a stutter step. Game 3 goes to Mercenaries. After being down 2-0, they claw their way back into the game to take it 3-2, as well as taking a 2-1 series lead in our best of 7.
You guys want to know how to play Origin CTF? You watch Mercenaries play Origin CTF. They were so good in Halo 5. These players, when they were on their Funk 4 roster, their Kali game was perfect. What they've been able to do is transition that obviously to the remake here in Origin. That elbow control can deny caps and has so many sight lines and gives your team so much opportunity if you're able to stay alive. Even though they spot Suppress, nobody goes back for them and the damage gets done. Everyone gets cleaned up. It allows for a perfect flag run. The blocking of the spawns as well to deny respawners real opportunity to stop what is that final flag run. And Mercenaries, with the first time in our grand finals, have a series lead.
Mercenaries now back in the driver's seat of this tournament, not going down without a fight as we head into Recharge Strongholds. And Wes, I mean, give props to Mercenaries for a second here. How often do we see a team, maybe take the Slayer and then get steamrolled for the rest of the series? However, for them to follow up that Slayer win with a grueling CTF win 3-2, I mean, it speaks to just the resilience of this roster, the fact that they are here to play. They're not willing to just let the story be all about this new FaZe God Squad. And now they're heading into, Recharge Strongholds with the series lead. They're playing with house money.
Yeah, I think these players respect themselves and have too much ambitions themselves. I think one of the biggest things for this Mercenaries roster is these guys came into Halo Infinite and wanted to win, right? And none of them ever crossed that finish line as far as being able to hoist up a trophy at the end of one of our HCS LANs. And I think that's got to eat at them, right? Like, they know that they put in so much work, and they're great players in and of their own, but they never were able to play the best on Sundays when it mattered. So I think for them, coming into this year, even though it feels like they don't have a lot to compete for this year, like the Halo scene obviously doesn't have an HCS season. We do have Halo Fest at the end of the year. This Pro League is another spark for their flame, but another opportunity to solidify where their names go in the Halo history books, right? Everybody wants to win that one tournament, and not everybody gets to do it. I think they see an opportunity here, and I won't be surprised if this is the Mercenaries roster that really steps up and plays like they're driven continuously from that one.
3 going down immediately here to start this game number 4 as Mercenaries looking to wipe, which they do. Stellar first off spawn. Soul Snipe block once again, camo and shock in hand. How many times have we seen Soul Snipe? Whatever his camo strat is to start these games, I'm going to go back in the theater and grab it and use it in my matchmaking games, because this guy every single time has come out with the camo and the shock. Now working his way towards the tower, chooses to back down and reset the play. Triple cap though for Mercenaries, and interesting to see FaZe kind of give up that C cap in order to get some more map presence, which actually works out in their favor now, as Bound able to take down Soul Snipe. 3 are going to drop for Mercenaries. Druk last alive, gets 1, gets 2 actually before being taken down, and so scoring still happening for Mercenaries.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of how Soul Snipe played that camo play. It's so tempting to try and go for these shock rifle shots that can really turn the tides of the game and make it snowball quickly. But the risk that you have when you have that camo shock is you're giving away your position. So the second that you miss that shot, that's everybody's cue as to where you are on the map. Standing out on the mid bridge, you get cleaned up. What could have been a massive opportunity for Mercenaries kind of gets removed from the map, and now they go 4 down. They do have a 60-point lead, so it's still a great start. But what could have transitioned into even more if Soul Snipe played a little bit more selfishly in that situation.
It didn't quite give himself an escape route, right? And that's something that's so important in Halo, to always have an escape route, especially when you've got a power-up and a power weapon. Sab going to take down Renegade here. 3 are going to drop for Mercenaries, only 2 going down for FaZe, and so now the control shifting into the hands of FaZe as they have their 2 cap continuing to score, now 22-62 and counting, closing the gap on the lead.
It's also Soul Snipe to find a trade here. They need to figure out ways to get some kills, because FaZe are in control of the map right now. It's an untraditional AC hold, but for a little bit now, Mercenaries have been on their back foot. A couple of respawns that FaZe have been trying to pressure, but they've done a good job to find a couple of kills that's allowed players like Sad to get onto the map. And look at the damage Sad is doing from this bottom door. Not only does it get a player to no shield that gets cleaned up, but somehow wins that fight under Renegade. That should break this setup wide open. Camo will be coming up, and if you're spawning them in pipes, that's a beautiful sign for Mercenaries to get a second camo of the game.
Sap just has such a clean shot, right? At long range, at close range, doesn't matter. Look at that. The camo immediately nullified. Insanely ballsy play there, but worth the result. Bound is going to be taken down by Sab, right? You've done everything right just to get punched in the face and have camo get burned. Sab not using the pillar here, bottom A, to give an advantage in this fight. The teamwork does come in, and Mercenaries now starting to roll. I mean, once again, scoring 83 points and counting. They're about to double up on FaZe here, and it's just, you know, something you mentioned earlier in the CTF game of Mercenaries, how they're able to just make things so mixy and so chaotic and somehow thrive under that chaos. We're seeing it once again displayed here on Recharge Strongholds.
Yes, Suppress with a massive one-on-one here. Wins it on the Bound, playing it as aggressive as possible. Spawners are going to be close to Suppress and jump into A, but Suppress has bought his team a ton of time to maybe lose A, yes, but you're going to be able to hold on to B because of that individual kill alone.
Yeah, time and space, right? Those players having to rotate all the way back to A to clean him up were not able to take space elsewhere on the map, and because of that, Mercenaries come off spawn and have immediately pushed back into the middle positions of the map. They have access now. Soul Snipe taking a kill onto Renegade. There, 2 going down for each team. Make that 3 for FaZe. Make that 4 for FaZe. 4 go down, and you love to see this, right, Wes? You get 4 dead and you're already capping, already got the triple cap ready to go, and it's looking like, I mean, Mercenaries putting the pain, the hurt on the FaZe. Big double from Druk.
Yeah, everybody's starting to step up individually for Mercenaries, starting to shoot back at the members of FaZe throughout the second best of 7. You can see what that's done directly in the score. 170-43 individual plays being made. Druk finds a double kill on C-Plat virtually by himself. Soul Snipe winning some big fights as well. So love what we're seeing from the Mercenaries' individual skill. Not that the teamwork and like the strategy is what's kept them in this series a little bit, giving them this confidence. Now they're able to use that confidence directly into their individual skill, which we know can roll once it gets going.
Yeah, they're starting to style a little bit. Suppress now jumping into B. Trying to start the scoring once again. All players spawning back silo. Not a spot that you want to spawn if you're FaZe. Not easy access to the rest of the map. Going to take a second to reset here. Suppress staying alive here near the neither side. Knows that there's a player playing that camo jump. It's Legend. Legend now gets into the battle with Suppress. Suppress going to take him down. Some clean shots there. I don't even know how he wins that fight. 198 now for Mercenaries. They're 52 seconds away from taking a commanding 3-1 series lead.
Yeah, a bit of a blunder here. Soulsnipe wanted to get the timing to be able to contest B before it gets transferred over. That will be a momentary trip cap opportunity, I believe, for FaZe. Unless the kills go towards Mercenaries right here. Soulsnipe and Renegade are going to, or Suppressed and Renegade are actually going to trade right before A is transitioned over. But Legends there to get some toes in. B is going to get transitioned in the meantime for Mercenaries. So not a trip cap. You got a 203 to 51 lead. If I'm Mercenaries, we need to find Legend and take him out. But I'm not too worried about the strongholds at this moment. I'm playing a game of Team Slayer for a little bit.
I was going to say, play Slayer here until you're absolutely confident in your control of the map, because this is a game type that can still turn on its head with a quickness, right? You get sloppy, all of a sudden you get triple capped, and your 150-point lead can disappear. So, great nade there. That was actually insane. That player had no idea that was going. Druck now trying to stay alive here in neither, but he is going to be taken down, and so FaZe still not going out without a fight. Sab with a great kill on the Stellar. Trades coming all over the Neither and A side right now, but FaZe still scoring 85 and counting, closing the gap little by little.
Yeah, the pressure on the elevator is a big one, and it's a triple from Sab as we switch screens to Soulsnipe. That opens up the map, should give Mercenaries control back. All of FaZe will be spawning over towards White and C. One player actually gets spawning from stairs and pipes. Knocked to no shit from Soulsnipe. A nade will trade it out, and that is beautifully done by Soulsnipe to get that kill efficiently. Bit of an over challenge from Stellar, who was kind of spit out by himself, but that's going to result in 4 going down for FaZe. So Mercenaries transition that first initial kill, finding the player that gets spit out. They take care of him, and because of it, it makes the rest of FaZe easy reads.
And this Mercenaries team has just been impressing me so much this weekend, but right now putting the hurt onto a team like FaZe, making them look like they're lost on the map. 242 and counting. Druck now here at Glass, jumping up and down with the plasma missile, not able to take down the player, but Suppress will come in for the cleanup. 247, 248, 249, 250. That's gonna do it. Mercenaries now go up 3-1 in our grand final reset. And I mean, Wes, I hate to keep gassing you up, but you kind of called this, right? The reset oftentimes favors that winners team that's getting warmed up.
Yeah, I mean, if we were to see the first series go 4-0 straight to FaZe, I think we'd be talking about a completely different FaZe roster. But Mercenaries got back in that series. Even though they pushed it to 7, got slaughtered in Game 7, yes. But they gave themselves a lot of confidence. They said, we can compete with this team. We can beat this team. And now they're playing with the ultimate confidence, the level of control. But these opening starts, the power weapon control, is everything for Mercenaries. We got to talk about Sab. 20, 10, and 6. A hell of a performance. Most damage in the lobby, and the least proven player in this lobby. I mean, Sab's been around for a long time, doesn't have the accolades that everybody else has, hasn't played in the winners finals on the big stage with the brightest lights, hasn't hoisted trophies like everyone on the other team has, but he is showing out here in this server today.
Absolutely showing out as we head to our game number 5, Solitude Slayer. It is do or die time for FaZe. You've pushed it this far. You reset the bracket. You sent us to a second best of 7, but this could be the end of their journey if they're not able to take this game and extend this series. Another game type coming in from Halo 5 used to be Plaza Slayer. Obviously, we've got the camo up top. We've got the shock rifle as well. You know, Mr. Soulsnipe's going to be looking to acquire those weapons and land some headshots. On the other side of things, though, FaZe, I mean, just look at this roster. Stellar, Renegade, Legend, Bound. Any one of these players could go off at any given moment.
I don't know what just happened in the chat, but someone donated way too many subs for me to even understand what the hell just happened. So thank you, Texas Patriot 1836. We do that here on LVT. Appreciate the love and support. As we get this game underway, we're going to have to see how much does FaZe have left in the tank here. As Mercenaries gain a commanding 3-1 lead in this series, I'm interested to see, can they kind of replicate exactly what we saw from Mercenaries the first best of 7 series, where Mercenaries pushed it to a Game 7 when you thought it was all she wrote. FaZe are forced to see if they have that play in their playbook, and we'll see if they can replicate it here.
Here we go. The players are locked and loaded and ready to put on a show. Hopping on board with Legend as he works his way up towards the blue window, now overlooking the camo. Spot suppressed on the LR side, not able to land more than one shot there. Soulsnipe is going to go down. 2 going down for Mercenaries, 2 going down for FaZe. It's now a 2v2. Suppressed, though, with camo in hand.
Mercenaries do a phenomenal job getting the camouflage. I mean, It does so much for you. Even when we say their camo plays haven't been the strongest, at least they're not playing against the camo guy, right? At least they're not giving it over. So removing that from the equation, but Suppress plays it wisely, allows for the snipe to be opened up as they find the kill on the bound, able to push all the way into back glass. And now look how trapped FaZe are in the back of this plaza location and in the back of yard. They're able to get a couple of kills. Camo goes down. Trades don't come efficiently enough, but Drux still has a shock rifle in hand and should be able to at least control the inside of the map for Mercenaries.
A Renegade with a little bit of that old school quote right there. I'm not trapped in here with you, you're trapped in here with me, as he somehow gets 2 kills out of that and stays alive. He only just finally went down. Like, you think it's an advantage situation for Mercenaries, and somehow Renegade gets 2. So insane plays there. However, Mercenaries are up 10-5. They have doubled up on this lead early on. Suppress now working his way towards LR, knows that these spawns are coming into Tram. Kind of burns those nades a little prematurely. We'll see if that comes back to bite him, but he's coming in, does not get the trade onto bound. So first pick in that fight going towards FaZe. Stellar now following up the fight as well as Renegade. Soul Snipe though with the insane no scope on the Renegade. Literally red bar health. 1 bullet would have killed him. Lands the shot to the dome and lives to fight another day. Lovely has 2 more players pushing him. Not able to land another trade, but insane shots from the guy.
Still up 4. You do lose control of yard there. You give up the shock rifle to Stellar. The big question is Mercenaries still with control of the inside of the map? It appears, but FaZe actually spawned over towards Snipe, so Mercenaries find themselves stuck over towards blue. Stellar going to be a nuisance here, top yard, opposite challenge. Soul Snipe here, he's got thrust to dance around, makes the fight an ugly one, and comes out on top. It's a clean wipe of Mercenaries that will make this a 2-kill game, still in Mercenaries' favor.
Does he know that Sab is hiding on the pillar? He does, but Sab still ends up getting the kill out of that killing spree though for Stellar. Now challenging Suppress, takes him down with the perfect 5. The double kill for Stellar, now a 1-kill game. Make that a tied game. Bound takes down Soul Snipe as well. They know the spawners are coming from blue. Here comes the counterplay.
They want to play for camo, but a push into yard is going to cost them all of their lives other than Renegade. The camo player gets away with it, gets lost, trying to get just anywhere where he can get lost. Buy time for respawners to try and help him in this situation. They do spot him out as he starts to shoot a player to no shield. Stellar continuing to let that camo be his ally here as Mercenaries only have a 1-kill lead here. Stellar going to tie this game up here and playing perfectly with this camo, now getting to third party some of this combat.
Renegade now taking the camo all the way up to S4 spot. Suppress is going to take him down. 1-kill lead here for FaZe. Soul Snipe trapped S1. Sab though somehow getting out of that situation, getting into the dip. Soul Snipe is going to spot Renegade and take him down. So a great play here from Soul Snipe. Gets 2 somehow, including the camo player. Insane play from Soul Snipe. A little bit of a blunder there from FaZe. Now 26 all, and Stellar now trapped on S1. We'll see if the nades are going to come in. Looks like he's going to escape with his life for now, pushing towards the truck.
Yeah, they do have the inside of the map control, which is the priority here for FaZe Clan. All of Mercenaries going to be stuck towards glass and in the back of yard. One trying to make it up to Soda Steps, but with Renegade going up onto the top yard wedge, not being spotted, it's criminal because of how much damage he's able to do. They find the opening pick, and that's going to open the door for the onslaught. That should be FaZe tying the lead here, maybe even gaining the lead, but this thrust is coming in handy so often for players here throughout the early portion of this game. Soul Snipe uses it to keep the lead in his team's control for now.
Such a mixy game here. The lead going back and forth. The lead changes every other minute, it feels like. Now Mercenaries up by 2, wanting to put an end to this tournament and solidify their 5th seed heading into the Pro League, but FaZe, Legend, and the rest of the boys are trying to have an answer for that, as it's now 30-32, trapped on Snipe side, but Druk is shooting like an absolute maniac right now. Takes down Stellar. The plasma comes in. He's going to get 2. A great nade out of Druk. Takes down Bound as a second. And look, the spawns are still coming in on S1. They're trapped.
So well played by Druk. He gets his shield back, perfectly throwing the nade to just buy time and create an opportunity just to have the level of teamwork we saw from Mercenaries to blow this game wide open. It would be a closing of the door on this series, and the winners of this weekend's Pro League, they find themselves now up 8.
10 kills to go, and camo in hand. I believe that is Suppress, who just slammed that into his chest. Basically the result of the tournament now in his hands, able to potentially ice this series and this event. 41 kills and counting from Suppress. Able to find Bound and take him down there with the 3-shot beatdown at close range. Mr. Soul Snipe also getting a kill of his own, make that 2 kills of his own. The double comes in, the damage is there on the third. Suppress now rotating over with the camo, knows that there's players pushing in from the blue side. He's able to get up and get the melee in. Will he get the trade? He does not get the trade. So Renegade somehow getting out of that. He will go down though. Druck able to clean that up. Here comes the collapse onto these players in Cafe. Second goes down. Renegade getting it. Oh my goodness. The shots and the movement are insane.
Insane by Druck. You can tell he's feeling himself throughout this series. I mean, perfectly played. The camo play from Suppress was also perfect. Just making it go all the way throughout its time, getting the most value out of it. 13, 7, and 10, but everybody on Mercenaries really playing at a high level, and that's why you're able to take down a team like FaZe. That's why you're able to almost dominate them in the second best of 7. 3 kills to go, and they will be the champions of this weekend's Pro League.
Perfect.
Everyone on Mercenaries hitting insane shots. Suppressed takes down takes down Stella. There it is. It's gonna be 50-39. A dominant performance here in our second best of 7 in the series reset out of Mercenaries as they take down FaZe 4-1. They may have dropped the first game on Streets Ball, but after that it was all Mercenaries West as they win 4 in a row.
Unbelievable second best of 7 for Mercenaries to get back on the horse and find a way to compete with this FaZe roster. We all know that this FaZe roster has the talent to try and take down the likes of 4 of a Kind and of your Shopify Gamings, but we're going to see them grow as well, get back into the swing of things. These are going to be your LVT Halo Pro League, partnered with Shopify, teams that have qualified throughout the past 2 weekends. We see Shopify at the top. We see SSG, Vitality, FaZe, and Mercenaries as the qualifiers of this weekend's joining 4 of a Kind 9 and Ascending Baseline. I mean, when you take a look at these rosters, they're stacked from top to bottom. We're going to have so many great series when every one of these these 8 teams are competing against each other. It's great to see that, one, we have competitive Halo to experience here, but like the level and the caliber of players and the teams that are formed, there's a lot of fun to be had here. So I can't wait to get this Pro League kicked off.
An absolutely star-studded roster when you look at the lineups from top to bottom. Like you said, not only that, Wes, like not only do we get good high-quality Halo with regular matches in this Pro League, we also get to see all 8 of these rosters on LAN. It's going to be absolutely insane. Legend won't have to be playing with the French ping disadvantage. We're going to get to see if Shopify Rebellion will finally be tested. But man, what a turnout. Shout out to all the players for coming in, putting on an insane show for us. And these are your final 8 qualified teams. And I mean, take a look at that.
Yeah, unbelievable. I think the big question going into this Pro League is, if you want to talk about the main storyline, that's going to be, does anyone have what it takes to take down Shopify when it comes to especially the LAN event? Everyone's been kind of waiting for a team. It's a story as old as time. Is there will be dynasties, there will be teams that take over. How long is their reign of terror? Right now, Shopify continuing theirs from all the way from last year, claiming that HCS World Championship. Another one is the return of Legend and Renegade to Halo is a great one. But I mean, if you're looking at teams to watch, that 4 of a Kind roster in second place has been so close to taking Shopify. Where does this FaZe roster fall into the grouping? And then of course we have Lucid joining back with SSG. I expect them to get better over time as well. But a lot of talented names here. That is going to do it for us here today for our qualifiers. Appreciate everyone that stopped by, enjoyed some of the competitive Halo, and look forward to this Pro League, because I can guarantee any of these 8 teams are going to be absolute banger of matches when they match up against each other.
We've got high quality Halo, more of it on the way for you guys. I want to thank you guys all once again for tuning in. Thank you for supporting competitive Halo. Thank you for supporting LVT. Thank you, Shopify, for just presenting this opportunity for players to continue to support the scene and give us insane matches. As I always say, let's go out of our way to leave the scene a better place than we found it. Be a positive impact wherever you guys go. And we will see you guys when the Halo Pro League starts on August 16th for day 1.
Double kill. Killing spree. Ball drop. Enemy has the ball. Snipe. Ball. Enemy has the ball. Double kill. Killing spree. Triple kill. Enemy flag returned. Triple kill. Triple kill. Triple kill. Double kill. Triple kill. Double kill. Triple kill. Double kill. Double kill. Triple kill. Double kill. Triple kill. Double kill. Killing spree. Double kill. Snipe. Triple kill. Enemy team nearing big double kill. Double kill. Killing spree. Double kill. Double kill. Team score. Double kill. Double kill. Killing spree. Double kill. Killing spree. Reversal. Overkill. Double kill. Killing spree. Double kill. Killing double kill. Double kill. Killing spree. Double kill. Reversal. Snipe. Double kill. Killing spree. Killing spree. Double kill. Snipe. Double kill. Snipe. Triple kill. Triple kill. Triple kill. Double kill. Triple kill. Double kill. Triple kill. Double kill. Double kill. Triple kill. Double kill. Triple kill. Double kill. Killing spree. Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Killing spree. Double kill. Halfway to victory. Double kill. Double kill. Snipe. Double kill.